Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. We made it. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Pope Zaza, Seth C. Payne. He is Cole Thompson in with us again today. Good morning.
Friends?
Good morning, gentlemen. Seth,
Cole's the only guy that's dressed like he's ready to go to a cookout.
To be fair, I have done Hawaiian Friday every day since my junior year.
Oh,
so
really?
This is like a tradition.
That's
that
a theme.
Oh, yeah, it's every Friday.
Oh, okay.
Every Friday, year round?
Every Friday, year round, I think I have 24 Hawaiian shirts that I go through.
That's
every single
branding
week.
right there,
It's
man.
branding.
Yeah.
Literally. Someone sponsor me. Let's go.
Nice. Yeah, get Cole a Tommy Bahama sponsorship or something.
Just don't give me the pineapple that comes with it.
No.
Try to get fatter. I say fatter, that sounds
Is it
insulting.
weird?
You should try to get fat. You're not fat at all.
Is it weird that I'm like a skinny guy wearing a Hawaiian shirt?
No, I think fat guys probably get pissed at you. They're like, hey, yo, bro, stay in your lane.
They give me scorn looks, I will say that. When we went on
Really?
vacation last month to the Bahamas, I wore a Hawaiian shirt every single day, and there was at least 2 fat guys that would stare me down.
Why do the fat guys have they kind of corner the market?
It's their shtick.
Yeah, there's something. I don't know what. It is weird. It's that's kind of a common like cliche or whatever. It's like a fat guy wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and I don't know why. Like I don't think fat guys do it because they're like they think it's slimming or anything. I don't know what the
They
deal
do it
is.
because it's comfortable. I used to be a fat guy. Like, I used to be much fatter.
Yeah.
And when I didn't wear Hawaiian shirts, but this is like back in the early mid 2000s when
Yeah.
the Sopranos were a big deal. I would wear a lot of those Tony Soprano style, like kind of like
the bowling shirts, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Not straight bowling, but like the way the fabric's made.
Yeah. It was like kind of a silky fabric, untucked, and they were super comfortable, man. They were just loose and they breathed, and it hid the discount with waist of whatever pants I was wearing at the time, you know. So it was, So I can see that. I can see where the fat guys have kind of cornered the market on that.
Go ahead and fight me over it, fat guys. Let's go.
Yeah, bring it on. So we get actual baseball again tonight. That's good. Have you guys missed this over the last few nights?
You know what? I get discussed with myself that honestly, we act like the All-Star break is this huge deal in terms of like the time spent without baseball or whatever, and it's a week or less. Plus, you have the All-Star game added in, and at least at least one of your players, Yordan Alvarez, you get to see him. So no, if anything, I always feel a little disappointed that it wasn't longer than it was.
Really?
Not that I don't miss having baseball. I feel like a wimp for having complained about no baseball.
Yeah, well, I think we did a good job of not complaining this. I just like having it back. You get in this groove where you can count on it every night.
It doesn't feel like it's actually been gone is the whole thing.
I think it's the dead
Yeah.
period of no sports is why you miss it so much.
Maybe, yeah. I'm forced to watch the ESPYs and whatnot. I'm going to the game tonight, so I'm going to be there to make sure that everything is in line for the second half of the season. Have my clipboard out, ready to go.
Oh, so you have notes getting ready.
Checking all the boxes. Yeah, so...
Scouting report. What's your MO for tonight's game?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, honestly, I'm going to be sitting in a suite, so it'll involve a lot of eating and drinking, if I'm being honest. There will be no clipboard. There will be semi-paying attention to the game, especially because tomorrow's Saturday, so I don't have to come in with hot takes on the game.
Well, and you've got, Lambert's pitching, so that's the...
Is that who's pitching?
The one guy that you can really, this moment, pitching.
That's really interesting. I mean, that says a lot about where the Astros are kind of trust-wise right now with the starting rotation.
Yeah.
Is it Lambert's the guy who in the first half of the season at this time was DFA'd, is the first guy out the chute in the second half of the season.
It's the whole, remember, Dana Brown brought in 6 pitchers.
Yeah.
They've got a combined ERA of about 6 right now, which is some nice symmetry. And the one guy who's actually been performing well is the guy that they actually tried to get rid of first.
Yeah.
So that's how bad the offseason acquisitions were for starting pitchers.
8-5, and he's got an ERA of just barely over 3. He's been awesome. He deserves to be the guy starting the first game out of the chute in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
So Matt Kawahara had 5 big questions for the Astros heading into the second half here. So as we set the table for the second half of the season for the Astros, this is probably the biggest one here is with the trade deadline coming up. What's the biggest deadline need? Bat or arm? Seth, what would excite you more right now if this were the day before the trade deadline, or if this were the day of the trade deadline?
Yeah.
What would excite you more if Dana Brown went and got a bat or an arm?
An arm, and specifically a starting pitcher.
Yeah.
Like, hey, right-handed reliever, great. I get tired of talking about platoon splits and everything these days when, there's so many guys, especially on the Astros, where it just doesn't matter whether they're facing righties or lefties.
Yeah.
Look, how many different? It's not complicated math or anything. You look at the various games over this, even including it since they've made their resurgence, that you're simply not going to win because your starting pitcher goes out and gets shelled, and then the trickle-down effect of your relievers being worn out, it makes it really hard to where, look, the Astros could add a bat who might be super productive, but there's going to be a lot of wasted efforts if you don't have good starting pitching.
But let me counter-argument this. It's a low-tier starter versus a decent power bat. Because if you're just getting a low-tier starter, a guy that's like a number 4 or number 5, because you can't afford like the Sandy Alcantara's of the world or something like that.
Yeah, they're not getting one of those guys.
So it's like that's where I think that you go back and forth of, can you win with Hunter Brown turning the corner, with maybe Christian Javier giving you a little bit more, Spencer Arrighetti finding himself again? Because if I at least know you need to be able to get something in that outfield right now.
Yeah. You've got to get something in the outfield, but you do have guys at the top of the order that can at least do something. I'm still just, we went through that period where Joe Espada was basically heaping praise on Mike Burrows if he just went 5 innings, even if he allowed 7 runs.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, look at that. I don't have to make hard decisions with my relievers today or tomorrow. That I guess that's maybe it's a little bit of PTSD over just Imai going out there and lasting 1 1/3 inning. That I just feel like it's all for naught, no matter who you have in the lineup. If you just got all these guys that just flat out can't, they can't give. We don't need the batters to support the pitchers. We need the pitchers to support the batters.
Yeah, the thing that is just I don't know if this is on what they should do, but just in general and looking at the team, the thing that's disappointing is that if this were 2 years ago, like when they traded for Yusei Kikuchi, and he was having a disappointing season. Where was he? Toronto? It was Toronto because that was a Loperfido trade, the first Loperfido trade.
I said the first one everyone hated.
Yeah, right.
I remember the DMs for that one, people losing their mind.
Yeah, so they get Kikuchi, and Kikuchi comes here and he goes 9-1. The car wash was still open back then. The Astros pitching car wash. The car wash seems closed now. Like if the car wash were still open, then Imai wouldn't have a 6-something ERA. Spencer Arrighetti would be much more consistent than he is. That's the thing that's just overall disappointing. Like normally 2 years ago, bringing in an arm, I'm like, oh, cool, get the guy in the building, and whatever he was, he's not going to be anymore. Even good pitcher, like Verlander when they traded for him, got better. Garrett Cole got better. Good pitchers, great pitchers were getting better coming here. That's the thing that's just disappointing to me right now is I feel like, they're going to make deals, which I don't know what version of these guys you're going to get.
I feel like the Astros, in terms of all of those edges that they used to have in either the data side of things or in the development side of things, it feels like the brain drain of guys just getting siphoned off from other organizations over time, and really, obviously with Jeff Luhnow, but also with Brent Strom, and just the guys who are the architects of all of that, the pitch and car wash. And then on the data side of things, on the analytics side of things, there's that story where they're cracking down on teams using AI in the dugouts.
I know.
Yeah, because they said a third of the teams are doing it, and I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, you know what? 5 years ago, if I saw this report, I'm like, people they're mad that the Astros are using it that effectively. I don't know if the Astros even have their iPads plugged into the Wi-Fi.
Yes.
I don't know if they know how to operate it or not.
Now, you and I read that article with the exact same point of view on that.
I command F looking for Astros. And no mention of the Astros.
Nothing. No, I thought the same thing reading that, Seth. I'm like, man. Certainly during the Jeff Luhnow era,
Yeah.
Like, so what that would be 2019 was the last season Jeff Luhnow was here. Like, if this story were 2019, the whole thing there would have been a book about it already, about the Astros using AI in the dugout.
I think because one of the things they always used to do with pitchers so effectively was they would change up their pitch selection when they came in. And now I feel like you still get that bump a little bit from your younger guys and from veterans that come in. But then I feel like they forgot to write something into the program about, like, hey, let's also be sure that these pitches aren't going to tear their UCLs.
So they're like,
oh,
right?
These guys are going to be magnificent for 3 weeks. Then they're going to tear their UCL, and that's the last we'll ever hear from them.
I thought the same thing. I'm like, damn, like now, like your comment about the iPads even being like connected to the Wi. I'm like, they're playing Angry Birds on the iPad.
No, it's Words with Friends.
Candy Crush, Words with Friends. Yeah, Wordle.
Yeah, they're over there. Spot looking at the iPad, and it makes it look like he's got sunglasses on or something.
Snapchat filter's going.
playing jokes on the other managers. They're like, hey, it makes it look like he's got a mole. Yeah. It's gonna freak him out.
Oh my God, I miss the good old days. So okay,
Here, come here. Let's
you look
take a
at
selfie.
an Astros iPad, and it's Jordan and Altuve making themselves look like bodybuilders. They're like. Make it look like I've got 2%. Well, those guys shouldn't use those guys. Let's say Yiner.
They're taking silly photos of themselves while playing Angry Birds.
Yeah,
like, that's their
doing
emoji.
all the superfluous iPad stuff. Second question from Matt Kawahara. Speaking of Altuve, can Jose Altuve heat up after the All-Star break? At age 30, what is he now? 35, 36. Can he heat up after the All-Star break?
There's one thing I know about aging. It's that you get stronger and better as you get more and more tired.
Definitely. Yeah.
I almost booked a red eye the other night. I was like, what am I doing? That's going to ruin my next 2 months if I take a red eye.
Yeah, I beg you, as your co-host, do not take a red eye. I don't need sleep-deprived Seth. What's the confidence level that Jose Altuve can catch fire after the All-Star break for you?
It's not all that high.
No, and that's depressing.
I mean, the thing, Altuve, to his credit, I suppose, is that he's not pulling a Jose Abreu. He's aging. He's had a steady decline over the last 3 seasons.
He's not
unplayable.
Look at
it. Yeah, I mean, it's just he's not the peak version of himself. But unfortunately, if you just let a steady and gradual decline the way you might expect as somebody's getting a year older every single year. So it's certainly very possible, but it's not one of the things that I'm banking on.
He'll have big hits here and there, as he's done recently. Like, Seth, I did not put a circle of trust in for today because I didn't want you on a Friday to have to deal with the internal debate over whether Jose Altuve should or shouldn't be in the circle of
Go to the
trust.
weekend in a bad mood or something.
I didn't
like
want
that.
to send you into the weekend in a bad mood, Seth. Having
Thanks.
to
I
put
appreciate that.
Altuve outside the circle of trust.
It's kind of freakish how consistent he's been in declining. Like he was from 2022. I'll read off his OPS. I'll do OPS plus because that's easier to grasp.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, OPS plus is the average major league hitter is a 100.
Yeah.
They standardize it. So 2022, Jose had a 161. That's really good. Really good.
Yeah.
Next year, 151. Still very good.
Very good, yeah.
2024, it was a 124.
Still not bad.
Not bad. No, still above average.
Yeah.
Last year, 113.
Okay.
Slightly above average.
Yeah.
And this year so far, 98. I mean, it's been very steady and gradual.
And his salary has steadily stayed at $30 million a year.
And will continue to stay at it.
Well, so when's it start dropping off? Next year or the year after?
2 years, I think.
It's the last 2 years of the deal. I know that. He goes down to like 10 or 13 million or something like that. Which honestly,
again, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for aging and planning for aging.
Yep.
He's like when you build a house and plan for when you're old, you have like wider doorways to fit.
Yeah.
They probably did that in the clubhouse. We're like, hey, we got to widen some of these door frames because Crane's probably going to give Altuve a 10-year extension all of a sudden.
Yep.
So 2000, his salary starts to go down in 2028. That's
So
when he
2
makes
more years.
$13 million in
I know it's 2020.
2028.
That feels like it's 10 years away.
Keep thinking, boys.
Yeah.
Is it wrong for me to say that I put a 4 on the confidence level because I think that knowing who he is at this point, you're more so worried about everybody else stepping on up around him?
So when you say that, do you feel like 4 is being generous for him? The confidence level?
I think it's fair because you already said it. there are some moments where he is going to have a clutch hit. He is going to have that big play. He's going to be able to drive in the run that everybody reminds yourself of when he was the MVP. But he's not a guy who I'm looking at 36 years old as the future of this franchise that I want to see a foundation on. I care more about seeing, hey, Cam Smith, can you wake up and have a whole week of hitting 300?
Oh, that would be great, yeah.
Hey, Jeremy Pena, can you not find your way onto the IL for the rest of the season? Hey, Christian Walker, you were at one point viewed as an all-star first baseman. Let's get back to that in August. Yeah. I care more about that at this point.
The one thing about Altuve is I think he's pretty self-aware. There have been times where when he's been slumping before, he doesn't make any. He's gone to management before and said, "Hey, you should move me down." That kind of thing. Like when it was with Jose Abreu, I hate even having Altuve and Abreu in the same conversation, but it's appropriate because they're aging.
Sure.
Abreu was an aging veteran whose stats were going down. You needed the jaws of life to get Abreu out of the middle of the order when Dusty and then Joe Espada were the manager. For whatever we felt like had to be batting 4 or 5, just for psychological reasons. I don't think you run in. I don't think you were. Hopefully, we don't have to have this conversation about Altuve. Hopefully, he does. And heat up. And by heat up, I mean just get back to your 113 OPS plus.
I'm going to read this one more stat. I try not to do too many stats during baseball because it's too easy to just all of a sudden just start reciting 29 million different stats.
Find yourself down the laundry list of just data that does not matter.
Yeah, which is what a lot of baseball writing has become, by the way. It's like so we told you average OPS plus is a 100 across baseball. It's standardized to be 100. Average baseball player. Sean loves these ridiculously OPS pluses. Jose Abreu, in that final 35 games that he played in 2024, he played 35 games, OPS plus 3. That was
okay, so he's nowhere near Jose Abreu level yet.
Yeah.
We're not even
3.
Oh my God. Oh my God!
You haven't even broken into the ozone layer of the Jose Abreu suckitude yet.
So that was that the lead up to him going to Florida to bat by himself in the rookie league down there?
Yeah, that was that year because 2020. Yeah, because in 2023 he played 141 games,
and he was good at the end of the year in 2020.
That's the problem. Yeah, okay. You know what though? Okay, light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Altuve's way better than Jose Abreu was when Jose Abreu got old.
Way better.
But about the same age.
Yeah.
Abreu was 36 years old in that 2023 season. But he did, if you're looking for some positives, like, hey, even Abreu, who wasn't nearly as right now, did end up having a really good September and October that year.
He did. Someone's asking on the text page, what do you think Altuve's trade value is right now? 2 things on that. Number 1, 0. And number 2, they're not trading Jose Altuve.
Well, I mean,
so 0 for multiple reasons.
Yeah,
he would have trade value as long as the Astros ate some of the salary, and because those teams, just like the Brewers, probably want Lance McCullers and all of his playoff experience and everything. Yeah. I think there'd be teams that'd be interested in Altuve for all of those reasons.
Altuve's just. He's too sentimental a guy here.
No, they gave him that contract specific. I mean, the contract was engineered to acknowledge that he probably wasn't going to be that good in the last couple of years.
And that he would retire an Astro. I mean, that was
the thing.
They were actually publicly saying that when he signed that extension. Like, now Jose Altuve gets to which I thought was silly to say that at the time because you don't know what's going to happen.
Well, remember the graphics that came on out. Astro for life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Really? Did anybody think that 27 was going anywhere else?
Dude, well, but you never know how sports work either, you know? Like, he who knows? Like, that's a 5-year deal. Like, he may want to go see. He may want to go. If the Astros are winning 62 games a year by the third year of that deal, he might have wanted to go play somewhere.
Well, one of the just extremely unique twists of fate with Altuve was that ESPN and other outlets decided to make Altuve the face of the scandal.
Yeah.
You know, and so there's a part of it from Altuve's standpoint that, you know, he very unjustly was basically made that this is the guy that's going to get booed more lustily than anybody else, and all of that. So, like, it makes you add that dynamic to it, and why the hell would he want to go anywhere else?
Seth, there's a Take-A-Mania take today about Altuve that is going to
really? It involves a scandal.
It's a scorcher. It involves everything. Yeah.
Does it say anything about buzzers?
I can't remember.
I don't think so.
No, it accuses him of steroids, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There are. You got a bad bat.
I say, don't worry. With a 250 batting average, this guy's got that PED going.
Yeah, he's not on Yeah, the numbers would indicate he's not on steroids.
There's still people every now and then. You see somebody that really, really, really should know better. Basically, throw out the buzzer stuff, as if there's any validity to it whatsoever.
There might have been.
Go take a walk.
There might have been in that take. I don't remember because I was still trying to process the steroid accusations. Baseball Talk on 610, Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. All right, up next, question number 9 as we count down to the first day of training camp. Cole, what is the question for today for Texans training camp?
What is the internal confidence level of wide receivers not named Nico Collins?
Oh, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Oh, good. So we'll do a deeper dive on the wide receiver room. We'll do that when we come back next. Stay there.
In the Loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star break. So how
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Texter, do not do this to us early in the morning. Don't make us math early in the morning. How close does Altuve need to be to 3,000 hits to get an extension? He's got 3 years left on his deal. I'm not here to talk about a Jose Altuve extension, nor do the arithmetic to know the whole 3,000 hit dynamic right now. Thankfully, Cole Thompson is here, and he did it for me. What's he need, 185 hits a year?
If he finishes today with where he is in hits, he needs to average 185 hits over the next 3 years.
Okay, well, that sounds kind of daunting, actually, right now. I don't know that he's going to get there, get to the 3,000.
Do you give him the extension on, like, the vet minimum just if let's say he's, like, 20 hits away?
Yeah.
In that last year. Just say, here, go finish it out, and then
Seth
we can call it a
knows this
day.
about me. I'm not. That would feel like you're manipulating the record just to bring him back on a minimum deal to get 22 hits to get not the record, but to get to the milestone.
So no Bernie Mackinnon, right?
I don't like artificial milestones or records. You got to get him through the normal course of playing the sport.
Yeah, I'm a little torn on that. I guess because he would have value, though, also, as long as it was just some kind of deal where he's coming in as a pinch hitter late in games, maybe even in meaningless
and
games.
And he's fun to have around, too.
Yeah, and veteran leadership.
Veteran leadership, okay.
Veteran leadership.
Well, you talked me into it. Yeah, let's go. Don't make us math early in the morning.
Nobody's got more experience at all ends of the spectrum than Jose Altuve.
That's true. He's
been on the worst teams in baseball. He's been on baseball and everywhere in between.
Yep. All right, so training camp is 9 radio days away. So starting yesterday, we are counting down to training camp with a question of the day. Cole Thompson sitting in with Seth and I today, and on Monday as well. If you want to go back and listen to question number 10 yesterday, it was about the offensive line, and are they just more expensive or are they actually improved? We're going to do it in this segment each day, so you can make an appointment. What is today's question, Cole?
What's the internal confidence level of wide receivers not named Nico Collins?
Okay, it's a great question.
Case in point. You strap down Nick Caley into a lie detector test.
Yeah.
He is forced to answer truthfully to save his job. Yeah. What's the honest answer of the wide receiver room makeup if you don't have Nico Collins?
Okay.
I think they're you just never know with younger players, but you can feel confident that they're doing things the right way, and you can take the good things they've done and know that you can build on them. I think he's very confident in Jaden Higgins. I think Jalen Noel is a little bit more of a wild card still, but the upside of Jalen Noel is gigantic. So I think there's confidence and there's excitement. So, with excitement, hopefully usually being a little bit higher. But I think the possibilities of those two, I think he might be at a 7, 8, or 9. I think that actual confidence level, like a 6. They still have to make a lot of strides, but they did some much more substantial things than maybe sometimes in receiver rooms.
So the question is about the internal confidence level. We can talk about our confidence level.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Nick Caley.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. I'm not correcting you.
Gotcha.
I'm repeating. So the question is about the internal confidence level.
Yes.
So I always judge it by, we don't, honest, obviously we can't climb into their brains. We don't know.
We're not a fly on the wall.
I'm just judging by the behavior of the team. And I'll expand it from Caley to D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio as well. It would seem to me their confidence level is incredibly high right now, not only in Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, but maybe even in Tank Dell coming back from an injury, because they haven't done anything with that room in the offseason. They've done zero with that room. They're rolling with the same 5 guys they had. Well, they're rolling with
drafted Lewis Bond, but I mean that's a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, anything of substance.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
A Bill O'Brien special.
They like last year they got Christian Kirk, and I would other than the Pittsburgh playoff game, I would say that didn't work out, especially for the price they paid for him. They paid him $16 million, but they haven't done anything that says. They haven't done anything that shifts who the top 4 or 5 guys are. Mm-hmm. Drafting Lewis Bond doesn't change the dynamic of the first 4 or 5 guys. I would say their confidence level, and Higgins and Noel are the 2 big wild cards in all this, because I think Nico is what he is, which is great. I think Xavier Hutchinson is what he is, which is a back-of-the-rotation wide receiver. The huge floor and ceiling guys are Noel and Higgins, and it would seem to me, based on what they've done or not done, this confidence level from coordinator all the way up to GM is pretty high in these guys.
No, and I think that the whole thing with the whole thing with Jalen Noel especially, but both Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel was you could see the progression last year where early in the season there were times where Higgins and Noel just simply weren't in the right spot at the right time within the offense, which is something that happens when you've got young guys in a brand new system with a brand new coordinator and the receivers are running option routes and they have to make adjustments based on coverage and all that. That's going to happen, and it's frustrating just looking at it in hindsight. Like, okay, it's like all the obstacles that you could have predicted, yep, those ended up being obstacles. The feeling would be that, man, now that they're integrated into the offense, now that CJ's got better command of it and all that, those things aren't as much of an issue. On the physical side of things, like the measurables and the reasons that those guys got drafted, I thought we saw boatloads of evidence of those guys being worth the draft picks. That Chargers game alone, and Jalen Noel being shot out of a rocket on that one touchdown play, but you could see the potential there. It's just that, it's hard to utilize all of that. Even by that point in the season when the O-line really still isn't – you go back and watch that game, I get so disgusted with people saying, like, hey, Blake Fisher didn't let up a sack. Like, yeah, but he got beat a lot. Like, he didn't let up a sack. He got his butt whipped.
What's the pressure rate in that game? Let's talk about that.
The pressure rate,
But what I thought was so interesting is that, like, Jaden Higgins quietly last year put up 6 touchdowns. And, like, when you compare him to some of the other rookie wide receivers because of 4 games where he finished with over 55 receiving yards, it's like, okay, most of his production came in these certain games, but he still was a factor inside the red zone, and he actually tied Nico Collins for the team lead in receiving touchdowns. You got to throw in that one rushing touchdown for Nico against the Indianapolis Colts, which is why he led the team.
Are you surprised that 3.5 is Jaden Higgins' touchdown number for the upcoming season? I think there's some money to be made.
I was really I thought that was a misprint. I thought that Cole wrote that wrong when he wrote that down.
I put that in there.
Oh, you did? Okay.
That
makes more sense.
Degenerate that I am.
100%. Steve Smith Sr. loves Jaden Higgins. And it's funny because when you hear him talk about Jaden Higgins, it sounds a lot like the same reasons you would get excited about a young Nico Collins. He's got an ability to really just get in and out of his breaks and lower his pads that not a lot of really tall guys do. And I mean the measurables and everything with those two, there's so many of those things that just look similar. And I think it's too easy to say, all he's got to do is what Nico Collins did. But there is a little bit of truth to that.
He's just got to become the 7th best wide receiver in football.
No problem.
Simple
no
as
pressure.
That. Yeah, simple as that.
Well, Cole, this is one thing. I've talked to Sean about this a bunch, but when Jaden Higgins was in the draft process last year, they had asked him who he likes, which receivers he likes to watch, and he said Keenan Allen was one of those guys, and which I liked. But the dangerous thing with young receivers is sometimes that, okay, Keenan Allen's he's a little bit of an unorthodox route runner. And sometimes, that's dicey if it disrupts the timing and the rhythm of a play. And that's what happened a lot of times early on in the season. There was a play in the preseason where it looked like CJ overthrew Jaden Higgins, and it was actually that Higgins had kind of thrown in a little hezzy step and got clean, but he ended up being a step short of where he was supposed to be. It was a perfect pass by C.J. Stroud. But when you watch it in real time, you're like, oh, boy, CJ's inaccurate. What's going on here? Like, no.
Well, it's so much easier to blame the quarterback. That's why.
Yeah, right. But I think that was some of the process for Jaden Higgins is like, yeah, you can do some of that cool and funky stuff, but first and foremost, you got to hit your spots on time and in rhythm. And that was one of the things that improved as the year went along.
Would you say both that while Jaden Higgins, you feel confident can be a quality wide receiver, the bigger wild card right now is Jalen Noel's role?
Yeah, I would say so. Just because there's a little more Higgins is a little more proven at this point. And Noel, I think, had a harder time kind of cracking that rotation last year. One of the things I like about Noel, and this is separate from the wide receiver question, is the juice he gives you in the return game too. Like, he's going to have a role on the team. Like, Jalen Noel is going to impact the season in some way. But yeah, those are the two big variables. Now, Seth, you mentioned Keenan Allen, so we have a text. Please ask Seth if he would consider Keenan Allen a good pickup.
No, that's like, he's a veteran player. This is the problem. He'd be a good pickup. Yeah. Except that, but this is why there's a salary cap. There's lots of guys out there. Bring Stephon Diggs in. Bring Keenan Allen in.
Yeah.
Bring Joey Bosa in. Bring all these guys in. Why not?
Now you're talking.
Go full nostalgia, baby.
Yeah.
And because there's so much damn propaganda out there about the cap being a myth, people feel like, just bring them all in.
Yeah.
You got to find a balance of believing in and trusting your young draft picks as long as they're showing you evidence that you should trust them or believe in them. And I think that's exactly where they are with the wide receivers right now. Stephon Diggs, for instance, man, look, he was a model citizen when he was here, at least inside the building. And he'd be a valuable addition, but he also probably wants at least $12 million a year.
Yeah.
Where Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel are on their rookie contracts. Jalen Noel at this point has way more burst and potential for separation than Stephon Diggs does. Stephon Diggs was very productive last year, did an awesome job, but he's not going to necessarily provide you that same burst that he used to have. And he's 33 years old, coming off an ACL 2 years ago. 33 is a really dicey age for wide receivers. It doesn't make a lot of sense if you feel good about Jalen Noel to say, let's bring in a better version of Christian Kirk and spend all that money and delay Jalen Noel's development. And but because there is a salary cap.
Yeah. Why you got to spoil everybody's Friday morning by bringing up the cap being real, Seth? What the hell?
We didn't really delve into it as much yesterday, but I went and read Boston when Stephon Diggs was released, and people kind of being skeptical about it. And at that time, I think they were at least pretending like the A.J. Brown trade wasn't a done deal.
Yeah.
But he did a lot of things last year better than he'd done since his rookie year.
Yeah.
Like his catch rate, his drop rate, some of these, his yardage after catch. He performed really, really well in limited snaps.
Yes.
And, he's 32 years old. He's coming off of an ACL injury. You got to factor all of that into it.
So what you're telling me is that go get Brandon Cooks. That's what everyone is saying at this point.
Oh, God, no. He ditched us, man.
I saw people actually commenting not too long ago. Brandon Cooks is that wide receiver 3 is the perfect addition for this offense.
He ditched us. No. I hold grudges. No. All right, headlines coming up next. We had a schedule release yesterday in baseball. We'll get you up to speed on everything going on with the schedule next year. Games resuming tonight. The Orioles coming to town. We've got items to get to here in headlines. We'll do that coming up next. But before we do that, look around in the car that you're driving into work in right now.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines, starting with the Astros. They're back at it tonight. The games resume. The Astros, 3 games out in the AL West. Game and a half back, last wild card spot in the American League, hosting the Baltimore Orioles, who are one of the jillions of teams in that big swamp we like to call the American League playoff race. Peter Lambert on the mound tonight. The Astros, 4 games under 500. They need to stop treading water here at some point. We need a nice little burst here.
Right.
Coming up from the Astros.
Well, that's what we've been, they had that stretch where they kept winning series, but I need to see one of these awesome, exciting, win 10 games in a row.
Yeah,
win 12 games out of 14.
That's what I'm
like
saying.
That.
Yeah, a little 12-2 run.
How about we just start off with the sweep this weekend?
That'd be
and then we
right.
can go from there.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Against the Rangers, who are seemingly undefeatable at with an above 500 record.
Yeah.
How do you even beat a team that's slightly above average?
Well, are
they above average?
They're playing the Orioles.
Sorry, I'm saying in gaining ground against the Rangers.
Oh, yeah, got you.
No, I did.
Gotcha. Speaking of the Rangers, that is who the Astros will open the season against next year. My first thought when I saw the schedule drop yesterday, honestly, guys, and Cole Thompson is in with Seth and I today.
What's up, friends?
Is that the NFL does things so much better than Major League Baseball. Some things. I think Manfred's done a good job with some of the initiatives that he's had with baseball. Pitch clock, everything else. I think that's been a success.
Honestly, he's every single thing he's done where people say that's not going to save baseball.
Seems to have worked.
The sum total of all of it is a lot of improvement.
Absolutely. Now, on the marketing side, though, which this is what I'm about to talk about, the NFL schedule release is this build-up. It's almost a countdown to the schedule release. The Astros schedule I got in an email from the team at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I think there's something there where baseball could make a big deal out of the schedule coming out. That's
especially with baseball, it's an easier sell for people that want to take a vacation or something, there's just so many more. There's more games. There's more angles. There's all of that. But also part of the problem with baseball is they do so many things that just simply. The time of the year, that it's like it's like, okay, well, I'm still in the middle of this season.
That's a great point. That's a great point. The NFL schedule releases in May when nothing's going on. This is at least they did it during the All-Star break.
It's the day before we go back to baseball. Look ahead to 2027.
Yeah,
I don't even look. There's an actual think about the difference. Logistically, though, I get it. Think about the traveling secretary in baseball. You got all these games. You've got 81 games that you got to figure out for road trips and everything else like that. Football. All right, we got 8 or 9 games we got to worry about, and they don't even have a traveling secretary.
No. So open the season against the Rangers on March 25th. They will close the season with 6 big divisional away games against the Athletics and the Angels. So full schedule's out. You can go find it on the Astros social media. Major League Baseball, this story yesterday, cracking down on the use of AI in dugouts with in-game decision-making. Really interesting article in The Athletic. The memo came down from the league's VP of Baseball Ops, whose name is Morgan Sword, which is a great name. And apparently the iPads in the dugout that they've been using, of course, you see players using them to take a look at video of swings and things like that. They've got StatCast stuff on there. They've got ABS analytics on the iPad. They've got a custom tab, they call it, on there, where basically it's all the stuff that would normally be in gigantic binders 20 years ago or 30 years ago, pre-iPad days.
Right.
What they're cracking down on is apparently there are some teams that are taking pitch-to-pitch information and putting it into AI so that their hitters can make better decisions on their subsequent at-bats in games.
So what you're telling me is that everybody is shooting in baseball.
Yeah, well
only a third of the teams.
Only a third of the teams
10 of the 30 teams, yes.
And our biggest concern is that even though this wasn't illegal or anything to begin with, we don't even suspect that the Astros were doing it.
Zero chance the Astros are doing this under this regime.
They're playing solitaire on their iPads.
Yes.
It's just whatever edge they used to have.
The Snapchat filters are all they're using on those iPads these days.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's part of cracking down on this. It just makes me a little wary because I'm I don't know how you're gonna I don't know how you're gonna put the genie back in the bottle on some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Like at some point, with every 6 months, there's some new innovation in technology that makes it even that much easier to use AI or like a device that cool. It wasn't hurting my enjoyment of the game.
No, that's the thing. It's a really good point, Seth. When I'm reading this article yesterday, I'm like, okay, I guess I'm trying to figure out like why and where they're drawing the line on this stuff, and I guess this feels like something like they're kind of almost like cherry picking things that they feel like the human brain should still do in the game as opposed to a computerized brain.
Right.
You know, it should be up to humans to decipher what a pitcher's doing with them. The chess game. They don't want the iPad playing the chess game between hitter and pitcher for the hitter.
Yeah, like the Padres out there, though, saying, like, okay, well, we can't afford $200 a month for ChatGPT Plus. But these other high-dollar teams can do it.
Right.
Yeah, I get that. But again, the genie's out of the bottle. Like, they're using computers and analytics so much more and spending so much more money on it already. I guess this is kind of that whole... The arms race to nowhere that you get when you just keep spending more and more and more on technology so you can get a minimal to keep up. You know, you're not even getting an edge from it.
It's the Cold War of 2026.
Right.
Yeah.
So all these teams are spending more and more to get less and less of an edge or just to keep up with everybody else. That if they collectively, they probably want to, the owners probably want to tamp down on it and say, yeah, like if only screw the integrity of the game. We just got to stop throwing all this money out a window.
I guess the distinction here is that this is in-game they're cracking down on. Like in the dugout, in-game, and they can do whatever they want with the arms race of stuff outside of those 2.5 hours a night that
you got 4 hours for the game. Go have fun with the AI stuff.
Well, that's what I'd say, but why not go back to just, like, let's get rid of the iPads completely?
Exactly.
You know, you want a little bit more offense. I'm guessing the iPad stuff benefits the batters more than the pitchers, you know, especially when it comes to picking up tells and everything like that. So just get rid of it. It's just don't allow anything electronic in the dugout.
No. In fact, cut off the electricity in the dugouts altogether.
You guys use wooden bats.
Yeah.
Nobody uses wooden bats anymore. Like, you telling me you can't keep it dumbed down intentionally?
Did you guys hear Bryce Harper saying when he was going into the home run derby he wants to use metal bats?
No.
Oh my God,
dude! Someone would get killed.
You couldn't have fans in the stands there because if somebody would get drilled in the face.
Illegal. Use the illegal composite bats. That'd be awesome.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Those we'd have
175 miles per hour.
Velo? Yeah.
200. The Jack Caglione home run that hit the third deck would go out at like 245.
That'd be normalized.
I think, you know. Do you remember they had that enhanced games a couple months ago, like where you're allowed to use steroids?
Yeah.
If you brought back some of the. Bring back a guy recently retired dudes for a home run derby that's enhanced. You know, or even bring Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds is in really good shape. You could let him back on the juice right now. Oh my God!
The steroid home run derby.
Just give him 6 months; he'll figure it out.
They used to have a show called Home Run Derby back in like the '60s that had all like Joe DiMaggio and Mickey Mantle. Like they ESPN, like in the 80s, they'd replay it, and I would tell my dad, I'm like, this is amazing. They should do this now and do Home Run Derby. But I like your idea, Seth.
If you want to watch a steroid home run derby, just go watch. Go onto a softball field somewhere and watch a beer league game. Right. And you can pick out the guys.
So I don't know about your kids, but did they ever play Slugfest growing up?
No.
So Slugfest, you could literally rip like 300-mile fastballs with Barry Bonds and Mark McGwire, and then if you didn't,
what is it? A video game?
It's a video game.
Okay.
And then if you didn't like it, you could go ahead and fight the pitcher on the mound. And if you won the fight, you could go and get in first base.
That's my kind of baseball right there. All right, coming up next, the Texans. What is the trade value on the core players on the Texans? Bill Barnwell had a really interesting piece. There's a lot of Woodges in here, and this is going to factor in at some point here in the next couple of years when they've got to make decisions on who to sign. We'll discuss this coming up next.
Look, baseball won't let you use technology to your advantage, but you know who will? Easy.
82 on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Bill Barnwell of ESPN has an article out, and it's a classic Barnwell article where he's got the trade value. It's an annual article he does. The NFL trade tiers, players that are worth first-round picks by team. And I think this is just one man's opinion, Bill Barnwell, but I think this is relevant stuff for a couple of these guys that we're about to talk about for the Houston Texans. So he categorizes the players in. He's got players that are multiple first-round picks and more. He's got a first-round pick and more, so like a first and a third. And then he's got players that are worth just a first-round pick. The Texans have 6 players that are mentioned in this article in these various categories. Let's start at the top. The 2 players that are worth 2 first-round picks and more are Will Anderson Jr., who is going nowhere.
Yeah.
No big surprise here.
Yeah. And C.J. Stroud, who Barnwell said in this article that he talked to people around the league about Stroud, and the opinions were very diverse. You know, there are people that still have great belief in C.J. Stroud out there that he can be a franchise quarterback. There's other people that I think Barnwell kind of categorizes as not anti-Stroud necessarily, but he described one of them as a long pause and a sigh before something far less confident came out of their mouth. And the one quote is, "I'm glad it's not my problem."
Oh, really?
End quote, yeah.
Oh, man, yeah.
One team said, "I'm glad it's not my problem." This was a team that already has its franchise quarterback, so maybe that had as much to do with the situation they're in, that we've got our guy.
That long
as it
pause
is about
might
CJ.
Be, you know what? And I think if you ask a GM about this or a head coach or something, you're thinking, man, this is kind of one of those moves that you would make where this is I'm either getting fired or it's going to work out, or I'm getting fired, and it could very easily go either way.
Yep.
Except that we know what the upside is with C.J. Stroud, and if we can get it out of him, like I thought of Chris Ballard with the Colts. Look, they traded super aggressively for Sauce Gardner, who's a really, really good player. But you trade 2 first-round picks for a cornerback.
Yeah.
You know, like a really good cornerback. But that's the same type of move that, even though CJ's not as good a player as of yet as Sauce Gardner is, he's a quarterback, and that's a team that they've built good teams up there and done everything except actually had a quarterback that you feel good about.
I add in one Carson Wentz trade.
Right, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
I say that was what Chris Ballard did to go ahead and throw it down on the table and say, I want the quarterback.
They traded a
first and a third.
For Carson Wentz, and that didn't work out.
And Carson Wentz's flaws were already well known, you know, so the upside, I think most of those, even the guy that gave the long pause, is going to look at that and say, I bet that guy wouldn't be surprised if somebody traded for C.J. Stroud for 2 first-round picks, and it would make more sense than trading a first-round pick plus more for Carson Wentz.
Right. Like a lot of these guys in this article for any of the teams, like for example, Josh Allen, he categorizes as 7 first-round picks, which of course you're not allowed to do.
Sure.
So there's certain guys in this article. That's just his way of saying certain guys like Allen, Mahomes, a couple other guys in
Myles
there.
Garrett. Which actually wouldn't make sense anymore because if you did trade him.
He got traded. Yeah, like he literally got traded. So you know what his value is. But he has a few guys that are just like untouchable in this article. I think what's interesting about C.J. Stroud, of the 2 guys here, like Will Anderson Jr., it's not even a conversation. We know how they feel about Will. They just gave him a big deal, big contract. The Stroud one is interesting because they haven't given him a contract. And if C.J. has a season where this is even a talking point, in March, trading him, then he's not worth 2 first-round picks anymore. He's not worth 2 first-round picks anymore because he's 1 year older. He's 1 cheap year burned, the cheapest year he's ever going to be again, because I think even a depressed asset CJ is going to make more than a rookie contract.
Sure.
So you're closer to paying him. Now they're not trading CJ Stroud. Obviously, they're he's their quarterback going into this year. So, but I saw 2 first-round picks. I'm like, ooh.
Wentz traded in third, but it was a conditional second.
Right.
And because he met the requirements, the snap count requirement, it turned into a first-round pick.
Yeah.
So that would be, like you could see something pretty ornate with CJ. Okay, so if CJ has the exact same year this year, except for the playoffs.
Except for,
Let's leave
regular
the playoffs.
season.
Let's say he's boring in the playoffs or whatever.
Yep.
Do these people answer? Does Barnwell give him the same trade grade next year then?
I would think so. I think if CJ has the same year regular season this year that he did last year, there's a better chance that he gets paid by the Texans.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I know, but would his trade value be this?
Would his trade value? Yeah, I think he would. Yeah, I think he would.
Well, think about it from the standpoint of you still could technically have 2 years left on the deal because if you want to, franchise tag him in 2027.
Yeah, that's true.
So you would have an extra year to figure out, is he the long-term guy?
Yeah, man. CJ, this is so much more complicated than it felt like it was going to be 2 years ago with CJ Stroud. So much more
So like the
complicated.
GM saying, glad it's not my problem.
Yeah, right. I kind of get that GM saying that about CJ. All right, the player that the Texans, so Will Anderson Jr., according to Bill Barnwell, his opinion, Will Anderson Jr., CJ Stroud, worth 2 first-round picks and more. I'm curious if listeners text in. I'm curious if you agree with that trade value assessment. There is one player they have that's worth 1 first-round pick and more, and this one is very interesting to me. It's Derek Stingley Jr., whose extension kicks in actually 2026. It kicks in next season. This would be his 5th-year option of his first-round rookie deal because he got drafted in 2020. Track kicking next year.
Yes.
And this we were talking about during the break. You know, it feels like it's way off in the future and everything. But all of these deals that weren't going to start kicking in until later on. I mean, it's time to pay the piper starting next season. They're already the Texans forever were. If you looked out a couple years ahead, they were in really good cap shape. They're over the cap for 2027 right now.
Yeah.
In 2028, they have the most money in the league committed to their defense. Mm-hmm. And if you look at all of the really good defensive players, and then if you add Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter into the mix, if they get extensions after this year, that's it might get to the point where all right, we gotta start sloughing off some of this.
Seth, you were having cap conniptions 2 segments ago over signing a veteran wide receiver.
I know.
You're very calm right now based on what you're talking about.
I'm calm? No, because it's so far off in the future.
Yeah. But like this.
I'm saying I'm not like upset about it or anything. You can manage it. There's time to. But one of the things you do to manage it is you make some tough decisions on guys that you really like and are good players. You trade them away.
That's why
where the Lions are right now.
Right, the 100%. That's why this article is so interesting to me. The interesting part of this article really has nothing to do with Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud being the marquee guys, although Stroud's always going to be an interesting topic. It's the Derek Stingley Jr. worth a first-round pick and more, or Kamari Lassiter, who is one of the players that Barnwell says you could get a Kamari Lassiter. He also has Danielle Hunter and Nico Collins in that category as well. We can talk about Danielle in a second because I think Barnwell brings up an interesting point about Danielle. But I think that you framed it, Seth. The day of reckoning is coming in the secondary for the Texans. Kalen Bullock was just rated the 10th best safety in football by front offices around the league. So I'm a little surprised Kalen, although safety is not necessarily a position that you trade firsts for, but I think Kalen Bullock is right on the cusp of these Nico Hunter and Lassiter guys being worth a first-round pick. There's a day of reckoning coming where they either going to have to do some major credit card cap gymnastics to keep this secondary together, or they're going to have to make a decision that probably involves one of these 2 cornerbacks in a trade.
Yeah.
And that's why this article is interesting to me is if you had to move one of them right now, would you move Derek Stingley Jr. for, say, a first and a third? Although you got Sauce got him 2 firsts in New York.
So we have on the text line, Stingley has to be worth more than Sauce, right? Because he needs to go for more. He's indisputably better.
Okay, so let's just, to be conservative, call it a first and a second for Stingley.
Cool.
I don't. He's indisputably better, but he's also indisputably more injury prone.
Yeah, although
which
Sauce
is something people are going to take into account.
Yeah. Although Sauce was banged up at the end of last year, but yes, Stingley undeniably has had his injury issues. Now he played through a lot of stuff, but yeah. But Seth, would you rather get a first and another high pick for Stingley? If you had to do a trade right now of one of the 2 cornerbacks, would you take a first round pick for Kamari Lassiter? or call it a second for Derek Stingley Jr.?
You're a jerk. I'm torn because I love everything about Kamari Lassiter.
Right.
Take the cyanide pill. It's an easy way out. There you go.
I think when you go for just overall total coverage ability, just his I would trade Lassiter.
You'd go Lassiter.
Yeah,
you hate these exercises.
I
much.
despise them.
Yeah.
That's why I've turned down so many opportunities to be a GM.
Is it wrong?
I really do. I was like, that's what I
make
usually
these
tell.
hard choices.
I'm always like, I'm flying on some private jet with a billionaire. I'm like, listen, at the end of the day, one of my biggest weaknesses is making hard decisions.
Yes.
So I don't know if this is the job for me.
I didn't put that on my resume.
This is not my
but it's something you should know about me.
That's my go-to answer in any kind of a job interview. Like, what's your biggest weakness? Like, listen, I know a lot of people will tell you I care too much or whatever. I just will delay any big decision as long as possible, and ultimately just punt on it.
And I'll look like I'm agonizing over it. You know?
I would say, listen, Seth, you might love. Sometimes you got to kill the people you love, and so you're gonna have to go ahead and take Kamari Lassiter out behind the shed and shoot him.
Oh my God!
You're gonna have to go old yeller on him.
Graphic metaphor right there.
Is it wrong that I would actually trade Derek Stingley?
No, because I think
I think it's a really hard decision.
And here's the thing, I think the Texans would. I think.
Cole, what's your reasoning for it?
It's pretty simple. 2 for the price of 1. If I think that I can afford if I can afford Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock and get them both signed to long-term deals,
okay.
It's worthy of moving off of a guy like Derek Stingley Jr. to where even if I can't get a guy like Kalen Bullock signed long-term, I can target a safety with one of those 2 picks.
One of the picks.
So either way, I personally think that Kamari Lassiter is the ideal fit for D'Amico Ryan's defense. And I've been screaming that since he was at Georgia. Yeah. And I remember talking to somebody at the draft one year, the combine one year, and saying, who's the dude that you don't want to see in D'Amico Ryan's defense? And 2 people said Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah.
So it's like, I think with him, even if you aren't getting the elite number 2 cornerback in the NFL, the drop-off isn't so much to where what you would pay in terms of his annual salary and what you could afford to be able to pay for somebody else to stick around, it might be worthy of it, and I still get 2 picks back.
Yeah, the 2 picks is big. The money not kicking in for another couple years with Kamari, potentially, if you give him an extension, is also a thing, right? Like, you got 2 cheaper years of Kamari still left, as opposed to Stingley, who's going to get expensive here fairly quickly. And I think there's things that Kamari does better than Derek Stingley Jr. also.
Yes.
They're not the money maker. Like, the money maker is shutting down your side of the field. I think Kamari is a really good coverage guy. But Kamari, the philosophy in the run game is a big deal with Kamari last year.
And like everything Cole said is 100% correct, too. There's an element to the philosophy, which is, hey, listen, we're going to concede some things up underneath, but we make an offense pay for it. The kill zone. Like we're going to, and guys like Kamari are exactly the kinds of guys. When you wonder how does Travis, I know it wasn't a perfect ball that Patrick Mahomes threw at the end of that Chiefs game, but how does a guy like Travis Kelce bobble the ball like that?
Right.
It's because of the kill zone. It's like those guys, it's in their brains.
Yes.
Rashee Rice almost literally getting decapitated on that play in that game. That's the kind of stuff that adds up over time. Like these guys are like the invading hordes on defense. And Kamari Lassiter is the embodiment of that. And you're right, Cole, that teams are still willing to pay more for the pure coverage traits of Derek Stingley. But Kamari Lassiter might, like, you might not have to pay him as much, but he's the perfect fit for that defense. You can make do or still be really good as long as you get an adequate corner on the other side of it.
I think he's their favorite player. I think the people in charge over there, I think Kamari Lassiter, D'Amico Ryan's unprompted brings up Kamari Lassiter and Will Anderson Jr. and Jalen Petrie to an extent. But I think if we're making this choice, it would be Stingley for more pick. The more picks thing is crucial in this as well. We should point out, because it's not all things. If all things are being equal with what you were getting back, it would be Lassiter. But a first and more for a guy who's older, going to be more expensive sooner, and may what the Texans' ethos is like 92%, but Kamari Lassiter fits it 115%.
Yeah.
You know, it would be Stingley for me.
So in line with the way I operate as a GM, I'm going to pull an Eric DaCosta here and call up the guy the team that I just traded for the Kamari Lassiter. Be like, hey, I messed up. I actually meant to trade you Derek Stingley. Cool? We cool?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Hey, the first round pick and second round pick you traded me failed their physical.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sir, you haven't used the picks yet. No, but it failed the physical.
Don't worry. We're fine.
Yeah.
Hold up. He's available for how much? Yeah, sorry, Max. You got to go.
Yep.
Text line even agrees. Sell high on Stingley's stock as long as the value comes
Yeah,
back.
and
this was a whole fax machine issue that I had. That was the
right. Yeah.
I didn't know I was our dial-up modem got screwed up and the fax the fax was bought.
See, here's the thing. I have a checking and a savings account. The checking account doesn't move on over to the savings account until next Sunday.
Yeah. That's Seth right now. See, I told you I had a hard time making decisions. Okay. The other two on here are interesting, and we're going to get to in a few minutes. Get to news that you may have missed. Cole's got some stories that we're going to get to. Cole Thompson in studio with Seth and I today and on Monday. The other two players we have not touched upon yet in this article, and if you're just getting in your car, Bill Barnwell has his annual trade value article out, and the Texans, he's got Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud worth 2 firsts and more. He's got Derek Stingley Jr. worth a first-round pick and more, and then he's got 3 players worth a first-round pick. We just hashed out the situation. There's no situation. We just hashed out Kamari Lassiter. The other two are Nico Collins and Danielle Hunter. Hunter is the one that Barnwell kind of does a short dive into here. And he says this, Seth. Hunter would be a fascinating case. He turns 32 in October, ton of tread on the tires. He's played nearly 8,000 pro snaps after coming into the league as a 21-year-old. He missed all of 2020 with a neck injury, but he's come back and he's continued to thrive. 27 sacks in his 2 seasons as a Texan. He would be the ultimate single-season rental if the Texans disappointed this coming season and decided to trade away one of their star veterans. I think that's when I saw him starting to go in on Hunter, I'm like, oh, this is going to end with the Texans being like last year. They were 3-5 going into the trade deadline.
No, and honestly, I think the whole thing about this is that Danielle and the Texans are in a good spot because they're both looking at it. It's like a summer romance in a way. Like, oh, you know what? I'm going to extend my vacation another week. I'm not going home until. But they both know that it's going to end at some point.
Yeah.
Which is like, and that's where when players want fully guaranteed contracts, they're out there. All you got to do is sign a shorter term deal. So I think there's a good chance that as Danielle just continually tacks on a year to his contract every year, that at some point a team like the Rams or somebody that really is like, okay, not the Rams specifically, but that type of team.
An all-in.
Where they're looking at, we're all in on the Super Bowl this year. This is the one thing we're missing.
Yeah.
And we'll go ahead and probably should for a guy who's only got 1 year left on his contract. And Danielle would probably be totally cool with that. Like, I think that might actually be an amicable trade that you get back, even though he's only got a year left on his contract at whichever point. Mm-hmm. I think that's a very likely scenario.
That would be an off-season thing, probably, in an off-season where the Texans, who I think themselves anticipate being one of those teams you're talking about, Seth, that is in the running for a Super Bowl, but they've got these cap issues that are going to, especially if they got to pay a quarterback. Right. They're going to have cap issues coming up, and they look at Danielle Hunter at $40 million. Yeah, maybe. Barnwell's talking about an in-season thing, and I think we can tell from last year that it would have to be a real disaster for the Texans to even consider selling at the trade. They were 3-5 last year heading into the trade deadline, and they then won 9 straight games after that. So I think
this whole exercise is kind of tough because it's hard to envision the Texans not being in a competitive situation.
Yes. You're talking about the Hunter exercise.
Or really any of these when you're talking about trading away good players in the middle of a season. It's like it makes more sense it only really makes sense for a team that's playing poorly.
So let me pose this to you, because on the text line they say, I think Nico will be the sacrificial lamb in all of this.
Okay, so he's the last one. We haven't talked about Nico yet. This goes back to the conversation that we had at 625 about the confidence in the wide receiver room. Now, they've given Nico more money this year and next year. So Nico's going to be here, I guess theoretically, we knew he was going to be here this year.
Yeah.
If Jaden Higgins takes a big jump, by the time you're having to make decisions with Nico and you're going to have more data on what Jaden Higgins actually is.
And Jalen Noel.
I bring up Higgins because, one, he's been better than Noel, and two, he kind of fits that silhouette of Nico Collins.
You mean big frame wide
body,
receiver in the red zone.
Yeah. So if you're trying to build it like Seth, you say sometimes, building it like a basketball team where you're putting different body types in there. If somehow Nico is, I won't say expendable, but if if you're forced into a situation where you got to make hard decisions on guys, to me, any decision you're making with Nico Collins being worth, say, a first-round pick, it has everything to do with what Jaden Higgins looks like this season.
No, I think if Jaden Higgins if Jaden Higgins pulls a Nico Collins and all of a sudden becomes, the guy that Nico Collins is, that he's probably one of the more expendable guys on the team if you also factor in his injury history.
Yes.
And, I mean, that's the big part of it, is that he's making really good money. He does all those things. But it's just – that's a big hypothetical.
Right.
I'm optimistic about Jaden Higgins, but, man, it's like Nico has just become a force that you wouldn't have imagined he could be after his first 2 years in the league.
Just to put it this way, I'm way more confident in, hey, if you got to trade Stingley, you still got Lassiter and you got that whole defense doing their thing, as opposed to, if you got to trade Nico, hey, just slide Jaden Higgins in there. Like, we don't have enough on Higgins yet to be confident in that approach.
Well, no, my favorite thing of all time is, hey, look at this wide receiver draft class this upcoming year.
Oh,
it's always that.
And
every
that's
single
hit or
year.
miss. For every Justin Jefferson, there's a Traylon Burks. That's a hit or miss.
How about one right before Justin Jefferson?
Yeah. All right, let's do some news you may have missed. Cole, you got some stories for us here, things that the people may have missed, something offbeat, maybe even sports adjacent.
Yeah, what the heck is going on with the Carolina lotteries?
Okay, explain this to me. I saw some chatter about this yesterday.
So yesterday, or earlier this week, there was a man in South Carolina who walked into a convenience store and won a scratch-off for $500,000.
Okay.
The reasoning behind it? A vision told me to go ahead and place my bet on this one lottery ticket.
He went and got one? So he's not one of these guys that goes and buys like 15 scratch-offs
that's my first question is how often does he play the scratch-off?
The quote was, I had a vision. It told me to go get a ticket at the Cracker Jack store, so I bought two.
Okay.
I bought two $10 scratch-offs at the Cracker Jack on Pendleton Street in Greenville. One of them, a gold extra vault play game. And it turned out to be a $500,000 winner.
Okay, I think this guy's full of crap.
Is there any information in there at all about how often he buys scratch-off tickets, though? That's like if this was like I had a vision and I never play scratch-off,
right,
and then I go in and I get the scratch-off.
Hey, Seth,
then,
I had a vision to go to Lizards yesterday.
Yeah. I think
just like the 80 days before that.
If this guy never plays scratch off and then he had a vision and he did it, and he's not a guy who is acting on his visions all the time. A lot of people have visions, like 10 visions a day, and they act on all of them. If that's the case, then I think that I'll put this into my bucket of reasons that I simulation, and there's starting to be some glitches.
Who's scamming us? But then you go north to North Carolina.
Yeah, I was gonna say you said lotteries, plural.
So there was another woman who has insomnia, and she was fiddling around late at night playing an online lottery game. Placed a $30 bet and won a $150,000 prize.
Okay, well now she can afford a sleep doctor.
Okay, so all right, the first one was kind of unique because he had a vision.
He had a vision.
Yeah.
Okay, the second one, I don't like this. Could you not tell this story about like the vast majority of win stuff, gambling online or what have you?
Why am I not lucky enough to win $150,000 when I'm up at 3 a.m? I mean,
it's like I feel like I have to just explain the basic statistics and probability behind all of this. Yeah, that's what happens. It's like everybody who wins the lottery has a story about what they were doing when they won the lottery.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to be a sucker. Somebody's going to take you for some money here, Cole. Yeah.
Seth, you got two people now that are easily sold to that are doing a show with you.
Yeah, and you're the guys who flipped me on my old Kamari Lassiter trade. Though.
That's true.
Fair.
Sitting here acting like I'm just some bastion of common sense.
All right, what's the next one?
Okay, so Jaden Fielder just got traded to the Astros.
Yeah.
He played against the Fayetteville Woodpeckers this past season, the team that he is going to.
So the Astros do have a team called the Woodpeckers.
The Fayetteville Woodpeckers.
Asheville is the Volunteers.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so it's Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Fayetteville Woodpeckers. Okay, yeah.
So anyways, funny enough, he has been drilled 9 times this season at high A. 6 of them came against the Fayetteville Woodpeckers. So they went on social media yesterday and wrote him an apology letter
So the team
and showed all 6 times he got beamed.
Okay, see, crazier, like odds-wise to me, than the 2 lottery stories you just shared. That Jaden Fielder has been beaten 9 times, and 6 of them were from the same team.
We're from the same team that he's now playing.
That he's
for.
now on.
Traded too, yeah.
And so they wrote him an apology letter, and in the apology, they showed all 6 times he got drilled.
Hey, is Jaden...
How many different pitchers were there?
I think it was 4.
Could you tell?
Oh, he got drilled 3 times in one game.
Oh, no, you know what would be great? That's a great question, Seth. It'd be awesome if it was all the same guy. Like the same guy beamed him 6 times.
Oh, it's like a personal vendetta.
Yeah, with a new teammate. Hey, do we know, is Jaden Fielder kind of chunky like his grandfather and his dad?
No, it looks nothing like it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not super stoked about having yet another Jaden in Houston.
Oh, yeah.
The Jadens and the Jalens and everything. It turns out that it looks like 1 in 3 people born 23 years ago were named Jaden or Jalen.
Feels like it.
Spelled with 4 different comparisons, way to be able to make it work. So everyone figures it out.
Yep.
Yeah.
What else you got?
Did you know that the record for the hook tee shot is only 80 feet?
What do you mean?
You know the one that was the one that was founded by the Harlem Globetrotters?
The hook, the
skyhook shot.
Oh, the skyhook shot. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about golf. I didn't even know you were talking about basketball.
So the skyhook shot. So apparently an Egyptian basketball player broke the record. And the part that I found that was so interesting, the record was only 82 feet.
So
like some drunk college kid could probably do that.
Broke the record for making a hook shot?
Making a hook shot. The longest hook shot in the world is only 82 feet.
Was he just sitting there trying all day?
Yeah, I don't know. He had a record there.
You got to. That's why it's a record. I think there's always because you got to have like a Guinness Book of World Records observer there and everything
to
right?
accredit the whole thing.
Yeah, so I'm sure like a bunch of people have pulled this off on the playground at some point. But
I feel like Steph Curry could do it. I feel like it would take Steph like 4 shots to do it.
And then he also made the backward shot, so behind the head shot. That's only 90 feet.
90? Okay, and so he made both of them?
He made both of them.
Wow.
And now he's in the Guinness World Record book. But I'm like, I've seen Dude Perfect people make like shots from 200 feet.
So this guy gets the record just because he's got somebody standing there with a clipboard
next to him.
Yeah. The Guinness Book of World Records was always a big deal back, Seth, when you and I were kids. I don't know if you had like book order day at school.
Yeah, we talked about this the other day. Oh, you weren't in. We were talking about the things we used to do when we didn't have internet.
Yeah,
just sit and look through the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah. My favorite was the guy with the longest fingernails.
Yeah,
they're like all like swirling around like snakes off of his hand. I like that one.
That's actually on that list of least popular hobbies of women's least popular hobbies that men have. Yeah, that's right below online gambling and porn.
Yes, and cigars. Yeah,
trying to win the world's longest fingernail
records. Yeah, I like the Mount Rushmore of Guinness Book of World Records. The long fingernail guy, the tallest dude in the world standing next to the shortest dude in the world in one picture.
What is that? Like 8 feet?
He's like 8 foot something. Yeah.
And the other one is like what? 2'9" or something?
Yeah, like it looks like Frankenstein standing next to a leprechaun, and then the twins on the mopeds, riding on the mopeds. That was
what was
always
the record for.
I think the fattest set of twins.
Being the fattest twins.
Yeah.
Then they just put them on a moped for the.
I don't think they were.
It wasn't like fattest twins to ride a moped.
No, and I don't think they were setting a land speed record or anything like that on the mopeds. Yeah. All right. What else? What else you got, Cole?
Did you hear about the Blue Angels incident in Pensacola, Florida?
No.
Okay, so earlier this past week they were doing the air show down in Pensacola, and because of it's on the beach, a lot of people will just instead of buying tickets, just go sit by the water and watch as planes go flying by.
Yeah.
So usually the Blue Angels do a stunt at the very end where they fly low, but apparently now there is a military investigation because of how low they flew towards the fans. Apparently the reverb of the air that carries on because of the speed of flight is less than the speed of sound. It ricocheted, and you had umbrellas and chairs and people flying all over into the water.
People
were losing their balance because of how low. It was 5 feet ahead of their heads.
What? There was that low?
Go look at the video. If you go in the rundown, there's a video of how low they were flying, and you could see as they're passing on by,
everything looking at it right now.
Flows
Holy
on past
smokes. Okay, it's on the beach.
The video didn't load for mine when I did that, so I didn't see it. Is it really 5 feet? Did they say that?
I think they said 7 feet.
Yeah, I'm watching it
again. If that world's tallest man was out there, he'd be decapitated. He would have lost his record right that moment. He's only 6'4".
We have a new tallest human record holder. Really? Somebody big 7'9" guy just took over the title. That's bigger than said. Somebody's exaggerating how close it was. I mean, it's close. Don't get me wrong. And there's no denying that these people all got tossed around pretty good. And boy,
my favorite thing about these stories like this was because something similar happened with some helicopters a couple of weeks ago. Mm-hmm. And my favorite thing on social media is when like actual ex-military pilots will weigh in and be like, well, actually, yeah, look, they'll probably get reprimanded for this because you're supposed to do this or that. And then 29 other self-proclaimed experts will tell this military veteran why he's dead wrong. And he's un-American. Like, listen, man, I'm just explaining the way it works, okay? Dude. Yeah, you're not supposed to do this, all right? They'll probably get reprimanded. It'll probably get kind of smoothed over. Yeah. But like, oh, you hate America. Oh, you idiot. Yeah.
It's not 7 feet. Well, you can never tell with the angle from a cell phone. It's close, though.
But, like, imagine you try to spend a lovely day at the beach, then you end up in the ER. What happened? I got hit by an umbrella.
Everybody I'm seeing in this video seems pretty stoked about it. They're like cheering about the plane.
Oh, yeah, no, everybody's always excited about it.
It's just what happens
afterwards. That's what I'm telling you, though. But then even, like, the people in the military be like, yeah, you're really, like, you gotta follow whatever the protocol was for that day.
Yeah.
And then people get mad at the people who are just pointing out the way the military actually handles it.
Yep.
Personally, I'm cool with them holding their pilots to a certain standard. I kind of would like them to follow the rules that they're supposed to follow.
I kind of like the daredevil pilots to get really close to the crowd. That's fun. It's a fun day at the beach.
Last one for you. You guys know he has with WWE, but he also does stuff with Game Day where he has the kicking for like $150,000.
Of course, it's one of the funnest things on Saturday morning.
Cody Rhodes is never allowed to go on and do the kick.
My God.
Had you seen this?
I saw this yesterday.
Oh,
dude.
So, Seth, if you haven't seen this, Cody Rhodes is at, I think it's a Fanatics Fest.
Fanatics Fest,
So he's at Fanatics Fest, and they give him about maybe 7 or 8 chances to just go ahead and get it off the ground. It literally can't even get 6 inches.
Yeah. He's got no concept whatsoever about how to kick a football.
Like Pat McAfee has to have this on the show.
Is he born in Luxembourg or something? Why? How does he not even understand? He's not trying to get under the ball or it's weird. It's really weird.
I saw a video. I saw that video. And I don't know if because the coach, sometimes videos pop up, and so then videos from a few years ago pop up that are in sort of the same category.
Yeah.
But CM Punk, who's another very famous WWE wrestler, I think he's the champ right now, there was a video that popped up of him shooting baskets.
That bad?
Horrible. These guys,
are we talking 50 Cent bad first pitch?
Yes, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. Like these wrestlers, man, you just got to stay in your lane.
The first pitch, I never get, because a lot of people can definitely throw a baseball have had some bad first pitches. It's all of the circumstances and then overthinking it, especially. Yeah. I could totally see me being overthinking it and going out and trying to the first, and I'd end up holding on to it a little bit too early.
Would you?
But this Cody Rhodes thing, if you guys haven't seen it, it's odd. Like a couple of the kicks, it's almost like he's trying to put topspin on it.
Right,
or something.
Right.
Just skipping along the ground.
It's like
it doesn't seem possible to be this bad.
You're waiting for somebody to point out to him that there are uprights. Like, no. That's what you're aiming to put it through those right there.
This isn't soccer, bud. I know the World Cup's going on.
Yeah, you're not trying to get it closest to the pin or something like that.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of really, really unathletic people would be able to do it better than that.
Just elevate the ball.
Just because if they've ever messed around in the backyard, kicking footballs.
Well, how many times do you see the drunk 18-year-olds sign up to go ahead and place $150,000 on the line? They get it off the ground.
Yeah, man. Yeah. All right.
It's a bad look for pro wrestling.
It is. Between that and the CM Punk shooting baskets thing, it's not a good day for me, man. All right. Now, one athlete that we do love is Jameis Winston. And my new thing is athletes talking about their finances. Most of these videos have got me upset. Jameis Winston is the complete opposite of this. The first big splurge for Jameis Winston. We've got that for you coming up next.
Oh, talking about big splurges and when you shouldn't make them, but how do you plan to be able to make a big splurge every now and then? Trade.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we know how the timelines on Twitter. You click on a few things, and all of a sudden the algorithm is thinking, "Oh, this guy likes this stuff," so it feeds it to you. It feeds various topics, and so I get plenty of Sopranos and WWE and Texans and things like that. I've clicked on a few of those athletes lecturing us on how little money $200 million is, and I'm still getting videos that fit underneath that umbrella sent to me.
A lot of people, ever since they started doing income tax over a century ago, a lot of people just don't realize that it exists.
Yeah.
So without professional athletes telling us about income tax, we'd have no way of knowing that you could actually lose, that's the worst part about it, Sean. It does when you hear somebody talking about that. It's almost as though like they're explaining to people, hey, listen, $100 million, you don't just get to keep all of that.
Right.
Oh.
You don't say. Yeah.
Is that what this whole FICO thing is?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So the theme of these videos, right. So the theme of these videos has seemingly, the ones that get sent to me have been, this is how little money all these tens of millions, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars are.
Yeah.
So I was pleasantly surprised when I got a video fed to me yesterday of Jameis Winston having a conversation about how much money it felt like he got with his first signing bonus check hitting his bank account.
What did you spend your first check on?
Man, my first check, I didn't touch my first check. The first year of the endorsement money.
You remember how much it was?
My first check.
Yeah, from the league.
I don't remember specifically how much it was, but I do remember.
I'm a numbers guy.
I know your number.
$300 in the bank.
How did I remember the first time that I looked at my account? The first number that I saw. I don't remember what my check was.
Yeah,
it was $13.4 million. I just saw 8 figures in my bank account.
Yeah,
that's the first time that I saw like that. When I saw that, I was like, yeah.
Yeah, see? Now I like an athlete that looks at that dollar amount and says, that's a lot of money.
It was, for one, I wonder if they withheld it, because the signing bonus was $16.7 million.
He owed the tax. He owed it. Can you imagine?
You under have to pay taxes the next year. I don't know how it works at that level.
Yeah.
You know what, though? Okay, so immediately, though, then what I worry about with some guys is it is awesome when guys just like, okay, they don't even act like they've got more money or anything. But you do have to keep an eye on it.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
If you don't know exactly how much you have, there's plenty of people that are trying to figure out. Once they realize that you're not paying any attention at all to the money, then they're going to figure out a way to get it away from you.
That's right.
That's pretty.
That's wholesome.
I wonder if he was afraid to look at his account the first time. Just because it was going to be such a mind-blowing amount.
I don't know. Afraid to look at my account.
Yeah, for different reasons.
I was like, for completely different reasons, but
I
you're
still
young,
get excited.
stupid.
Like I get a few $100 a week from the Houston Press automatically deposited into my account.
So you
every
get
week.
excited by it.
I get excited by it. I'm like, ooh.
I want to know what my wife spent money on. I'm just like, let's not open this.
Do you have a joint? You and your wife on a joint checking account?
Yes.
Okay. And Seth, you and Brandy, I'm sure, on a joint checking account.
Yeah, but only because she thinks that I know how to manage things.
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't.
Just a wonderful thing that they trust us with.
You need to keep your eye on your checking account.
I know. No, I want Brandy to.
Yeah.
Because she's smarter than me, but she's just, I don't know if she's lazy or what.
All right, this was, and by the way, Ndamukong Suh is who's interviewing Jameis here, just for clarity's sake. I love this story. His first big splurge wasn't a house. It wasn't Bentleys for his whole family. Stories we've all heard in these videos I've talked about. His first big splurge was a recliner.
My biggest purchase, I bought a fancy chair, like a little lazy boy chair for my dad, my grandma Winston.
Okay.
And it was, I remember the tag on that was like $4,600.
Yeah.
And it was one of the chairs, like, you know what I'm saying, with the little compartments on your legs where you can lean back, get the massage of your legs, the back get massage. Like, she was a diabetic, so she was in heaven.
Yeah.
And just to see that smile on her face and see how it actually helped her with her daily life, bro. She was a nurse clerk for years at UAP Medical West.
Yeah.
And for her to come home, because at that time she wasn't retired yet, come home and sit in her chair and get that have a vibrating chair. You know, when you're growing up, the only time you see a vibrating chair is in the mall.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't at the airport level yet. But,
50 cents.
you know, so I didn't care. And I got my grandma that massage chair.
Okay.
So that's my claim to fame. And it was just $4,600.
I just love Jameis, man. $4,600 on the vibrating recliner.
It's a thoughtful gift too.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just throwing a bunch of water. The biggest thing I like, I used to tell rookies this all the time. You know, if I could get to them before they had bought a house already, it's that, like, they just, like, for one, just in general, guys just don't really understand exactly. A lot of those videos that you get upset at, Sean, it is true. Like, a lot of times they're having a conversation where it's almost like this is what they would be explaining to a rookie.
Sure.
Is that there is no amount of money that isn't easily blown. Like, it just, and people don't want to believe that or anything. It's just, it goes really, really fast. And that's why you see so many stories about not just athletes, but other rich people that somehow end up destitute. There is no amount of money that you can't really easily, like Brewster's Million was such a stupid movie just because it's easy to spend that much money.
Oh, yeah.
But the biggest thing that
my favorite take of the week is this is why Brewster's Millions was a stupid movie. Yeah,
I'll be the brave soul that says it.
I'm going to die on this hill.
There's so many things in life, but this is the one that I want to go down with.
I will, No, but honestly, so the biggest thing that you'd have to explain to rookies sometimes is, like, listen, you got to, like, I know you're not going to believe me, but, like, these big houses, yes, you can afford it. There's going to come a time, if you buy a 5,000 square foot house for your mom, there's going to come a time when you're going to be on a fixed income. Hopefully it's a really big fixed income.
Sure.
But the amount of maintenance and property taxes, not to mention decorating the house, everything else that goes into that is something that your mom probably doesn't want long term.
Right.
And that you don't want to be in a position where all of a sudden you're like, well, all right, I blew my knee out in my third year, and it turns out the what it takes to cover all of these expenses, like, we could afford it at the time and everything, but it's the math is different.
Yep.
Not to mention just a lot of older people, especially, like, they don't want the hassle of a gigantic house. Just every year it's like some guy would buy a house, and all of a sudden he comes in, he's like, hey, this person's trying to charge me $30,000 for draperies and for Venetian blinds and everything. He's like, is that right? I'm like,
Yep.
That's it.
That's what they cost.
You signed on for a lot more than just the house.
Man, you're going to have a lot of light coming into that house if you don't get those blinds on there. The thing I liked about Jameis, and I didn't notice this the first time I listened to this, probably because I was watching it and not just listening intently like the audio, is Jameis is a pretty good furniture salesman. Like, Mattress Mac, we should bring in James. Like, if Mattress Mac brought it, Mattress Mac on there talking his recliners, because his latest ads, he's sitting in the recliners. Mm-hmm. If he had Jameis next to him, like, describing it, like,
and it was one of the chairs, like, you know what I'm saying, with the little compartment, you can lean back, get the massage of your legs, the back get massage.
Imagine Mattress Mac and Jameis trying to out-ham each other.
Oh my
gosh.
It would be 30 seconds, could not contain it.
You'd have to
be
many
infomercials.
That could actually be a really, really good. That's a great idea.
Do you just sign him to the Texans so he can do Mattress Mac commercials?
just to do HEB commercials and gallery furniture commercials with Mattress Mac.
Which would be better?
Imagine Jameis, if for one, he probably wouldn't have gotten into that little pickle that he did in college. Well, actually, he got into other pickles too. But as far as the crab legs one, if he had like he would be the NIL. Like usually it's all bogus that people are spending it for endorsement money or anything. But with Jameis, you'd actually be getting the bang for the buck on that.
Yes.
Like, you'd actually get you're spending money on him, and he's doing a commercial for your car. He'd be really good in the NIL.
He'd be amazing. Yeah. He'd be amazing. He'd be amazing on the HEB. He would do. If Jameis were here, he would do an HEB commercial involving crab legs.
You would have to.
He's done one. He did a.
Yeah,
crab
he's done
leg.
a bunch of. He does not shy away from the.
No,
stuff.
He's done, like, there's this restaurant. I think it's Jimmy's Famous Seafood up in Baltimore. It's some seafood restaurant where he did commercials for they'll ship the crab legs to you.
Yeah.
And he did commercials for them. Yeah, he loves that. All right.
Well, the crabs just walk there themselves. They're literally they're crab legs. You know,
It's true. They still have legs.
Yeah.
They could
What?
No feelings, but legs.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
The whole thing with the crab legs, though, too. And again, yeah, Jameis had some other issues, but the crab did it not turn out that basically. I believe his story, or at least I did at the time, that the manager had told him, go ahead and take those.
Yeah, I believe it.
And he did. And
Even with all the other peccadillos Jameis had going on at the time that were not great, I do believe that. Especially
it felt like he got railroaded on that.
No, especially like in a small college town. You know, I could. The quarterback of the team walks into the Publix right there. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Cole Thompson in with us, heading into the 8 o'clock hour. All right, we are back at a square with LeBron James that we've been at multiple times before. And I was listening in on Cleveland today. They're being held hostage again by LeBron. A Houston angle to this. Have we ever felt this way about any athlete, any free agent recently that we can think of in Houston sports? We will discuss that coming up next. But talked about West Point Lincoln, the OG location earlier. How about West Point?
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So we've got Fanatics Fest going on right now. Is Cole Thompson in studio with Seth and I today and on Monday. As you pointed out earlier, Cole, you talked about the video of Cody Rhodes making.
Was that at Fanatics Fest?
That was at Fanatics Fest.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think this is the second one. I think the first one was last year, and the Houston tie to the first one was that the Kevin Durant trade literally came down while Kevin Durant was on stage
with them
at Fanatics Fest doing an interview.
Didn't somebody ask him a question and he couldn't respond because of it hadn't gone official for the new league?
I think that's what it was. So and then it was like a stand-up interview he did, and then he did a sit-down interview on the stage up there, and I think he started talking a little more openly about it because it had been reported at that point that the trade was going down.
The first one was in 2024, which was notable because C.J. Stroud was involved in it.
Oh, okay.
We got a lot of C.J. Stroud content out
So
of
we're on
it.
number 3.
Yeah.
And the content is the thing. Like when I saw the dates, I'm like, oh, we've gotten some good stuff from Fanatics Fest.
Yeah.
We haven't really gotten anything like earth-shaking yet. The big thing that was being anticipated yesterday was LeBron James did a sit-down, I think with Tyrese Halliburton. I think he was sitting down with, I knew it was somebody from the Pacers. And I think a lot of folks, especially in cities that are anticipating LeBron James possibly being on their team, which I think is kind of whittled down to Cleveland. We know he's not going back to the Lakers. Cleveland, Golden State, Miami, and Philly feel like the 4 leaders in the clubhouse.
You would
for
say
him.
Philly.
Philly's 6-1.
Okay.
Yeah, they're on the fringe. I'm just looking at the odds, and I listen. Seth knows this. I like the guys in Cleveland on our sister station up there.
And they're always so miserable about something.
Yeah,
it's fun to watch.
It's a fun listen.
What,
so
Tony and
we got to listen to we got to listen to them talk themselves into James Harden being a clutch playoff.
Yeah, it was, and we played
this
it
is
on
the
here.
year. This is the year. He's gonna Clayton Kershaw it all around. Yeah.
I've not pulled any audio from those two guys. Yeah, Ken Carman and Anthony Lime are the two guys I'm talking about. They do a great job. But I was listening in on them on the way in this morning, and right now the big story up there is when is LeBron James going to make his decision, which is something they've been through multiple times now up in Cleveland. As particularly Ken is just like, wake me up when he makes his decision. We've been through this too many times before of him leaving us on pins and needles. And the 3 previous times, it's only worked out for us once, and that was back in 2014. So they're kind of being held hostage. And to a degree, basketball is being held hostage by LeBron right now because Adam Silver said this yesterday also, that he would like LeBron to make his decision because we got a schedule that we need to make. You know, they got to make their Christmas schedule because LeBron is for sure going to play on Christmas. We need to know who he's going to play for so we know how to sequence and stack some of the national games and things like that. So I find it fascinating. We'll get to the Houston angle on this in a second. But I find this fascinating that at age, 41, 42 now, LeBron's still capable of holding the league hostage.
But it's also fascinating because if you made the equivalent, like, okay, he's also being treated as if, like, he's the mediocre quarterback who needs circumstances to be just right. So, like you know that, you can win a championship with him, but, God, circumstances got to be just right.
He is at that stage.
He's not quite the guy he used to be.
Yeah, he is at that stage now. He is marquee value, though, man. He is marquee value. So just in listening in on Cleveland, I'm like, these poor bastards got to go through this with LeBron again. And I got to thinking about it as I'm driving in. I'm like, when were the times, Seth? When is the biggest time you can think of since you and I have been doing this show together? Or maybe even before.
Before it was Chris Bosh is the one. I'm glad you put Chris Bosh in there because that was the one where we were really. I mean, look, the Astros went away and traded base there.
The Rockets,
what did I say? The Astros?
Astros, yeah.
Okay, sorry. It was all set up to be like the perfect landing spot for Chris Bosh. And then Chris Bosh did annoyingly what every fan would hope for is he decided to stay home in Miami.
Yep.
Because Meltzer shut me down hardcore on that one because I was lambasting for Chris Bosh for not wanting it enough that if he wanted another championship, he could come to Houston. Instead, he's staying and he's going to be with those laggards in Miami.
LeBron. What?
Did I say LeBron? Bosh.
No.
That was after LeBron.
LeBron left that same offseason.
Everything had been dismantled.
Yeah.
And so I was saying, look, if you really want it, come to Houston.
Yeah.
And Mike made the very good point. It was like, hey, don't we as sports fans want our guys to stick around and be committed and be loyal?
And you said, stop making such good points.
Yeah, I said, go to law school, nerd.
Yeah.
He did.
Bosh is a good one. I guess to me, just thinking recently here, the reason I love this topic about LeBron and cities being held hostage or the emotions being toyed with fans, kind of having them on a string, is that I think of the Astros in the Jim Crane era, and I had a hard time thinking. Now, you brought this up during the break set that maybe Bregman, when they kind of came in, they swooped in at the last second with an offer for Bregman that was competitive.
And I would say there was a certain portion of the fan base that was on pins and needles that really wanted. A lot of people did, actually. I felt like I was in the minority for saying, like, no, we're not just going to kowtow to your every little wish and whim.
Yeah. You got good memories of Alex Bregman, so it's. So I guess Bregman kind of fits that. To me, like the signature of the Jim Crane era, though, is that we really didn't go through a lot of that because none of us really felt like any of these guys were coming back.
Yeah.
Garrett Cole leaves. That one's a little different just because I feel like a lot of people were like, yeah, get the hell out of here with your Scott Boras ball cap.
Remember what happened in 2019? I'll represent myself.
Yeah. So, but if they had re-signed him, I'd have been cool with it. Garrett Cole, George Springer, I don't think they made offers to all these guys, but I think the fan base by and large in these instances, Carlos Correa after the 2021 season, the biggest one for me of that era is probably Justin Verlander 2022, because I think the Astros would love to have brought Verlander back, and I think they were, my hunch is, from everything I've heard, is that they were competitive with what the Mets offered Verlander, and I remember being disappointed. I remember at least feeling with Verlander after the World Series in 2022 when he went to the Mets that the Astros had more than a puncher's chance to keep him. In part because Justin Verlander feels like he's in that Jose Altuve category where Jim Crane. Well, I think we saw that when they traded for him. Like Jim Crane will do whatever is reasonable to try to still have Justin Verlander, as long as he's still pitching at a high level, on his baseball team.
The Jose Abreu, in my mind, I wanted to check the date on Jose Abreu and when he left in 2005.
Carlos
Beltran.
Oh my gosh, what did I say?
Jose
Abreu.
I was okay with him leaving. I think Carlos Beltran, when he left, it ended up being, it was January 9th.
Yeah.
In my mind, it was like that he held on until like February or March.
That was a long time back then, though. For
it was,
free agents.
The hot stove league was actually a hot stove.
It was different, The free agency was a lot more like football back then. So that probably did feel like a long time.
And the Astros made a really respectable offer to Carlos Beltran back then. They offered him a record deal, and he just said no.
Yep.
See you later.
Yep.
Could I present one to you because he wasn't technically a free agent, but there was a lot of conversation with him.
Yeah.
Jadeveon Clowney. Because they franchise tagged him.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Brian tried to dupe him into a trade to the Dolphins. Yeah, remember? All he has to do is come back.
Reset that, Seth, for those who don't know. The O'Brien thing.
Clowney very adroitly understood that, look, once he signed that franchise tag, he didn't have any leverage at all.
Yeah. Right.
And O'Brien was saying, hey, listen, we can't do anything until he comes in and signs his franchise tag. And it would turn out later we would find that they had a deal all ready to go to send him to the Miami Dolphins. And it would have been like it would have been like Clowney walking in, signing the franchise tag, and then three goons come in and kidnap him and take him off to Miami.
Yeah.
So Goodfellas whack him. They put him in the room.
Ended up in understanding his leverage and what he was going to do with it, and that was yet another one of these trades that, on the surface of it, look, you can say the Clowney trade made sense if you look at it from a certain angle. The Hopkins trade, I could make an argument for that. It was the sum total of all those things. Like, you had to bend over backwards for all those guys to figure out. No, you're not going to consistently make these weird deals and have it work out for you.
Well, the big thing about it was that with O'Brien was that in the deals where they were getting draft picks, he completely undershot on those, and on the deals where they're trading picks out, Tunsil being the most notable, but a third-round pick for Gary and Conley, like a third-round pick for Duke Johnson, like he had no problem scratching out these massive draft choice checks to get guys in the building. Yeah. And then he'd send guys out of the building, and he'd get they'd be at thrift store prices.
Well, remember the big story with Clowney was that you trade him away, and people forget because Clowney wasn't because he didn't end up doing all that electrifyingly great afterwards and everything. People thought, oh, that was a good deal. No, Clowney was coming off of a really good year. But the big thing was nobody knew that he was even a potential trade piece.
Right.
That was the year the Chiefs had traded
Frank Clark
for a pretty healthy sum.
D Ford and someone else, wasn't it?
The Chiefs said afterwards that they didn't even know that Clowney was an option.
Yeah.
So they waited and dragged it out. They kind of pulled a Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
And they got a future draft pick, and it was just it was every deal was just a little lopsided in the wrong.
That I put in the rundown, guys, that a listener points out, says in a different way we were held hostage for a period of time by Deshaun Watson. Because you could, I'm guessing that's all the texter says.
Kidnapping was never an allegation. He did not kidnap anybody that we know of.
No,
okay?
no, there are other things.
Right.
But no kidnapping. But Deshaun was, obviously the legal issue. Yet you had to get, really, as we learned, the only thing you needed to get resolved was whether or not there were going to be criminal charges. Because Cleveland and 3 other teams had no problem offering trades for a guy with 24 civil lawsuits. I would say this is the reason I put Watson in the rundown for this wasn't because of being held hostage for that one weird season where he was inactive every week. It was the anticipation of who's he going to get traded to? What are we going to get for him? Seth, you and I had countless hypotheticals.
Oh yeah.
Once the criminal charges were, or once he was absolved of doing anything criminal, and we knew who the teams were, countless hypotheticals of this player, that player, and these 3 first-round picks, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it got to the point where, and when people got some distance to it, they realized that was a real haul. But so many people had speculated that they might get 5 first-round picks for Deshaun Watson or something really absurd that, in the moment, some people thought it was a great deal for the Texans. With time, pretty much unanimously, people said, okay, that is a really, really good haul, especially when Deshaun Watson ended up being a horrible quarterback.
Well, and one of those picks turned into Will Anderson Jr.
Yep.
Yeah. Talking about being on pins and needles, though, that entire season, I felt like I was very open about it at the time, and I still am. I would have dealt him off for so much less than they would have gotten for him, just because of the stress level and the weirdness and everything.
Yep.
It was strange, man. Yep. Him being out there wearing a penny as a scout team defensive back in training camp was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen on a football field.
That was the okay, we are so far down this rabbit hole now. We are we're in a really weird place when I saw him in that shower cap.
In training camp where they would film him every day coming out at practice.
Yeah.
And it was the same thing every day.
Yeah.
And then the one day he said, why are y'all filming? It's the same thing every day. He got his answer immediately because that went viral. Yeah. That was this is why we're filming. For the moment you ask, why are we doing this?
Yes. You want the answer to your question? Hit Twitter right now. Yeah.
Go see the retweets, I promise you. You're going to find out.
Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Cole Thompson in studio with us here today. All right. By the way, the favorite for LeBron, just to close the book on LeBron, and I don't know when this announcement's going to come from LeBron. They were hoping for it yesterday at Fanatics Fest. Cleveland is even money right now. Warriors 3-1, Heat 4-1, Sixers 6-1. If you're wondering where the Rockets are on the list, Rockets are in a group that includes the Milwaukee Bucks, the Washington Wizards, the Detroit Pistons, the Thunder, the Raptors, and the Suns at 100-1.
I feel good about our chances.
I say you're
by the way, Sean, the CJ did a bunch of stuff with Michael Rubin in Fanatics, but not the inaugural Fan Fest.
I think that,
the inaugural was in 2024, but it was in August.
Okay. Gotcha.
But remember, that's where he had been doing the Whites party and everything. That first off season for him, that was all that Michael Rubin stuff.
Gotcha. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, coming up next, proof that even the most famous athletes are not as famous as we might think. And also, Seth and Luke Morrow did an exercise earlier this week, one of the days that I was out, that I am taking great offense to the data in this particular study that was done here.
It's not a good look for you.
Yeah, it's a bad look for me, and I don't like bad looks for me. We'll do that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Non-quarterbacks. If you could pick one to take the leap...
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Next segment, we'll do Astros trade deadline needs ranked, but we're going to rank it. Cole's going to lead us on this exercise.
Yeah.
Cole Thompson in studio with Seth and I. We're going to rank it, but we're going to do it the way that those funny viral videos, not viral, but those viral videos where people have to give the ranking to the thing, like where it is.
And then you don't know what comes next.
Blind ranking, yeah. So we're going to do blind Astros trade deadline needs ranked. We'll do that in the next segment. This is one more cut from the ESPYs here from earlier tonight. This was really funny. I can't believe I missed this when I watched the other night. Mike Tyson was one of a handful. It was Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, and one other person.
He was a fighter, wasn't he?
I can't remember. He's much shorter than the two of them. Mike Tyson, they were giving out the award to best single game performance to one of four athletes, and one of them was Shohei Ohtani, who ended up being the winner. Take a listen to Mike Tyson announcing the winner, but listen very closely after Jake Paul gets done talking that Shohei Ohtani, he couldn't be here. Keep in mind, he couldn't be here tonight.
And the SB award goes to, check this out, Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei could not be here tonight. He sends his gratitude and appreciation to ESPN and everyone who voted for him.
Shohei's a guy.
You hear that at the end? Shohei's a guy. Shohei's a guy.
That's
Shohei's
a guy. Look, I know sometimes we don't realize when we're heavily in the sports world all the time that a lot of people just don't pay attention to it. But I feel like I feel like Mike Tyson is he would have at least been in some rooms where people are having conversations at some point about Shohei Ohtani.
I feel like he probably has a house in L.A., Mike Tyson, right? Like just in passing a billboard or something would have looked up and seen Shohei Ohtani.
That's honestly pretty amazing that he doesn't know who Shohei. Did you guys notice too that he has a lisp?
He's got a kind of a pitchy voice too.
He's got a higher voice than you expect too.
He doesn't look like his voice. Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani. Yeah, if I had never heard Shohei Ohtani before, I guess it does sound like kind of like a woman's name.
We'll try saying it with the lisp. So hey, how's that sound?
Yeah. So the amazing thing is he didn't know who he was, but he pronounced his name flawlessly.
Right.
Like he got the. He didn't.
I wonder if somebody, when you do that beforehand, you might have gone through somebody with how to pronounce the names. I wonder if somebody said something that made him think that. Also, you're a Japanese name. Yeah, maybe it sounds like a female name, but I wouldn't know one way or the other. Yeah. I bet whoever was prepping him and teaching him how to pronounce the names said something that made him think that he misheard it or something. Maybe. He thought it was a woman.
Yeah. Good job, Mike Tyson.
You don't think it's a troll job at all, do you? He genuinely did not know who Shohei Ohtani was.
No, I 1,000% think Mike Tyson, because it wasn't. He was. You could tell by the sound level on him saying that. He was saying it to him as they were kind of walking off stage.
Yeah, he didn't think it was going to get picked up on the mic.
Yeah, it's a hot mic. Yeah. So that's that was great.
What could somebody have said about Shohei Ohtani that he might have thought that it was a woman or something? If he didn't hear the he, if he thought he heard somebody say she, and it was like she does so many things.
You know what?
She said she can do everything.
He caught wind of the story of a man willing to go to prison for Shohei.
That's right.
His translator.
That's right.
Shohei must be a piece of ass, man, because that guy went to prison for her.
Yeah.
I think he's in prison. The translator.
Yeah, he is.
Is he? Okay. Yeah. Boy, that was a story for a while. That was.
We can double down and see if he is.
Yeah. As far as we know. Okay. So this most attractive and least attractive hobbies thing that you and Luke did the other day.
It's a Reddit thread, a subreddit, interesting AF. And it's got a lot of interesting stuff on there.
Yes.
But one of them was this poll. It was a survey they did where they had women rank the most attractive hobbies a man can have and the least attractive hobbies have.
Yes.
And a lot of it pretty much tracks, but some of it I was a little bit alarmed by and concerned maybe for Amy's sake because Sean, you check a lot of these boxes off on least attractive hobbies.
I do. My reaction looking at this, it's a miracle I've ever been with a woman.
Yeah.
Looking at this.
The one thing I'll say right off at the onset is it was weird because there's some of these hobbies that you and I didn't even know what they were.
Right.
But video games isn't on here as a hobby.
Yeah.
I think it's probably safe to say that video games, along with anime and comic books and stuff, these were all some of the least popular ones. I'm guessing video games are less popular with women than the popular ones.
I would too. I'm a little surprised that they weren't on there also. The ones that I looked at and said, oh, okay. I mean, second to last on the list of least desirable. Least desirable is manosphere. I don't know what that is. What is
that's I think just pretty much that whole alpha male, women are don't trust women, all that type of stuff, that male empowerment movement.
Manosphere is the collection of online communities and media that focuses on men's issues, often promoting anti-feminist views.
Okay, well that definitely doesn't fit me. That's not me. Now, second to last at 6. So manosphere is at 3.1%, very low. Gambling. 6.4%. I don't know, man. I see a lot of women in casinos.
Yeah. What are they doing?
Some of them are gambling. It's a good follow-up question.
Smoking cigarettes.
It's a good follow-up.
They prop up their, scooting around on their little scooters.
So as I count from the bottom here, which ones am I guilty of? All right.
Okay, so manosphere,
no.
Then gambling. Gambling you're guilty of.
Gambling I'm guilty of. Porn is next.
Okay, so this is interesting because, there's porn, which I think, given statistics and everything, that's most young men these days.
Sure.
Or most single men. But if you're engaging in porn enough to call it a hobby,
it's not a hobby.
It's an addiction at that point.
I'm not anti-porn.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I feel like there's no in between. You go straight from whatever level of use it is straight to addiction.
Hobby
if you're calling it a hobby, that's kind of an addiction.
How do you call it a hobby?
Well, here's how you call it a hobby. Hobby means you're on the other side of the camera.
No, you know what?
Hobby means you're not watching on the laptop. Hobby means people are watching you.
No, you know what? Hobby is that, hey, next weekend I'm taking a trip to go to this convention where I can get autographs and stuff and everything like that. Okay. So if you're if you're taking a weekend off to go get a picture taken with Lisa Ann, I'd say that's a hobby.
If I were to look at the nominees, so how do you know that porn is a hobby as opposed to something you just dabble in? If I look at the nominees for the AVN Awards and I know who all of them are, then it's a hobby.
That might be a hobby.
Then it qualifies as a hobby.
You got to tell a woman, listen, it's not a hobby. I'm a connoisseur.
I'm what they call an aficionado.
Yeah.
But don't you find it weird that more women are less attracted to men who are hobby enthusiasts on porn than gambling?
Yeah.
Because it's at 6.4%.
It does surprise me.
One is more financial. You think as a woman, if you're thinking about a potential mate, you'd like him to be financially responsible.
That's true.
Gambling's probably more likely to leave.
I don't know if I'm spending money to go to the AVN Awards. I'm not spending my money responsibly.
That's true too. All right, so counting from the least. So far, gambling, yes. Porn, not anti-porn, but not a hobby. Arguing online is the next one.
That's a job requirement.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's anytime Amy gets kind of a little testy about the amount of time, she doesn't do it nearly as much. I think because I've gotten better at this actually.
Yeah.
But back when I was first on social media, on Twitter, hardcore, she would be like, "You're on there all day," and I would be arguing with people on there. I would be debating. Seth, I've stopped by and large looking at my mentions, so that has helped.
You don't get roped into arguments.
Yeah, that's been dialed back a little bit. Next on the list of least,
you're a recovering arguing onliner.
I could relapse at any moment.
Yeah.
What is Funko?
I can tell this one.
Okay. They're like bobbleheads or something. What are they called?
So this is actually one of my hobbies.
Oh, you unattractive bastard!
You ugly! You
Again, I have the face for radio, boys.
You hideous monster!
I am just disgusted. Basically, what it is it's like action figures, but they have the size of a head of a bobblehead.
Oh, I've seen those.
Yeah,
before.
And usually what you do is you keep them in the box, and if it's somebody who is very famous, you get it signed. They go for big. Every single year at the rodeo, I make Kirsten stop by the Funko Pop stand, and I will get an autograph.
Okay, so
You just Kirsten glower while you do it.
Right.
Listen, I wear T-shirts from 2016 that I had in college still because if I don't want to spend money on things that I think are frivolous.
Okay.
This is my way of getting back.
You get one splurge.
I get one splurge.
Jameis, it was a recliner for his grandmother. You, it's a bunch of large-headed Funko dolls.
Me, it's a bunch of, and they have to be certain specific ones. Like, I'm not randomly just trying to collect all of like certain. I like certain ones that I'm willing to spend. Like the most I've ever spent on a Funko Pop is $85.
Okay,
$85.
Okay. They're called Funko Pops?
Funko Pops.
That seems like a healthy. That's a much. The whole thing about that is I could see where women might think it's unattractive, but it's so far of the ones we've seen, that's the least harmful one.
I think what makes it unactive is like when you walk into my office at my house and they're just completely staring at you nonstop. I think that's what makes it unattractive.
The Funko dolls?
They're staring directly
Funko
in your
Pops?
face. Yeah, I have over I think 50 or 60 of them at this point.
Wow.
So they're all staring at you in the face, and it's like, you know what? I can understand.
It's a little weird. Yeah.
A little 40-year-old virginish. Yeah. Going
very much going into my Steve Carell era at this point, boys.
What's the big news
Kirsten's
here?
in a figment of my imagination. Kirsten, where have you gone? Oh, wait, you were always a figment of my imagination.
That's right. Okay, next, sixth on the least attractive, marijuana. I'm not a dope smoker.
Well, no, I think that's the thing, though, too. Like, if you're classifying as it a hobby, I think women are probably looking at this and thinking, like, in their mind, they think, like, classic stoner stereotype.
Right.
So it's like, it's probably not that a guy smokes pot at all. It's that, like, he's a stoner.
Yeah.
Like, they get the vision couch 20 hours at a time and all that. But
clubbing,
so I get that. Yeah.
Clubbing is next.
Clubbing, I was surprised that it was as low on the list.
Yeah.
Except that the women who aren't into clubbing are totally just like, that's not my life.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel like that's there's no gray area with clubbing.
Plus, again, you get a little bit of that cheesy. Probably in your mind, you see clubbing and you're thinking the Night at the Roxbury guys.
Yes, you get a visual. Sorry,
what were you going to say, Cole?
No, age demographic. Who are you asking this to?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question.
Because the 24-year-old is probably like, hell yeah, let's go ahead and do shots at 3 in the morning. The 32-year-old is definitely not interested in that type of lifestyle.
For the sake of time, the two that are left, because there's like 10 more.
Yeah.
The two that are on the remainder of the list that I would say qualify at the very least strong interest to definite hobby, cigars, and drinking.
Yeah, definitely drinking for you. Because I consider myself a reader, and you spend more time at the bar than I do reading.
Yes.
So it's a hobby for you.
Okay, that's a good barometer, actually. Yeah. Touch tunes would be my other.
I try to read for at least 2 hours a day, and I feel like you're there.
You're a lightweight. You're a lightweight in my world.
Yeah, I know.
Hell out of here, man. All right.
Oh, by the way, for video games, real quick, the way they only listed the most and least attractive hobbies. So video games are somewhere in the middle 50th percentile, which is a good sign for gamers out there.
I can buy that.
Women are more open to it than maybe it's perceived.
Yeah.
I've seen way more Twitch streamers that are women in the last 5 years.
That's what I thought when we were videos. Like maybe it's in that in between area.
Yeah, that's definitely what it was. I was just being stupid.
Because the lowest percentage of the most attractive hobbies is 87.9%. The highest percentage of the least attractive is 33.6. So there's a whole 50% in there. Yeah.
That's a good for you, gamers.
Yeah,
it's becoming more palatable to women.
And good for me. Only
attractive.
Only like 5 of the 15 least attractive hobbies are on my ticket.
Where was this attractive?
Did you hide all of these from Amy, or did she just go full bore in?
She's into some of them.
Oh, that's how it works.
Yeah, you got to find. That's the lesson. Because none of them are zero.
Right.
None of them are zero. There are percentages here. Yes.
Yeah, the women that are into the manosphere, that's probably, I got to find these women. That's got to be interesting.
I need to workshop that one with Amy and just see if she falls in. I'm not into the manosphere.
Fall to the bed.
My wife might be.
Well, the part of the manosphere that people are thinking about is there's like a sect of there's this one sliver of young men that are almost into painting out her vagina will eat you alive. Yeah, it's just kind of it's got teeth.
Yeah,
it's got teeth. It does. They're evil. These women.
It's a creature. Yeah. All right. Coming up next, we mentioned this. Astros trade deadline needs ranked, but we are going to rank these blindly. Cole's going to lead us through this segment. Seth and I are going to rank these blindly. We'll do a little Astros talk. Take a Mania. Top of the hour. That's all coming up next.
Remembering Janice McNair, the co-founder and senior Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, Cole Thompson with you on a Friday. We made it to the end of the week. We'll do Take-A-Mania. I wasn't here for Take-A. Schefter is still holding the strap, eh? For his,
that's right. Yeah, and there were some contenders. I couldn't remember why I gave some. There was a strong contender, but it just didn't quite meet the criteria. Part of it was just, I think I just Schefter, who by the way just got an 11-year extension at ESPN, is going to continue to do well and make millions saying inane things. Because agents told him to.
We'll see if he can get taken down today. We got a few challengers. We'll do that at the top of the hour. All right. So Cole Thompson's in with us today and back with us on Monday. We talked a little Astros today, but the Astros get started back up tonight. Baltimore coming to town for a 3-game series this weekend. Astros sit 3 games out in the division, game and a half out in the wild card, 47-51. So clearly the thing that's keeping them in the race right now, there's 2 things keeping them in the race. Yordan Alvarez and the mediocrity of the American League.
I say the comedy sorrow known as the wild card race in the American League.
Yes, the swamp of just tears that is the American League wild card race. So the Astros have needs, and if they want to make a move here, they've got needs, and we got a trade deadline coming up on August the 3rd. Which feels weird that the trade deadline's in August, but it's August 3rd. 5 o'clock local time.
Yeah, you got an extra 72 hours to go ahead and create rumors that are never going to
Gut
come
your
true.
farm system for something.
For what, 3 months of a rental?
Right.
Take scribble time, baby.
All right, so Seth and I, you're going to lead us on this exercise here. We are going to blindly rank, how many do we have? 5 needs?
5 needs.
Okay, I'm going to let you go first, Seth.
So here's how it goes. I'm not going to tell you what the next need is.
Yep.
I throw randomly in, shortstop.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so you got to be able to mindset that I'm going to be throwing you some curveballs here.
Okay.
So there's 5 random needs, rank them 1 to 5. We'll go over after every single one.
Okay.
The first need, middle reliever. Doesn't need to be a left-hander, doesn't need to be a right-hander.
That didn't
one
move
inning guy.
I remember the open to this show. I remember a long time ago, 2 hours and 46 minutes ago, Seth poo-pooed all over bringing in a lefty reliever, righty reliever.
I didn't poo-poo bringing one in, and we were just talking about priorities. It wasn't my top priority. I think that you have your middle relievers. They're your failed starting pitchers. But knowing that there's going to be a wild card somewhere along the way, I would say a middle reliever right now would be 4.
Fourth for middle reliever.
Yeah.
Okay. So blindly rank 4th for middle reliever. All right, Cole. What is next?
So you're both going 4 then?
Yeah. Well, we'll take
We're
turns.
gonna take turns. Okay.
Seth will go, now I'll go. I'll rank the next one.
Left-handed power-hitting outfielder.
Oh, boy. Okay, I think this is one of the top 2.
Yeah.
This is either starting pitching or left-handed power-hitting outfielder.
Power-hitting outfielder.
Okay. Is this someone
That's Cam Smith.
Is
it okay if he strikes out all the time too? Or
and he's a righty.
And he's a righty.
And he's a righty. Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking outfielder. Sorry.
Yeah. So lefty power bat.
Left-handed power hitter.
Left-handed power bat in the outfield. I am going to put that at 2.
Okay.
Left-handed power outfielder. I kind of like how this is shaping up so far.
Number 3. All right, so real fast. So you have number 2. It is the left-handed power hitting outfielder, and number 4 is the relief pitcher.
So we have 1,
3, and 5 still
here.
available.
Yeah. Okay.
Number 3. Utility bat. Just anywhere.
Utility bat.
The Mauricio Dubon type player who can go in the outfield for certain times.
Why'd you have to bring up his name?
I know.
I miss him. I miss him so much.
Hey, Nick Allen, great guy.
Have you kept up with him? How is he? He got up to that hot start, and then
he's cooled off, but he is still very popular in Atlanta right
now. And he is beloved by everybody up there.
He's still exactly. He's still Mauricio Dubon.
But again, he can play anywhere. If you need him to go to first base, he can. If he needs to go to outfield,
so we're talking a guy like that. Huh?
Guy like that. Just anywhere.
I don't envy you, Seth. Where are you putting this one? Utility guy.
Because do you really need another infielder?
Yeah.
We've got 3 categories left, and we haven't had this might be the wild card here. So I'm gonna say I'll put this 5.
5. Okay. Utility infielder.
Please don't tweet the results of this out because it's going to make us look like idiots. I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen.
So
the number 2 thing is going to be
I think we're
something
doing,
ridiculous.
I think we're doing. I put left-handed power outfielder at 2. I feel okay about that. Now let's wait and see what the last 2 are.
So number 2 is left-handed power bat in the outfield. Number 4 is relief pitcher.
Yep.
Number 5 is utility man.
Utility guy. Could be anything.
Yep.
That's kind of what Bryce Matthews is defensively, at least. Okay. But I'm assuming this guy can actually hit and doesn't strike out 50% of the time.
He is a guy that is a contact hitter that you can put 7, 8, 9
If you're trading for him, he's got some chops.
He's adding in value to you.
All right, here we go. Okay.
Your next option is second base, just in general.
Now that's going to be third.
Crap. Well, Altuve can play left field.
Yeah, I was saying, we can try.
We know that. Have they ever tried that? Is that yeah?
Remember when Bregman was supposed to resign here, and that's why they were going to move him to left to begin with?
Just move Altuve out to left field. It'll be great.
Seth, you had to put utility. You had to put utility guy at 5, and now I have to park second baseman. And disrespect Jose Altuve. I've disrespected him enough on this show today.
I say, you've literally done it twice now today.
Oh, my God. Oh, okay. Well, number one.
You can blame Seth. All right, so
Nick Allen's my utility guy until I die, okay? So you don't have to, you guys, I'm not going to sit here and let you guys crap all over Nick Allen every damn day the way you love to.
Bryce Matthews and their combined 510 OPS.
Yeah.
Text line, remember when we had too many fielders to trade and now we need one?
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
Well,
all right, so what's left over?
The good news is that at number 1, because you guys did save out, is starting pitching.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's good.
So you survived it.
Where'd second baseman end it?
Third.
Third.
Okay. Maybe they won't get to that when they look at it. If Cole posted on social media.
I stand by that. I trust Nick Allen better than anybody they have there at second base.
All right, so the final list of needs as ranked blindly by Payne and Pendergast. Number 1, starting pitching. I agree with that.
Warranted.
Number 2, left-handed, power-hitting outfielder.
Yep.
Number 3, second baseman.
Bye, Jose Altuve. We're trading you. See you later, buddy.
Number 4, I hate you, Cole. Number 4, middle reliever. And number 5, utility infielder. Most of that pretty good.
Between Nick Allen and Yiner playing first, I think you guys are way underrating what they already have.
They have at utility.
Don't worry, we're gonna bring up somebody to play third base. Isaac Perez goes to first.
Paredes can play first.
DH is now Christian Walker. Jordan goes to left field. Utility's fine, guys. It's all good. Seth was thinking that way.
Yeah. Question for Sean. This goes back to our previous segment where we outlined all the unattractive things that I do for the female race out there. What's your go-to cigar? That's the thing. Here's the thing about cigars and it being a hobby. That's why I categorize cigars for me as more of an interest than a hobby. Is I smoke fewer than you would think. I smoke maybe a couple, 2, 3. I've smoked none this week because I've had a throat issue all week. I don't really have a go-to cigar. What I do is I go on my walk. I walk to Richard's, which is owned by Specs, right there at the corner of Kirby and Westheimer, and I just go to the humidor and I pick out a couple, I'm more about the price range than I am the actual brand.
I was surprised that cigar smoking was as low as it was, just partly because cigar smoke's got a pleasant smell to it. I'm sensitive to smoke, man. If I were in a room full of cigar smoke, I'd be a mess. But I enjoy the aroma of it from a distance. It's the same as pipe smoke.
Yep.
So I think I feel like there are women, again, when they were taking that survey, might have been looking at it and kind of thinking of the stereotype of just some fat guy in a wife beater with a cigar, not a glass of whiskey, a bottle of whiskey.
This is where you got to be super cognizant of that, though, Seth. The aroma of the whole thing. I think you're 100% right.
Yeah.
That cigar smoke is not. It's not nearly in the same category of cigarettes, to me at least, as an offensive odor or smell. I like the smell. Obviously, I like the smell of it. Right. I smoke them. You've really got to scrub your teeth the night after smoking cigars.
It sticks to everything.
It sticks to it.
Your clothes, your mouth.
The clothes are solvable. You just throw them in the washer when you get home. But you've really got it. If you've smoked a couple cigars and you just did a cursory brush of your teeth before you go to bed, you wake up tasting that, and I would imagine not very attractive to whoever's
a lot of women, when they're taking that survey, are probably thinking about that time they made out with a guy who had been smoking cigars or something.
Yes.
Whereas every now and then, I get two thoughts when I smell cigarette smoke. One was back when my dad used to, it was 0 degrees out, and we're driving around in my dad's Citation, and he's got the windows rolled up, chain smoking Marlboros. And I'm somehow weirdly nostalgic for it. I kind of, it makes me kind of nostalgic for my dad. And then the other would be kind of some of the scarier girls I made out with in high school.
Oh yeah.
It's just that smell of it's nasty, but boy, she was kind of, she was nasty too.
She was.
Yeah.
No, there's a correlation. I don't feel bashful in saying that.
Here's what I think counts for a hobby when it comes to cigar smoking. If you go to a cigar bar and you have a box there.
Oh, that's a good one.
If you are known there to be able to pay the monthly
like a
fee
locker
for a locker.
Yeah,
because I have a buddy that lives in South Carolina. He literally has a locker where he keeps his cigars.
Yeah.
He goes once a week.
I like going to cigar lounges and smoking, enjoying it with other cigar smokers. I've never gotten to that extent.
That level. I feel like, but that's like a hobby because you're actually investing into it.
Yeah.
Well, there's like Les Alexander. Remember, he had that like super exclusive cigar club that he opened in New York.
Yep.
Where like I'm guessing like if you find out that your billionaire boyfriend is into like owning a super exclusive cigar club and has his own locker or something, it's probably a little bit more attractive.
Yeah, probably. The gold diggers will make an exception for it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Cole Thompson in with us as well. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Take a Mania time. Adam Schefter, I think, is 3 weeks and counting right now as the defending champ for Take a Mania.
He needs to be deposed.
He needs to be taken down. So we've got a few challengers. We'll see if these work. Seth Payne is the judge, the jury, and the executioner. We will do Take a Mania for a Friday coming up next.
Speaking of judges and juries and whatnot, sometimes you really want to be sure you get them on your side.
Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, take a mania time. Let's do this here. The defending champ, for those who are new to Take a Mania, this is our Bad Take of the Week segment, and we treat it like a championship wrestling belt, where the champ tries to. We have challengers that try to dethrone what is now a 3-week champion in Adam Schefter.
And Ben, we've played this enough that when we play Adam Schefter here, just cut it off after the money part where he talks about the NFL
after
not
the
winning.
Stupid part.
Yeah, after the stupid part. Yeah, you know, you're aware of the clip. Yes.
All right, so talking about quarterback who was banned from college football and no supplemental draft for you, Brendan Sorsby.
NFL essentially sent him a letter, and the NFL is declining to hold a supplemental draft. And honestly, something was amiss with this all along, because every time you spoke to people around the league about when the supplemental draft would be and whether or not there would be a supplemental draft, I always got pauses, and there were never clear-cut answers. And like, the commissioner's got to decide to have it. I'm like, what is the issue? Well, the issue is that the league, despite any gambling partnerships, the league really does not want any part of gambling, no matter how serious it is. Or
there you go.
There we go.
Okay. It's a stupid thing to say from a guy that does not know which master he should be obeying at any given time.
Think about how that sentence reads transcribed. Okay.
That's almost like, despite his many murder victims, this guy has no interest in murdering
killing
people.
anybody, right? Yeah. So that is the champ. We don't need to re-adjudicate why. I think people just heard why. So let's get to the challengers here. The first one, Vince Goodwill, who makes his second appearance here as a Take-A-Mania challenger. So Victor Wembanyama, Vince Goodwill's an NBA writer. He works for ESPN, formerly of Yahoo. And he was on First Take this week. And he had this take. Victor Wembanyama just signed a max contract recently, but took less money than he could have if he had waited. If he had waited one more year, he could have really maxed out. So he took the money now, less money now, in part because it's guaranteed now, bird in the hand. And two, this is going to help them sign Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper and be able to continue to build this team. Vince Goodwill does not like the precedent that Wembanyama is setting by taking less money to build this team.
The problem is, the Spurs have 3 potential max players on their roster: Victor Wembanyama, Steph Castle, Dylan Harper. Victor Wembanyama maybe can make up that 5% with his Nike deal and everything else, but does that mean Dylan Harper and Steph Castle, they have to take less because Victor Wembanyama took less? I have yet to see anybody buy a jersey that says, we save money on the back of it. I've yet to see somebody buy a jersey that says, cap space and flexibility. Like, you're coming to see Victor Wembanyama, and you're watching these players. Like, they have a very finite period of time to maximize their earnings potential. I know Victor Wembanyama's an alien and everything else. He's going to get every dollar that's owed to him. But I don't know if I want to applaud this, because I tell you this. When's the last time we asked an owner to sacrifice some money or whatever it is, or ownership groups to sacrifice money for the sake of winning? The fact that you're putting players in a spot where they have to be both player and executive, give them 2 salaries then, because they're doing 2 people's jobs, and I don't like that.
Okay, two questions. Two questions here. One, is Victor Wembanyama an adult?
He's an adult.
Who can make his own decisions?
Let me Google.
Technically, he is a 20.
Is he an adult? Is he an adult?
Right. Is he? Yes,
he's an adult.
He is. He can make adult decisions in life.
And 2, does Vince Goodwill actually work for the NBA Players Association?
Right.
And that he's overly concerned about him somehow setting a precedent that guys, guys might decide to be selfless based on this precedent. And then number 3, like, what's wrong with a bunch of guaranteed money? The agents and people who don't actually put their bodies at risk love to say the chances of a catastrophic injury that would be career threatening are very, very low. That's cool for you, bro.
Yep.
But, like, the bird in the hand versus, the very, very small percentage chance that he might blow his knee out and never be worth that money again, it's very, very small. But you know what's never a bad thing? A boatload of money. So, like, even if you're acting in your own self-interest.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a weird. I don't like the weird ones.
Yep.
The ones that are almost it's too hard to figure out.
Yeah.
And yet it's emphatically worse, which means better than Adam Schefter's bad take.
Okay, so it wins.
Yeah.
It does.
Schefter. Wow.
Almost, listen. In defense of Victor Wembanyama, another thing I don't really like doing, hey, listen, bro, you don't have to be my nanny, okay? All right? I'm Victor Wemben freaking Yama.
Yep.
I can make my own decisions on this.
I'm Wemby, damn it.
Oh, you know what? He's acting like management took him into a dark room and threatened him or something.
Well,
you better do this.
Yeah. The other thing that I didn't like about Vince Goodwill's take is, when have we asked owners to spend more money? I'm like, every time they go into the
Again, that's
what are you talking about?
Text line says Goodwill is the NBA's HOA Florio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, we like HOA Florio is a big character on this show. All right, next one, Ryan Clark. There's a very specific Seth reason why I have this one in here. Ryan Clark is miffed that Lamar Jackson is number 69 on the NFL's top 100.
I expected executives to not know where to place him. I expected marketers and brands to not understand the power of his voice. What I didn't expect is dudes who have to line up in pads on Sundays and Thursdays and Wednesdays and Fridays and whatever the hell other days that we're going to see NFL games this year to not understand how scary it is to walk on the field when this dude is right. And ain't that much changed in 1 year. We're coming off of a year where it was basically one of the best quarterback years we had ever seen, where Josh Allen actually wins the MVP, and he's the first team all-pro quarterback. It's not just disrespectful, it's almost stupid that he is ranked so low. And I don't know if he cares about it at all, but this says a lot about this league and how quickly we forget what Lamar Jackson has accomplished.
Seth, you know I enjoy the NFL's top 100.
Yeah.
This is in here solely because Ryan Clark is miffed.
Yeah,
he's angry about the NFL top
I want to hear
100.
him rail about how mathematically flawed the way they do the entire top 100 is.
You're gonna be waiting.
I see the point.
51 minutes. He's got time to get the point across on how they make the top 100.
Yeah. Not that much has changed. I guess statistically, a lot changed. He threw for 2,500 yards last year, but no, not good. I see where he's coming from.
Okay,
not bad enough.
All right, not bad enough. All right. Okay, this next one is Kendrick Perkins. He was on yesterday on First Take, the day after the ESPYs, in which, if you missed the ESPYs, Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks cleaned up. This is almost like a New York Knicks celebration. Jalen Brunson was named as all or part of 4 different ESPYs. Kendrick Perkins says, this clinches it. First ballot Hall of Famer.
I grew up in the household with my grandparents, God rest their soul, and they used to always make me sit at the table and say, you better not get up until you finish your food. That's exactly what Jalen Brunson did. He finished his food. And look, with all those accomplishments, last night cemented him as a first ballot Hall of Famer, as a future first ballot Hall of Famer. You can't tell me, with all of those accomplishments that happened just this year, that when Jalen Brunson retires, that he's not going to be walking right into the Hall of Fame. I hope I'm there. Hope I get the invite.
Wait. The ESPYs, you think, is what
that ESPYs honor is what cemented it?
Okay, good enough. I just wanted to make sure we got the bewilderment.
Wait, is that what he was actually saying?
Yes.
Oh!
He was saying,
I thought he was talking
and he
about
confirmed it. I didn't keep going because all I did was confirm. Yes. Shea Cornette and Brian Windhorst double checking to make sure on ESPN of all things.
I know. I was trying to think of he's finished.
No. Because they showed a graphic, Seth, while he was doing that of all the ESPYs that Jalen Brunson won last night. There's the reason why he is going to be a surefire first ballot Hall of Fame.
This is where I'm going to give Kendrick Perkins the benefit of the doubt on this.
Okay.
I think that, if anything, I thought that maybe it wasn't like the actual ESPY awards that he collected or anything like that. It was more the It's just like that.
It's the ESPYs, dude. They had the
That's
list
what
of them on the
convinced him.
screen. Yes, that's
what convinced him.
Yes.
It wasn't like where he's finished in MVP rankings and year by year or anything like that.
The final nail that's going to get him in there, first ballot Hall of Fame, four ESPYs on Tuesday, Wednesday night.
Sometimes Kendrick throws a lot of stuff out there that he knows is absurd.
Kendrick gets graded on a curve on this
He
thing.
throws a lot of stuff out there that like he's too smart to really believe some of the stuff he says. He's throwing it out there because he knows it's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh,
I feel like he loses whenever he throws food combinations into the conversation.
Or there's little analogies about my mom told me to eat everything.
You know what? This is the one where I feel like Goodwill was like dead serious in what he was saying, and he delivered it really well too. And you get points for delivery.
Yep.
So no, this doesn't take over trying to pretend like you're Wembanyama's
Gotcha.
banker.
Okay. I want to make sure we get to one of these. You pick.
Okay.
Of the next two on the list here, Hercules Gomez or Tom Brady?
Oh, it's the Tom Brady one.
Tom Brady?
Yeah,
okay.
it's 100%
So Tom Brady. I'm going
to tell you before we play this, and I've only heard part of this. Yeah. Like I love it to be a really bad take, but it's got to be delivered well. Okay. And I question how much Tom Brady can bring to it with his voice and delivery.
We'll find out. Here's Tom Brady at Fanatics Fest. He's doing a sit-down interview. He's doing Cody Rhodes' podcast, actually. So they're doing it live in front of an audience. And Tom Brady telling Cody Rhodes, I think I want to take a shot at this WWE.
Some storyline for me to get in the mix. I feel like I'm retired from football, have an opportunity to go out there, still showcase I'm a little bit of an athlete. And, my boy Gronk's done it. I've seen, obviously, Logan Paul do it. I think I could get in there for at least one match, right? Ooh. Come on, Nick. Come on, make it happen.
Okay, and Nick is Nick Khan, who runs WWE. Yeah.
He's playing to the crowd there.
He is.
I do like the... I would he wear? I would want to see Brady wearing like just nothing but the jobber trunks,
like the Speedo.
Yes, just wear the Speedo out
so
there.
So skinny.
I know.
Wait, you don't want him to go full Rey Mysterio so he can cover his face?
No mask.
No mask.
I can't make this a champion because I actually really want to see it.
I do too.
Yeah,
I'm being honest. I do too.
Not good enough.
I had no idea. I had no idea who Tanner Anderson was until yesterday, and I'm still exactly a real person and not AI. But this popped up on my timeline yesterday. This is a streamer by the name of Tanner Anderson, whose gimmick I think is talking about bad contracts.
Okay.
And so he's doing a power ranking of bad contracts in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
And he gets to Jose Altuve, and this is what he says about Jose Altuve.
I might be a bit premature in calling this a terrible contract, but please forgive me for not trusting a cheating hobbit as he ages into his 30s to stay productive in a sport where historically superstars fall off a f***ing cliff at a certain point, unless they are taking copious amounts of PEDs. But then again, Altuve, he has such low moral principles, I'm sure he will inject anything into his system to keep himself relevant. And knowing Major League Baseball, they will try to sweep it under a rug, knowing it is bad for the sport. But regardless, Jose Altuve, he is the face of the Astros organization, a two-time champion, a former MVP, and this team handing him a 5-year, $125 million deal because they wanted him to retire with the organization. When this contract ends, he will be 39 years old. So I am telling you now, if this dwarf keeps playing at an all-star level until then, he's up to something because this guy is about as trustworthy as Donald Trump talking about the Epstein files.
Okay, so, all right. Aside from all the slander about Jose Altuve.
And his height.
Like, what the hell is he talking about? Like, he continues to play at an all-star level. We're talking about Jose Altuve.
Yeah. So play the last part. Is that the part that's confusing? The last part there about...
why he's talking like Altuve is currently playing as if it could only be because of steroids.
Yeah, and he's
that's
not
the part. Yeah, like you didn't even hear that part. You were thinking about the insults.
I was
no. Like it's so misinformed.
Yeah.
It's almost just so ridiculously misinformed that it's obvious he's just trying to come up with a bunch of insults for Jose Altuve, but he hasn't even bothered to look at any stats or anything.
And if I know you, you don't reward uneducated bad takes.
Right.
Like
It's better off. It's almost like it's better off if you sound like you have some semblance of like Goodwill. Actually, there, like it's you got to actually think about like wait a second.
Yeah.
Like he makes enough of an argument that it almost sways me a little bit, but it's actually really really bad. Play the whole thing again, Ben.
The whole thing?
No, don't play the whole thing again. No, the problem is he's accusing him of taking steroids and that being the reason that he's playing at such a high level.
So
he's not playing at a high level.
No, yeah, so that part's just wrong.
Yeah, no, he's just name calling.
Okay, so
yeah.
Doesn't win.
Oh,
He got what he wanted. It got played on this show. Tanner Anderson.
He got it brought up in Houston. To be a pompous
3
Delta
new people.
Bravo.
Yeah.
If Altuve were taking steroids right now, I'd be most upset with his steroid dealer.
Yeah.
I was like,
Dude, I'm not paying for $245. I'm paying for $310.
Yeah, man.
We need to have that man arrested for
11
fraud.
home runs? I wanted 23 at this point. Come on, dude. Get it going.
Yeah. Someone said they want Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning in WWE.
That'd be a fun match.
That would be an interesting visual. And they both have to wear the jobber Speedo trunks that Seth wants them to wear. All right.
One's going to look good. One's going to look horrible.
Mm-hmm. So Vince Goodwill, new champ for Take-A-Mania.
Was he the previous? Did he win the? Was he the one that had the take about the participation trophy?
Yeah, and I don't think you rewarded him for that take.
Yeah,
I don't think he won.
Well,
that
plus
time.
he also, I kind of, why I didn't, because I think he was kind of making it like more of an exaggeration or an analogy.
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't remember him winning. All right, so today's kind of a big day on the show. Today is Ben Gary's last day as the producer of Payne and Pendergast. We know Ben's not wild about coming on and giving a speech like Winston Churchill about his time as producer of Payne and Pendergast. So Ben speaks through hotkeys. We're going to have Ben pick his 4 or 5 favorite hotkeys, and then we will opine on them. I feel like that's a great way to salute the hard work that Ben does without Ben having to, unless Ben wants to get on there and chat. Well, Ben, you're going to have to talk a little bit in the next segment, just so you know. But we want to salute Ben because he's done some phenomenal work for us these last several years, and we'll do that coming up next. But first, you know who else does phenomenal work? Flavio, the owner at Houston Powder Coaters.
Studio 610 presents West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, and we're getting some react on the text page. Ben, you've got fans out there, just so you know.
Yeah.
Ben Gary.
That's good to know.
Yeah, it's good to know. Yeah, Ben Gary, our producer. Today is Ben's last day as the producer of Payne and Pendergast. Gone but not forgotten. Ben, you're still going to be doing Texans work, right?
Yes, sir.
Pre-game and post-game.
Yep.
So I will still get to talk to you twice a day during the football season.
Yes.
Yeah. Or two shows, yeah.
Ben and I aren't big heart-to-heart type guys, I don't think. Maybe Ben is, but I'm not. And so I'm going to say this now and embarrass him, but I don't want to make eye contact with him while I'm doing it.
Yeah.
I'm going to miss Ben a great deal because he's been the person who's most patient with all of my issues that I've ever encountered in my life. And he's most often the victim of those same very issues I have with my inability to organize or keep track of my thoughts or anything. And it's his patience and his coolness under pressure when I might have a co-host who's glaring at him. Ben just handles it all in stride.
He does, including the glare. Yeah.
And I'll say this. Ben has by far in my life been the person who most makes me laugh at myself when he roasts me with his little comments and everything.
Very subtly a good roaster.
He can take shots at me, which I have zero sensitivity about, and make me later on during the day. I will miss you, Ben. Don't make eye contact with me.
Don't make eye contact.
Say this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As opposed to me when I roast Seth, and Seth's like, "What the hell, man?" And Ben, I will echo everything Seth said, and also, people don't realize Ben is a one-man show in there. So whether it's getting guests on the line, putting the podcast up, which if you download our podcast, you subscribe to our podcast, all the episode and chapter descriptions and everything, it's really good and really detailed, and Ben does all that work while me getting in his ear going, "Hey man, that cut that we were about to play, shelve that and go get this cut that you may have had from back on April the 4th. Can you do that in the next 15 seconds?
Well, one of the, Sean and I, our show is one of the highest rated podcasts in the entire company, nationwide, and a huge part of that is that Ben does a really good job actually paying attention to how to label things and title things and cut them up and everything.
Ben's a huge part of that. So Ben, we thank you for everything, man. You've done a phenomenal job.
You're most welcome. It's been a hell of a ride.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a ride. Yeah, and we're looking forward to still seeing you and everything like that. Now, I think the way Ben, your love language for the audience really is the hotkeys in there. Because you're very good at picking just the right time to play just the right hotkey. And you've got some in there that probably haven't even been unveiled yet, I would imagine. And if you want to mix one or two of those in, that's great. But as far as the ones that have been part of the show, like a staple of the show, let's just go through these right now. Go ahead and just react to them.
Oh, man.
Oi!
That one threw you off, didn't it?
That's Seth.
That's me doing
being British.
Doing my British, either Australian or whatever thing. I can't even remember. Do you remember what that was for, Ben?
No.
I'm
British every so often.
So anytime, and really what's funny is there's two actually. Anytime Seth is European, it's oi. And anytime Seth is Hispanic,
what the hell's this quesadilla?
Yeah.
No, that's whenever I'm an American that doesn't
a wannabe Hispanic.
That's whenever I'm being xenophobic.
Yes. Yep. All right, hit us with some more, Ben.
Let's see. So this one.
She was a friend of my boyfriend.
Barely get to use that one.
I can't remember the last time I heard that one. What was that?
I wish
Seth?
I could remember what these were about.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Play that one again.
She was a friend of my boyfriend.
We haven't played that one enough.
Oh, I missed that guy.
I have some. The first
so
wonderful person, great personality.
The first three have all been Seth. There's at least one more in my head that I think there's going to be of Seth. But Ben, this is your show, Ben. So you go ahead. What's your next one?
Oh,
I like playgrounds.
Wait,
what was it? I like playgrounds. I like playgrounds.
I like playgrounds.
Okay,
That's something that he had. He was. You grabbed that for a reason.
Yeah.
Seth, can you explain a little bit more?
Yeah. It sounds like Seth. He was holding that for blackmail at some point.
I know.
I'm going to take back all those nice things you just said about him. What else you got in there, Ben?
Just so you know, I'm not looking at your breasts at all because I respect you as a person. Even though with my peripheral vision, I can see that they're pretty big.
It's
that
like
was
a reel of
yesterday in the staff meeting.
Yeah.
We weren't even on the air for that.
Ben pulled that off the Zoom call from the staff meeting. Good hockey. Oh, man. Oh, you got any? What else you got in there, Ben?
You want an 11-year-old to work in your knife factory?
Yeah.
Go for it. What the hell am I talking about?
This is the greatest Seth Payne segment of all time.
In my fantasy version of sex addict therapy, it's a raucous and hilarious place. I stand by that.
Yeah, no. I agree. That was a good take.
Most of these are really good takes.
Oh, my God. No, they're all phenomenal takes. Oh, my God. Ben, anything else in there?
Jeff Luno was like selling women's wear on the internet. That's true. That's what he did before he got into baseball.
These are like deleted scenes. I haven't. What Benny played like 7 of them. I've only heard like.
These are old too. I used to be funnier. I used to
be more unhinged.
Oh, okay.
Can you take a request, man?
Yeah.
I'll see.
People love one of the ones that's most correct. Brandy roasting me. People love hearing the Brandy roasting me.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm Seth Payne. I like to ramble on and tell dumb jokes.
The laugh. The laugh is incredible.
This interview is over.
Oh, I forgot. Were you interviewing? Like what was
that? Was during COVID, I think.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, Brandy was making fun of me at dinner, and I recorded her doing it.
Oh my God, the laugh! The laugh is great. Do you have a favorite David Culley hotkey in there, Ben, that you would like to play? Because I feel like that's.
Oh,
Culley,
let me see here.
Culley gets a lot of traffic on this show.
Smart, tough, selfish.
Selfless is a tough one though too. Yeah,
selfish.
Yeah, I know. I can sympathize with him because it's tough. Sometimes selfless sounds like selfish.
A little bit.
So in your brain, you're thinking like, I got to really nail the S on this.
Yeah.
Wait, we're taking away from Ben though. It's supposed to be. Ben playing
This
his
is
favorite.
Ben.
Sorry.
Yeah, this is Ben saying Ben hit anything in there, man. This is like touch tunes for hotkeys right now.
Seth Motorboat.
Oh, this is Seth Motorboating? Play that again. And then play Brandy laughing afterwards. So play the. It's a disturbing sequence. You're getting a lot of react, Ben. Here, Ben, stop it! You're going to get me fired in all caps, cackling like a hyena.
Oh, I forgot about this one.
Throw my peanuts any damn place.
Wait, what?
How many Seth hotkeys do you have in there?
Oh, I've got a bunch.
You've got more?
Yeah.
Tight ends, get your butts out of your heads and keep going.
Butts out of your heads.
He's insisting that the audience just wants to be foon-sped.
I remember that. I play that again.
He's insisting that the audience just wants to be foon-sped.
Yeah, I wanted to get foon-sped T-shirts made after that.
What was that about?
Foon-sped. I don't know, but the cacophony or the cadence of it sounds like a COVID show.
Oh, yeah. He's insisting that the audience just wants to be foon-sped.
You know what I mean? Like, that sounds like almost like a Zoom call kind of
I blame all of these on, they were Mondays after a Sunday night game.
Yes.
I was sleep-deprived or something.
Foon-sped. Foon-sped. What else, Ben?
We'll fry that bitch up. Oh, yeah. That was I was talking about Americans and our ability to turn anything in even better by frying it up. I think I was ranting against Europeans on that one.
Okay, there's one. The one Ben, you still have not played. The one that I had in my mind when I said you played these first three that are Seth. What? I think you know what it is.
You go full Ted Bundy on
I think
him.
that's Seth's most famous. Of all those hotkeys we just played, if I were to do the Mount Rushmore of Seth hotkeys, I would say, oi.
You go full Ted Bundy
Are
on
you
him.
full Ted Bundy? Oi.
Oh.
Oi.
Quesadilla.
What the hell's this quesadilla?
I'll let you pick the fourth one, Ben. Any of the ones you played are perfectly fine.
Oh, I got a new one.
A slip and slide, whatever it might be. That's a Mokaram injury.
That's a Mokaram live read.
Which I think, honestly, might have opened up a whole new avenue,
Yes.
a whole new revenue stream for them.
I told you after you said that, I'm like, don't feel bad. You can get hurt on a slip and slide very easily.
Right. Yeah, that was a live read for, boy, the listeners caught that one. It was good to know. I sent some of those comments to Mokaram to let him know that people are listening to the ads.
Yes, yeah.
Because we got like 20 text messages saying slip and slide,
Yeah.
Seth?
Really?
Yeah.
What are you doing on Saturday, Seth?
Yeah, slip and slide.
A slip and slide, whatever it might be.
I just love how serious you are, like in that one. Like you were in live read mode.
Hit me with a go die.
Oh.
Yeah.
Go die, everybody.
Yeah, that's the fourth one on the Mount Rushmore right there.
Yeah, again, that was back when I used to rant more, and I used to just be more, less well-adjusted, because I'm so well-adjusted now.
You're well-adjusted now. You're well.
Yeah.
Ben, we say all this to say thank you for everything you've done for the show, man. Best of luck in everything you do, and we're looking forward to still getting to see you and chat with you and all those things on Texans game days and whatnot.
Thank you, guys.
Been a pleasure. All right, that was good, and that segment popped. I'm laughing. This segment is so good. Hashtag thanks, Ben. Ben, you got a hashtag. Nice job.
I thought we might get a Sean one in there or something.
I don't know if I'm fine with how that segment went.
There's
He's not as insane as you. So I pretty much got like...
You're in my phone as co-host.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
There we go. Okay, good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Cole Thompson with us. One more segment to go. All right, let's get ready. Let's get ready for the Astros this weekend. The new season win total is out for the Astros. Over or under on this number, and how much of the big questions that the Astros need to get answered positively for them to go over this win total. We'll do that coming up next. Texas Sinus and Snoring. Boy, if you're laughing with tears in your eyes, then...
Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so I should have done this math during the break, but I was too busy still wiping tears out of my eyes from the previous segment. If you missed it, go back and listen to it. We said goodbye or saying goodbye to Ben, our producer, and we did so by Ben essentially turning the computer in there into a Seth Payne jukebox of hotkeys.
Yeah, it was a tear-jerking goodbye to Ben. In that people were crying. We got them all on the text line. Brandy texted me and said she was crying.
Yeah. Tears of laughter, tears of sadness, tears nonetheless, all of them. So
Ben, was your first? Was it right during COVID when you started on this show?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was right in the midst of COVID.
Oh, okay. Who was the producer before you? Do you remember?
I think Austin was doing you guys' show before that.
Oh, okay, yeah. On our show. Yeah. We have our Seth. What is today? Is the 17th? You and me. Our 7-year anniversary is next Wednesday. How about that? Yeah.
I feel like it's been longer. I didn't realize it was 7 years.
Feels like forever.
7 years. Ditto. No, it's been a good. It's been a great 7 years. It's been awesome. But yeah, 7-year anniversary on Wednesday next week. So
I think Ben is Ben. How long have you been with 610?
15 years.
Yeah.
15 years. Ben Lopez and I I think we're the longest tenured in 610 right now.
I'll be 13 years on January 1st. So I need to wipe out Ben, you, and Lopez.
Yeah.
So I can get to the top of the mountain. Like the King of the Hill game.
Yeah, you're playing King of the Hill.
King of the Hill, like the game Cole had.
We got to outlive, yeah. So we're like John Adams and Thomas Jefferson,
Same
and I.
exact
We're going to just try to outlive the other.
What founding fathers of Sports Radio 610.
Died 4 hours apart just to say, beat you.
That's right, yeah, exactly. Exactly. So the Astros are currently, fellas, on a 78-win pace, okay? 47-51 is a pace of 78 wins.
What was their over-under to begin the season?
To begin the season was 84.5.
Oh.
It is adjusted now because you can bet here at the All-Star break if you want to, if you didn't get in the first time or if you want to pile some more human monies on top. 70 over-under, Seth and Cole, 79.5 is the. Do you think that now 80 wins would mean that 80 would get you there. So you would be 2 games under 500 for the season, but you'd be 2 games over 500 the rest of the way.
Right.
From now moving forward. And we know they've played, after, Seth, you reset the season on May 15th, they've played actually at a decent 92-win clip. So they've been playing better baseball. 79.5. Over, under.
I'll take the over on that. Yeah, I think, and honestly, that's why I covet a starting pitcher more so than the outfielder right now, because they've been winning baseball despite their starting pitching being so undependable. That I'd love the ability to have more offensive firepower, to have a better bottom part of the lineup and everything. But I feel like that's just the thing that's going to do you under is the game where you scored 10 runs but you allowed 11.
Yeah. I'm just glad you don't cover the second baseman. Shut Seth. I'm very glad about it. Sean does, though.
Yeah. So what's yours? Over or under 70?
Over. I would say so.
Yeah.
I think that right now the big question is, can you get healthy enough in the rotation to where you don't need to go for the ace that you need to pair alongside with Hunter Brown, but you can bring in a back-end guy, and because of whatever money you're able to free on up, get yourself another outfield bat. And the outfield bat, nobody's asking him to hit in the cleanup spot. They're saying go in the 6th hole and be able to go 275.
Yeah, just keep the train moving.
Yeah. When there's runners in scoring position, if you get a Christian Walker or a Jose Altuve on, you can drive them in from second. That's what you're asking for at this point.
Yep. I'm over as well. I would go over. The thing that concerns me is if they don't trade for a starting pitcher. If they do the thing they did last year, 2 years ago they traded for Kikuchi. That was a really good trade. They don't make the playoffs without Yusei Kikuchi 2 years ago. So that was a good trade. Last year the approach was much more we got this guy coming back and this guy coming back and that guy coming back, and that didn't work at all. The list of guys who have come back from these surgeries, Tommy John or whatever, that have pitched well is minuscule. It's Justin Verlander a few years ago in 2022. And other than that, Javier hasn't pitched well. Luis Garcia, Jose Urquidy, they're not even here anymore. Lance McCullers, the litany of surgeries that he had, came back worse.
He's in a whole separate category unto himself.
He's also in a whole separate state now, so that's at least the blessing.
No, and he's not here anymore either, right? But like that's why I can't just go, well, Ronel Blanco, last time we saw him, he pitched really well. And then what happened? He had Tommy John surgery. Oh, okay. So he's coming back. Wisniewski. Javier has not been good in the outing, the one outing he's had since coming back. So that part, I feel like the blind ranking we did earlier, I think nailed it. Starting pitching is the number one need for this team right now. I'm going over 78.5. The biggest reason I am, or 79.5, sorry. The biggest thing that's been encouraging for me is actually on the offensive side, where they've shown an ability over the last few weeks to be out of a game. They've had a lot, like over the last couple of weeks, there have been several games where they've been trailing in the 6th or 7th inning. I know, Seth, you cited the record several weeks ago at the time, where they were 0 and a big number when they were trailing from the 7th inning on in games.
Yeah.
They've shown a lot more fight in these games, late in games.
Which coincided with the return of Josh Hader.
Yes, I was just going to say, having Hader back, the combination of having Hader back, notwithstanding the last game before the All-Star break, being a save that he blew, not a save that he blew, but he took the loss. The game was tied. He's been phenomenal. The combination of those two things, the offense's ability to generate runs late in games and the presence of Josh Hader, that's the driving force behind my over.
So down but not out is the way.
Down but not out, yes.
Well, and I think Cole made a good point, though, earlier when we were talking about this, which is, and I think this is what you said, Cole, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's how much exactly is a starting pitcher going to help you above and beyond what you already have? But especially considering, okay, you've got $10 million of space, $10 million of room before the luxury tax. Yeah, what exactly are we talking about in the type of starting pitcher you're going to bring in? You're probably not going to get somebody you feel like is a slam dunk, guaranteed win.
You're not getting a Tarek Skubal to come on through that door. You're getting a number 5 guy, a number 4 guy.
I heard they're going to be in on the talks for Tarek Skubal.
This feels like those when they were in on talks back in 2014. Make an offer to a big name free agent that ended up being like $20 million per year.
You mean like how every single?
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that.
Remember a few off seasons ago when the Texans were in on every offensive lineman? There was interest.
And they went to the Bears instead.
Well, we're due then. We're going to come through on one of these, and it's going to be Tarek Skubal. He's going to be.
I like that pathway, like the Tigers. Here's one though. Would you like Casey Mize? He's the number 3 starter for them.
For the Tigers?
For the Tigers.
What are his numbers? Wait, give me the.
He wants you to answer before he gives you the numbers, which means your answer should be no.
Yeah,
that's a trap, Sean.
In general, how's he been this year?
For this season alone, he's got a 2.79 ERA in 14 starts. And he's got 77.1 innings pitched. He's got a WHIP of .99.
He'd be their opening starter in a playoff series right now, based on those numbers.
He'd be at worst your number. At worst your number 3.
Yeah, 3.
At best, probably your number 1.
What do I got to give up to get him?
That's the problem.
Yeah.
What do you have to give up? What do you have to give up?
Oh,
what do you have? What do you actually have?
Not HAFF. Have to give up. It's have to give up. Yeah. I look in a vacuum. The numbers, does he still have team control?
1 year. This is the end of his contract.
This is a rental?
It'd be a rental.
So he'd be a rental. So you probably wouldn't have to give up too much for him.
But what do you possess to give up?
You would have to give up probably one of your top 10 prospects, but not not Alvarez,
not
and not Nyans, and not the 2 guys you just drafted in the first round.
Right.
Like the Notre Dame kid's going to be your next big-time pitcher.
Of course he is. He's got a good degree, man. He's got to go. I'm sure. Yes, he does. He doesn't need to use AI in the dugout like all these cheating teams.
I like to pretend I'm old school baseball guy, which makes me furious that the Astros drafted all these college kids in the draft.
Give me the 18-year-olds is the way that Seth tries to build his baseball team.
That's right. Yeah.
Hell yeah. The fellas are here in the loop. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, gentlemen. Howdy. How you doing?
Great.
Did you guys want to pay your tributes to Ben Gary?
I was gonna go in there, and then time got away. Ben, you are the man. You are the absolute man. How long you been here now?
15.
Jeez.
Just he and I are about tied behind you, Lopez. We're tied for second behind you in tenure.
Man.
So are you the most tenured person in the cluster right now?
Yes, I am.
In the cluster?
Me, on air.
On air.
On air, yeah.
Okay.
Me and Sarah got here about the same time.
Okay.
And then Aaron got here the next year, Aaron Kapner.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you guys are the OGs.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that good or bad?
No, it's good in this business. Are you kidding me? Oh, it's really, really good.
But Ben's still working here. Ben's just going to go off and pursue just...
Right.
Yeah,
but I mean,
he's
come on
he's still
now.
going to be with us.
Payne and Pendergast producing?
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah. And it's a grind.
It's challenging.
Right,
who makes it like this? Sean?
It's a grind. Me, definitely me.
Yeah, when he joined you guys in 2020, correct?
Yeah.
I didn't think he'd last 6 months with you guys.
Yeah, nobody did.
There's a lot of honest audio, and it just doesn't sound like a big deal. Like, well, whatever. It's a lot of work for the producers, like with every clip that you add, and we play, like Sean and I play a lot of audio, and that's the part that you wouldn't realize. And like with the way our system works, like Ben's got to grab the audio and then shuffle it around and everything, and like that's the part of like almost like the manual labor part of the job that's really hard that Ben does a really good job.
Yeah, again, people don't realize how many audibles we throw at Ben, and I'm the biggest culprit in a segment, and he's in there doing stuff. He's in there posting the podcast.
And then I try to help Ben out by grabbing and editing the audio myself.
Right.
But I'm like, I've got about a 25% hit rate on it, which means that Ben gets even more work on top of that when I try to help him.
Now he's got to fix your problems.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
But
So
he's a big Jazz fan, as I've learned, and that probably helps him out. Like
Ben
he has
is?
that improv. Yeah, man.
like the Utah Jazz?
No, like the musical genre Jazz.
Oh, okay.
I
I
would
was
really
looking
be.
in
It'd
there-
be problematic if Ben was a Utah
And they're
Jazz
wearing
fan.
his Matt Harpering jersey. or
Wait a
something.
second. What the hell? You like jazz? Why have you not jumped in whenever I give one of my horribly misinformed takes about music, Ben?
Yeah.
He's that committed to the bit of not talking about it.
I'm intimidated by the giant former defensive lineman.
It's not in the same room.
I've only committed like 2 acts of violence and intimidation since I've been here, and they're never directed towards
You're
you.
famous for telling everybody to die.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. That is fair.
The only
That is
person
your
I
go-to
ever
move.
physically threatened was an actual boss. So why would you be worried? Yeah. Why? How could the guy who actually physically be any kind of a danger to his fellow employees?
That's right. That's right.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
The court cases are going to be so good someday. Yeah.
And a big Kane. Big U. Big fan of the U, Ben.
Oh yeah, big
Yeah.
Hurricane.
Big
yeah,
fan of the
yeah,
U.
yeah. Ben,
More than a fan.
Yeah.
I mean,
Alone.
Give him his credit.
Ben, are we reprising? Are we betting again this year? Are we going to bet on the game?
Sure.
Okay.
Like you guys are hanging out for that one, right?
For no, I don't watch Notre. Did Ben just go?
You and I are similar in that respect.
Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, no, we're kindred spirits along that front. I don't like watching Notre Dame games out and about with people.
So you like staying at home?
Stay at home,
Yep.
man. Yeah.
And
Is that for the protection of the other people or for you?
No, for me,
Yes.
well, it's not. I just don't. I don't like people talking to me during the
Yeah.
games. Yeah.
Last thing on Ben.
Yeah.
When the Canes beat the Aggies in the college football playoff this year, he was incredibly gracious and classy. And I hated him for that. I wanted to be mad.
Jeez, man.
I wanted to be mad.
I hate him for that.
I was like, why are you so good about this?
Yeah. All right, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. We just got done talking Astros. Let me ask you guys first before the question of the day. The revised over-under win total for the Astros, you may have seen this already, 79.5. They're on pace right now for 78 wins.
Right.
So they'd have to be 2 games over 500 the rest of the way with 8 wins. Over or under?
I'm going to go over.
Over 79. We all went over also.
Yeah.
We feel like a bunch of homers.
I'm going to go over, but doesn't mean I think they're going to make the playoffs.
Well, if something,
I think they're going to win more than 79 games.
Here's the scariest thing about going over in thinking this through is okay. People are going to hate me for this, but this is just analysis. This isn't me trying to jinx anything.
This is what they're going to hate you for. This part.
If something happens for any period of time, 2 to somebody whose name rhymes with Schmordon Schmalver. I didn't go full jinx right there.
Oh, there it is.
So, but like
it's in the ether anyway.
And yet some of the games where they've rested him this year, they've put up like 8 or 9 runs. It's been kind of weird.
Don't count on that.
No, that's small sample size. I get that. What about you, Reggie?
I'd go over as well.
So we're all over.
I mean, outside of the first month or two where it was just pretty abysmal, they've played at a pretty solid pace. The problem is that they dug themselves such a hole.
Yeah.
If they continue on the pace that they've been playing on for the last month or two, I feel better about what they're trying to do.
What did you say, Sean? 92-game win streak? Pace after the first month?
Since May 15th.
Yeah.
Yeah, since May 15th, they're like 30-23 or something like that.
Especially when Dana goes and gets that left-handed bat in the outfield.
You know it, baby.
Let's get it.
You know
Let's do it.
You know it. So what is the question of the day,
Astros
boys?
related. We kept it pretty straightforward because they are playing baseball again. What do you have to see from them? And this can go one of either ways. And what do you have to see from them to give up the ghost? All right, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
Or would make you believe? What do you have to see from the Astros?
Oh, health for Yordan Alvarez. I just said that. I think Altuve. We went through Matt Kawahara's 5 big questions for the Astros. I think there's 2 guys that need to get back to what they've been over the last few years.
You are correct.
One is Jose Altuve. The other is Brian Abreu.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to give you a much softer answer to this, and this is what it is. There was some kind of controversy last week, I can't even remember what it was, where Espada kind of did his thing when he went out and had a nice casual conversation with the umpire. And, I see your point of view. Okay. Yeah. I want to see something like in 2015 when everything genuinely turned around. And you remember A.J. Hinch went after Joe Girardi at home plate when everybody was out there and A.J. Hinch just started tearing into Joe Girardi. After the game, Girardi was like, I don't know why he was coming after me. I'm Joe Girardi. And the Astros, they turned it around after that, and then they became Yankees killers, and that was a pivoting point where milk toast AJ Hinch became a little bit something extra that day.
Yeah. So we're hoping that Joe Espada becomes an entirely different person.
Yes.
I was
he's got to let his shadows. He's got to let the shadow, the dark side of him come out.
Yes. He woke up on the wrong side of the bed for the next 3 months. That's what you need.
Wrong side of the bed, Joe Espada.
Yeah, because we've seen Espada get a little miffed, but it happens after a period of time of people getting on his case, and even that is he looks you a little sideways. I don't know that he's kicking up dirt at folks.
Mine is a little bit more out there because I think that they are going to add in a left-handed bat, and it's going to be in the outfield. I got to see someone else step on up consistently, because just because you add in a left-handed bat, still got Taylor Trammell, I still got Cam Smith not delivered on his end of the bargain. Someone else in that outfield, whoever's sitting in the 7, 8, 9 hole, has got to give me a little bit more oomph.
Mine is Christian Walker. He's been getting such a pass because we're talking about the outfield and we're talking about the bottom of the order and Imai and all this. He's played awful.
Yeah.
He's who you count on behind those big guys.
Yeah. That's where, it's depressing. We were doing something yesterday about or maybe it was when Sean was out about the role. Oh yeah, Luke Morrow came up with, gave out superlatives right now for the Astros, ironic ones. The roller coaster reward. I wanted to give it to Walker, and then I looked at his splits, and I was like, "Oh no, it's just been a steady decline."
Yeah,
okay.
it's one of those slides that you slide down on a blanket.
Yeah, it was more of a water slide than a roller coaster.
Maybe a little bump, but that's it.
That little bump in the middle.
Yeah, hit a home run that one time.
But then he went straight down again.
Yeah,
slide airborne, just a little bit off the ground.
But if it wasn't for the start of the season, it would have been like an airport escalator walkway.
No,
right? It would have been one of those things.
That's why I always think this. I always think it's way better to get off to a good start.
Yeah,
like the first impression you make out of the shoot, because then the season gets going and it gets a little chaotic and people it took a while for me to notice how bad Christian Walker had been for
and you're counting on him
because his overall numbers.
It's one thing to project, but you're counting on that guy, and it's not happening.
You know what his batting average is over the last 28 days? Just to kick him in the junk
do
again?
I want to know?
You don't, but I'm going to tell you anyway.
Damn it!
Good old 205 batting average over the last.
What's the OPS?
The OPS 650. Baby.
Not even league average hitter at this point.
Yeah. You guys brought up the one time Espada got surly this year. Was it when Chandler Rome asked him if Ryan Weiss might go down to the minors, and Espada acted like, don't try to play GM, and then 3 hours later, Ryan Weiss came to the minors.
That was great.
That's right, though. Espada usually goes out there and says, I never thought of it like that.
He's a real level-headed man.
Now that you mention it.
Now that you mention it, man. Yeah.
I didn't see it that way.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair
Turns
enough.
out you do have a better view of the play than I do. Okay.
All right, boys. Well, have a great show.
Thanks, buddy.
You got it. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Cole, enjoyed it the last couple of days. We'll see you on Monday, my friend.
See you Monday, man.
Yeah.
Antibodies to you, Seth C. Payne. See you on Monday.
Antibodies and a. You can go die along with Joe Girardi.
I'll take it. I'll take it. On Hotkey Friday, I'll take it. Yes. All right, we're done.
Not current Joe Girardi, but 2015 Joe Girardi.
That one. Yeah. Well, we're done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop on a Friday.
Yes, sir.
They start now.
That's right. Happy Friday to you. Indeed, you are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I feel like I always have to do the head count again, but Sean just did it, right? Like, that's the OG Sean Lopez.
That is me.
I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Figs on the ones and twos. And you join us in the various different ways that you can get involved on the program. There's the text line, 713-572-4610. That's one of the best ways to get involved with the program. Always checking that. But also, we appreciate the Mo Cameron lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. Both of those are places where, but also talk amongst yourselves. It's always fun to see the conversations that come from that. And
I think I'm going to get into every conversation or have every conversation today like Joe Espada.
Oh,
yeah. Every argument we have, I'm gonna treat like a Joe Espada.
Well, we're not really much of
like
art, but now that puts me in the place where I have to try and rile you up. And it's a Friday. Like you're giving me work to try and get under your skin.
Maybe not.
On a Friday.
I never thought of it like that.
All right. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Maybe when B. Scott comes in the 11 o'clock hour, he can help me to that end. But we're going to get a little analytical here. I know that you love when we get a little analytical.
Not really, but go ahead.
Yep. And that's because I will bring up Bill Barnwell of ESPN.
Hey, to be fair, I brought up Bill Barnwell today.
You did.
I did.
You did. But I am fond of him because he's one of the sports dorks. He's one of the football dorks. He does a good job of it though. And with all due respect, this is probably an unfair place to go. You look at Bill Barnwell and you go, what a dork.
Yep.
But he does a great job of it, like a good analysis on football. And he does this yearly thing where he accounts for what is the hypothetical trade value of these various folks in the NFL. And this has become a little bit less hypothetical as we've seen big-time players move recently, the likes of Myles Garrett, Michael Parsons. We've seen big-time players get traded. And so this becomes a lot more interesting. And it becomes even more interesting here in Houston when you think about the big-time player that has people kind of a little split in C.J. Stroud. And so I'd like to get into some of this. Would you like to do how would you like to go about this?
Here's what I wanted. I brought this up, the Bill Barnwell thing, before the show with you and Figgy, not because Bill Barnwell, analytics and data and dork, but because it turned into basically a segment. Bill Barnwell wrote a segment on C.J. Stroud. It was supposed to be, the draft value, the trade values of particular players.
Right. Like, for instance, I think the highest trade value that I noted was quarterback Josh Allen. He, according to Bill Barnwell, and it's not just him off the top of his head. He tries to do some research and kind of tries to figure it out. He says that if you wanted Josh Allen and you wanted to make this happen, you would have to you'd have to put up 7 first-round picks or 7 first-round pick values, right?
Yeah.
We saw Jared Verse go back in the Myles Garrett trade. They viewed that as a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Which that is absurd to think about, right? Josh Allen.
Cleveland, you know what to do. Go ahead and do it.
You know what to
do. Mortgage the house.
When they inevitably upset Joe Burrow.
The line has been drawn.
That's right. In fact, Joe Burrow, 4 first-round picks, according to Bill Barnwell. So you get the idea, right? Like, well, this is what we're looking at.
That's actually not too bad compared to what they did, what the Browns did.
Yeah, I think the issue there is like the injuries that have popped up when you come to Joe Burrow. I imagine is part of this that availability. But now, of course, we get to the main event for here in Houston, the Houston Texans and the players that they have. The top tier that they establish is 2 first-round picks and more. Obviously, add a 3rd-round pick or a 5th-round pick or whatever to help juice this up. Will Anderson Jr., he says 2 first-round picks and more. I think that's fair. We have the best defensive player in the league, like the best non-quarterback. Like, these are things that he very reasonably can be discussed about in that place. And then quarterback C.J. Stroud, 2 first-round picks and more.
Yeah.
And like the conversation of this, first and foremost, of like the value, I think it's fair. Like I think it's a fair conversation of the value because of what happens afterwards. He said that he started talking about C.J. Stroud, and he said that he asked a handful of people around the league.
Okay, real quick. This is the part.
Yes.
Because generally I'm scrolling through here. I'm like, okay, that's I'm just interested. What are the values of these
And then
guys?
you want to see, like, okay, what's the reasoning
But
behind
then
this?
it turned into like, an opinion piece, basically.
And I mean, if you're doing this, you want to give the opinion on why.
No, I understand
that's
that.
the case.
But this is the part where it just kind of raised the eyebrows. Go ahead.
I take you into a segment that I like to call Reading. Bill Barnwell said, I asked a handful of people around the league about Stroud and his potential trade value if the Texans choose to not sign him to a long-term contract, and generally got two responses. One was an immediate response that he is still a really valuable quarterback. The other was a long pause and a sigh before something far less confident came out of the other person's mouth. Quote, I'm glad it's not my problem, is what I heard from one team that already has its quarterback under contract.
I'm glad it's not my problem. And that's where I went, man, this is not, a talk radio thing, a fan thing. It's a Texans thing. It's an NFL thing. It's the executives, basically out there saying, and it's really interesting too because the first response that he got was like, yes, he's really valuable. Not we would love to have him, not that they could or would or whatever at this point, but it's like, yes, he's a valuable asset because they see what we see.
Right, and I think some of this is also still within the context of if you were having to trade him,
right,
or if you were like it's trying to be in the attempt to acquire him. So I don't know that the GMs or the executives that he spoke to are thinking about this in the thought process of just, hey man, how good do you think he is as a quarterback? I think it's more towards the context of what do you think the value is? And it's worth noting, that's not one person, right? I don't know how many people it is, but he said there is a
handful.
split.
I think he said handful.
Yeah, he said it's a split amongst the people that he asked. I don't know if that is to intimate that it was a 50-50 split or anything near that, or if it was one way or the other. But there's still people around this league that look up and go, C.J. Stroud, without even thinking, very valuable. That is the place that I land, right? It's the reason why I don't look at this season and go, all of the pressure is on C.J. Stroud. Yes, if we're talking about it in the context of here in Houston, he's going to be somewhere playing football, as evidenced by this. Like, there's people that make these decisions that go, he's still valuable. What are you talking about? Like, I would, either I know that I would ask for a lot for him or I would give up a lot for him to acquire his services. And that is right this moment before we see the next year. But there are some people that go, I'm glad it's not my problem. What do you think that means? Because I don't know that means exactly like the straight I guess juxtaposition of absolutely. I don't think it means no, not at all.
Because of the uncertainty, and in fact, he said so. I'll read from here.
You get to play a segment that I like
from here because I think this next comment from Barnwell is a direct result of the conversations that he had with the people that said, "I'm glad it's not my problem," or the person. It's also fair to wonder if Stroud will ever be able to meaningfully build on his rookie season. And then he goes on later, and it says, it's unclear whether the 24-year-old really has the sort of elite-level ceiling he hinted toward as a rookie. Teams would still want to have Stroud on their roster, but him on a rookie deal is very different than him on a contract north of $60 million per year. Hence, I'm glad it's not my problem.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, that's absolutely fair point to bring up is that concern is there. It's the thing that we're talking about here. Me personally, right? I have less of that concern that the high end is there. It's do you get that?
$60 million though, man.
And that's where we start getting to.
Yeah.
I continue to lean on the idea of how often have we seen someone demonstrate that there is that high end that was intimated, or at least that you felt like you were getting to in 2023 with CJ, and then it just doesn't happen. And the most recent example I can think of is like Carson Wentz. Maybe you go to Deshaun Watson, but I think you feel probably a little bit more complicating factors in there.
Yes, had mitigating factors, but we did see it. I mean, that part is fair, the comparison, like him as a young player versus C.J. Stroud. We did see it. His fell off for different reasons.
One would imagine, 100%. Yeah. Carson Wentz, I think one of the things that I do where I go, this is separated from C.J. Stroud is the circumstance. I firmly believe that in the NFL, circumstance matters to a great deal. In fact, a greater degree than we often give it credit for. And if we're comparing the circumstances of what the Eagles put around Carson Wentz and what the Texans have put around C.J. Stroud, it's night and day.
Yeah.
And so the thing that brings me back to is if he's in a better circumstance, C.J. Stroud will deliver. I mean, hell, even last year, if you're looking at this, they marginally improved the circumstance, and the floor was raised greatly. Now, I know that that's not what you want to hear, because the thing that we're most concerned about is the ceiling.
Yeah.
And I think that there's reasons that we could point to around this team where we go, okay, this is why we did not start seeing the ceiling, including just the general way that they're going about this. But I don't line up with those executives, but it's hard to deny that those executives are there and saying this.
Yeah.
And that's a fair point of view to have on this.
No, it's absolutely. And you talk about, the circumstance. Then you have to ask the question, because of what we've talked about often, is that circumstance here? And maybe the circumstance is the reason some general managers say, oh, yeah, there's really, how did they put it? There really is something there, or however they put it. Here it is right here. He's still really a valuable quarterback, I think those people who are saying that know that, or at least I think, they know that the circumstance is not ideal for him here. So then you get into a whole other conversation. Yes, he's really valuable. I'm glad it's not my problem. Who knows about the circumstance, and is Houston the best one for him? Given what they run, given how they surround him.
And that's a very interesting conversation to have, and that's the one that the Texans have been going through at this moment. I was if we're talking about looking at the stuff, I was reading the FTN Fantasy Almanac for this season, particularly as it relates to the Houston Texans, and so much. I mean, the first couple of pages of their conversation about the Houston Texans exclusively focused on C.J. Stroud and the ways that this offense impacted him. And one of the things that it points to is just the floor that you saw for him was indeed higher than the year prior. The ceiling, though, was similar to the year prior. And the question I ask myself is, how much of that do you put on CJ himself, and how much of that do you put
circumstance
on
the system
and the inability to create those opportunities and the talent that is around, right? And I know that you are still looking at the wide receiver room and going, is this what you have to go for? I saw someone talking about this, and I wanted to throw this up here in the context just to kind of flesh out the conversation. How much do you look at this and go, this is a conversation about if a quarterback needs too much, that he's not worthwhile, or not the level of quarterback that you imagine?
I don't put a lot in that because of what we've seen from him and the floor that it is now. We know what what his abilities are. So I don't think it's necessarily about the pieces that you put around him as much as the system and the coaching and the play calling. I believe that for a good 2 years now.
Yeah, and I tend to believe that. Like this, and just comparison value. Someone asked, what is that Barnwell placed on like Patrick Mahomes? Patrick Mahomes, 7 first-round picks. Yeah. And again, you understand why. Like there's no doubt in your mind that he can come in and like impact what you're doing. Pretty much, I don't want to say regardless, because we have seen instances where the Chiefs did not have him situated well, and you see the ways in which that caps what you're capable of doing. But the ceiling clearly there. Fernando Mendoza, 4 first-round picks. Or sorry, 3 first-round picks. Which again,
dang.
And how much of that is just like the upside of I have no idea,
and rookie contract,
right? Rookie contract, those things. But I am fascinated to see that this is not just a split amongst the people that are talking, at the water cooler and the people that are talking.
No, these are
NFL
at the bar. Executives.
And just to further, kind of put that home, this is Jeremy Fowler talking about his exercise. He's been doing the top 10 at various different positions, and again, talking to executives and decision makers. This is what he found in regards to C.J. Stroud.
I didn't get enough responses on C.J. Stroud to get a ton of feedback because he really just wasn't a factor in the voting. But I think with Stroud, it's
and maybe that's the point of it, that you didn't get responses. That says a lot.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, honestly, I think he got 1 vote. I want to say it just wasn't. He wasn't a factor, but the abilities there. What happened last year, especially in the playoffs, it's certainly a concern. Some people wonder, like, okay, is that a byproduct of something that was going on behind the scenes all year, or just wasn't comfortable in the offense? I know it was raining that day, and New England played well, but some of the decisions were odd. It's funny, though. He has a chance to be a fast riser because they're there. And you talk about quarterbacks being able to throw over the middle of the field with accuracy. He can do some of those things where some of the quarterbacks ahead of him aren't as good. So I don't necessarily think like people are really down on him or he's not a starter or his job's on the line. I don't feel like it's that. It's just maybe more of a little indifference. I just didn't get a lot of responses on him.
If everyone seems to agree, and everyone does seem to agree, the tools are there. The ability is there.
Correct.
Then it's one of either two things. It's C.J. Stroud between the ears, or it's the system that is around him. And there you go. You just heard it. But I think most everyone agrees. Oh, it's there. Well, then it's one of two things. It's him between the ears, or it's that system is not right for him.
And I hate to say this because this is generally the way I think about a lot of things. I don't think it's one or the other, but I think it's more of one than the other. And if I'm guessing, right, or if I'm throwing up my, I guess, educated guess, I think this is very much more the circumstances that have been put around him. And I am buying into the stock on C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
You're talking about the analysis of executives, and even in that one answer, right, going back to Bill Barnwell, trade value, there's people that are like, I'm glad it's not my problem. The reason why it would be an issue if it was their problem is not that, hey, no, this is not a guy that he doesn't deserve, like, or he's not good at all. It's just having to figure that out.
And money.
And the money of it. It's in there. Like, I firmly believe that it's in there for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I actually had a thought that, or actually I saw as it pertains to the Major League Baseball trade deadline. Is there a possibility that it has been weakened? I'll tell you what I mean next.
All right, let's talk about the final, the World Cup final.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. Appreciate you enjoying. We could have just not. We could have just not done it. But do you feel better now?
I feel better.
Okay, all right.
Gotta have the horns. It's Friday, man.
I guess so. And
hey, they're back.
Pursuant to it also. Okay, we're just doing all the noises. All right. Now it feels like a Friday to you?
Now we're officially Friday.
It'll feel more like a Friday once we get B-Scott in the 11 o'clock hour. But yeah, get involved with the program on the text line 713-572-4610. Where, I mean, CJ Stroud gets people going, including people that somehow heard what I said and thought that I was poo-pooing.
Oh,
CJ
that's
Stroud.
what I heard. That's what I heard.
That's what I heard too, man.
Fascinated by that. So when I say that
Reggie is the negative person when it comes to CJ Stroud on this show.
Did you hear him call him a bum?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable to me. So when I say that the last person that we saw like demonstrate the capability of having it and then not being that is Carson Wentz, and saying, but the difference is he had all of the things that the Eagles give their players, right, their quarterbacks, and CJ Stroud is not. That is me somehow saying that CJ Stroud is bad. Like, if I need to walk out the logic, I will. Yeah. Ultimately, what I'm saying is it is easy for you to look over at Carson Wentz and see, okay, the play that you got was probably a lot more about the circumstance in the play calling, but also like the talent that was around him and maybe less about him. Whereas with CJ Stroud, the good things that you saw, I'm not attributing that to Bobby Slowick. I'm not attributing that to no run game, and I'm not attributing it to no offensive line, because what are those? Yeah. I'm attributing them squarely to CJ Stroud, and I think that those remain in there.
And I agreed. And the fact that it's kind of where we landed, and I think it is fascinating. If everyone seems to agree, and that's not just in the NFL, but out here and observers, and that's not him. Well, then kind of narrows it down to a couple of other things.
I feel like C.J. Stroud has become kind of a Rorschach test to some degree. I think that like people see what they want to see there, and maybe sometimes it says more about the people that are seeing the things. In addition to it, I feel like people are just like not quite sure of what we saw last year.
Yeah. The interesting thing about Stroud is I think you're right. Once the narrative is formed, people, and we do that in this business, people want that narrative to become true, so to speak. You're kind of pulling for yourself. But the interesting thing about Stroud is the narrative was the exact opposite. It's like, boy, can you imagine how good this guy can get? How good? Look at those talents. Look at that skill. Look at the ball placement. And then it just flipped.
How much of this has to do with the idea of the type of good that we saw from him in year one was here were huge explosive plays. These are flashy plays. Honestly, there's something to be said for like the more mundane not happening as much, but because boom, big plays are happening, explosive plays. These are and obviously a lack of turnovers in it as well. Made it like, oh man, this is what's fancy. And then you see year 2, year 3, and you're looking around and you go, there are explosive plays are gone. Right? Remember specifically in the 24 season when Bobby Slowick is at the press conference being asked about what do you do well, and he says explosive plays, and you look around and you're like, where the hell are those? Yeah. Talk less of last year, where honestly I just came out of rewatching Week 8 versus San Francisco, a 30 for 39 performance, 300 yards for C.J. Stroud, and it just didn't feel as it didn't feel as like electric. It was because like, hey man, there's not as many of plays that are happening, and it's because he's managing the game. He's stepping up in the pocket, finding his guys. Like he is doing the thing that you, or was it you? No, actually, I think it was Cole was talking about. One of you guys talking about, which is comparing things to other players in other sports. Oh man, he's just Steph Curry passing the ball around, right? Yeah. That's what he's doing. And so like the interceptable, like the interceptions and the impact of his interceptions clearly went down last year, right? You see those types of things happening, and his completion percentage and those things are going up in this last year. And those don't feel like steps forward to some people because they're not the same type of greatness that you saw in year one of the explosive plays. But I don't think that the explosive plays not happening are entirely a factor of him. We could talk a little bit more about that because that keeps coming up in my rewatch where I go, is he missing things at times? But also sometimes there's just like the shot plays that they have. It's 2 guys running around because you need max protection and the defense has like guys over top. Right? And you're playing too high shell, but you're not able to actually run teams out of it. Like again, so much of the criticism that I imagine, because again, I don't know that this is exactly the criticisms that are coming from C.J. Stroud outside of like obviously the really bad playmaking that you have at the very end of the season, but mitigating risk was something he did really well during the regular season of this, and some of the issues that I imagine are the criticisms of him aren't actually fully criticisms of him. Well,
and I think it's key that when you look at what he did, again, back to his rookie year, and you look at that, it's kind of a blessing and a curse type thing. The blessing is we all saw it. We were all optimistic. We know it's there, and we still do. The curse, it makes him look like it's a him problem, that everything has fallen apart, and he hasn't helped with his body language and facial expressions and all that.
Sure.
Or, what has changed since that year? The system. The system has changed. And so, this is. This season is about C.J. Stroud, but I think it's just as much about Nick Caley. 100%. I think it's a 50-50 thing.
No, I mean, because here's the thing about Nick Caley, right? And the odd thing about it is I probably don't give him enough credit for the offense passing-wise did get better from year 2 Bobby Slowick. It did.
Percentage-wise?
Yeah, man, I can get you to the advanced analytics if you want to, but I feel like you don't actually want to. Ultimately, I think we understand. The passing offense actually was better last year. But when it came down to like tough times, he didn't really have great answers for those moments either. Like when we're talking about the actual scheme of what's happening here. But the problem is the big moments were just like quarterback go make it happen. And there is something to be said for like the idea that you get to a postseason where it feels like there aren't answers and C.J. Stroud just goes, especially in the context of we think that if you just mitigate yourself, and C.J. Stroud gets to a place where he's like, I feel like I have to do it myself and then makes mistakes.
Right.
Which that is still a very fair criticism of him. But I think that it all gets lobbed on him, and I think this is how we end up with such like a big swath of opinions, or at least a wide gap between the opinions of C.J. Stroud is a bum or C.J. Stroud has nothing wrong with him.
He did say it.
All right. I'm just expecting to hear that cut up at some point and thrown back in my face, I believe. And it's very clear, like, I think that C.J. Stroud has largely been failed.
I agree. And I think you know that. I don't think he is without a lot of, responsibility here, because he, there's something to be said for, hey, sorry, I know you'd prefer to be in another system. I know you'd like to be calling other plays, but just do your job in this system. Yeah, there's something to be like, he hasn't been, at least, I mean, publicly he has somewhat, but he hasn't been like, I'm buying in, I'm going to do just whatever you say, coach. He hadn't been that. And so there is a responsibility on him.
To some degree, yeah, but I also...
But should he have? And,
I mean, is this system helping him, though?
Exactly.
And I will say, I'm literally in the midst of watching the heart of this season. Like, I watched 7, 8, 9. Last night I watched week 9 versus Denver. And so in the midst of these, I'm watching him manage the pocket. I'm watching him find his checkdowns and find his place to get to the ball. Like, is he perfect at it? No. I wouldn't say that. But again, this is year one of a system that they were trying to find themselves. And so how much of a, should I give him a pass? That's a question that we can have. Or how much of a pass? But I could still look at this and go, there is an attempt to try to do this.
Well, no. I mean, he's not going to just go rogue on every snap.
But like, it's a fair, like, it's a good attempt at doing this.
But,
like,
but
you
I'm
can see
talking
him being
about, like, just
faithful to the idea.
in a general buy-in, this is what he prefers sense, behind the scenes, at practices, in the meetings, you can pretty much tell he wants more. But yes, you go out on, he's not going to fail his teammates making this check down. I just think there's a balance there of what he's buying into, what he really wants, and he could maybe have done that more. But I still think it's on Nick Caley and the offense, and really Nick Caserio.
This combo is getting old, man. Yeah, man. That's it. I am also.
How you think we feel?
I am also not very happy that we have to keep having this conversation. It was I vividly remember the pain that I had within myself after was a New England game. Because you know what the next day was? Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I'm hoping to I'm already going to work on what is widely regarded as a holiday. And what we got to talk about is the quarterback pissing down his leg, right? Like, nobody wants to do that. I don't want to have this conversation. I don't think the Texans really want to have this conversation of
I know they don't.
What the belief is in their quarterback, or whether or not he is their quarterback beyond the 2026 season. But this is what's in front of us. And interestingly enough, because of the way of the defense is very clearly very, very good at what they're doing, there's not really very many questions as to what they have. The only question is, how much can they get better? Is that even a possibility? The questions lie on the offense, and so much of that feels like it runs through the quarterback. And so this is the big conversation about the Texans this year. This is it.
This is the story, beginning to end. All 17 plus weeks, 18.
Thankfully, we've got preseason or training camp coming up here in a couple of weeks, and we can see some of these things, at least apply more actual happenings in this moment. But one of the things that doesn't help with the conversation and why it feels old is that we got so many people that kind of don't remember what's actually happened with CJ Stroud. So we're now having to fight ghosts that aren't even actually there in my mind.
Yeah.
You're in the loop right now. I think we all need a break from the CJ Stroud conversation. So coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, which actually pertains to the Astros. Second half of the season, or at least the final sprint of the season, starts tonight. What do you have to see from the Astros in the second half? What would make you either give up the ghost or go all in belief? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
Yeah, we do. You know what blows?
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, John Lopez hanging out with you on this Friday. Let's get to the question of the day, which a little bit more straightforward than usual. Not as many shenanigans, but we're starting the proverbial second half, the final sprint of the MLB season, and that gets going for the Astros tonight. And so, what's it going to take from the Astros for you in the second half to make you either believe or give up the ghost? 713-572-4610. What do you want to see from these Houston Astros in the final stretch?
All right, from a macro level, you know, the big picture, the proverbial 30,000-foot view. Win 3 series, man, and sweep 2 of them. Get on.
Oh, that's all. You're asking for a lot, big dog. Wait, hold on.
Get on a real.
Hey, you know who I want to? I want Terry Scooble, too.
Hey, you know what the Astros have consistently done during their good stretch? That win 2 series, sweep couple series, win the third. I mean, they haven't. They're that. Sean Pendergast had the perfect description analogy. For those old blanket slides,
yeah,
you know, the real high ones, and have that just a little bit of a bump, and then you keep going down real steep. That's been the Astros. You know, they just have a little bit of a bump, whether they're going up or down, a little bit, and then they're back to their normal selves. Get on a run, like a legit. You're not a contender if you can't get on a run. Flat out, you're not. Like even some of these teams, and the American League is not real strong, but the teams at the top, the Tampas, those, they have gone on significant runs to prove that they are that team. More specifically, other than the macro view, I'm looking at Christian Walker. Christian Walker's got to do something. You look at this everyday lineup, you can cross your fingers and hope and pray and all this other things that, hey, maybe Cam Smith this, maybe this, Bryce Matthews that, maybe Tatsuya Imai, maybe this, maybe that, maybe. You're counting on Christian Walker. You're paying him like you count on him. He's your first baseman. He's a power hitter. He's a drive-in runs guy. You're counting on Christian Walker. He has to be Christian Walker. And he just had, you mentioned it, 28 days. He's batting 205 last month.
Yes, correct. 650 OPS, which is just, that's not going to hack it at all. Especially not when you are the guy who, in theory, is supposed to be the protector for a dude who is chasing a triple crown. Yeah. Right? Like that just can't be the case because you're not protecting him. Right? You're mitigating his capability of doing the maximum damage because teams go, I'd rather face the Christian Walker than the Yordan Alvarez. Now
you're going to see more of that.
Correct. Right. Yeah. Even more so as it should be getting attention. Can we just stop and say it sucks what baseball is doing? Can you imagine if I almost said Mike Trout, not the right person. Aaron Judge. If Aaron Judge was looking like Yordan Alvarez, we'd have cut-ins everywhere.
Oh my gosh.
We would not be able to shut people up about what he is doing. Where the love at for Yordan Alvarez? Like, why is this not one of the things that's talked about? And I get, maybe you just go, hey, man, the Astros aren't that good. Were the Yankees all that good when he was getting 65 home runs? Was that? Am I just forgetting?
Yankees.
Yeah, I guess so. But I'm like, hey, man, we can't get no love to that. But anyways, even to that point, as I imagine around baseball spaces, the Yordan Alvarez of this all gets louder, teams are going to be more hyped to, mitigate that, right? And if they're looking at you and going, well, we'd much rather face that. Yeah, man, you need to show up. I would say I want to see that, but then also I need to see two pitchers. I need to see one of the pitchers that you've been depending on this season return to form. Hunter Brown, Arrighetti. I'm not even really all that picky about it. One of you guys look like a number one starter again. I imagine Hunter Brown would be the one that I'm more excited about, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah. And then I need one of these guys that's coming back to give me something as well. Because if I could stabilize the pitching, even with this place where in the last 28 days, Christian Walker hasn't been that good, where you've looked at your outfield and just looking for someone to do something. I go, they fought back. Like, they continue to be the Houston Rockets Roaches. They could continue to be a team that just gets off the mat. And you know that it's honestly be kind of frustrated because they'll get down. I'll be like, I can't turn away from this game. I got to watch to the 7th, 8th because they might battle back. And if you're starting pitching in touch, maybe you can do this thing where you win some of those games, you win those series, and then actually go on and win some series. I think that is going to be necessary because that's the thing that's trending a little bit away from them right now, is seeing some of these guys struggle in the starting rotation. And so if I can get a Hayden Wesneski back and he does it, or a Ronel Blanco and he does it, in addition to Hunter Brown coming back, I think you're in a place where you can be dangerous, and that's really all I really need. Just be dangerous again.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Reggie a little bit. You kind of took a little bit of mine, but I want to see Hunter Brown get back to what he was doing last year, man.
You need a lock.
Yeah.
You need him to be a lock.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I know lately he wasn't a lock.
Yeah.
Which is making it even harder that we got to look at Peter Lambert as the number one ace. And, that's to me, that's bad. So I think if you could get Hunter Brown just getting back to being a finalist for the Cy Young type pitcher.
Or that type of pitcher,
Yeah, that type of pitcher. And then on top of Peter Lambert, I know we leaning on Peter Lambert a lot, but if we could get that going, and I think you could get something else, man.
Well, and really, the next month is actually key. Like, the other part of this that we talked about is, what would make you give up the ghost? Like, all right, it ain't going to happen. They're just not that. Some people, I get it, are already there, but they face some pretty good teams over the next month. I mean, they face the White Sox.
Yeah, that's 3 series in.
The Marlins are good.
Yeah, the Marlins actually have been quite.
It's crazy how you name the White Sox and the Marlins. I'm like, man, they are good.
They are
very weird.
Then later in the month, they got the Giants and the Padres that are, we're right up there, better records than the Astros, but right up there around 500.
A little funny.
But like you give me the next month, and if we're still, hey, they're only 4 games back, that's a wrap. That's a wrap because then you're into August, and the days are dwindling fast. So yeah, that would make me give up the ghost if they just can't make some hay here. They got the Rangers, they have the Mariners, the teams directly in your division, and that's all in the next month. So
they have the Mariners again with the quick 2-game set, and they finish out with the A's at the end of the year, or near the end of the year. Yeah. You have opportunities to make those runs. Like, obviously, that's one of the things that you have to do, but to show that you have some level of capability or even put yourself in the position to make any of those happen, you have to be able to put some of this together. What is your confidence level in the things that we put forward, right? The Christian Walker getting back to form, the possibility of one of your pitchers coming back off of the IL and delivering with also one of your pitchers that's been here, stabilizing. What is the possibility that you have in your mind or the confidence level you have that those things happen?
I think in order, and this may not be what you want to hear, but I think in order, Hunter Brown is at the top.
Agreed.
I do think he will become, maybe this break, reset, couple of starts under his belt, after coming back. I think he's going to get back to his old self.
Especially because even as kind of the not having it on the couple of days, like it's kind of suspect that you had successive outings where he didn't have it, but even with him not having it, he tried to still give you some level of length, and that feels like lends itself to him not kind of mentally losing it. And if he gets himself back to form, he has the mental acuity to get back to being that kind of pitcher. So I do feel good about that, like with you.
And I kind of hate myself for thinking this, but I like Christian. I've always liked Christian Walker. When he was slumping like crazy, you remember last year? I thought he was going to be really good coming in. He wasn't. I mean, he was really bad. Then he kind of came on at the end. And then he started strong this year, and now he's on a real steady, real bad decline. I want to believe in Christian Walker. I maybe I'm just silly because the ones that I believe in the least are those pitchers coming off of injury. I just can't. Yeah. I've been burned too many times with these guys, Yeah,
I mean, understood. And it's fair. You got guys coming back off of pretty significant injuries and dropping into circumstances where you kind of you need them. You need them to come in and immediately deliver. Right? Frameworks always determine the way that you look at things. And it would be one thing if you had the rest of your rotation rolling and then these guys are coming back and there's not as much pressure on them individually. Yeah. You come in and we're looking at you as, can you help bring this back up? Like, can you help
and you're counting on
raise the boats? Yeah, man. That's the thing that gets a little uncomfortable with all of this.
Where are we with Tatsuya Imai right now? What is the temperature with Tatsuya Imai right now?
Tepid.
At best, right?
Yeah, and when I started getting hot on him, he immediately kind of had one of those moments again that brought it back down. Yeah, I don't know. This feels like it might be this is an off season to recalibrate and get himself better acclimated so that he can get out here and if this gets to the place where you were hoping it could get in year one at any point during the season.
Remember when I guess it was in June, late May into June. We're talking about, hey, things are coming around, man.
For who?
For Imai. He showed some signs. Well, he really didn't. I mean, he hasn't. Just in June and July, he's gone more than 6 innings 0 times. His ERA is 6.75. I mean, we were looking for signs and we were praying for signs, and they just weren't there.
Yeah, I will readily acknowledge I was starting to piece it together. I was like, all right, it's starting to look like it's getting better. He hadn't put it all together. And so, I don't know. Like, that would be a really good one. I would definitely be in if Imai puts it all together. I just don't think that happens. But what is there a thing for you that completely takes you out of this where you're like, I'm done here?
Individually, because like on the grand scale, I want to see what they do during these relatively good teams they're against these relatively good teams they're facing and good teams. Individually, I think Imai is a key. You got to have him. You're going to get Hunter Brown. Well, I think you're going to get Hunter Brown. We know Peter Lambert has been pretty good. You don't know much beyond that. You really don't. So you need Imai. You need someone to step up. Burrows is done. That third pitcher.
Although it seems like they're talking like they're looking at when he possibly returns.
Yeah, but what's your confidence level on that?
It's not.
6 innings pitched, 6 runs. I mean that's been the norm, 5 to 6 runs. So yeah, you need to get that
thing with you that says that the trade deadline means anything for you towards belief or giving up belief at all.
You know what?
Because I'm in a weird place where I don't know that it actually does. And I understand they're looking for that
that's what I was
left-handed
gonna
bat.
say, yeah.
I just don't know what left-handed bat they're capable of getting that then changes the dynamic of what we're doing here.
Aren't we in a place right now where we can pretty much acknowledge they're not going to take a big swing? It's not going to be a big move.
I don't know that they'd be capable, although look, they cleared up a little bit, just a small bit of money there. And I know that is a desire for them. So maybe they do end up with like a Mickey Moniak or whatever. I just wonder, and it is worth noting, your outfielding production has not been particularly good, so maybe the Mickey Moniak is enough. Yeah. But like having one guy that you have some level of modest belief in the bottom of the lineup, how much does that change what you're doing here? Because it is necessary. Don't get me wrong. You do need something out of your 7, 8, 9 hole hitters. I just don't know how much that actually changes what I'm thinking about, especially with the way that they've been managed to fight as of right now. You know?
And a texter says, talking sweeps is crazy when the pitching is so bad. Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure if you knew.
Yes, I'm very aware. But playoff teams that make runs to the playoffs, do that, and that's my point.
Well, we'll see if you can start with your sweep desires tonight as Dyken Park sees the Baltimore Orioles come to town. Peter Lambert on the bump though.
Not Brady.
Not Peter, not Brady. Lambert. Yeah. You have an opportunity there to maybe actually see see a victory here for you. There you go. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio. We welcome in our typical Friday guest, B. Scott, and go around the NFL, including Roger Goodell has his sights on yet another international destination. Do you like it? We'll talk about that and more next.
Remembering West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL, but one of the things I love about a Friday is that, you can get tired of things, right? I don't know how many people out there meal prep and then you have the chicken and rice and you buy Thursday. You're like, man, I'm sick of this chicken and rice. I bet that's how people feel about myself and you, John Lopez. They're just like, man, I'm sick of you guys. And so here comes the treat, the dude that everybody loves, Brandon Scott, to make your Friday much, much better.
Hey, well, look, I'm going to give y'all a little bit more credit than that. Y'all are more fun than chicken and rice.
Yeah.
Just as substantive, but a lot spicier and more fun, man.
I'm chicken mole.
Okay, I'm down with that.
I was going to say I'm chicken teriyaki, but I don't know if that gives the right vibes. That's just what I made recently.
I can work with that. We can work with some mole. We can work with some teriyaki, man. Spice it up a little bit. We good.
Something like that. But yeah, man, B. Scott in the building for the hour, as he often is. I am anticipating greatly what his thoughts will be because I wonder if they're summer league thoughts. Regardless, though, we will start by going around the NFL, where just a simple note. Seahawks rookies are reporting, which means we are barreling towards football. Yep. How'd that make you feel?
Yeah, it makes me feel like we're getting that football feeling back. Mm-hmm. I'm real excited about it. And some of the thoughts I'll even preview now and say they are going to be football related.
Okay.
All right. Because I am.
He's like, don't talk to me about summer.
Oh, yeah, I am making that transition. Now that y'all mentioned it, Lopez, you had to see me, man. I did a podcast the other day with some of my podcast partners. Yeah. And one of the topics that came up was Rockets potentially making the summer league semifinal.
They're in the semifinal.
This was before they made it. Yeah. Right? This was anticipating that they might make the semifinal. Yeah. And I was like, if we can't get training camp here soon enough.
Look.
I'm telling you, look, I'm excited about this. Cool for the Seahawks, but also cool for us. By the end of the month, we'll finally get to touch some grass and see what these Texans are looking like.
That's a good way to put it. A week from when we next convene on Monday, players will be reporting.
That's right.
They will be reporting.
Yeah, I thought about it that way.
A week from Monday, a week from Wednesday, we will be out there. We will be touching that grass.
In that heat, baby.
In that heat.
Although it's been kind of nice out.
Remember you said that.
Look, I told y'all, I ain't no bitch. I be out there in the heat just dealing with it.
You remember you said that.
I'll have an ice cube in my drawers.
Yeah, and
that's how I roll.
And in full transparency,
thank you for sharing. By the way,
you guys know how I feel about NBA Summer League and NBA preseason. It's about traits, not games or performances.
Fair enough.
So I have been keeping up. But we ain't gonna talk about NBA Summer League semifinal.
No.
That's what you think. No. We still got what's popping coming, buddy. Go ahead and hold your horses till we get there. Some other things that are going around the NFL. How about the NFL commissioner himself, Roger Goodell? I don't remember what the actual avenue or venue that he was at.
One of those. We had those conferences. It
was something like that.
In Vegas, I think.
He was walking around. I do know that Sportico had a reporter out there that stopped him. And before I even talk about what happened here. It felt a little beneath Sportico, the way that they did this. Like, it did not feel like
chasing
it was like
him in the lobby?
Yeah, and it felt like, I hate how much of this has become influenced by influencers. Like, when I talked to you a second, and it did not feel like an actual, interview.
But this is Roger Goodell, right?
It is Roger Goodell.
Yeah, no, that's not beneath the journalist.
It's not the subject. It was the way that it happened. Like, it felt like one of those, hey man, what would you say to a woman if they told you this type interviews, as opposed to one that felt like it was a little more substantive. At least the substance that they got out of it, I felt was kind of interesting because they tried to get out of Roger Goodell the idea of where they would want to go next internationally, because obviously the international agenda for Roger Goodell is very, very strong. Roger Goodell, though, he said he's got about 10 countries, and he named one specifically. Japan. He said, quote, we did have a game in Japan, or rather in Tokyo, but it was a preseason game, so we want to do a regular season game now. Obviously, they're looking to increase the number of international games to 10 right now, according to the NFLPA. They are currently limited at 10. They want to get to 16, so that's going to have to come through in the next CBA as well. But what do y'all think about the possibility of taking this thing on the road all the way to Japan?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the next logical step. I mean, I would be surprised if there was anything less than this or anything other than this, right? When you talk about London games, Mexico City, where else have they been? They've been other places.
Brazil,
yeah,
Germany.
Yeah, they're hitting. I'd be honest. I'd say this. I'm surprised they haven't hit Japan already, right? You figure Japan would be somewhere toward the top of the list. Now, I'm not sure exactly what the reason for that might be, but I absolutely understand them wanting to go down that road, down that avenue. Japan, 10 more countries, why not? This is what they're about.
So I thought of a couple of things here. And I put this on the doc before the show. Is this pigs or is this hogs? When you talk about playing a regular season game in Japan, pigs get fed.
Hogs get slaughtered.
Hogs get slaughtered. Japan regular season game. That's a different world, brother. That is a big 2-week escapade that is going to affect a lot of people.
The thing that I keep asking myself is, are they responding to demand or are they trying to generate it? Because I don't know what Japan's relationship is with American football.
I would say, without knowing for sure, say trying to generate it. I got a tough time thinking they're over there in Japan. Like, man, I can't wait to see the Jacksonville Jaguars come over here.
I don't know about that. I know there's a lot of fans.
Yeah.
Like a lot of fans.
All right. Well, maybe
there's a lot of NFL fans in Japan.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
And what the game he's talking about in Japan, like, was that not literal decades ago? Didn't they call it like the Samurai Bowl?
I didn't even remember it.
I think they called it like the Samurai Bowl.
Yeah, I didn't even remember that game.
And so, I'm curious, just generally, and there's a lot of money, don't get me wrong, to be had in the Tokyo market specifically, but the Japanese market more widely. I just wonder what you're actually getting there. And I guess ultimately you go, people are watching it on TV stateside, so like we're still getting that avenue of our revenue. Can we make this jump? It feels like we're stretching really far.
To Reggie's question though, like, are they? I get that they got fans. Are they asking for this? Are they such fans that they want?
I don't know.
The Arizona Cardinals to come to their front door? I don't know.
And then the second thing I thought of, and I'm dead serious. I know it sounds like to be funny or something. You're kind of running out of countries. I think
there's a lot more.
I think
we haven't reached Saudi yet, big dog.
Like NFL, would be something of a hit because it would be a hit in Japan, whether they're asking for it or not.
For sure.
So I think Japan. I think Saudi Arabia is a layup. Which is another big problem because of just all the money there. I think Italy. They haven't really played in Italy.
That's right.
And then after that, I kind of ran out. Like, what are these 10 countries?
Yeah.
I think Saudi Arabia, Japan, Italy. I'm with you.
Which makes me fully answer the question of they're seeking.
Yes.
Are they trying to meet a demand or create one?
Yeah.
They're definitely trying to create one. If you can't even name 5 or 6 countries, much less 10.
I couldn't.
Yeah.
Well, apparently, Notre Dame played the Japan Bowl in 2009, and seems like people are saying that they actually have one of the biggest places outside of the United States.
No, they have a lot of fans
that enjoy it. So, okay.
Well, it's a massive place, right? Like, it's Japan. I get that. I'm just saying, are they sit up there like, man, what we can't wait for? The NFL to come.
Did the NFL play in Ireland?
Yes. No. Is that?
I think
that was Notre Dame.
Yeah, I think we've had college football in
so
Ireland.
Maybe Ireland
I don't know
is the 4th. We're still 6 short.
I'm sure that there's plenty, but here's the thing. I guess the thing that also helps them is you don't got to get the whole country behind you. You just got to get 30, 40,000, 50,000 people that are interested in the novelty of this thing being here.
The Steelers and the Vikings played in Dublin last year, didn't they?
Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I was like, was that the Dublin? Yes. Okay. And now I vividly can see the logo in my memory. But I know that the Dublin is also a number of week 0 college football games now. Yeah, we're doing a lot of exporting of all of this, and I do wonder how much Americans actually enjoy this because odd hours of the day and stuff, sending that, and then of course the player safety that we still have.
You know, Americans, we're definitely not here for it.
Yeah.
All right, but found that to be interesting.
Any disruptions?
Some other things that are happening around the NFL. This came down this morning, and it's worth noting, obviously, especially with the most recent news that Chris Johnson had the diagnosis of ALS, and more popularly known as Lou Gehrig's disease, and that he is dealing with that the best he can over the last year plus. The Tennessee Titans, I don't know if this is a response to that because he was a damn good running back, but they have made it known that they will be inducting Chris Johnson into their Ring of Honor.
Yeah, it does feel like it's in response to that because what was really taking him so long? Chris Johnson hasn't played in about a decade, so I mean, overdue, but better late than never sort of thing. I think he deserves it. I hate to see. I mean, that was real tough to watch, that interview that he did with Michael Strahan, especially if you remember, and all of us do, remember how electric of a football player Chris Johnson actually was. Yeah. It's a real tough thing to watch and to take in, but good on the Titans for doing what I think is the right thing.
I think the timing might have been affected by this announcement, but he was definitely going to get in it at some point.
I mean, he would have to be.
Yeah.
And there was a how long are we going to say? He was one of
3-year stretch. He was premier. He was the premier back in the league.
Like, we're talking about the possibility of him being a Hall of Famer.
He was in the video game.
Yes.
Yeah. And not just style, but like substantive. Well, really good for like 2 or 3 years. Arguably the best running back in the game.
Actually, I might slow down on my Hall of Fame take there, but
no, it wasn't long enough. It wasn't long enough, and he didn't do it. It wasn't like a Terrell Davis type of thing.
I forgot it was only one All-Pro, which was the 2,000 yard season rather, and then 3 Pro Bowls.
Boy, but that one All-Pro though, I mean, crazy. You can put it up there with anybody's.
But that comes back to like now we're litigating the Hall of Fame portion of this, but. Is it peak versus longevity? How do you balance that?
He is not a Hall of Famer, but for the Titans specifically, for that franchise, absolutely.
Which, funny enough, I mean, in the franchise, they've had some damn good running backs, but it does still feel like, that's one of those guys that should.
6 straight 1,000-yard seasons.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Some other things that are around the NFL. How about a little John Gruden here?
How about a little?
John Gruden, he's been doing the rounds because he's doing media. He was on. Is it Cam? Now I'm about to say Cam Jordan. Cam Hayward. There we go. His podcast. And he was talking about like the state of quarterback play. And I found it very interesting. I think you kind of know what an old head is going to say in this instance. But this is John Gruden.
Yeah, I'm worried about the game, to be honest with you. A lot of people think the game is evolving. I think the game is dissolving. I think the lack of communication is the lack of college football right now. We're just not communicating. I always use these 3 letters, RCE. You got to recognize the defense, recognize the coverage, and then you start to communicate. You can change the play, you can stay with be a good communicator. And if you can recognize defenses, communicate what you want to do, you got a chance to execute. But when you just run up to the line of scrimmage, clap your hands and hope for the best, I can't take all these RPO bubble screens and high turbo tempo offenses with 6 false starts a game and no communication. I'd rather slam my hand in a car door than watch some of this.
First and foremost, that's a man who wants to do play-by-play in the NFL. But secondly, what do you think about his take?
Yeah, I think it's pretty dead on. Yeah. I think he was kind of spitting, Now, does he sound like the old man yelling at the cloud? Absolutely. Does he sound like the typical, hey, back in my day, we used to do it better and it's not as good as it was back in my day? Yeah, absolutely. But when he talks about that, I can't take all of this, clap your hands and hope for the best, RPO bubble screens. We used to run plays and talk and communicate.
Yeah.
Men used to be men type of stuff. Like I'm
just slam my hand in a door.
I am not mad at this take.
I actually don't think it's an old man yelling at the clouds take. There's a lot of people who would your age that would agree with it. You just did.
Right.
You just did.
He more so sounds like it at this point because of where he is kind of like in this stage of his career in life. But I think this is mostly valid.
I mostly is what I would harp on here because I do think, yes, we've had a change in this. I think I kind of bristle at the idea that this is just pure everybody is not smart enough to handle this anymore, which is kind of the undercurrent.
Well, I don't think he necessarily said that.
They're not talking. Not that they don't. He's like, you need to be able to recognize it and communicate it, but instead of just going up there and recognizing and clapping your hands and just kind of going for like the run past option. Like, I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, and I hear you on that. I think that we often try and make it seem like the complexity that is in the game right now is not nearly as complex, and I think that it's kind of the other way. We probably don't give it enough credit for becoming more complex, or complex at least in different ways in the league, and I think that feels like it's not there, but I'm also not fair to John Gruden because he might have acknowledged that. He was just talking about one thing in particular right there when it comes to quarterbacks. Either way, speaking of quarterbacks, I need to get you your top 100
This is a good one. I actually got a sneak peek at this one.
I think we have all kind of
I got a sneak peek.
We've all kind of lost some of the luster on this particular top 100 list this year, but just generally knowing when it gets done and knowing who has been rated so lowly that it kind of makes us go. Rrr. But continuing on, as I told you yesterday, that Kyle Hamilton came in at 63 on the top 100. Another quarterback in here, Fig.
Here we go.
This time it is in division. Jacksonville Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence comes in at 62. And then free safety for the Patriots, Kevin Byard at 61. Thoughts?
So I was thinking about this yesterday, but before I even realized where Trevor Lawrence was on this list, when I was looking at the ESPN execs and the coaches and the scouts that were ranking the quarterbacks and how Trevor Lawrence got honorable mention and C.J. Stroud was just barely on the back end of that, also receiving votes, but just kind of barely, it seemed like.
I think he got one vote.
And it just made me think, man, we've really gotten to the point. And so that foreshadowed what this top 100 was going to be, or at least his place, C.J. Stroud's place in it. And just made me think, man, we've really gotten to the point, seems like in just a year, where Trevor Lawrence has surpassed C.J. Stroud, at least in terms of public perception. Yeah. I just want to be clear on the record here. I would still take C.J. Stroud over Trevor Lawrence today, right now, based off of what I've seen. But I understand, and it's just wild to see that 3 years into it, I was proudly saying that the Texans had the best quarterback in the division 3 years ago. And now it seems like there's a consensus that Trevor Lawrence is that guy and that he's now jumped C.J. Stroud.
This has a chance to be one of the great horrible stories of falls from grace that the NFL's seen. If C.J. Stroud doesn't make him look bad, make this list look bad, because it's embarrassing. Let's face it, it's embarrassing that C.J. Stroud, after what we saw early on, is not going to be in the top 100 players in the NFL.
Well, I would add to that, not only this, so there's Trevor Lawrence now, and then even aside from that, you got 3 quarterbacks that were drafted after him that seem like they have supplanted him in the conversation in Drake May, Caleb Williams, and even Jaden Daniels in Washington. Yeah. So those are 3 guys that were all drafted after him, plus the guy that is in his division that it seemed like he was ahead of when he got here. Right. And they've all replaced him.
The interesting thing about calm down. Stop it.
Figgy loves that. Figgy loves that.
No. But that's where we are.
Yes.
That's how strange
what
it is.
What an incredible story.
Definitely an interesting snapshot in time.
That's a good one, Figgy. I forgot.
No, don't give him any encouragement. He's going to keep doing it.
That's what started this whole damn segment, man.
Bryce Young on the top 100 list, ain't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I hate y'all so much. The thing though, I will say real quick before we move this along about the Trevor Lawrence is it also does remind us that, hey, man, rehabilitation, right? We are in the era of quarterback rehabilitation.
That's a good point.
You know what I mean? And that's when he is one of the.
It can flip that quickly.
Very, very quickly.
It could flip that quickly because I don't think we were talking like this a year ago, and now we are. We'll see where we are a year from now. That'll be up to C.J. Stroud.
All right, and the Texans. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, without any further ado, we get you some of B. Scott's thoughts.
In the Loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star break.
The Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yes, indeed. B. Scott from Hiram Clark in with us, as he always is on a Friday at this time, and thus we got to get B. Scott's thoughts.
So I got a few thoughts. I want to see how many of them we'll actually be able to get to. But let's start with this, with the C.J. Stroud conversation. There are three things. I think there's a lot that goes into this conversation, that goes into C.J. Stroud's either success or failure, the Texans overall, their offense and their success or failure. But I've narrowed it down to the three most important things. We've talked about them before, but I want to throw them out there and then gauge y'all's level of confidence in these three things that are important for C.J. Stroud's success going into 2026.
Number three.
Is Nick Caley good at this or not?
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Like, are we sure? And I think that he improved. He was sort of at the bottom of my list of complaints by the time we got to the end of the year, or certainly not at the top of it. But I think that's still an open question. Like, it's going to be hard for a quarterback to overcome their play caller. And I'm not saying he's going to have to do that, but that part of it is going to be important. And I don't think we have a very clear answer on how good Nick Hughley is not to absolve C.J. Stroud of his responsibility in all of this and how he needs to maintain a certain level of play going out there. But the question for me, a major question and an important part of C.J. Stroud's success or failure this year is going to be, is Nick Hughley good at this or not?
And here's the thing that's tough. If we were talking about a team that was in the same place that the Texans were in 2023, that even just a yes to that would be enough. I don't think a yes to that is enough for a team that looks to have Super Bowl aspirations. I know that we're doing the thing that we're supposedly grading the offense on a scale because the defense is carrying so much of the weight. This is a group project where you got the A student, right? Yeah. But even still, right, whether he's good at it, I feel like I haven't been as fair to him in this, but it's also because I'm looking for someone on this particular like Super Bowl level scale who also creates advantages. And I think he might be good enough to have an offense that is passable, right? I thought the passing game did jump last year. The running game was not all that good, but how much of that also is just because you don't got dudes that can create space, right? So there should be an opportunity for that to look better. And maybe I come out and I go, yeah, on the average, he's probably above average or an average coordinator. Does he create advantages? Is he someone that can, when times get tough, help your quarterback by creating things? When you're playing against your better teams in the league, is he actually giving you an opportunity to do something above just your quarterback having to make it happen? And that I'm not certain on, and I am actually very pessimistic towards.
I'll keep it simple.
I was going to say, Lopez, out of all three things, this is the one I'm most lukewarm on, so I'm real interested to hear what you guys say.
Yeah, I'll keep it very simple. You asked, the answer is no. We are not sure. We are not sure if he's good. And Reggie said, paraphrasing, I think he's average. I'm not even sure about that.
Yeah, see, that's where
I'm not even
Lopez.
sure about that.
I don't think, based off of last year, I don't think that he's bad. I don't think he was bad. By the time we got to there were some bad moments, and certainly it was a bad start. But I feel at least that he's not bad at it. I don't feel confident enough to say that he's good at it yet.
Yeah, man.
You know, to kind of the Reggie's point about can he create advantages, I don't know if I feel that way.
And I feel pretty confident that he's not great at it.
Right. Number two.
So, number two, who are the non-Nico threats? All of these things are related, by the way, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about the Texans offense. Who are the non-Nico threats? Who are they? Like, I think that they could be there, and I feel a little bit better about this than I do Hughley, honestly, because I do see something in Jalen Noel. I do see something in Jaden Higgins. I do think that Woody Marks, properly placed as the second back, is more advantageous to them than having him be their every down back. I like the idea of Tank Dell getting healthy, even though I know I can't hang my hat on that. But if that's a thing, now we've got a new element to this offense. Brevin Jordan, kind of the same thing, but to a lesser degree. So I think there are non-Nico threats. I'm just not sure exactly who they are.
Yeah, we'll do this in the Spades reference because it makes me smile every time. The only book that I'm guaranteed is Nico.
Yeah.
That's the problem for me, right? And I think that's actually more so the problem for John Lopez while you've been clamoring for, hey, can we add something here? Because the only guaranteed book that I have is Nico. A lot of possibles on the board. Yeah. There's a lot of I can make that jack walk. Maybe that's a queen. Maybe I can cut over here, right? The ones that I'm most excited about, I feel like I got a two of spades. I got a two spades that I can use to cut somebody with that Jaden Higgins. Like I know I can cut in on this one of these spades with Jaden Higgins, and I feel like he's close. Him or no, you can go either way because of the clear athletic advantage of Jalen Noel. There we go. Jaden Higgins, I feel better about just because there's more talent there, and it seems like he at least got more burn because he was more capable of fitting into what the system asks of you early, and so I think that he has an opportunity to build on that. Jalen Noel, I think he needs to have a better idea and understanding of the system to be useful, but I think he could do that as well.
Bona fide threats, we don't know, but I think the most likely one, if he's healthy, is Tank Dell.
Sure, because we've seen him do it before.
Yeah. Well, I mean, last year they went into the season with Christian Kirk as their intended number 2 receiver. I understand he's a slot guy.
Yeah.
But I believe that the Texans thought that Christian Kirk was going to be their number 2 receiver going into next year.
I agree.
And we saw how that played out. It's got to be way better and way different going into this season, right? Like you got to, and I don't know. I honestly don't know if you necessarily have that guy. Now, if Tank Dell is Tank Dell, then he's clearly the answer to that question.
Right.
But if he's not, then you're looking at those second-year guys and trying to figure out exactly what that is. Okay, all of these things are related. 3 important things for C.J. Stroud's success. Number 1, can the Texans run the football?
Yeah.
Right, and we've talked about this, I feel like, ad nauseum. But to me, you're not going to be a good quarterback if you don't have either a credible run game or at least like these crazy threats on the outside, like just this incredible passing game. And we don't feel like the Texans really have either. We just talked about it. Who are the non-Nico threats? It's kind of limited. We got the options, but we don't know exactly who they are.
Yeah.
And then they were literally one of the worst running football teams and definitely the worst run blocking football team that existed last year. So is that going to change? And if so, how much? All of this is going to matter. And that's not to, again, absolve C.J. Stroud of his role in this and how he plays. But he don't stand a chance if they're going to be the worst run blocking offense and they only going to have one guy to pass the ball to.
And I was probably unfair to David Montgomery for not explicitly stating him when you talk about who are the threats. But I had a feeling that we were getting to the run game.
Yep.
It's also worth noting that if you look at his DVOA, I know everybody's rolling their eyes, but again, just a general metric to kind of be somewhat all-encompassing. His rushing DVOA last year, remember, we were talking about him last year as, oh man, he was kind of a forgotten dude in that Lions backfield. His rushing DVOA last year is the best running back DVOA that the Texans have seen since Arian Foster.
Yeah.
So, like, he is the best running back that the Texans have seen in the year that we were looking at him in Detroit. Like, ooh, do you still want him? Yes. Yes. So, like, what he brings as a running back will be huge. But then also, I look at the offensive line and the changes that they've made, and I know that we've been big upping it, and it feels like they did take it more seriously than the year prior, which doesn't say much. But I'm also looking at this Ed Ingram, and he was solid, but we might have like inflated the idea of like just how good Ed Ingram is. Wyatt Teller coming off of not some great years in Cleveland. How much is that going to show up? Is it going to be better than last year? I surely believe so. How much better makes it wonder, because you talk about actual threats, things that make defenses go, ooh, we need to handle this. That depends on how much better you get at the run game.
The other thing, B. Scott, that's key is not just the questions, as Reggie brought up, that there still are some questions about the offensive line or the depth of the running back position, which is another thing that I feel they need to help. But beyond that, they can't just be passable, no pun intended, as a run team. They want to be like really good.
Yeah.
They want to be like top 15, top 12 to really help C.J. Stroud. You can't just be like, well, you know what? They're 3 spots better than last year. That's still not going to cut it.
Yeah, absolutely not. And just to the point that Reg is making about DVOA, more or less just measures efficiency. So that's just to say that he's the most efficient running back that they've had since Arian Foster. Not to say that he's necessarily the most explosive. That would probably be Joe Mixon. But the point here with the team and the run game is you're adding the efficiency of a David Montgomery and then the Wyatt Teller factor. Okay, y'all remember last year, this was a big issue. Jumbo set. Hey, that 6 offensive linemen is coming out there.
Yep.
And they were out there trotting out 6 offensive linemen and still could not run block worth a damn. With 6, they were doing that not out of like to like show brute force necessity because they could not get a push up front. They were bringing out essentially a not so good offensive lineman, extra offensive lineman, just to try to keep their head above water.
No, that's key.
And run the football. And then they, for the most part, it seemed like, to the Ed Ingram point, could really only run the ball to the right side. Y'all remember later in the season when Trent Brown gets in there and Trent Brown and Ed Ingram kind of have a good little tandem of running the ball on the right side. Okay, well, does bringing in Wyatt Teller mean that you can run the ball to the left and the right side with the same level of conviction? Does Keelan Rutledge and what he brings to the table mean that you can run it up the middle with a little bit more conviction than you could before? All of these things are going to be important and going to be key for C.J. Stroud's success on top of him needing to play well.
I know in Houston, we're kind of sick of hearing about development. I also think that Ariante Ursaridge's development a year or two, because I have been fascinated going back and watching the early portions of Ariante Ursaridge, and he looked a lot more rookie than I gave him credit for.
I'm glad you said that, because I said Wyatt Teller. I meant Wyatt Teller plus year 2 Ariante Ursaridge together on the left side, which hopefully is more like the vet Ed Ingram and the vet Trent Brown on the right side that it was the year before, or hopefully even better, because they needed to be that way.
Without question. Very interesting thoughts here as we look at the things that are going to be necessary to help rehabilitate C.J. Stroud, if that is indeed how you view what this season looks like for C.J. Stroud. All right, we continue on here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 and get into what's popping, including the fact that the Astros 2027 schedule has dropped. What are your takeaways from that? talk about that.
Pendergast.
$800 738 9900.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. One of the things being happy start of the proverbial second half in the Major League Major League Baseball. I always want to put the in there, and it's not it's Major League Baseball. The Astros getting their second half started field at home, Park versus the Baltimore Orioles. And Peter Lambert will be on the bump to help that go. You really hope that some things go well. And in fact, B. Scott, we were talking earlier about the things that we are looking forward to, the things that would either get us to buy all the way in or maybe make us all the way out on the second half of the season. What do you need to see?
Hey, I'll say this much. Shout out to Peter Lambert for being a revelation for the Astros this year. And shout out to that Astros bullpen that has been one of the better bullpens in the American League and one of the better bullpens in baseball over the last, let's call it, 4 to 6 weeks or so. Shout out to them for that.
All four of them trustworthy cats.
Yeah.
But Hunter Brown, the ace, the understood consensus ace,
the diesel,
the Cy Young candidate. I just need him to pitch like that.
Yeah.
And to pitch like that. Like I think it's fine to have, like, you don't have to be Teflon every time, but I feel like the last couple of starts have left quite a bit to be desired, and I'd like to see Hunter Brown just get back to anchoring the rotation and being the ace that you expect him to be on a nightly basis. I mean, how long were we talking about it when he was out?
Yeah.
Wait till they get Hunter Brown back, and everything's going to be, more so like it's supposed to be once Hunter Brown gets back. Well, now that Hunter Brown is back, I need him to just simply be Hunter Brown, and I'll take that. And then on top of that, if we can get any solid hitting outfielder, I don't care if it's a left-handed hitting outfielder, a right-hand hitting outfielder,
you guys out
a
there.
switch hitting outfielder. I don't give a damn what side of the batter's box he's hit. I just need something to not just sporadically hit, but to hit consistently. Those are my two things: Hunter Brown and some outfield production at the plate.
And we talked about Hunter Brown. Obviously, his name came up. I do expect him, maybe foolishly, but I do expect him to bounce back.
I got more confidence in that than the outfield thing.
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
say that.
For sure.
So,
very good. In addition to that, the Astros 2027 schedule is out. Anything notable there? I don't know if you guys actually saw it. I know I did.
Oh, I had a thought on it.
Okay, I'm interested in your thoughts.
I had a take on
one of the biggest things that I saw of it was that you would be starting your season versus the Texas Rangers here at home, which I think is kind of fun. Like opening day. I know that opening day is going to be opening day regardless, but I kind of like that opening series being something that is a very interesting matchup, and I love the idea of the possibility of doing the rivalry right out the gate. Your thought, though?
Frame it. Frame the schedule. It's a keepsake because it ain't going to happen.
That is a good thought.
I think, print that schedule out, frame it, put it on your wall. Remember that 2027 season? That never happened?
Yeah.
It ain't going to happen, guys.
All the more reason why, and I can't believe I ever thought differently about this season, especially when you make that point, Lopez, that I ever thought that the Astros needed to just strip it down to parts and kind of punt on everything because everything was looking so bad early on. But, man, this is literally the last season that we might get into, I don't know, however many long, right? How many years or months, weeks, I don't know how long it's going to take. Yeah. But if this is it, give us a parting shot that is
good point.
I
mean, I hate to be a doomsayer, but I think everybody's like, this ain't right now the way it's looking. It ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, man. I need Jordan getting that MVP. Yeah. I need the Astros winning the AL West. I need them making a run at least to the ALCS against this pitiful American League landscape that they got in front of them.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen before baseball goes dark.
Right.
The one thing I will say as I'm looking at it, I think that there aren't. Nope, there it is. I was like, it feels like every year the Astros have had that, here's the 13 games in 13 days. And I was like, damn, did we escape it? No, I think that there's one right there in May.
Yeah.
Let me see if I got that number right.
I feel like everybody runs into one
at
of
least
those
one
at
or
some
two.
point.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe it's just I'm local, right? But it feels like there's a lot of these. Why are there so many of these? I don't know.
Yeah.
Some other things that are popping. We got a couple of World Cup matches this weekend. Obviously, the third place game on Saturday. I know that you're very excited about that, John Lopez. But the final between Spain and Argentina is Sunday. And according to sources, there are no concerns about air quality in New York, New Jersey, the Meadowlands, if we're going to be honest, where the final is set. But it's worth noting, and I don't know if people have been keeping up with this global news-wise, there are some wildfires that are happening in Canada that are really, really scary if you see some of the things that are happening. But the big thing, at least American-wise, is that you're seeing a lot of the air quality both in upper Michigan, in the kind of some of the higher areas of the Rust Belt, but definitely it's tracking over to that New York, New Jersey area where there's the air quality the best. And so I know that Trinity Rodman, one of the soccer players that was playing in New York this week, they were complaining about the fact that they were out there playing in the smoke at, I think it was Yankee Stadium. Well, how much more so if you have the World Cup final happening where there's
these guys wheezing out there.
Yeah, man. I think that in Michigan, I was talking to Jessie about it because she's got family in Michigan, that in Michigan, they were saying that with the smoke levels that were out there, if you were outside for an hour, it would be like inhaling, like smoking 12 cigarettes.
Good Lord.
Like that is the level of particulates we're talking about. Can you imagine playing the highest level of sport in maybe not exactly that kind of air quality, but something relatively similar?
Yeah, I mean, they smoke like that over in the
they might feel like they're at home.
Anyway, don't they? I was going to say that.
Do the soccer players? I feel like that's more of a...
Some of those Argentine guys like...
No, but you saying it being
tastes
in the
like
air.
victory.
Yeah.
You think that every single relative that they got...
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, they chain smoke
now,
over
that's
there.
a great take.
They might be
like,
good.
Hey, man, feels like home.
I don't want to minimize the air quality issue and the environmental part of this that we're talking about. I mean, it is serious. But if anybody is equipped, I would figure that the English and the French and the wait a minute, who are we talking about? Spain
and Argentina.
Spain and Argentina? Come on now. Yeah, I think they should be good.
I love that take.
I think
hey, let's go,
good, man.
Let's play 5.
Also build a roof, build a dome. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now this might be an issue because the air quality is already there.
Inside, I imagine.
Yeah, it's hard to let it out.
Yeah.
So
it's like unless your AC system, your HVAC good, like with all the filters and stuff. I don't know. This is not pursuant to that, but it does make me think about the fact that, hey man, we had high levels athletes as recently as like 25 years ago, going in at halftime and then popping outside for a smoke break.
Yeah, I could tell you stories.
Yeah, what was the quarterback from the Super Bowl?
Len Dawson.
There we
Len
go.
Dawson with
When I was covering,
at least that was after the game. They would go and get beers at halftime.
When I was covering the NBA after game, it was mostly after games that I could get in there, go into the locker room. There were packs of cigarettes above several locker rooms, and I'd be conducting interviews, and they just like puffing.
Hey, one of the worst ass whoopings I got on the blacktop was from 3 older cats that smoked cigarettes in between the runs.
Did any of them have the heater hanging out the corner of the lip while they was hooping?
Not while they were hooping, but in between games after they would give us that work. They go take them a burn, take them a smoke break, and then come right back out there.
And some of those guys smoked smoke.
Give us the business, man. It was rough.
Like lighting a cigarette with another cigarette smoke.
Yeah, man. Some of them built different, man.
No, that is absolutely fair.
Not ideal, but some people can make it work.
No, not ideal for sure. But yeah, obviously, jokes aside though, like serious air quality things that I think is worth watching. World Cup is not invested in postponing, so I don't think they will. But hey, man, being out here and breathing all that, I am concerned that we're gonna get like a couple years down the road and be like, hey guys, you know how we did that one thing and that wasn't a good idea.
The rough part about this, on a serious note, is that it doesn't really feel like there's anybody to really, because it's a natural disaster. It's a wildfire. I mean, what are you supposed to do? I mean, this is kind of out of everyone's control, so you kind of just have to do the best you can with it.
Yeah.
Also, just in the World Cup space, that the World Cup winners are now going to be presented championship rings for the first time.
I really like that. I really, really like that because that
I bet you do. We're like, hey, y'all brought this over here. We're going to Americanize this sport, damn it.
I think it's something that's long overdue.
Yeah.
I think it's
a nice touch.
It's really a nice touch, yeah. That's something like those guys, all you have is the trophy and the story. Otherwise,
who doesn't like a championship ring?
World Cup ring?
What?
Then people over there don't care too much for it.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just telling you, like that's been the response.
Well, tell you what, we gonna learn them something today.
Yeah.
That's what we gonna do.
Yeah,
we gonna get their priorities straight.
All I know is I ain't seen many Europeans that didn't like jewelry.
Come on now,
didn't like jewelry.
Get with it, Europeans.
Yeah,
we got another round of U.S. Open going right now.
British
Open rather. Why not say U.S. Open?
And it's wildfire right now. No
right.
No pun intended.
Okay.
Wow.
That really was an accident.
Guy.
Lucas Herbert is leading at 8 under par. They're just finishing day because they're ahead of us by 6 hours, 7 hours, I think, whatever it is. Lucas Herbert's winning, and some of your big names are still hanging in. Bryson DeChambeau. There's some good players, but right now Lucas Herbert, Cameron Young is in second place.
Okay, interesting stuff. Yeah. And then finally, apparently MLB is cracking down on using AI with the dugout iPads in order to, kind of limit the shaping of in-game decisions. So apparently it ain't just the rest the world where forcing their decision and their thought process to the AI. The baseball players are apparently doing it too, as that this is a crackdown that's happening all the way across the league, supposedly. And yeah, effectively they're outlawing what is termed a growing practice of using league-provided dugout iPads to access generative artificial AI. So I'm just imagine your favorite manager in a clubhouse like, hey, ChatGPT, you think I should bunt here?
So I pictured Henry Winkler with the green notebook in, what was it, The Waterboy. Yeah. He's like, oh no, now I can't make any decisions. You know, Joe Spada's in there like, should I walk this next guy? So what should we do here?
Hey, it's not the worst thing.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Not the worst thing in the world.
B-Scott.
Hey, it all comes down to how much do you trust your manager, or how much do you trust the human? Do you trust the AI over the human? Maybe you do, maybe
Depends
you don't.
on the manager.
Depends on who the human is. It depends on how good the AI technology is.
We're getting rid of all of this. There's no way that like any of these positions, we're already like make fun of oh man, they using the spreadsheets. Actually using AI, like generative AI, to make decisions is insane behavior.
I think it's hilarious.
And it also, the thing I hate is, hey man, we are going to hell in a handbasket here if you think that, hey, we're just going to turn over all of our brain and all our thinking to these AI machines. Like, what are we doing here? What makes us human at this point?
Yeah, well, and we barely are, just to be clear.
Right.
I mean, you're asking a question, I'll give you the answer. We barely are.
Because some people are like, yeah, let's do this with the unimportant stuff. I thought we cared about this sports stuff. I thought, like, this is the thing. You can't replace the heart of a champion and all this type of stuff. And we're like, let's see if it can.
There is an interesting and delicate balance with AI between like enhancement and just flat out cheating or enabling and that sort of thing. But who likes to cut more corners than baseball?
I just like how riled up Reggie gets over this.
I do.
This is existential. But don't you get how these things work in concert? Like baseball cutting corners, AI, the ultimate corner cutter, coming together. I mean, this was bound to happen.
Yes, it was.
The Astros was using trash cans to relay signs 10 years ago. Now we got AI. Come on, man. You've seen the writing on the wall for this.
Yes, and here's the thing. The idea of utilization of AI in baseball is not entirely objectionable to me, because I do think that in facets of data analyzation, AI can be useful. Like, it's very simplified, but the tracking and the identifying of pattern recognition, it's very good at. It's one of the reasons why, like, in the medical sphere, it's very helpful. Things that it would take poring over data to get to, it's very helpful in accelerating that process. So you can't tell me that the sport of baseball, with all the data that they have, could not benefit from, like, all right, well, let's use this data to kind of find these insights, and then we use our brains off of that. The idea that we're just skipping the using our brains part and we're just going to outsource this. Like, I thought baseball viewed itself as the thinking man's game. That's the thing that's so objectionable to me. Like, we're all about thinking, and we're so smart. And actually, we're just going to turn this over to ChatGPT.
Hey, get rid of the damn manager entirely, if that's the case.
We've had this conversation of, like, how much does the manager do? Apparently, they're trying to. This is why I'm so mad. Is like, we're already on the brink of people looking at you like you're not useful here.
Yeah.
And you going to start using it very clear you're not useful here?
Hey, this how it could backfire on them. They use the AI to a fault. It's like, you know what? That AI was so good, we don't need you no more.
Yeah, that's right.
What are fans going to do, though, if there's no manager to yell at for the decisions?
Oh, that'll be fun.
What do we do? Yeah. Where do we put our ire?
Imagine the radio segments of us, like, just yelling at the AI.
They got to switch the clock.
Who's the IT guy?
Yes.
Who's the IT guy for the Astros?
Yes.
I need to fire that guy.
We've got poor engineering in our baseball
team. They need
team.
to use Grok. They're using the wrong AI model.
Yeah,
that's not fun. It doesn't give you the same feel. It doesn't give you the same scratch.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
all right.
Not yelling at Gemini.
All right, co-pilot. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's what's popping. Appreciation, B. Scott, for you jumping in with us, big dog.
Always fun.
And I hope that you have more people recognizing you out in the wild, like it seems like it happened very recently. All right, coming up next, I continued my rewatch of the 2025 season. Oh, no. I realized I didn't get any of your Summer League thoughts. My bad, B. Scott.
Oh, what a shame.
Damn it.
Quadrilla Copeland, too much dip on his chip.
Whoa, there we go. Snuck some in.
But Bruce Thornton has a future.
He does have a future.
Player.
Hopefully it's also very soon. But yeah, coming up next, I continue my rewatch of the 2025 season. We take it to Week 9 versus the Denver Broncos, where did anybody get injured in this game? We'll see. We'll talk about my thoughts next.
Texans training camp is just Weekday here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. Hope you're having a little bit of fun on this Friday. Appreciation to B. Scott for sitting in with us with that. In that last hour. B. Scott, there's more coming here soon. He's hosting on Sunday with Zach Gelb, 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. here on Sports Radio 610. Weekend programming is back, baby. Hang out with Luke Morrow. I think Luke Morrow and Tyler Milner tomorrow, 12 to 3. So we got you covered, man. Like if you're riding around the city of Houston, you don't got to turn it somewhere else to find a little entertainment. Your home of sports reader, your Houston sports leader, rather, Sports Radio 610 does indeed have you covered. So rock out with our fellas as we keep rolling this weekend. But before we get there, we got to keep doing what we're doing here. And I will say, I don't know if I'm doing this over the weekend, but I have been continuing my 2025 rewatch of the Houston Texans. And yesterday took me to Week 9 versus the Denver Broncos. And this was a relatively low-scoring game. It was an 18-15 final. And there was a very particular thing that happened in this game. But what do you remember from this football game?
Let's just go ahead and skip over and go to Week 10.
That's how you feel?
Just ignore Week 9.
Yeah, this was you come in at, what was it? 2 and 3? No, not 3 and 4 rather.
Yeah, 3 and 4. And in all seriousness, you say, what do I remember? I kind of jogged my memory, just to make sure I wasn't missing anything. You went and watched the game, and I'm interested in the details there because the broad spectrum kind of look that I remember from it is obviously C.J. Stroud got hurt.
Correct.
Concussion. Sliding, right?
Correct.
He was sliding.
It was a 3rd and 8. He was trying to pick up a first down. It's interesting because I'm sure you can vividly remember this once as I'm describing it. He steps forward. He's escaping forward to try and pick up a first down.
Yeah.
He could go left. There's a lot of. I imagine in his mind he's going fastest way from point A to point B is a straight line.
Yeah.
And so he's running straight at the defender. He tries to slide. It's not a good slide.
Yeah.
Right. As we see often with quarterbacks who didn't play a lot of baseball.
Yeah.
And that's when he gets that hit. Whiplash into the ground, and then we're talking about concussion.
And then just another couple sweeping, recollections of this before you get into detail. The second one is ugly game, very ugly game that this was. And then the third one is I started to have my doubts, like a lot of people afterward. I mean, they dropped to 3 and 5, man.
Correct.
They dropped to 3 and 5. You're damn near halfway through the season.
Yeah, it's worth remembering that the leading into this, obviously you had the Seattle Seahawks game that you kind of remained close in that one, but you lose that one. Then you went against the Niners in a way that goes, with C.J. Stroud throwing for 300 yards, you go, you're one game below 500, and it feels like, hey, you might be having a trajectory towards getting yourself back into the season after starting 0-3. This one hurt. This one hurt a lot. As I get into some of my kind of takeaways, and we can kind of banter off of those and some of the questions that I had. C.J. Stroud in this game, it's one of the reasons why you could hear some of my fire early on in this show is one of the things that I know someone on the text line said is, man, C.J. Stroud didn't look comfortable in the pocket. That is not true.
No.
In this stretch, Week 7, Week 8, Week 9, and I know that that's 3 games out of a 16 or 17 game season, right? There's a lot more in this, but even just in this part of the season, he was managing the pocket incredibly well. I'm talking about stepping up, moving around, escaping when he needed to. Now, you get this injury, and I have to look at what the hesitation was, because it did feel viscerally like that was the case, but it was clear that he was doing a good job, and it's not like the pockets were pristine. He was doing a good job stepping up, having the feeling the pressure,
sliding,
sliding, and delivering the football. And it's one of those reminders for me that, hey man, it wasn't all the flat way that sometimes we try and describe the C.J. Stroud experience in 2025 is not entirely accurate a lot of times. And honestly, I would not everybody has the time to be able to go back and rewatch it, but I encourage you to go back and reflect on some of these things and see that it's not entirely flat. And I know that we have had some of our conversations about this colored by the way the season ended.
Sure. No, it's not, and that's worth noting that 3-game stretch, and really more places otherwise, but you're talking about this particular 3-game stretch. You could see that and we didn't know what was to come in the postseason, obviously, at this point. But even then, you could say, all right, it's not just C.J. Stroud. I mean, there is something he can make from this offense if he gets a better, some better protection and better help.
Now, that's on the side where I'm clearly defending C.J. Stroud. I think it's also worth noting there's a particular play actually on 3rd and 5 where you have Nico Collins soloed up on one side, the rest of the receivers and the tight end on the right side. And, the play, snap, there's guys going, and everybody's plastered on the right side. And it's like three guys over on that way. And you're looking and you're going, man, there's nothing open. But over on the other side, even though it's a zone, that safety is slid towards the middle of the field. I wonder if that's C.J. Stroud holding him off. And Nico Collins just burns the cornerback. Doesn't go there. And I wonder, how much of this is C.J. Stroud, holding that safety and then wanting to go back over there, but then there's pressure by Nick Bonito that then flushes him and he can't get the ball out. Or is C.J. Stroud, kind of missing some of that sometimes? There's three things that could be happening in my mind. One, C.J. Stroud is trying to go through all of the progressions, and it's a lot to try and hit everything and then be able to check back to his guy, which it looked like he was about to before. Tay Ursary is damn near hitting him on his left side. Or is it? There's a possibility also that there's just not enough of a consideration for my best player is solo over here, and I'm going to look there first, or I'm going to try and force the ball there. Yeah. Because one of the things that's clear, where as you remember, Davis Mills comes in this game. When he comes in, he looks like he's just going to his first read. Yeah. He looks like
he did not play well.
He didn't.
Yeah.
And that is, we'll get there. Yeah. But he wasn't good in this game. Davis Mills. He was fine in some instances, but he wasn't good.
No. Go ahead.
But what you did see was as soon as he gets in, completion to Nico Collins, because this is where I'm going. And I wonder how beneficial that is for C.J. Stroud. Was he so caught up in the I need to do all the reads that he wasn't kind of getting back to the simple of it? But also, how viable was that is still a question that I ask myself, and I don't have a great answer. But it was something that showed up in that moment where I go, ooh. Now, also, if the pressure holds up better, maybe he makes his way around to Nico Collins and a little bit late, but he can get the ball up to him, and Nico can make a play in space. But yeah, that was something that very much showed up. He's looking to the strong side where there's 3-4 guys in routes and they're all plastered. And I'm like, now, if you have the benefit of seeing the whole field immediately, you could see that Nico just beat that guy over there, and that's where you want to get the ball anyways.
Yeah, no, I think that's worth mentioning simply because we talk about maybe C.J. Stroud's head was swimming a little bit or not confident in terms of making those calls and reads and all that. And yet, at the same time, there are instances where they talked about this during the season, maybe at this point during the season where we are in week 9, where if it's there and the coverage is what we want, we're going to go there. Remember, there was a couple of big plays to Nico in games where the coverage was right. It was press coverage. The safety was in a place where he couldn't get there, and boom, CJ made a great play to Nico Collins. So I'm wondering if it's what he's seeing wasn't quite processing it quick enough to get the ball there. And maybe Davis Mills just said, screw it, I'm going to Nico.
Right. And that's a possibility. Yeah. I also thought to myself, how much of this is just a point of emphasis from the coaching staff, hey, let's actually focus here.
Right.
And is that something that carries in? Because obviously all of this is, for me, is trying to spin it forward to how does this upcoming season look?
Yeah.
I wonder, is there going to be an emphasis on, okay, let's focus a little bit more on Nico. Let's not necessarily, or let's have our progressions, line up in a way where, yes, we're looking for schematic advantage in what this is supposed to do, what we're trying to get to, but also have some level of a bullet point towards, but Nico Collins needs to be involved in this because we're still relatively early on in the season that I'm rewatching as they're trying to figure this out. And Nick Haley, also pretty new to this. I wonder at what point he goes, all right, it's good to have this is what the routes that I've drawn up actually do, but also consideration for that's Nico Collins over there. Let's try and get him the football.
And that speaks more to Nick Haley as a play caller, Nick Haley as as an offensive designer at making the adjustments, the self-scouting that we all know they did after the season and continue to do. Do they see that and say, you know what, let's make this a little less complicated?
And how much CJ knows, because I still think this is a factor. You can tell me I'm wrong. It's possible that CJ has to know when to kind of go with the system and when to just be like, hey, screw that. I like this matchup. I think that the best quarterbacks do that, right? Where clearly there's a system that they're adhering to, but there's always times to break the rule. Yeah, it's one of the things that my best professors like, hey, you learn the rules so that you can know when to break them. And it feels like CJ Stroud at this point of the season didn't have the fullness of that in watching it. As soon as CJ is injured, the offensive line actually gets real push in the run game. And I don't think there's a causation there, but it was a really weird correlation. Don't know what to make of that at all, just throwing it out there. Going to the Davis Mills of this all, it's hard. It was hard for me to watch this without the context of, I know that there were people that were clamoring for Davis Mills more so after CJ Stroud got healthy. And in this game, I mentioned that everything was his first read. He threw a hospital ball to Nico Collins at one point.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, over the middle of the field. Yeah. He overthrows. I want to say Dalton Schultz later in the game in the fourth quarter. Like, there's way too much romanticizing of what Davis Mills was, at the very least in this game in particular. And if it was not for a muffed punt, you don't score at the end of the half. If it wasn't for another penalty, I believe, you don't get into field goal range again to get it to 15. Like, this clearly fell apart in the second half of this game without C.J. Stroud.
I do, recognize the romanticizing of Davis Mills. I understand it in the ensuing 3 games, which we're going to get to next week. But in this game, I mean, it's kind of hard to just totally torch Davis Mills coming in cold.
Correct.
You don't get the reps during the week. Obviously, you're in the meetings and you know the game plan and you have to stay ready and all that. But I do understand. He came in cold in the first quarter. Wasn't it at the end of the first quarter?
No, I believe it was the second.
Second quarter. It was early when CJ got hurt. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, like you said, came in cold, and I even wrote it down. Like I feel like I'm like looking to nitpick him in that, but it was something that came up in my mind. The defense clearly has turned up in this game.
Yep.
Right.
That's my takeaway. Ugly game. But a lot of times the ugly game happens because the defense is just brutalizing people.
I'm talking about
they were doing that.
3 and outs.
Yeah. And
pretty
Denver's
consistently.
defense too.
Denver's defense was good in this game, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
3 and outs pretty consistently. The only thing I will say, and this happens like once in this game, so I don't want to try and make it too big, but over the course of the rewatch to this point, Derek Stingley had gotten more than I could recall. And I want to be clear, I'm not the person that goes anytime a cornerback gets got at all, it's like, oh, look at this awful thing. Cornerback is a position of failure.
Yeah.
Like you're backpedaling backwards, they're going forward. Sometimes somebody just makes a great play. Those things happen. Even still, it feels like Sting got a little bit more last season than I realized. And I wonder how much of that is still, he was dealing with the oblique all through this season, right? So how much of that was that? But also how much of that is like, just something that I need to watch and keep track of.
Well, fair. I don't think anybody's going to be worried about Derek Stingley by any stretch. But you're right. I mean, when you're playing a team that was damn good too.
Correct.
That was one that had some receivers, had a quarterback that was playing pretty good football, even though nobody really understood. Is he that good or not? And back to the old thing, it's a position of failures, of them knowing the play, and you're not, and you're backpedaling, and they're not. And so I get it, but I think that maybe. I don't want to read too much into that.
Fair enough. That's why I left it to this point, just kind of a note. A couple more things that I wanted to mention. One, C.J. Stroud, you remember, you weren't in that one. I was talking about, I wonder what the receiver trust rankings is for C.J. Stroud, because before he goes out, there is a pretty decently drawn up play where you kind of have a stack of Nico Collins in the slot and Woody Marks coming out of the backfield, and they're running routes that kind of overlap a little bit. Nico cuts in, brings that middle close safety towards him, and Woody Marks goes on kind of like a little bit of almost a banana route outwards, and he has room up just into the end zone. And if C.J. Stroud is deciding to let it go, he puts it over, and it's probably a touchdown, assuming that Woody Marks makes a decent catch, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that he'd make an incredible catch. But I don't know that C.J. Stroud was like, in looking at it, it just felt to me like C.J. Stroud wasn't even fully considering that as an option.
It wasn't an option.
And I think that one feels like, maybe you could just say, hey, man, you need to throw the football. Maybe you missed it. It felt to me like if that's Nico Collins running that route, there's a level of you just chuck that up there. I think even Higgins in that place, he goes, we throw that. I wonder if that is like and I see it a little bit like, does he trust this guy to him in this circumstance enough to put him up in this circumstance? And yeah, you could just say, well, you need to just trust all your receivers flatly. But we all know that there's levels to this.
What was the pressure on that play?
I think it was pretty. I think it was pretty clear because he was holding it.
Because
like
I think
there.
part of CJ's issues, if you want to put it that way, is he doesn't like to get to a third option. Nor would I. When you're under pressure a lot, it's usually first and second option, and then go from there.
And then one more. There was a red zone trip where they only got 3. As you know, they did not get in the end zone in this game. And I mean, they're damn near on the goal line for 2 out of 3 goal line plays.
Yep.
All of the goal line issues weren't the offensive line. There is one of these plays that's really well blocked, and British Brooks gets absolutely stonewalled by Dre Greenlaw. Greenlaw is very good, don't get me wrong, but the motion that they have pulls him away, and then he jets back and stonewalls British Brooks. And it makes me go, man, how much is David Montgomery going to matter in this? Where even hopefully you have fewer instances where things go wrong on the goal line blocking wise, but when it goes right, you need the guy that's going to truck that guy.
Or can he make him miss?
Yes,
truck him or make him miss, and that's what they brought him in for is the red zone.
Goal line isn't great for making people miss. It's so tight, but it did make me think. if British Books comes in, how much does him losing that 17 pounds that we were talking about, if you're out here getting stonewalled by Dre Greenlaw and now you're 17 pounds lighter, are you effective as a running back is a question I asked myself.
Or do you get to an edge, or whatever it may be? Get there quicker?
Well, I mean, maybe you get to an edge, but if the play is drawn up where this is the gap.
Or get there quicker.
And you need to go meet there. Yeah. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's some of my rewatch. Week 9, Denver Broncos. We'll head into Week 10 next week. But coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions here on Sports Radio 610.
Remembering Janice McNair, the co-founder and senior chair. Sports leader. Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so you know how sometimes something kind of weird, either off the field, makes you doubt just how sustainable a player's, abilities and play can be.
Sure.
Like whatever.
That happens all the time.
Yeah, it happens all the time. Like this happens off the field, and you kind of doubt, all right, I don't know if I have a lot of confidence in this guy, moving forward. Well, listen to this. This is DK Metcalf.
Okay. I eat one meal a day, drink one coffee, and eat like 3-4 bags of candy.
Man, define bags of candy, man. Jelly beans?
See, I'm a gummy type of guy. See, you get your lifesavers.
Come on, man, stop, man. Come on, hold on, man. So you finna go through a structure, a bag of candy, you about to go through the whole, okay, let's hear this.
All right, I'm just taking you through yesterday. So yesterday I woke up, worked out again, came home, showered. I'm hungry. Run to Starbucks, get a quick coffee. That's gonna hold me till like 4, 5 o'clock.
Jeez.
This 12. Okay. So it's gonna hold me for like 4 hours.
Dang.
Around 4:30, I ordered some candy and a water. So I got, what did I get yesterday? Got the Skittles gummies. Then I got the Lifesaver Creations. They the same size bag. So I just mix them. Get the gummy, get the candy, get the water, eat that. That's gonna hold me to like 8 o'clock where I'm having dinner, 8, 9. And then I eat dinner, go to sleep.
So he drinks a cup of coffee, has 2 bags of candy, and 1 meal a day. I got to tell you that I wouldn't feel real good about DK Metcalf moving forward. That is like, you don't have to be Tom Brady. You don't have to be over the top health regimen. That would, as a fan, that would make me feel kind of uncomfortable about DK Metcalf.
Oh, and it should. Health wise, that is something that you can absolutely sustain as a young man, like as a child, clearly.
Exactly.
We've seen, but as a young man, and that is a pretty old clip. I think he was on. Yeah. He was on with Kevin Garnett. But still, right? Like, yeah, man, that does make you go, oh, is this something that you can do? Like, I hope that his ideas have changed a little bit, because even still, like, how old is DK Metcalf at this point? Like, I feel like he's not to say that he is old, even in football terms, but he's getting to a point where I would hope that you are starting to figure out a little bit of the nutrition side of this. Obviously, a lot of carbs here, and the sugar will burn. You use that, but I could think of all the athletes that, once they get to a certain age. Yeah, he's 28 years old, man. This is going to be his age 29 season. We are getting to the place where some of these athletes usually start talking about, I got to take better care of my body.
Right.
My boy out here just putting coffee in there for 4 hours. And then, although he did say he eats 1 meal, I don't know the amount of calories that he gets in that 1 meal.
It has to be a lot.
So I imagine that it'll be a lot. Maybe he even manages to get the appropriate nutrients. It just sounds weird to be like, we just running off of sugar for so damn long.
All that candy,
2 bags of candy, gummies, and a cup of coffee, and 1 meal.
Someone said there's no way he's getting enough protein. It's possible.
It's possible he's getting enough protein. He's just gorging at night, But I don't expect.
Like, can that work for years?
Right.
Like, at some point, I mean, we all get, unless you're LeBron or something like that. But
and LeBron takes real good care of what he does.
Absolutely. He spent a lot of money on his health and all that.
Like, nutrition.
I don't know if you could go with his current diet right now with the candy and the coffee and all that stuff. Can he go for the next 10 years?
Well, that's where I
wouldn't go 10. I wouldn't guess 10.
No,
I bet he could get another 4 or 5.
It makes me look at these guys.
Maybe 4 or 5.
Look at him a little differently. I get that they are, especially DK Metcalf, built. They're aliens compared to the rest of us. They're absolute aliens compared to the rest. I get that. I also get that. We're talking about. He still might be able to get some protein. He still might be able to get some food. That can sustain him. But it just makes me look at him like, all right, that might explain a lot if there's this pretty steep, fall off here.
I think though he says it with kind of a smirk enough to where I think he realizes like, hey, this is not a thing I should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wonder if he's like, I can do this for a certain time, and then when I can't get away with it enough, I probably need to change it.
I hope
That's
so.
what I would. Yeah,
I hope so.
That's what I would hope. But yeah, best of luck to this Pittsburgh Steelers with that one, right? Like, hope that he manages to get the right nutrition and stay healthy, because if he. It's going to be bad, though, because if he gets hurt, this is going to remain.
Oh, it's going to come back.
This is going to remain in my brain.
It'll come back.
These are my confessions.
Wait, from the 281, y'all should try that diet for a week. I don't drink coffee, but I might. I might do that. I like candy enough to where I might do it for a week, maybe as a punishment or something.
I could have just a little tiny bag of Skittles, and I'll be feeling awful.
Yeah, I don't buy the big bags at the big box store because I have to stop myself from becoming DK Metcalf. All right, I have to admit I'm a lot less consistent than I like to believe that I am.
With what?
On some of my ideas, some of my takes. Right, I recognize that I'm not. I'm rather a fallible human being, and this is one of those places. Did you see what's happening with Texas Tech?
I did. Go ahead.
So Texas Tech is becoming a kind of big money player in college football. And shout out to Coley Campbell for being that. But apparently you can't just eat off of that alone, as they have sold the naming rights to their stadium, previously called AT&T Jones Memorial Stadium. It has now been sold to Samsung, and it'll be called Galaxy Stadium, complete with a logo on it. And I don't remember exactly the amount of money that they're getting out of the deal, but you've got to imagine that it's a good amount of money that they're getting out of this. And I got to admit, I hate this so much.
How come?
Right? I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just like college football feels like, and this is stupid because college football hasn't been pristine for a while. But at least when it comes to the stadiums, like it feels like there's more character in them than all the other stadiums. And I raise my hand. This is the confession part. Like, I am inconsistent because you remember when the Staples Center changed to the Crypto.com arena?
Yeah.
And everybody was losing their minds about, oh, man, and I just looked at everybody like, what, you were mourning the office supply company?
Yes.
Right, you really cared that much about Staples.
Yes.
And so, like, yeah, man, it's just change. You're upset about change. You can say that. The name didn't matter that much. This one made me feel that way. And I don't care that much about him. Like, I really and truly don't that much.
Right.
It's a cool looking stadium, but it's not something that means something to me like some other stadiums do. And yet I saw this and I was like, ooh, I don't like the taste of this.
I saw it and I was like, didn't want to wait for the iPhone, huh? Had to go with the Galaxy.
You think Apple is getting in on naming rights? Also, yeah.
Why would they not?
What is Samsung doing here?
Yes.
Like, are they getting that much? Are they getting that much burn from that particular?
Hey, a partnership with Texas Tech right now is not a bad partnership. You know, they're whether you love them or hate them, they're making news, and they constantly are.
Maybe so.
Yeah. But I am with you, and this is maybe the old man in me coming out. I do like the old, the Fabulous Forum, the Coliseum. And I know those stadiums are no longer in existence. I'm just saying, like the actual.
Forum's still there.
Is it still there?
Mm-hmm.
What do they use it for?
Other events, because I think it's technically owned. Well, now it's been bought by.
Well, there you go.
It's been bought by what is it? Damn it! Who's the Ballmer? Steve Ballmer owns
Steve
it.
Ballmer?
That's where
I do like
the Intuit Dome is over there.
The stadium by the team by the stadium, that kind of. But I get also. You got to have naming rights.
The real question is Reggie going to address it as Galaxy Stadium?
Of course he is. Of course he is.
Or that means you down with it then, man.
Well, I don't know if he's down with it, but he's definitely going to address it.
If he wasn't down with it, he'd call it the old name.
Yeah.
I will call it what the name is. I will call it what the name is. Or rather, Jones AT&T Stadium was the name prior.
Yeah.
But yes, shout out to Texas Tech and Galaxy Stadium.
These are my confessions.
So this would be the second confession in a row where I got to talk about quarterbacks on Netflix. And I meant to bring this up. It was so much stuff I meant to bring up. But I meant to bring this up about Joe Flacco. And shout out to our good friend Diego, who reminded me of this. But I got to confess, I'm a little jealous of how some of these NFL players are living and what they're doing. And I know they got a lot of money and they get to do whatever they want. But Joe Flacco, who is not really the flashiest person, he kind of seems super down to earth and all that.
Yeah.
This dude, I got so irritated when this dude went to his garage blew the dust off of this. What was it? Corvette.
Yes.
Yeah, the Corvette he won. I think did he win it when he won the
Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
Yep.
Never really drove it, and I understand why he didn't drive it because he like 6'6", and he probably can't fit in there. But he just kept it in the garage like it's some old ass Pee-wee trophy,
right?
And I'm just like, what? He was like, I don't even know where the key is. And
oh God!
I'm like, man, bro,
first world problems.
Yeah, man. And look, I understand. He ain't gonna be driving it all over the place, but a lot of people got cars just to collect,
right?
Like, dog, you keep this car looking nice and shiny or something, man.
I agree with you.
Or
give it to a high school buddy that was really integral in your whatever. Anything,
he could have sold it. He could have been keeping it clean, saving it for a son or something like that. He just had that in the back somewhere. Like, oh yeah, by the way, this is a car I got. Oh, the mirror broken off, but. Yeah, I won this. This was a gift when I won the Super Bowl. I'm like, what?
Yeah, he's got to do better.
I'm like, man, this
got to do better than that.
I mean, look, I don't think you should do any car like that, but I understand if it was like a Ford or something. But man, this is a Corvette.
Yeah.
I think for him, it was like it really was basically his MVP trophy, and so the value that they had in it was like, oh, this feels like something that you shouldn't sell. But my thing about it is, if you're not going to use it, I'd definitely sell it, right?
Yeah, or at least
give it to somebody.
Honestly, I guarantee you, a lot of people probably got like an MVP trophy from a Super Bowl, something like that. I'm sure they probably keeping it clean.
Yeah.
Wiping it off and all that stuff. That thing is full of dust.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're not getting it out of the garage, eventually
it's gonna be full of dust.
And see, that's my problem with it, though, man. Because there's a lot of people that collect cars.
Yeah.
Hell, I got a brother-in-law who got cars. He ain't driving a long time, but he keep them bad boys clean and he keep up with them and all that stuff. Come on, man. At least keep up with this.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Figgy. That was kind of a shame.
Man.
How about his kid benching him in the fantasy football? Did you see that?
I think I've only watched the first episode as of right now. And I need to get into more of this
benching
season.
Dad.
Him and his wife.
Yeah.
I think his wife was like, I'll bench him too.
Yeah, I was like, could you blame him though?
Yeah.
I think the kid knows ball. Like, you did a good job, Joe.
The kid is kind of tough on his dad.
Real
though,
tough.
Yeah. He's
real
really
tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen various different videos, not just in the quarterback series, talk to their dad like he's just. But I guess that's children from what I could tell, man.
They talk to him like he's just the most washed, overrated quarterback in NFL history.
And I guess in their defense, they didn't get to see the Joe Flacco that was really good. Like not in at least their more understanding state. So
yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Those are your lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, let's set ourselves up for the World Cup final. Let's talk to our World Cup analyst, who happens to also be the head coach of the Houston Dynamo, Ben Olsen. We do it next.
In the Loop.
O'Karam Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. All World Cup long. I've been in on the World Cup and trying to enjoy the beautiful game, Jogo Bonito, as they call it. In doing that, we've had the opportunity to talk to a few people and get us ready for various different games. And so why not do that ahead of the biggest game of them all, the World Cup final that'll happen on Sunday between Spain and Argentina. So we turn to the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline to talk to our World Cup analyst that has been joining us. He happens to be the head coach of the Houston Dynamo. His name is Ben Olsen. Ben, what's happening, man?
Fellas, what's popping? What's popping?
Oh, you know it. You know what's popping.
We're having a good time and excited for the final that's coming. And before I actually get to the final itself, I kind of want to go backwards to one of the semifinals. I think you know the one that I'm talking about, between Argentina and England. And I'm interested for you as a manager, watching Thomas Tuchel go into park the bus mode with a half hour to go in the match. What goes through your mind? And I mean, I don't know if you are pro that strategy at all, but can you bring us into the coach's mindset as to why you decide to kind of go into a shell of sort at that time?
Sure. Let me say this. I've been a hero because I've done that, and I've been in the same situation where I've taken on too much late in the game because I went defensive too early and lost and was criticized. So, if it works, it's you're a hero. If it's not, if it doesn't, it's going to hurt. And was it too early? Yes, I think so. Again, and I hate criticizing coaches. I am right now. I hear all these experts that have never been in the fire. It drives me a little bit nuts. All these ex-players that have it all figured out. It's hard. When you score a goal in the World Cup at that time, there's substitutions. There's profile players that are now pushing forward. They're going for broke as well. So a lot of this is, okay, do you want to allow them to be exposed and you go try to score the second goal? Right? This is the cat and mouse that you play in this. Can you find the happy medium of being defensive but still killing off the game with some possession and, some speed and behind and transition moments? Or do you say, you know what, we're going to go back five. We're going to go back five with 3 and 2 and, hold the fort. He didn't – let me say this. He didn't say we're just going to sit now 20 yards from our goal. Right? That wasn't the design. Just because you go to a 5-back and a 3 and a 2, you can still play out of that and have joy. It's just a different structure. But, he didn't – I don't think he pictured it being this kind of fortress situation. I think he wanted to have the ball. I think he trusted that his guys could release pressure and have some transition counter ability. And he just didn't. They just kept pushing him down. The one thing is he already saw Argentina do this over and over and over in this tournament, right? The pressure they put on these teams that do sit, and how many times have they had these acts against teams that have done exactly that? So that is something, you would think they would have thought through a little bit more and said, you know what, to beat this team, we got to go score the second goal. And be a little bit more brave. But, man, is it easy sitting here saying that right now.
But one thing that we can all agree on, Ben, at least I think so, is you don't tug on Superman's cape. And Lionel Messi is still, all these other teams in which they've done this, Messi wasn't on that squad. I mean, what did that factor in? And if you could just characterize what this guy has done.
You can't. You can't. We've never seen anything like this, and I would say I don't know if we've seen anything like this ever. I'm a sports fan. I've seen a bunch of, but when him and Jude got into it, and he nodded his head and looked at him,
it was over.
I mean, it was over.
It was over.
And, we've seen Michael get pissed, back in the day, and some these people were trash talk. You knew not to trash talk Michael Jordan. It was like, no, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt if you do that to him or Larry. It's gonna hurt, and it just people don't learn their lesson. He has such an ability to take what's there. Right. And we talk about that like, okay, this is what England's doing. I'm going over here because this is where the space is. I'm going out wide. They can't solve this. I'm going to fade out wide here. This is where the space is. I'm going to drop into the middle here and I'm going to solve. You just see him like kind of watching the game and how he analyzes it in real time and solves problems. I've never seen anything like it in my life, and it's almost like, again, it's maybe a bad word, but it's like this mystique and magic to him, and the belief that his players have, this winning belief that comes along with lining up with this superhuman is just remarkable, and you can feel it, and they just, I think it elevates. He just, him being out there, he elevates players around him. The final itself ends up being, for me, the two most collective teams, right? Yeah. The two teams that they're just about winning, and they're collective, and there's no arm raising, there's no ego. It's just, they are a complete team. And ironically, Argentina does it kind of down a man. In some ways, Spain is complete. Everybody's working together and collective, and Messi walks. You see him. So these other 10 guys are willing to die for him defensively and do everything it takes because they know he can make a play. So in some ways, they're different collective units, right? Yeah. But they are both really, really collective. And man, this is such a great matchup. I'm looking forward to it. I know you're going to ask me for a pick. I got no idea, but I wouldn't. So hard to do 2 in a row, right? But it would be so hard. This Spain team is incredible. They are going to have the ball a majority of this game. They're going to create chances. And then as you're defending them kind of with 10 and not Messi, they're going to have the ball even more. But how can you bet against this guy? Yeah. How can you bet against Messi? So anyways, that
was great.
That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, that's great analysis. I'm just going to ask you just a little bit deeper on this game because the comeback capabilities that we've seen from Argentina, the numerous goals that they've had after the 80th minute, is that something that you can do against a Spain team that is so connected, especially with their big physical but tactically inclined midfield?
But here's the difference between Spain and some of the other teams that have played with a lead against Argentina. They will not go back into a shell, right? They're the team that will continue to be brave and be super, super difficult to get the ball back from. And that's what makes them different. They will play the same way, whether they're up 1-0, up 2-0. Yeah, they may change a little bit and bring some different guys off the bench if they get a lead, but they're just going to keep doing what they do. And they within that, then they have a better capability of going and scoring 2 goals, right? Yeah. You're not beating Argentina 1-0. I don't think you're beating them 1-0. So I do think it's going to take 2. Spain's going to have. They won't have that problem. They will not have that problem whatsoever.
I want to ask you about the World Cup at large. I was talking with my oldest son yesterday. He's a big soccer fan, and we were just kind of landed on this has been a great summer. I mean, this has been a great summer from a fan's perspective, for the sports perspective, for the USA's perspective. Despite how they went out, I'm wondering if you can just sort of analyze that as we get into you picking it back up here in just a matter of days.
Well, I'll take the World Cup itself has been incredible. The best one that I've ever watched or even experienced. The way it's unfolded, the drama in the game, some of the controversy, the stars have showed up. The Final Four pairings in the semis have been fantastic. USA putting on a great show. And this is what we do, right? I mean, I'm in favor of us just doing this every 4 years. Fine. I would settle for every 8 years, but every 8 years we should have this just because this is what America does. We put on this type of show. We have the infrastructure. We have the best stadiums. We've got unbelievable cities. But I don't think that's going to happen. But everything has been incredible, including just a personal note. I've been able to go to 2-3 games in Houston with my family and experience this, as a fan. Of course, hoping that the U.S. was going to go a little bit further than they did and make some strides. But yeah, it's been wonderful. I really a little saturated just because it's been so many games. And I'm also, coming into the office, and now we're working, and I'm trying to sort out, our team. And I got the Brazilians trying to take off and go to their games, and Argentina's now, the Argentines on my team are like, hey, we practice. Can you move practice? They're trying to jet off to New York this weekend. So that's been a little bit of some drama on the back end, but it's been incredible. And now we're all going to enjoy Sunday. We're off Sunday, so we can all enjoy that game. But this week has been all business. We've been able to kind of turn the page in preseason and really focus on Wednesday, 6 days from now against DCNO home back here. So that's been the focus. It's certainly ramped up now here and turning the focus to Houston Dynamo.
Yeah, quickly back to work for you as you mentioned, Wednesday, 7:30 p.m. Shell Energy Stadium. You have
do you know anything about DC United?
Yeah, DC United coming through, obviously a former club for you. The question I have in order to pair these things together, I was looking at, we talked last year and you were like, hey, we're going to add to the squad. And I was like, all right, now you've got all these forwards. Then all of a sudden, here comes Duncan McGuire, a forward that you're adding. What for all the new sports fan or new soccer fans that might be checking you out at Shell Energy Stadium? How soon can they expect Duncan McGuire, and what can they expect from Duncan McGuire adding to this side?
Well, what we want from he's proven that with his time in Orlando, when he was on the field, he's been able to score goals at a good rate. Kind of per minute, he's done very well. He's got real pace. He arrives in the box, and he understands how to manufacture goals, and so that's primarily what we're asking from him and all our farmers. Now there's kind of some secondary stuff and how you build pressure, what is your commitment level in the front press or in the mid block and blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of defensive stuff that comes along with that and the responsibility he has. But he's a player that will constantly be pushing the back line. So if the ball turns over, he's gone. He wants to be in behind the last line of defense. And those guys are hard to get. And if we get the providers on the line behind him on the same page, he can put up real numbers. And so American kids, not nice to get another, get an American kid in here as well. So, looking forward to. So far, he's been good. To your point of what to expect, we could see him this weekend. We could see him certainly in some capacity playing this weekend.
Yeah, I guess they're coming fast and furious. Those things. I mean, you got one Wednesday, but then you got one next Saturday as well. So I imagine that giving you an opportunity to turn over the squad some is probably helpful as well with all the forwards that you have. But looking forward to seeing you out at Shell Energy Stadium and enjoy watching the World Cup final, man.
Okay, guys. Thanks. Me on.
There he is, Molson, head coach of the Houston Dynamo, and he's been one of our World Cup correspondents all World Cup long. Been fun getting to hear some of his analysis of the game. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I wanted to talk about this a little bit earlier, but the Astros headed into the second half of the season. We're looking still towards what they might do with the trade deadline. There's a possibility, though. Is the trade deadline being kind of weakened? I want to talk about this next.
All right, Ability Trees right now. Let's talk about Louis Flory. My buddy Louis, great guy, great at what he does, more than 40 years of experience.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, man, it's been a fun Friday to this point here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. About an hour to go before we hand things off to the fellas of the drive. I know that there's a fun conversation, college football-wise, happening in the studio over with the fellas. So, yeah, man, the juices are already flowing, and you know it's going to be great as it always is on your drive home. But so somebody just threw out here on the text line. Mm-hmm. And apologies, a sneeze is about to happen. But it's an interesting hypothetical here, and I'm interested in how you go, because there's a couple of Houston legends that are both incredible defensively. And so pound for pound, prime for – well, not pound for pound, but prime for prime. Mm-hmm. Who was the – J.J. Watt or Hakeem Olajuwon?
I read it wrong. I thought it was said player.
No, who was the better defender? I mean, I guess you could go player, but, you know, J.J. Watt played defense – not exclusively, because he did a little bit of offense, just a little bit of tight end, dating back to his Wisconsin days. But if you're just talking about like defender, I think it gets interesting there. Because if you're just going overall player, you might have to go Dream, right?
Why?
What do you mean why? Like he was an elite defender and elite offensive player.
That doesn't mean he was a better player than J.J. Watt.
Best player on a championship team.
Okay. Compared
to J.J. Watt?
Well, if you're going to throw a championship, then we're not even having a conversation.
But that's part of this, is it not?
No, it's not. No, we're talking about player. If you're going to say, well, he won a championship, well, then there's no discussion.
Well, no, I said best player on a championship team, which is to say that he is that good he is that good to raise his level.
Everything.
He was the best player on the team. Period.
If your question is,
that's what I'm saying.
Best player on a championship, well, of course, Dream. They won a championship.
No, but I'm saying like he is the best player on a team that was capable of winning a championship, which I think speaks to how good he is.
Yeah.
Either way.
No,
let's talk about them as defenders.
To be fair, I think the answer is yes. You know, if you're just saying prime for prime best player, I think it's damn close. J.J. Watt should have won the MVP of the league.
Correct. Correct.
Yes. And he was a defensive player.
And exactly. He was low-key carrying the damn team, man.
He scored, I always say it. That one season he scored 5 touchdowns.
Correct.
J.J. Watt scored 5 touchdowns. Yeah. So, no, it's close. Don't get me wrong. My thing is, if anybody wants to win this argument, say, well, they won a championship. Well, of course.
That's what I was saying is like we're just talking about best players. Because that's why I was like, we're not asking that question. I think that's what gets you to an interesting place. But if you're just talking about them as defenders, right? Hakeem, I mean, 9-time all-defensive player.
It's close.
Obviously has won defensive player of the year, but then also like when you're talking about him on the all-time steals, blocks, all those things, right?
Yeah.
Those show up in addition to the fact that the more nebulous things are how does a team deal with playing against you?
Yeah.
And both of these guys.
That's a push, too.
Yeah, both of these guys have a push there.
Yeah, that's a push, too.
You give the slight edge where? To JJ?
See, my answer was yes. I just want to defend JJ in this category here because I think a lot of people are like, well, Dream,
I think it's easier to give it to the NBA player
because there's more stats.
And they playing offense, defense, and all that. He's doing some of everything.
And that's why I was like, I want to take it away from that.
Yeah, you would kind of sleep on JJ a little bit because he only played defense. And it's like, nah, he actually carried this team, man.
The thing about that gives, just to the casual observer, gives Dream the edge. There are more stats for him that can prove how great he is. There's points, there's blocks, there's rebounds, there's all this other stuff. Hell, assists, steals, and there just aren't as many stats for J.J. Watt.
Because with Dream, you could put him on a list like, okay, it was Jordan, it was Dream, it was David Robb. You could he's kind of in that little group where defense really don't get the respect.
Like for J.J., you got sacks, tackles for loss. That's it.
I mean, interceptions.
Well, for him, yes. Yeah. So it's a little skewed toward Dream. And I'm trying to step away from that. Let's look at the player.
Let's do that, right? That's obviously, if we're going to do this right, we have to do that. I'm just like, okay, so then where do you then try to parse between the two?
Know.
Yeah. It's.
I'm trying to look at it as their best defensive years versus one another.
Yeah.
Like, so JJ's best defensive years versus
2012, 20 and a half sacks. This is the one that often
almost record breaking.
But this is the one that often gets overlooked because people always go to the 20 and a half sacks that year. 39 tackles for loss. 39 tackles for loss in 16 games. Do the math. He's doing basically 2.5, 3 TFLs on top of sacks every game.
Now can
Every game.
Now can you look up Dream's best defensive year? Maybe I know that might be a little more tough.
Yeah,
I'm looking quick without being able to really think deeply into it. Either 88, 89, or 89, 90, where he has something like 4.5 blocks a game in 88, 90, or sorry, 89, 90. 4.5 blocks a game, couple of steals on top of that, and 14 boards a game. Because those boards, obviously, you're ending defensive possessions as well. And all of those, I believe, were like tops in the league at that time. Yeah. So, yeah, man, that feels like that would be one that I pull up. Although he only finished second in Defensive Player of the Year. Like, his Defensive Player of the Year were the 90, 94, 95 seasons. Both of the championship seasons were the ones where you end up with him winning Defensive Player of the Year. But he only gets second in that earlier time. So maybe that also is kind of unfair. You had a great defensive season that also was not acknowledged, at least at the highest of the league.
Dude, it's tough. Like, to be fair, it's tough. The easy answer is Dream again, because there's it's just kind of more tangible, like everything the ways that he impacted a game. Like, if you have 70 sacks in a career, you've probably gone to multiple Pro Bowls, right? He had 69 in 4 seasons, J.J. Watt.
Honestly, I don't think about it this way, but there's quite a legacy of defense in this city.
Oh yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Somebody said which one could be considered top 3 ever at their position. I think it's Dream. Yeah, but again, that we get into a weird place
Would it
where
not be JJ.
What, at edge rusher?
Top 3?
There's a lot of edge rushers.
Yeah, that's kind of the point, because there's an argument to be made. Obviously, we know the top 1s, 2, maybe, 3 could start maybe getting an argument in there. Yeah. Like I said, I'm trying to be fair to JJ here, because it's just the odds are kind of stacked against him. I ultimately, because of the numbers and biases, probably would lean Dream, but by a hair, like a literal hair.
Yeah, and then you get the couple of years that with the injuries, which you shouldn't hold it against him, but it's tough. Yeah, a couple of 3 defensive players of the year, as you mentioned, and he should have won MVP. Yeah. I mean, both are credible. It's just an opportunity to look at how great both of them are. I think I just have such a hard time not saying Dream, because Dream also felt like he was like revolutionary in that time as well. J.J. Watt was incredible as well. Like it feels unfair to try and put I'm trying to parse this, and there's not really a good way to do it. Anyways, I will get to the thing that I actually teased here, J-Lo. Is it possible that the trade deadline is kind of just being weakened?
How so?
So The Athletic wrote an interesting piece about this. Is, of course, we're watching closely the trade deadline for the Astros, because it feels like something small could be the difference in an AL West where they're all kind of playing hot potato, like, you want to win it? Do you want to win it? Do you want to win it? At least Dana Brown seems to believe that a left-handed bat in the outfield could make a huge difference. And I'm not sure that he's wrong. I just, to what end is the question I ask. However, the trade deadline itself is one that, at least historically, and you will very vividly remember this as covering baseball for a long time, it used to be such a big team building aspect, right? Like, this is the sport where you look to this time of year being, hey, you can change or you can really add gas to the fire that you have towards a pennant or a championship by making deals. But I feels like teams have become more conservative at the deadline. And one of the reasons that this Athletic piece throws up is in talking to like Billy Beane, right? Obviously one of the biggest P counters in the baseball landscape, and kind of the guy that's the grandfather of that in some ways, is that he compared them. He's like, executives are now so concerned with risk, and also everybody has everybody's become homogenous in their thought on how they evaluate players. And so if I don't see if there's not a difference in how we evaluate players, and we're all trying to mitigate risk, how do we come to terms on, let's find a deal where I feel like I'm getting a benefit, but you also feel like you're getting a benefit, and we're both seeing these players the same way? Yeah,
I think there's a couple of reasons that when you brought this up, has it been minimized, for lack of a better way, the trade deadline? Two things came to mind, and neither of them were that, although that's a good point. The first thing that came to mind for me was too many people are considering the trade deadline as a science, not an art.
Yeah.
And acquiring a player at the trade deadline, as much as science and data and analytics are so integral and important right now, it's about the art of that particular player fitting in with your team.
Sure.
The science you can't ignore, of course, but I think too many general managers, scouting staffs, just go look at that, not like, this could work because, these relationships and the way we do things and all that. I'm not saying it doesn't come into play.
Sure, no.
But I think they lean too heavily into this is the numbers, this is what he can do, left-handed pitching, right-handed, whatever. And I think that's reason number one.
And can I jump on that? Because I do think that ties in with the risk averseness, right?
Yeah.
If everybody is grading on a scale of analytics and so on, but you're like, hey, I'm kind of using my gut here.
Yeah.
You look really bad.
And you need to use your gut sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really do.
Agreed.
And then the other reason, the other thing that I think has affected a lot of these general managers and affected the number of big-time trades that we get, not that there's not any, how long has this been going on where you get traded, you automatically have to get a new contract or at least have some sort of, look at your numbers or rework this or rework that? Whatever happened to, and this is the old man in me, you trade a dude, he comes in, you see if it works out.
Lay out the contract.
Yeah. No, not even that.
You have a contract just to buy about a contract.
Not even that, but you understand what I'm saying?
No, I hear you.
And this is more the case really in basketball than baseball.
And I think that in basketball it happens because you're kind of doing free agency, but free agency is not the best way to do this.
But it happens in baseball.
To some degree.
You get traded in baseball, that player expects, I want to go, especially with the no trade clauses. They expect a new contract. And I'm like, why? You got traded, and I'm not that guy. I'm not thinking play out the contract. I'm just saying, whatever happened to, I think it puts too much pressure on the general manager. Not only do we have to acquire this guy, we're going to have to start talking contract with his agent. You know what I mean? At some point.
It's possible. And, I mean, maybe that's also something that you talk about with rentals, right? It used to be, hey, the rental is worth it. And maybe we're also just losing the large appeal of pushing it, risking it for the biscuit, right? Because as much as I think that this is a good thing that, general managers are forced to consider not just can we win it this year, but then what does that do to our chances in upcoming years? And some of that is the numbers is like, all right, just because we have a chance to win it, how much of a percentage chance are we gaining to win it this year versus cutting off our possibility of winning in the next year and the year after that, depending on what we do based off of giving up prospects. I think also you get to a place where you go, is that rental – people are a little bit less likely to just go, oh, screw it. I want to get that rental. And I think that's something that Dana Brown did with, like you say, Kikuchi. And I think that while it definitely felt like it worked for the Astros, there's also something where you can come back around and go, was that a worthwhile move? And I think that additional criticism that is there, not to say that there's more people criticizing baseball than before, because that would be asinine, but I think that there's kind of more grounds on which those criticisms come that I think could make people a little bit more hesitant. Yeah. And I don't mean to make this like everybody's just scared. I just think there is a lot of things that are coming together that are making this less possible, which I bring back home and I go, man, I'm very intrigued to see how this trade deadline goes, because you pair those seeming overarching characteristics and things that are happening in baseball with a year that we've talked about where is there 6 or 7 teams that feel like they're clear sellers and then everybody else, no idea.
Yeah, that's about it. And we don't know really who's buying at this point. Even the Astros, it's hard to figure out.
Yeah, so it makes me, in a weird way, not look as much at the trade deadline, and I think that means it's even more important for you to do your moves in the offseason, because I think the trade deadline becomes less of that supreme building block. Teams went into seasons like, we'll fix that at the trade deadline. Yeah. I think you need to make sure that your team is pretty ready to go, and trade deadline is for, I think it's now in my imagination at least, it's for tweaking rather than we'll fix our team and get them ready for the postseason at the trade deadline way to do this anyway.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, bro?
Yeah, so I got a story about a thief that's going into people's backyards, taking something that I did not expect to see them take.
He's stealing a pool? I'm interested to hear it next.
All right, let's talk about the World Cup final. It is happening Sunday. It's
accident, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the drive seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape, presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans, on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. Hurt in the accident? Injured? Don't wait. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Before I get to the mixtape, just want to give another shout out to our guy Ben Gary.
Yeah,
absolutely. Producer Payne and Pendergast. He's been doing that show specifically for like 6 years, I think, since COVID.
Yeah.
And been doing a damn good job at it, and just want to salute to him for working so hard. He'll still be around at the station, but he'll be doing a lot of game day Texan stuff like he usually do. So just want to give a salute to him, man.
15 years, huh? 15 years he's been around here.
Yeah, still counting, still going, man.
That's awesome.
And by the way, his dad is a radio legend too. I think his dad is in the Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
Didn't know that.
Wow.
Yeah, I forgot his dad. Now I meant to ask him that because it was one time he specifically took off because he had to go.
He was going inducted.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he was born into radio a little bit, man. So again, salute to Ben Gary for that. No salute to this person. So Lopez, do you keep a lot of stuff in your backyard, just random stuff in the backyard?
Not a run tight ship back there.
Really?
I mean, I have stuff like a couch, barbecue pit, grill, oyster, pizza oven. Got expensive stuff in
what's your address?
No, man, that was too long a list right there. Yeah.
Somebody gonna hop that fence.
Yeah, he's got all the grills.
Yeah. So it sounds like it's a lot of stuff to take from your backyard.
Yes, let's keep that to ourselves.
Yeah. So I wonder if you figured this might be something they can take here. Let's go to 11 Alive News in Georgia with this story.
Caught on camera, you can see who the homeowner says is a thief cutting the pump from her HVAC unit to her home in the middle of the day on Saturday. Then in this video, you can see the man lifting up the cage that surrounded her HVAC unit after he loosened it up using a car jack. And shortly after that, you can see him loading that HVAC unit into the back of his SUV. And the homeowner says this is the second unit he's stolen in the span of a month.
Yep. I always feel like someone's watching me. It's scary. I don't feel comfortable in my home.
The kicker here, Shanador McLean, the woman who you just heard from, says she just moved into that Decatur home on June 5th. Then by June 11th, he stole that first unit. Then come July 11th, just a month later, he stole the second unit. Now, I reached out to the DeKalb County Police Department to find out if it's investigating these thefts, but I never heard back.
It's the copper.
Yeah.
I think it's the copper.
Yeah,
I hadn't even thought about that.
I didn't think about that either, but he took the actual whole HVAC.
Yep.
And mind you, she had a cage around it.
Yeah.
And he still got up in the dirt, just pulled it out, and he was dragging it in the back of his car. I'm like, what in the world? So you heard that news report from 11 Alive News in Georgia. After that guy did that story, he got a bunch of DMs about, hey, that's the same guy that hit me too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No.
Here's more from 11 Alive News in Georgia.
Several people reached out to me Tuesday night, well into Wednesday morning, that live near Boring Road, say that man accused of stealing that Decatur woman's HVAC unit did the same thing to them during the same time frame. This home security video from July 11th shows just the latest string of thefts of HVAC units throughout a Decatur neighborhood. Multiple people sent me direct messages on Instagram saying this man on your screen also stole their HVAC units. Some of them even on the same day as one another.
The big part is you're trying to deter them from the theft. Once the unit is gone, it's gone.
Burton Phillips, who owns AC Armors, who installed the cage you see in this video being lifted out of the ground from around the HVAC unit. Keep in mind, it's anchored in the ground with concrete.
Man.
Our first response to the client was, well, I can't believe this has happened, because we make it a point to dig those holes 1.5 feet deep and about 1 foot in diameter with a slight incline underneath the unit.
Phillips says once it gets hot outside, he starts seeing an increase in calls about stolen HVAC units. Says beyond buying a cage to put around it, there are other ways to keep it from getting taken.
If you get a flashing light instead of just a motion detector light, something that flashes, it draws attention, and often the neighbors will be annoyed by it, and it's something that will cause them to maybe contact the police. In addition to that, a radio or something that causes sound in the house to keep someone guessing if someone's in the home or not.
I did ask the DeKalb County Police Department whether or not it's seeing an increase in HVAC units being stolen, and I'm told by the department not that it's aware of.
Look, I know we have listeners that are in the industry that are going to be able to help me with this, but that has all the markings of a dude that gets the copper out of these things and has a connection and sells the copper, because it is expensive.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of units that he's taking. He's taking the whole unit.
It got to be a crackhead doing this, man.
You think?
It got to be, man.
It's pretty professional to be able to, in concrete, and you're getting it out of there?
That's a lot of work, man.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work for somebody to be doing that.
Yeah.
And I was a little bit irritated with the HVAC professional on there. He was sitting there like, yeah, just maybe get a flashing light. I'm like, what the?
Put a radio on.
This guy's taking it in broad daylight. Like, what that little flashing light gonna do, man?
Yeah, shout out to the text line who says, get a big ass dog. That feels like more of a protection. The thing about it, and I hear you on the possibility that it could be copper, but it just feels like there's got to be easier ways to get to copper than this. Like, I feel like at this point,
but there's a lot in there.
I wonder,
there's coils, man.
Like how? I mean, because look, the work we talk about crawfish on the show, like, oh, it's good, but it's a lot of work for a little bit of meat or whatever it is. How much money is this making?
I think this is a very specific. He's got a dude that needs copper, buys copper, whatever. Just me speculating, but again, I know a lot of people listening are in the industry. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what it is. But it can be lucrative. It can be lucrative.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with you on that. But I would have figured it was an easier way, like breaking into a abandoned house and taking the pipes or something, or the copper out of there. That's a little more easier than hauling the big ass HVAC.
That's the thing that gets me.
Yeah, because
like, it's juice squeeze kind of thing. Like, is the juice worth that kind of squeeze?
Yeah, because if you look at the video,
they're big.
It's a unit.
They're big. Yeah.
Just think about the HVAC unit in the back in the back of your house, and he hauling that. Yeah, but I almost hauling that bleep at the back of the truck. Man. Like, dog, how much? You better be getting $1 million for this, man.
Like, and the thing about, selling it for copper or even selling it for parts is the units themselves cost enough money where I think you could, if there's like a black market
10 grand
of these units. Well, 10 grand, you probably buy like a new unit. I bet you sell for a couple grand and here we go. Right? Like, I feel like somebody.
5? Yeah, I give you half for this.
I feel like somebody would not care about where the unit came from if they get that kind of discount on these units. Man, my mom just bought an AC unit maybe like a few months ago.
They're expensive. Yeah.
The people that do not finance them are rich because everybody finances them. They cost so damn much.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie to one that's like, oh, you selling that for $5,000?
I'll get it.
I'll think about it. I might consider it, to be honest. Don't give a damn if it was stolen.
Yeah.
It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. Was it yesterday where we were talking about was the question of the day, things that are dumb?
Correct.
Yes.
And somehow we on the conversation of kids on a leash.
Yes.
And Lopez started giving the speech about
how you ready, buckle up.
Oh God.
How you should discipline your kids and all that type of stuff.
Buckle up, Figgy.
I wonder how you feel about this one right here. So it's an owner, I want to say, of a Chinese restaurant in the Bay Area. He decided to come up with a rule for parents who don't really control their kids in the restaurant.
Oh, wow.
And here's CBS News with the story.
I see inviting people like you to my restaurant as inviting my guests and into my home. I expect people to treat that with the respect that visiting someone's home would entail. There's a child lying there getting their diapers changed right next to another customer who looked mortified.
The sight and smell ruined most appetites that night, but it was just one of several incidents Shui paid the price for.
It's not about that $5 broken teacup. It's about the fact that you came into here not respecting the rules, you let your child play around, they cause some sort of damage, you should be directly responsible. A lot of people very quietly tell me that they support this policy because they don't want to be seen as nosy or, to other parents.
That's not the case for Jacqueline Grubb, who came to the restaurant for the first time after learning about the policy.
So when someone actually stands up and says something like this, it's admirable. And we need more of him throughout the United States being that way. And he can actually cook good food.
For example, this was a Chuck E. Cheese, we wouldn't have the same expectations, but I'm just letting people know, hey, maybe there was a misunderstanding. You can't blame the kids. You really can't blame the kids. Kids are kids. Kids will be loud, kids will cry. It's okay, but it's up to the parents to make the appropriate response.
It may seem bold in an industry where the customer is always right, but at the House of Shui, the hope is to put proper parenting back on the table.
So for those who don't know, he is fining these parents for their kids being out of control in this
Like
restaurant.
they have to pay for the cup or whatever. Is he fining them? Like, okay, one question. How nice of a restaurant would you say this is? Did you see, were there images of it?
It looked like a decent Chinese
good
food restaurant, like a place we would go to, kind of similar to the place we went to in San Francisco.
Sam Woes.
Yeah, somewhat like that. Yeah.
All right, and you like to say, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
What are you doing changing a diaper in the restaurant? That's number one.
You just got to get
actually
kicked
it might be number two, but anyway.
All right, very good. You got to get kicked out for that.
Yeah, that alone, build the man a statue if he got on them for that, because that is, what are you doing? There's a bathroom. Go to the bathroom. Whatever. Go to your car. But just in general, if I had to say yes or no, I support him, I would say yes. But I think there's also some give and take you gotta have here as a restaurant owner.
Yeah. I think so, and it sounds like he do, consider some give and take. He mentioned it'd be totally different if it was Chuck E. Cheese or something like that.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you go to these restaurants, man, these parents don't be controlling their kids at all.
100%.
Like, it was a couple times I was sitting there eating, and a kid just walked up to me like I was the dad or something. And I'm just like, hey, he was like trying to get stuff off the table. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
And the parent ain't doing nothing. I'm like, yo, get your kids.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
It's a parenting issue.
Yeah.
I mean, agreed.
Yeah.
Like, clearly. It seems like there's enough people who appreciate this to where it's going to be beneficial, right?
I think so.
There's definitely going to be some people that don't.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to do the math on.
Those people have their kid on a leash.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
And so, does the math work out? Like, I have no idea. I have no idea how many people would be upset about this versus the people that are like, yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
And so, best of luck to them, though. I can't blame them. I cannot blame them for being like, hey, I really don't. I would like this to be a space that is a lot less chaotic because people can't keep control of their kids.
And the way he put it, he was like, hey, this is my restaurant, and it's like coming into my house, and I don't want your kids doing all this stuff, and you ain't really controlling them. So I give a salute to that guy. All right, real quick, I get y'all out of here on this. A couple rest in pieces. Rest in peace to Hal Williams. I think he passed away yesterday. Actor, he played on Sanford and Son. He was the black cop on Sanford and Son. A lot of people know him from 227. He was the dad on there. I want to say his name was Jenkins.
I don't remember.
I think they call him Jenkins. But rest in peace to him. Rest in peace to Brenda Fricker. And you're probably wondering, who is this?
I am.
She is the pigeon lady from Home Alone 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's a great scene. A couple of scenes.
Yeah. No, she played a good part in that. And I did not know honestly, I haven't seen anything else with her in it. But apparently she got an Oscar. She got an Oscar, I don't think for Home Alone, but in another movie that I can't remember what it was. But rest in peace to her. And also rest in peace to the Nissan Altima.
Yeah,
they're done with them.
Yes. So 2026 is the last one they are making. They are discontinuing them. So definitely rest in peace to Nissan Altima, the ultimate baby mama car. we
really is.
Yeah, that is
really
baby
is.
mama car. Man, I know the women gonna be terrified over this, man.
What I wonder is, what are they replacing that? What is that, full size, I guess, vehicle with in their lineup? Because that's just going to become the new one, isn't it? It'll be the Altima, but not in name.
Yeah.
And so I will still call it the Altima in honor of
Yeah.
My Left Foot, 1989.
That's what it was. I think she got the Oscar.
She won the Oscar, Best Supporting Actress. Go figure.
Good film?
I remember that movie. You haven't seen it?
Mm-mm.
I think you'd like it.
Okay.
It's a film. It's not a movie. It's a film.
I'm actually glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Another fantastic edition of the mixtape. You can catch it every weekday at 1:20 p.m. here on these airwaves. Appreciation to Figgy Fig. If you see anything mixtape worthy, hit him up on social media at the Figgy Fig. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, and we draft the weekend, where I need you guys to help me with the little dilemma that I find myself in. We'll talk about it next.
Remembering Jen.
.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation to everybody who's been involved with the program on this Friday. Thanks to Ben Olson for joining us at 1240. Obviously, great appreciation to B. Scott for jumping in the 11 o'clock hour. And obviously, thanks to all of you for rolling with us at various different points.
Ben Olson was fired up.
He was.
Man.
He was feeling it. Yeah.
He was fired up. Like all these people sitting on the couch thinking they know what they talking about.
That's a great point. He was like, I'm tired of hearing all this criticism.
I felt like I was getting criticized. I felt like I was the one on the couch.
Did y'all feel like he was getting flashbacks in that moment? Like he wasn't necessarily talking about England anymore?
Yeah, you could have been right on that. You could be right on that.
Yeah. We appreciate him jumping on with us, though. And we'll hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a moment. We're about to draft the weekend, see what we've got coming in on the weekend, what we're excited about. My first pick should be this, but I need your help on this.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with Christopher Nolan. Pretty well. Chris Nolan. Okay. I don't know, man. Not everybody knows everything.
That's fair.
Yeah. But yeah, Chris Nolan. He directed Interstellar. He directed Tenet. He directed Inception. Thank you. Was the one that I was looking for. But yeah, man, he's a big time director, and everybody gets excited when he has a new movie coming out, including this weekend where The Odyssey is coming out. And I'm just as excited as everyone else, so much so that I had a ticket set for one of the few theaters in America. I think it's like 24 theaters in America.
Okay.
That are displaying it in IMAX 70 millimeter film, which is supposed to be like crazy high resolution. Super pristine.
How much was it for a ticket? I'm just kind of curious.
Buddy, I just hit
like it's not a normal ticket, is it?
No.
It's not a normal $12 ticket.
I think I got it for like $20. I think I had a decent price on it. But I might be seeing why now, because it's widely thought that the only IMAX 70 millimeter theater in Texas is up in the Dallas area. But San Antonio has had one periodically. But the last time that they had it was when Oppenheimer came out like 3 years ago.
Okay.
And the projector broke down. But they were bringing it back for the Odyssey. And I was like, well, if they're bringing it back, they have to have fixed it, right? Well, yesterday they had their first screenings of The Odyssey. One screening went great. The second screening, projector broke.
Oh, boy.
And so I believe that my screening has now been canceled. But I want to see it in this like high resolution
So there's
format.
no 70 millimeter IMAX in Houston.
No, man. They slacking on. They're not
find
giving
that
us
hard to believe.
I know.
Yeah.
Now, of course, there's like the IMAX with the digital lasers. But this is like this is supposedly the way that you're supposed to watch it. And the other theater in Dallas is booked up for like at least 2 weeks.
Okay.
Do I just go see it in a regular format? Or do I hold out on like this really prestigious way of watching it?
So you were going to drive to San Antonio?
Yeah, I was right after the show. I was going to go over there and watch it at 6 p.m.
Okay. But now, obviously, you can't. So what's the best theater like that? Not obviously IMAX, or 70 millimeter, but what? I think you need to see it in a big theater, and you can do that in Houston. Just do that.
But I feel like, man, I had the plan. I was ready to watch it in like the super.
And you were going to get a hotel
format.
and everything?
No, I was going to drive back.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's only a 3-hour movie. 6 hours, 9 o'clock. I'll be back by midnight. Bada bing, bada boom. You know?
He making it seem like he going to Katie.
That's no problem. That's no problem.
I think there's a bigger issue at work here, Figgy, not just the movie problem. Yeah. Give me a 9-hour drive to go watch a movie.
I mean, it's only a 3-hour
You can
drive.
literally walk to outside the building.
That's
and
right,
watch.
but it's,
Hey, you know what?
it's not the fancy pants way of watching.
You know what that remind me of? Back in the day, way back in the day, when I was out here being a playboy.
Yeah.
And I wanted to take this girl to the movies, but I didn't want to get caught up by going to a movie with somebody.
Yeah.
So me and this girl went all the way to Strongsville, man. We damn near about to go to Columbus. I'm like, I cannot get caught up.
Yeah, that's funny.
what it sounds like.
So I need to just go watch it and just don't be so damn fancy pants and just watch it
man.
around here.
I think you I think you on to something because you're a big Chris Nolan fan.
Yeah, man.
And you want to watch it supposed to be watched.
That's what they say. They say this is the way you're supposed to watch it. I'm like, I can't.
Are you interested in the actual movie or the production?
No, you have to be interested in the movie.
All of it. No, right. I get that. Yeah, if you want the production part of it, then I say hold off. But if you just want to see the plot of the movie, like no matter what, see it anywhere.
All right. I'm working for. I'm helping you out here. So the Regal IMAX. Right here on I-10 and Silver, right there by the Comedy Club.
The marquee over there?
Yeah. They have it. And it's big screen. Just go there.
All right.
Just go there.
Lopez just find a big screen.
Yeah, find a big. You need to see it in a big screen. You really do.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. Yeah.
Man, that sucks. But anyways, I will take The Odyssey. Big time movie coming out. It's supposed to be like one of the blockbusters of the year.
Look at this. Get tickets. I'm buying you tickets here, man.
I mean, if you're going to buy it, then.
Well, no, I mean, I'm showing you how to buy tickets.
I know how to buy tickets, John. There's not a lot of things I know how to do.
No, I'm trying to see
if
the shows are. The shows are available, man. Look at this. You're golden. Yeah, go out there. Shout out to the Regal.
All right, so I have my pick on the weekend. What you got?
Okay. That is your pick.
Yeah, man. I want to see this. I mean, everybody's. Well, I shouldn't say everybody because not everybody is interested in it, but the people that are interested in it, buzzing.
Sunday is tough. I'm going to go with the obvious answer.
World Cup final?
I'm going to go with the World Cup final. But that means I have to miss the Open, the British Open Sunday as well. That hurts me inside. That hurts my heart.
I know.
That hurts.
Get that a second round. Nobody's picking that one up.
You think?
Fig, you think you're going to pick this?
Absolutely.
Okay, very good.
Speaking of that, I'm going to pick up the third place game.
No, please don't.
Let's see England and France go at it, baby.
Yeah, this is the real championship
tomorrow.
Right here. They playing for something.
You can drive to San Antonio to watch it. You're just trolling me at this point.
All right. I'm gonna leave the Ed Ingram. The Ed Ingram was school supply drive. I almost said toy drive that's happening on Saturday. I'll leave that for Fig. But I will take. Give me tonight. Astros getting started in the second half versus the Orioles because Peter Lambert's on the bump.
How about that?
I have moved away from I'm interested in see this pitcher. Just let me get a good pitching outing, and I feel like Peter Lambert gives me the best chance of it at least as of right now. 7:10 first pitch tonight. Peter Lambert versus the Orioles.
What do you expect there? Because it is interesting. You can not completely, but you can somewhat manipulate your rotation to start the second half. And they're going with Peter Lambert, baby. They're going with Peter Lambert.
Pretty telling, man.
Got to, right?
He's been this represents at the very least like a realness of what is happening right now in that Peter Lambert's been the best pitcher that you've had of late. Not necessarily that he is indeed the best pitcher because you would still imagine that Hunter Brown should exist in that. But the three that you're going with are Lambert, Arrighetti, and Brown, and I don't think that's any coincidence.
I don't either. I think it's really interesting. We never got to this today. But obviously Hunter Brown last pitched on July 17th. They're giving him a full 9-10 days between starts. Do you think that means anything?
Yeah, I think they want him to give him an opportunity to come out firing. And again, I think that the mentality is there, right? Last couple of outings where it hasn't looked as good for him, it's not that, man, he just mentally clearly couldn't handle it. But, the stuff wasn't right. He just didn't have it on the day is the way that he was saying it. So they're giving him the maximum opportunity, rest up, make sure the arm's all good, and then let's get after it and see if you have it again.
I think it also he's lining up to be in the Mariners series.
Right. I think that's a factor.
I think that's maybe the bigger play.
Well, I don't know if it's bigger, but I think it probably came into
all the
play
way in August.
Yeah,
in mid-August.
Well, no,
no, they got a series with. There's a series coming up soon with the Rangers. Excuse me,
Rangers.
Rangers.
Yeah.
Got you.
Rangers coming up. Sorry,
So it could be, but I think I'm lining up more with Reggie on this one. I think they're just like, hey, take 10 days, had a couple of bad starts, get it together, rehab, strength, rest, all that stuff, and go from there.
Now you heard the voice of Ron the Show Hughley, Clint Stoerner in here. Appreciation to DNM All Leeson for the crosstalk, and it's worth reminding that you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Fellas, what's popping?
Man, ain't much, boys. Y'all had a good one going, man. Had me dialed in on the way in.
Are we in the crosshairs? Is that what's about to happen?
That's exactly what's happening.
All right. Hey, whenever I hear that you had us dialed in, I'm like, all right.
But
here come the issue. Let me know.
I mean, obviously, I don't know, from a listener's perspective, how whether it hits for them as much as it does me, just being a former quarterback and talking it every day.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought y'all were on to something. It's a really fascinating conversation. This is about 12, 15-ish, if you will.
Sure.
You went from, and I'm just kind of zooming out, and it was just, I thought the point made in the entire segment, or the picture that was painted, was so accurate, and it is absolutely 100% the CJ Stroud problem or challenge or hurdle, however, like he's got to, and I say he, I mean, ultimately they've got to accomplish it, but it's going to come down on CJ whether he can or not. But you were talking about watching, I believe it was a Denver game.
Correct.
I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you laid out a scenario where it was clear Nico was one-on-one, CJ looked elsewhere. Maybe he was trying to come back, maybe not. He got pressured. He didn't get it, right? And then you went on later in the segment. I don't know if you meant to do this or not, but you gave another example of what I would refer to as a shoot route from Woody Marks. It's you try to snag with Nico,
right?
Draw attention down. You shoot him up the sideline. And he didn't throw it to Woody Marks, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And so in my mind, I'm just shaking my head like, yeah, that is the situation that CJ is in. You put it all in one segment. I don't even know if you meant to.
Yeah.
But like you put it all in one segment of, you've got a very, very talented quarterback is struggling so much with the quote unquote fit in this offense that the simple things of, hey man, your best receiver, the eighth best receiver in the league is over here one-on-one, give him the ball, right? And then what you laid out to Woody Marks is you've got an ideal, right? You got a shot play, and I remember this one. I remember he was open. I remember him and me and Show talking about it in the press box of like, boy, he had him. He had Woody Marks, right?
Yeah.
But now you've got a perfect scenario, and you don't even throw the football there. Right, that's not a talent deal.
Right,
that's not even a processing the game of football deal. That is a product of being hammered home.
Shaken.
It's just hammered so much of, let the system dictate where you go, and it's got to be done this way, and you got to limit mistakes, and you got to minimize risk, and you got to. It goes back to that normal of just, if you're playing free, and I didn't play at this level, but I had a great receiver like that in college where, you could have threatened to bench me, and I was going to make the decision to go. When they went one-on-one with him, it was the whole league knew it, right?
Yeah.
And today he still holds the most yards per catch in the SEC 30 years later, right? It's the simple things like that when a quarterback like CJ's not doing it, something's not a fit in that. About what he's being asked to do or forced to do or struggling to do just isn't, because you laid out the best receiver and then you laid out a very simple, and when it's a throw in the ocean to a running back, it's been worked. It's being called for a reason. This isn't like, hey, I picked the right side of the field and the left receiver was open.
Yeah.
This is, I got a shoot route. I got a shoot route from a running back. I'm trying to get them to jump my best receiver on a quick snag. If they settle their feet at all, Woody Mark's going to be wide ass open.
Yeah.
I mean, it is as simple as you can get. It's been around for years. And when a guy of CJ's caliber is missing those, whether it's physically missing the throw or not throwing the ball there, you hit the nail on the head of that's the conversation about CJ. It's not a is he smart? Can he process?
Yeah.
And can he physically? He can spin the ball with anybody out there.
Mm-hmm.
When it's a bad fit for a quarterback, for anybody for that matter, but it shows
you
the quarterback.
see that.
Yeah, you see stuff that it's inexplainable. Yeah. Like you just go there's just no how.
And you've done some quarterback training yourself. How do you ever catch quarterbacks like trying so hard to be perfect that it kind of paralyzes them?
Oh, I've been that guy. Hell, I trail with training. Mm-hmm. I mean, I was that guy more than I wasn't. Because the only time I was ever comfortable playing the position was at Arkansas when I had the job and I knew I could play and I knew I belonged at that level. Everything else, I was trying to be too perfect, trying to make the right perfect read, and you just like, man, sometimes you just gotta let loose and go play. I mean, and even in the Arena League, when I finally got booted out of the Arena League, I mean, it was one of those deals where, I went and had the ball for 3 years. And hell, you want to talk about simple stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, you got 4 fewer guys or 5 fewer guys, however many. I mean, and I missed, I go into Philly and they put me maybe the starter immediately on ESPN Monday night, and I missed a touchdown that would have won the game down the sideline. We worked on it all week long.
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing other than just I'd only been there for 48 hours, and it didn't compute.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of stuff that happens when your quarterback is not just in a great spot.
Yeah.
And that's the battle with CJ, whether it's him or the team or however, man, getting that dude in that right spot and he hits those kind of plays, and the games aren't one-score games anymore.
Yeah.
Your defense can rest a little bit, but I thought it was a great set. Y'all had me going, hell yeah, this is.
I think the thing is, how did you get there? Because that's not how he's played before. Even in the year 2 that is the regression year, I don't think he played with sounds like
issues between the ears.
Just unsure nature. Yeah. He had turned the ball over, but it turned the ball over because he was probably too sure or aggressive with things. How did he get there, and how is it fixed?
Well, I think those are the $2 million questions, right? I think one, how do you get there? I think that's a simple one, but how does it get fixed is the $1 million question, right? D'Amico would be more than happy to pay $1 million right now if anybody could walk over there and snap their fingers and fix it.
Yeah. I
mean, how do you get there? I mean, I'll say it a million times, it's a hill I'll die on. I mean, the mindset when you're a rookie quarterback, especially when it's gifted. I mean, you are unbelievably coachable. You don't second guess anything. You don't even know what you can and can't do at that level. And so you blindly trust. You just go out there and execute. You don't question anything. You fast forward to a guy that's a 3rd or 4th year guy. All of a sudden, well, I want to attack vertically. I want to stretch the field. I can do these things. Why are we not doing things that I can do that I've done well or Nico's done well? All of a sudden, and I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying that makes it a significantly more difficult environment situation. You know what I mean? It's you go from being like, hey coach, I'm hung on every word, you just tell me what to do, because if I don't, I'm gonna go out there and I'm clueless, I'm young, I don't know any better, to thinking you know better. And I don't mean thinking you know better as in a contradictory way, but just, hey, I've had experience kicking ass. I've won Rookie of the Year. I've led the league in touchdowns in most yard or interceptions and yards per game. Like I know this. I know what I can do well. And that becomes a little bit of a, especially when you got to change OCs in the middle of it. That becomes a very, that's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah.
You also don't have OCs with the bona fides just to be like, well, shut up because I've done this, and this in the league.
Well, again, but Rich, we go back to what I said initially when D'Amico was hired. Like you got to, if you don't have one dude that's running the show, like over there right now, like I feel like you got about 5 or 6 guys. Yeah. Well, if you're CJ, you go, who's running this damn thing? You know what I mean? Like who do I need to go talk to legitimately, get on the same page with and maybe do some things that I do, whatever, work things out.
Casario.
Who is
or Nick.
The fact that y'all are having that back
Nick
and forth,
C.
and I know it's tongue in cheek. It's Nick C. Which one?
Nick C.
You still ain't. But that's the deal, right? Is like, how do you get him to a point where there's just blind trust?
You're right.
And it's hard to expect a guy that's that talented to get there when you've got a play caller by committee type approach. You know, it is. But that anyway, man. That was a great in the loop
that was
segment,
good.
man. Y'all had me in the car shaking my head like,
that's what I'm talking about.
That's good right there.
Honestly, all that does make me feel bad because I wanted to call you yesterday and ask you about some of that, and I was like, nah, let me not bother Clint. I should have.
You ain't bothering me, man. Hit me up anytime. That was good.
Excited to hear the conversation that you guys have today. J-Law, I'll catch you after the weekend.
Have a nice drive.
I don't think I'm going to drive for the screening that's been canceled. But appreciate you rocking with us. Again, appreciation to D&M Auto for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. It is a Friday as we get you ready for your weekend as you are on YouTube, Twitch, the text line 713-572-4610. You see us all. And Clint's right there. Tyler's right there. Myself. Bryson is in the building. He's about to take over here in a little bit, man.
Hell yeah.
Hey, LeBron's on the TV. LeBron's on the TV again. He's Jerry Jones in this thing.
He should, man. He should, man. He should be on the TV.
He's Jerry Jones in this thing, ain't he? He's Jerry Jones in this thing.
What the hell else is there to talk about?
I don't know if
we'll do our quarterback.
I don't know where I fit in yet, but
there it was.
I'm gonna keep my mug on this TV.
Yeah, he came out there and made an appearance, man. That was 2 days of content right there.
Mm-hmm.
Just made him an
no
appearance.
Question.
But no, yeah.
Look, what do you do? Go from 6 teams to 3? He done narrowed this thing down to 3, Chief.
Yeah, there you go, baby.
Get you another week out of them 3. Cavs, Heat, and 7.
No, those are just the top 3.
Top 3.
Top 3. Yeah, it's still those other ones. I mean, clearly, I think he knows where he's going. And, I think he's being very gracious to the people at the World Cup and letting the World Cup still
That's fair.
Continue to have center stage and.
Being the international star that he is.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Sharing the stage with him. It's good. That's good.
Text line coming through. I find Clint's perspective alarming. He's right, I think. Damn, as much as I hate it, Clint is right. Confusion on the offense. I love this. Bobby told CJ where to put the ball, and he was good at that. But this is so different, it seems.
You ever watch Bobby?
Yeah. Look, it's definitely different. I mean, they've told us that it's different. I mean, they've told us that Bobby didn't give him any control at the line of scrimmage, and then they told us when Kaylee came in here, he was looking forward to having more control. We know it's a thing, but it's not as now. I don't disagree that it can't. It might be very. If they can't figure it out, it can be very alarming. But the thought the
it's not like he never had to make decisions after he snapped the ball on where to go. Like
but there's a big difference in, hey, I'm going to call this protection, and when we break the huddle, the only guy that you're hot off of is the wheel linebacker, right? They got to bring linebacker and the weak safety for you to be hot. If they just bring one, we got you. Right, or hey, we're going to 5-man protect this thing. The nickel and the wheel, or the nickel and the Sam, or nickel and wheel, however you got them labeled. The 2 outside backers are the only ones that can make you hot here. And if you're hot, this is what we got, this and that. Right, that approach versus, hey, we're going to break the huddle and we're going to see what they're in, and I want you to direct traffic and pick it up. All in a time of a play clock, and then if you're not right more times than you're wrong, we're not going to be worth a damn offensively.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just saying it's not like when Bobby Sloak was here, it was, all right, man, you got one read. This is where you're throwing the football.
Yeah.
Not like he never had to, like he didn't go through progressions.
Yeah, I think Bobby did a really good job. I don't know if it was because Bobby was that he has that in him and it was on purpose, or if it were, hey, I've got a rookie quarterback, so I want to keep things simple. So we're not going to give him a ton of freedom in the offense. We're just going to call it, run it type stuff. And the truth is, CJ played significantly better in those moments. He played freer. He had more fun. He overcame pressures and plays that broke down, and he overcame all the injuries that we saw, and so he played better under that. Now, is that youth and ignorance, and then as you get, now you're bucking the system a bit, or maybe the system's not. I don't know what it is. Point is it's when you. My point in laying that out with CJ is it's not abnormal. Like it's really normal to be in that position. Gives CJ's had to go through. It's very normal to watch film after a game and go, well, damn, that we talked about this all week long. That shoot route was wide open. What took you away from that? And that it's normal, but you got to work through it. The fear is that you start seeing more of that stuff this year, and it continues, and you can't ever take that next step. It's normal. There's no need to scare anybody. It's normal unless it can't get figured out, unless it doesn't get figured out.
We'll talk more on the Texans as we get through, and CJ as we get through the show coming up here in a bit. But as we understand tonight, the Astros, they get back going again. They are facing the Orioles, a team that's right behind them. I think this could be a big series where you can create some distance for a team that is right behind you, a game behind you, and maybe push them into the start of them feeling like they need to be sellers or at least not buyers, and maybe take another team out of the buying space. And that is, to me, where I kind of want to start. I was looking at MLB. They had their second half preview and looked at the Astros, and they had them as a Tier 4 team. They project that their record's going to be under 500, 79-83, and they give them a 23% chance to get to the postseason as a wild card. 12% is as a division winner. So they basically had them ranked as the 18th team on there. By the way, Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 16 is presented for the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. And to me, also in their report, they need to add something, right? It said this could change if they add things. We had Bob Nightingale on yesterday, and he talked about, kind of what it would cost, what it would take to trade for guys, even the top of the food chain, as they're looking for pitching. This is what he talked about.
Oh, sure. They're going to ask for sun and moon for him and see what happens. But it's just a rental. No one's going to go crazy. But they would like to have, someone's top 100, one of the top 100 prospects in baseball, probably two of a team's, top 10 prospects, that sort of thing. I don't know if they have enough to get it done, but I think they definitely want to be in that conversation and see what it'll take.
So, when we talked to Bob yesterday, and yes, Area 45, he came on with a couple of slaps like us. That's right. Bob, well done. Bob is our guy. He did. I know he comes on Area 45 often as well. Hey, we had John McClain first too.
Facts.
It just
boys.
It just took him from us. But no, I do have concerns that with now all these teams, because the AL stinks, but a lot of teams think they still got a chance. And a lot of teams in the National League still think they got a chance. There are probably 15 to 20 that still feel like they've got a chance to make the postseason in the race and are not just giving up. So a lot of teams need to add pitching, and even the teams that know they're going to be in. We just saw the Brewers go and pick up Lance McCullers to add to pitching, and we heard Bob talk about their issues. I do wonder how competitive they can be with what they have. I mean, Clint, they just got two prospects that made the top 100 with the draft. I don't know that they're ready to go ahead and roll that out. They didn't have any, they were the only team in baseball before the draft that did not have a player in the top 100.
It's
right?
not ideal.
And we know, like, they're a little tight on little cash, right? I mean, Scuba made $32 million this year. I think like that's just done off principle off of that right there. And so I do wonder if they are going to be able to add of significance. Dana Brown has been able to do it before with Kikuchi and others.
With who?
Kikuchi, you say. But
stressing Kikuchi tonight.
Kikuchi.
But I do wonder with all the other teams they would have to compete with and their assets if they would be able to get it done. And so for me, I just go to this spot, and I feel like I know where you are, Clint, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in. If Yordan, Hunter Brown, and Josh Hader play at the level that we expect them to play at, and they're not able to add anything of significance to this team, do you think that's good enough for them to be able to get those three?
I think
because that's what it might
can,
depend on.
Yeah, I think they can get to the post. I said this a couple weeks ago. I think they can get to the postseason as is.
I'll see you in October.
I mean, the only way they. By the way, this projected final record, I'll bet a house note they get over 500.
You do. You are?
Yeah, I would. No, I'm not going to, but I would. I feel confident in it. I'll bet a good chunk. Yeah, no. I don't think they're going to scare a contender and be considered a contender and make a run. In the playoffs, but getting there in this American League, yeah, I think they can get there. Getting to 500 in this division and with this American League, yeah, I think they can get there as is. Look, I think there's no way the Astros are going to be as injured or as bad as they were in the first 90-plus games.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because this injury thing's been going on 3-4 seasons, brother.
There's no way.
Oh,
I hope you're
why would
right.
you say that?
There's no way.
There is a way. We've watched a way.
I'm just telling you, Mike Burrows cannot be worse.
We rehiring a brand new medical staff.
Guys,
I don't know,
guys.
You are really pushing.
Well, I mean, he was the number 2 starter, Ron. At one point, we led Major League Baseball in walks and home runs allowed.
You want to know how
it cannot be that bad?
You want to know how he can't be worse? If they don't let him on the field. If they let him on the field, Mike can be worse.
I'm banking on I just don't think the Astros are going to be as injured as they've been. I don't think that they're going to be as bad as they've been, particularly in the pitching category. I don't think that we're going to either be better or he's not going to be out there. Either Mike Burrows is going to be better or he's not going to be out there. I think MI is going to be more consistent. I think you look at Spencer Arrighetti. I think Spencer Arrighetti is going to be more. I don't think he is who he was through the Cy Young comments. I don't think he's that guy, but I think he's better than he's been of late. So yeah, I
think there could be some improvements. Yeah, I think there.
And they've somehow with all that going on, they've been within a game and a half in the division, and they've been within a game and a half of the damn wild card somehow, some way. I do not think the Astros will be as injured or as bad as they were at multiple positions the rest of the way.
I hope you're right.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Because I think Tyler is thinking the same thing I'm thinking when you say injury. There is somebody.
Part, yes.
There is somebody who has dodged a bullet. That the Astros have dodged a bullet. Who generally is not one that dodges the bullet. That has not had that happen yet. And that's the first place my mind went when you were so confident in they will not be as injured.
Would very much love to see it, but yeah, as soon as I heard that, that's what I was focused on, Clint, is the injury aspect. I mean, I need and want that to change, but we're going on 3-4 baseball seasons of this ish. Like,
better scuff up that home plate.
Yeah, well, boy,
they've had a lot of people. They've had a lot of people go down. There's one person that I'm probably shocked that hasn't yet, and that's the one that and he's got an
MVP campaign going.
He's usually at the front of the line of this.
Yeah, no, I just don't believe. I got faith. I got faith, boys. I don't believe, and hell, the healthy ones, I don't believe they're going to be as bad as they were in times, and or just simply inconsistent.
My only thing to that, and I know we got to get out of here, is I just feel like I don't know what the other teams around them are going to be able to do to add to their team that makes them that much better right now. That Hunter Brown, Hader, and Jordan playing to their level, that they can still catch these teams.
There, as bad as the American League is right now, there ain't enough prospects that are going to be on the market to make everybody that damn good. I mean, damn. They'd have to be 10 aces move for the American League to all of a sudden catch up to the Nationals.
I don't know if it's some aces, man. Just some better. All right, coming up, interesting piece from Bill Barnwell on the value of certain Texans players, the value and what they would command. I think many of you might be surprised about what CJ would command. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on the Every time I see Miami, I just think about
mid-range jumpers.
Just think about Tyler, man. Tyler, man, he's in a tough spot, man. I hope he's not on the internet, man.
Oh, is he getting torched?
I know he is. No, I mean, I just like what I said the other day, man. I just think he is. They're gonna back that nut into a corner to do something stupid. Now, I don't mean something stupid like Remy from Higher Learning. I don't want to go that far, but I think he might attack. I think
that'd be.
I'm thinking about. I just want to make that clear. I'm thinking about. He may just try to fight Bam, and then I think he probably get his ass kicked. But he might try to fight Bam just because that's off principle. I just can't keep looking like this. I saw. Now say what you say about the source, but I saw Ocho or Acho, and it's him, and it's Shady McCoy and T.J. Houshmandzadeh, all them talking, and it was just entitled. He made Tyler look like a bee. That's what the segment's entitled. And I'm just like, God, I just hope he's turned this stuff off.
Yeah.
Damn shame.
I mean,
he's out here just trying to move on, man. Go get you some.
Yeah,
what are they eating?
It's a hell of a
cheese.
Deal. I mean,
Wisconsin.
That's a hell of a deal when you
cheese curds. Maybe a brat.
Brat, yeah, with the sauerkraut. Miller beer.
Plenty of cheese overall.
A borderline center going after that shooting guard is an interesting dynamic. I mean,
I went to a grocery store that was completely all shelves different cheeses when I was in Wisconsin last time.
I told you, man. That's how I was backed into that corner where I tried to stomp that guy down that.
Take our cheeses serious around here.
I just sat around there and he was talking about me with Bugle Boy, my pants.
What an ass.
And I'll be honest with you, Brandon, you're right. They were a tad tight.
Oh, they were tight Bugle Boys, too.
They were just a little tight, man. I was growing, man.
I was growing.
That boy's thick.
They weren't.
You were growing in Teresa's shop and what?
Kind of like, all right, man, just keep the shirt long.
Yeah.
I mean, they was tight.
Just a tad bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, I just had to sit there and take that on the bus. From everybody on the bus, just laughing and stuff.
Fights went down on the bus.
I'm just saying, and that's me on the bus. This is him, man. This is everybody.
Oh, in the banquet hall.
Because I feel like there's gonna be some people on the Bucks that's just gonna be like.
Was he there with his lady too?
I don't know. He was there with his lady. I wonder if Asia was there. Did Asia gas him up? Did Asia gas Bam up?
I don't know that Bam needed much gas. I mean, what's he got, a foot and a half on old boy?
I mean, clearly, I heard Bomani talking about this. He's like, hey, man, there's some people who say on site, but may have some words first. Bam clearly was, by the reports, he aggressively walked over there.
As soon as he saw him, he saw red.
He saw him was on site.
I ain't got a mid-range jumper, but I can whoop your little ass.
Yeah, like he was on him the way I feel like it has to be for ASAP Rocky towards Chris Brown. Ain't that? Hold on, who is Rihanna with? Did I just make that up? It ain't ASAP Rocky.
She was with Chris Brown at one point.
No, but she's had multiple children with isn't it him?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
I think it's ASAP Rocky.
I know ASAP and Drake are beefing right now.
I just for what if you are married to her and what Chris Brown did to her,
obviously
I feel like it has to be on site. Or maybe you've matured. I feel like it's got to be on site.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like when I get involved with that gal, I got to let that go. I can't get shot over it. I mean, unless it continues when we're together. Obviously, where the disrespect stops today. It's me and you.
You would be over it.
No, look. I mean,
you're probably right. I'm immature.
No, I mean, I'm with you from the standpoint of I wouldn't pee on him if he's on fire, kind of deal. Guys that do that kind of thing, but I mean, just generally speaking, I mean, if I'm gonna decide to date one that's been somebody else put her hands on, I'm gonna just from this point forward, I got you. But we get out of that rearview mirror now.
He really put his hands on her, man.
I'm not familiar with all the details.
Oh man. Just grab a photo, boy. That's what I feel like. It's just, man. We just got to do this. Like we just have to do this every time. You're right. Probably shouldn't be. Probably shouldn't be there every time. I mean, it was an ass kicking. All right, Bill Barnwell, Clint. trade value. Said he went through the guys that he believed would garner a first-round pick or more. He said Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud, both of them would garner the same 2+ first-rounders. By the way, you agree with that?
Absolutely, 100%.
I think a lot of people are hung up on maybe the C.J. Stroud part of this. They get what Will, but C.J. would command 2+ first-round picks.
Right now, I think he would. I don't. Now, another blow up like you had in the playoffs or a rough season here, then that may change. But right now, no, I think he would. Right now, he'd fetch two first rounders. Yes.
And then they had 4 other players. They said Stingley would not quite be what Sauce Gardner got, which was 2 first-round picks, but maybe more what McDuffie got, which was a first and multiple other picks. I think McDuffie went for a first, a third, a fifth, and a sixth. And then they have Daniil Hunter, who's 32 still, commanding a first-round pick, and Kamari Lassiter commanding a first-round pick. This could be interesting to watch, Clint, because we've talked about the position they potentially could be with some of these guys. Like, you would look at this, these are elite players, and there are probably some others they have at their positions that aren't on this list. But how many of these guys have they actually paid? Only 4 of them they've actually paid. The wonder is, would they be able to play all 6 of these guys? I don't think so, especially with the quarterback. Yeah. So they may have to – this may be something that becomes a reality for them.
Well, that's the interesting thing with this, with Bill's trade value exercise that I believe he does every year is the reality with the Texans is that you're not going to be able to keep all these guys. I mean, we know Daniil Hunter, obviously, his contract's going to come up, and I would doubt that they would re-up that again or extend that. But even with that said, the odds of you being able to keep all these guys and have them all in a Texans uniform moving forward on a second contract, I think is slim to none. So the reality of it is the conversation about one of these guys or multiple needing to be traded at some point in order to keep this train running I think as though it becomes, to me, which player would you be willing to move for the draft capital that Bill Barnwell believes they would be worth? I think it would come down between 2 guys. I think it's CJ for the 2+ or Lassiter for the 1.
Yeah.
I mean, the other guys, again, I think are probably untouchable at this point in time. But, who knows? I would
Yeah, people talk about no way CJ goes for more than what Will would. I think absolutely at the 23-year-old
more than Will Anderson would.
At least for what he would go for.
I think it's comparable right now. I mean, Will, yes, he's an edge versus a quarterback, but Will is a lock, stock, and barrel, one of the best edge rushers in the game. Where I think CJ, the jury's out on, and I think that's probably putting it lightly. Depending on, I mean, there's just a lot of quarterback needy teams, especially ones that have been quarterback needy for a while, would overpay for C.J. Stroud. So yeah, I would be shocked if he didn't fetch 2+.
I think Eric Glenn and the Jets would come
right now.
Right now. What do you need?
Yeah.
What do you need is what I think they would push and pay him at once. All right, coming up as we continue here, believe it or not, we've been doing this every day. Believe it or not, and we've talked a little bit about CJ, but what about the guy who was also, I think at least should also be under pressure, Nick Caley. We'll have him in our next Believe It or Not coming up next.
Hey, if you're looking to sell your home, man, believe it or not, Orchard is the way to go. You need to lock arms with Orchard. They've got several pros in their network that are all designed to help you, the seller, move your home quickly and, most importantly, do it stress-free. Right? Do it seamlessly. That's what Orchard is all about. So just generally speaking, you need to lock arms with Orchard and see what
Tune in 5. Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Believe it or not.
Sports Radio 610 presents
The strange, the bizarre, the unexpected.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Believe it or not.
That's right, another edition of Believe It or Not, 713-572-4610. You can happily jump in and join us. If you believe this or not, text in 713-572-4610 as well. And let's start with another very important, polarizing, talked about member of the Houston Texans, Clint. Believe it or not, Nick Caley could be on the hot seat. Offense doesn't improve from last year. Believe it or not.
I don't know how he's not. Unfortunately, I think it's unfair. But unfortunately, I think it's going to be impossible for him to avoid being on the hot seat.
Bobby Sloak sure as hell thinks he better be if it's a tough season.
Hey, Chief, it took him less than 2 years, and one of those was a year where you put the organization back on the map, right?
Exactly.
I mean, that's the truth right there, T. The reality of it is
that was Gerard Johnson.
The reality of it is he gets brought in here, I believe, set up to ultimately either not get credit if it goes well or to get shipped up out of here if it goes bad. So I think that I believe that 100% that if this offense doesn't improve, and here's the other part of it, Ron. You already heard it last year. We've already heard bits and pieces of it after CJ's the playoff performance. We've already seen bits and pieces of, heard bits and pieces of it. It's only going to get louder around him because if they struggle, that means that he's going to be the one that ruined a Rookie of the Year, franchise caliber quarterback that for the fourth year in a row, or I guess 3, not counting his rookie year, has regressed. He's going to be the one that's going to have to bite that bullet. You know what I mean? Like, and in today's world where the player has so much of a voice and pretty. You know what I mean? Nick Caley ain't winning that battle. But I think absolutely, he's going to be if it don't improve. Hell, I'd say if it doesn't improve greatly. The only other person that would have to take credit, Ron, is the big man, Caserio.
And that's where I was going to say. I agree with everything you're saying. I don't know that I believe it just because how bad does it have to be for Nick to pull the trigger on it? Right? Because I think Nick Caley has the backing of one of the most important people in his corner in Nick Caserio because this is of major interest to Nick Caserio as well that it works because I know what D'Amico says, but if you read the room and look at everything, the person that has the connection with most of the offensive staff and has a history of working with most of the offensive staff is Nick Caserio. And they're all guys that they've now almost completely shifted to now with the quarterback coach they brought in. So, it would seem that he's heavily involved in it, and I wonder how bad it would have to get to where Nick Caserio would be like, "Hey, man, I even got to admit that I'm wrong here." And I got because I do think CJ's performance, even though I think Nick Caley had something to do with it. I don't know why he kept dropping him back inside his own 10 at the end of the half repeatedly, or still he threw it 40-something times in a game that they were in, and he in the passing game as a whole was clearly struggling. But I do think most people completely 100% look at that as a CJ problem and not as much a Cayley problem, and that's why I think he gets away from the point you made of, man, you ruined a Rookie of the Year quarterback, because I think a lot of people think this is a CJ setback thing and not as much him.
Well, look, he's got a longer leash than Bobby Slowick had simply because he is Nick Casario's guy. It's one thing for the head coach to go, hey, man, I brought in a first-year play caller. He got a little sideways with the quarterback after an all-rookie year, yada, yada, yada. We're back on the map. Let's make this adjustment. That's one thing. All right, boom, let's move on from it. Now, what you've done is the general manager has come in here and hired an offensive coordinator that he's wanted to hire for years and plugged him in to an organization and an offensive staff that is already damn near everybody. I hadn't looked at all of them, but I think every single one of them, except for maybe the running backs coach, has New England ties, which is obviously Nick Caserio. So the question being, do I believe his seat gets hot? Absolutely. Do I believe he gets a Bobby Slowick treatment? No.
Yeah. I think he gets in. I'd be surprised the way he's not here next year. I don't think he's getting a head coaching job, so I'd be surprised that. And I don't think he's going to get fired after 1 year. It'd have to be really bad, offense just really tank, and it clearly looked like it's coming from the play call.
Well, D'Amico's got to be ready to blow his top. I mean, he's got to be a good month of bad offensive football for a month away from just blowing his lid.
You guys good?
Because D'Amico can be cool, calm, and collected all he wants. This is an all-time great defense.
Yeah.
I mean, this is you don't happen very often when you're a defensive-minded head coach. You get hired, and in the first 3 years, two of the first 3 years, you got one of the most dominating offenses in football. That's.
Defenses, yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's what I meant. What did I say? Offense? I meant defense. Obviously, that is, and it coincides with a year and maybe even 2 years when the AFC is quote unquote down. Whoo! I mean, D'Amico's he's a good dude. I mean, level-headed dude. He's in lockstep with Nick Caserio, in that draft room. Boy, he's got to be about a month of bad offense away from going, what in the hell is going on? He's got to be.
Curious from you on this to go along with this. Believe it or not, Jerry Schlepinski, the quarterback coach, is an upgrade over Gerard Johnson.
Yes.
You believe it or not?
Yeah. This one makes sense. I don't like the way it happened. I don't necessarily believe that he's a better quarterback coach than Gerard Johnson.
Yeah, I think we're on the same
But
page.
when you look at it, only makes sense, man. I mean, this should have been done. This literally should have been done that Nick Cayley was hired. At least let Nick Cayley bring the arm that speaks to his core, the arm of his offense that speaks to the coach, the quarterback every single day, and is in meetings with him every single day, and is up at night watching film with him all night long when need be. The one that's breaking down the game film with him and that kind of thing, instructing him. That needs to be a guy that is 100% committed to the play caller, that knows the system like the back of his hand, and. You have that guy. You had that guy in the building last year. Should have happened last year. I absolutely believe that is a better quarterback coach given the situation in general. He needs a guy that will hold him accountable as Nick Cayley will. He needs a guy that knows the game, the offense inside and out as Nick Cayley does, so that there is no communication breakdown between the OC and the quarterback room. That is the least that they could get accomplished.
Yeah, just his, and we talked about this before, just his understanding of the offense. Like he's been in the offense, right? It was Gerard coming in to relearn or to learn an offense that he wasn't as familiar with, especially to the point you made of, Nick Cayley does not have a history at all working with quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And so you would think he should
needs his guy.
He needs his guy, somebody who, even if it ain't his guy, a guy who knows the system they're running.
Yeah, but Ron, he needs.
Oh, I agree.
He needs his a dude that's going to be loyal to him. That's what most good offensive coordinators have. They've got guys that are going to be loyal to them. They know the system works. They know it in and out. They're not going to sit in a meeting room and talk about, well, I would have done this, or I'd have done it that way, or CJ, you do this well. This is what I'd have called. Like, you don't get any of that when you've got guys that are loyal to the head, of the offense, which is Nick Cayley. Now, I don't know that you have that being right now. I don't know that you have that person. I don't know that Nick Cayley carries that kind of juice, but I would imagine that he does with Schlepinski.
Yeah. That just made that made sense. It was really odd that they did that, and I'm glad you put that point out. I'm not going to sit here and say that from a coaching standpoint that this is a situation of the Texans brought in Dick LeBeau as opposed to Matt Burke. You know what I mean? It's not really that situation where like you think he is just technically a better coach. He just knows what is expected in the system. Right. They were learning the damn thing together.
Yeah.
Gerard and CJ had to be learning the thing together.
And back to the other side of that, because I think it's just as important, Ron. There was a comfort zone with Gerard and CJ that was probably too comfortable. It was too tight, too comfortable, too loose, if you will, in terms of what you can and can't discuss and the loyalty to whoever's calling the plays. I think there's a chance that could have existed with Bobby Slowick. Nonetheless, yes, I think CJ's in better hands with a dude that knows the system like the back of his hand.
All right, coming up as we continue right here, 1 hour down. How do you judge CJ Stroud? I got 7 tiers that quarterbacks are placed in. I wonder where you put CJ Stroud in, because to me that's how you have to judge him. All right, if you think CJ Stroud sucks, then I think it's unfair for you to be coming at him like he should be dueling Joe Burrow and winning it. But how do you judge him? How do you view him? We'll do that coming up next.
All right, all my athletic directors, superintendents, booster clubs, board members out there, let me get your attention one time, man. Parks and Rec directors.
Candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
The Drive is live.
On 610 with Pendergast to run the show.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, 1 hour down, baby, as we are live here on a beautiful Friday. The weather's good. Should be should be a good weekend, and we'll get this thing started right. Hopefully you're listening to us. You're getting work done. You're almost headed to the weekend, or you're off work. You're having a good time on these roads out here. We appreciate you checking in with us here on The Drive here on Sports Radio 610. All right. I think this is important to me in how you view C.J. Stroud and how you look at him the entire way. Right? Your feelings, Clinton Tyler, on how you judge and your expectations for Peter Lambert is different than how you look and judge and your expectations for Hunter Brown, right? Peter Lambert could go 5 innings and give up 3 or 4 runs, and you would feel different about that if Hunter Brown did the same thing because the expectations are different, correct?
The ceiling is the roof.
You judge them differently. So I do think it is important to kind of figure out what level, what type of quarterback you believe C.J. Stroud is right now and how you should judge him, right? Because I think after year 1, we judged him probably, as an elite level, something like that?
Probably a little bit unfair, yeah, but yeah, I would say an elite level.
And that is, and I think we both did, and I think we looked at his performance, and that's how we viewed and kind of did our criticisms or our judgments of him. Right? You don't. Josh Allen and Jared Goff aren't looked at and judged the same way about the things that they're able to do. Right? It's just not completely thrown 100% on Jared Goff's shoulders like it should be for Josh Allen because they're two different guys. All right, I saw a list of tiers. They had 7 tiers for quarterbacks. And I'm wondering for you, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, what tier would you put him in? Because I think this is how you should judge him. 1 was elite, the Allens, Mahomes, Burrows, Lamars of the world. 2nd tiers were high-end starters. 3rd tier was good starters who have flashed high-end play. The 4th tier was solid starters, but they need more help. Tier 5 was quarterbacks with a wide range of outcomes of their performance. Tier 6 were quarterbacks that are capable of solid play but could be quickly replaced. And then the last one was low-end starters, not long-term options. If you look at that, Clint, where would you put C.J. Stroud in? Because I think that, to me, is the basis of how you should potentially judge him.
To me, it's tier 3. Good starter who's flashed high-end play. That's where I would couch C.J. Stroud right now. I think if you look at the unexpectedly good, overachieving rookie year all the way to the way last year ended, which was very disappointing and falling well short. I think he lands in the middle. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Even in this system, I think CJ is going to be a good starter. The question is he gonna flash those high end play when the team needs it the most? Is he going to do that more often than what we saw last year in the playoffs, or do we shrink in big moments? I think that's what it comes down to with C.J. Stroud. But right now, I'd couch him tier 3 good starter.
I would too. That is where I would have him tier 3 good starter who has flashed high-end play. I would say probably the first 2 years I would have had him in tier 2. I think there are some that may have had him higher. I would have had him in tier 2. And with that, I before I go, I'm curious, when you say, all right, he's in tier 3, a good starter who has flashed high end play. Guys that were in that tier were Jaden Daniels, were Jalen Hurts. Those were two of the guys that were in that tier. What then is the expectation and judgment? How do you judge him? Like, what things do you look at him? Because clearly you're not looking at him and having the same, I'd say, judgment that you'd have for Allen or Mahomes.
Yeah.
Right. So how does that look like? What do you expect that you come back and you're like, all right, man, he's like that. That's not good enough. He's got to be able to do stuff.
Well, look, he can't be the reason you lose games. Obviously, he can't. Whether it's just piss poor moments or it's the inability to execute throughout a game, he can't be the reason that you lose. In this offense, with what C.J. Stroud has presented right now, a good starter is going to be defined by minimizing risk. In other words, don't hold the ball and take sacks. Don't throw the ball and put the ball in harm's way. Don't hold the ball and potentially get strip sacks. Minimize your mistakes and play efficiently is going to be that good starter here in Houston. And then I just personally believe that C.J. Stroud, in those big moments where you got to throw the football, we've seen it at times, I think that's when he plays his best football. I'm not talking about in the rain in the playoffs and we throw it 47 times out of a condensed formation. I'm talking about spreading them out, knowing, hey, we got to play with some tempo here. We're going to be in gun. We're going to spread them out and give me a good clear picture and throw the football. I think that's when C.J. Stroud plays some of his best ball. So in those moments, I would expect him to flash some of that high end play.
Yeah, I'm with you. First and foremost, you can't be like the Patriots game, like the absolute number one reason we lost. That can't be. I have expectations that you're higher than that, because to me, Clint, that's tier 6 level and below. See, that can't be the case from you. I expect that you are able, maybe not to the level that Mahomes has, maybe not to the level of Allen, maybe not to the level of Burrow, but I do expect that you overcome some things that don't completely go your way, or some things that haven't gone your way. One, you've done it before. And two, I just think that level of player, maybe not to the extent that others have. Like, I'm not going to have the expectation that you drag a team to the Super Bowl who's Max Sharping is your guard, and you've got no offensive line in front of you. I'm not going to completely say that you should do that, or MVS is your number one receiver and you win a Super Bowl. I'm not saying that, but I think you should be able to overcome maybe an offensive line that isn't above average, maybe a skilled position group that isn't completely above average, that this isn't something you're putting up 14 points or something like that. So I do have that expectation, and I also have, to me, the expectation that in big moments, that more times than not, you come through.
Yeah.
I think those are fair, and I am going to treat him that way. I'm going to treat him that way. Like I see some people have texted in and said they got him in tier 6 or 7. Well, if you have him in tier 6 or 7, one, I think that's asinine. Two, if you do, then I don't want to hear people coming in expecting and being upset that he hasn't done something for more that you judge him for. You're crazy. Like, I'm not going to get mad at Davis Mills for not or have the expectation he'd do what he did against Jacksonville every time the Texans are down.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not, because that's just not the type of quarterback that I view him to be. But no, I think everything that happened in the playoffs in the New England game is absolutely unacceptable for the tier and the level of quarterback that he is. He can't be that.
I think that tier also, there has to be, and I'm not saying a superpower like some of the elite or even second tier guys may have. I'm talking about more of just overcoming, like this year. I think it's silly. I can't remember who I heard talking. and it may have been just a sound bite, so I don't even know if what I heard was accurate. But I just heard the comment of, well, if such and such happens, then the Texans are or are not going to be a top 10 rushing team. Like, the Texans aren't going to be a top 10 rushing team. What are we doing? Right? I mean, and look, and in the instance where in the
Tyler
instance
said it could happen.
Well, I mean, anything could happen. But let's say in an instance where it does not happen, that can't be the reason that a C.J. Stroud-led football team just is awful offensively. We couldn't run the ball, right? I mean, I think C.J. Stroud in that tier 3 has got to be able to overcome not having a top 10 rushing attack. Now,
yes,
I think that's what they want to do, obviously, based on how they built this thing. But C.J. Stroud is a good enough quarterback in that tier 3 where, he's overcome. Hell, I could go out there and quarterback if I got a top 10, rushing game and offensive line that protects me great, defense like that. Hell, I may be able to go win a game. I mean, the reality of it is CJ's got to be able to overcome some of that, and this offense has got to rise to that level with him on the ones and twos.
Now, I don't believe he should overcome like he had in some of these playoff games where he's sacked 8 times and Fairbairn misses 3 field goals and an extra point, and there's injuries, that's hard and on the road to a quality team, that's quarterbacked by Patrick Mahomes. Those are things that are hard for me to say, hey, he should overcome that. But do I think he should overcome playing against Drake May and against a solid team that you don't just blow it and your defense is doing what it's doing? Yeah, I think. Like someone texted in, CJ won that Kansas City game with 2 or 3 clutch throws. To me, yeah, like that's an example of there was some overcoming of offensive line problems. That may have been one of the worst communication games for the offensive line up front, especially late in the first half into the second half. But he was able to make a couple of big throws to Nico, get a couple of big first downs, got a big touchdown on third down to Woody Marks.
Was that last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Tank Dell was the year before, right?
Yes, with the injury. But last year made some plays. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't, sexy. It's not the sexiest. They able to overcome those things and help put them in a chance in a situation to win. And the defense obviously did its thing. So, yeah, I believe the two of us every week, and we'll talk about CJ's grade every single Monday when we get in here or day after a game. I will judge him in that vein. Like there's not going to be a curve. It's going to be judged in that vein. That hey, if he doesn't do the things that you would imagine that a quarterback of his ilk should be doing, then yeah, we're going to judge him on that.
Yeah, the expectations. Look, after year one were probably unfair, unrealistic. I think we talked about it then. I mean, I said it in the moment, boy. It'll be a miracle if CJ's able to go out there and replicate the year he had his rookie year. Even in year 8, it's going to be because it was that good. But the expectations that come along with that are as a young rookie with a first year play caller was probably a little bit aggressive. And then, boy, he really cratered that when he finished the way he did this year. So I think expectations have probably dropped back down. I think they're too low now. I mean, we're living in this world where all of a sudden it's just CJ, don't mess it up like that. That is well below CJ Stroud's ability, and so it's got to fall somewhere in the middle. Hopefully, for CJ's sake, it'll settle somewhere in the middle, and it'll be good enough for this defense to win a bunch of games.
You think people are dead serious with this, Tyler? What has Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson done the past 2 years to when
I hope they're not serious. That's stupid.
When a person sends that in. Like when the person says that in, it's as if you don't have an answer, like a quick one.
The guy is drunk.
Like Josh won the MVP.
Yeah, and it's in the run. It's in the running every year.
Like Lamar finished second. They were 1-2 in the MVP 2 years ago. Like when someone says stuff like that, what do you mean? What do you mean have they done? What have they done? What are you talking about? It is just wild to me. All right. No, man. Someone texting. People are texting in. They've got him tier 4, tier 5. Is how they view him. Okay,
I can't go below tier 4.
Solid starter, but need more help.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. It's been so up and down. And I'm not even talking about it hasn't been just bad, but like again, man, it just seems like it's a struggle. It seems like it's my man ain't happy. He doesn't seem to ever be happy anymore. I mean, he won 9 straight games last year, and I don't know if he smiled once. And it's just a struggle right now. And so I don't know what CJ really is, to be honest with you, but I would have him at a 3 now. Nothing lower than a 4 is acceptable.
Yeah. If his regular season in any way resembles his last 2 postseason games,
right.
then yeah, I can understand the thought to drop that. But no, I don't think he's done things to say, hey man, this cat needs to be dropped, all the way down
right.
to this level. All right, coming up is as we continue. One thing we have now gone through all the positions that executives, coaches, and scouts have gone through. All of the position groups, all of the rankings are in. To me, the most glaring thing, and there's a lot of things to look at when it involves the Texans, but the most glaring thing on the list we'll discuss coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, power outages around these parts, if you've lived here for any amount of time, they can happen anytime, whether it's extreme heat, extreme cold, or hurricanes, and we got the potential of 2 of those, the heat and the hurricanes right now. So what you don't want to do is wait till there's a major problem, then you got to wait in a long line to get that generator that you should have got a long time ago. Well, I'm telling you to do it.
Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
The offensive line again. Musical chairs with the offensive line again.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I slept on it, and I want to apologize to Jeremy Fowler. He ran it. I was a little aggressive on Jeremy. I'm sorry to Jeremy Fowler.
I thought you were spot on.
I think it's probably a little too late, too, T.
No, it's not too late.
You can't just bring that to the airwaves and let it sit, let it marinate for 2 days, and then decide you want to say, my bad.
That's a good point.
It was yesterday. It's not 2 days.
Oh, I thought it was 2 days ago.
No, I slept on it. I slept on it. I just want to. I got a little aggressive. I meant the feeling of what you did. I think is inexcusable. I just think I started to put you in a JN space. And that's only reserved for that snake, Jim Nance. And I apologize for that.
What's JN?
Jim Nance.
Oh, I thought you. Oh, I got you.
He's a snake. And you don't deserve that. It's just one time. You fooled me once. Now you fooled me twice, or whatever George says. Just don't fool me again. But he finally finished, and I do love that he does this. It talks to execs and scouts and coaches about players, and he finished all the positions, right? Everything that went through, and the Texans had 10+ on the list. All right, they had a good amount of guys that either made the top 10, honorable mention, or others receiving votes. So they had a pretty good one.
You just made the list.
Clint, to me, the most glaring thing on the list was not a surprise, but I just think when you think about everything over the last, we're now going into year 4 of D'Amico and CJ, and everything that they have done with the picks they've had, and the resources that they've put forth, and the resources they've decided not to put forth on your quarterback's rookie deal. There were 44 names of offensive linemen that were either top 10, honorable mentions, or receiving votes. They had 2 different categories. They had tackles or interior offensive linemen. They split up in a category. 44 names. The Texans were one of few teams that didn't have a name in any category. There was none of the Texans offensive linemen received a vote in the tackle or interior lineman spot. I'm not shocked by that, especially with how people view the Texans. But it is something where it's like, man, that is almost inexcusable.
Yeah.
To understand how much of an issue it has been, to understand the resources they put forth towards it. I'm talking first and second round picks that they've put forth to it, money that they've spent on it over the years, and to think they didn't have, and I'll be honest with you, Clint, I think they could have stretched it to 45, 46, 47, maybe 50, and I don't know if a Texan would have made that list. But that to me was the thing that really stuck out to me, just almost as much to see the defensive dominance that they had of players on there, but the fact that no Texans lineman received a vote.
It better work. It better work, and that's for D'Amico's sake as well as Nick Casario's sake. Because this isn't by accident. I mean, look, I know he wishes some of the first-round picks and second-round picks that he used on offensive linemen over the years would have hit. That would have been the best way to get there. But there's also been a 2-year stretch where, we were bringing in veterans as well, and there were some really good offensive linemen on the market that we chose to go a different direction. And now it's clear what Nick Caserio wants to do. You ship the one guy in the last 12 years that's made a Pro Bowl, the one guy in the last 12 years that's been on any of those lists you're talking about, Laramie Tunsil, you get him up out of here, and you spread the wealth, right? You decide that you're 3 good linemen instead of 1 or 2 great offensive linemen. Okay. Well, I mean, it better work because the guys that you went and got are not even honorable mentions at their position, which is fine. No knock on them. Hell, you're playing.
It's going to fail.
Doesn't mean it's going to fail. You're playing at an extremely high level. It's a position where it takes 5, not 1 or 2. No doubt about it. I get it, but it better work because it's not like this is the first go round of rebuilding something. You went expensive and journeyman veterans and had protection problems. You went first round picks and second round picks. Some of them, hell, most of them ain't even here. Right? Yeah. Now you've gone, hey, we're going to take it up a notch and go a little bit better.
Didn't they have the most expensive offensive line somewhere in there?
I don't know.
When they had Tunsil, Shaq Mason, they had given money to
Titus Howard. I don't think it was the most expensive in the league, but it was expensive. I don't know. I don't know though. You got me. But just the reality of it is it better work. If it works, you'll look like a genius, and the old New England way of doing things, of building a roster, of hey, if somebody plays their way into a big contract, we're going to ship them up out of here and spread the wealth, and it just better work. You've had too many shots at this thing on the offensive side of the football to build it.
Like it is shocking to me again when you know what the problem has been, and you've been willing to have the highest paid offensive lineman on your team multiple times. That when CJ made that you hadn't just said, like either of the last 2 years, you hadn't just said, "F it, man, I'm gonna get one." I'm gonna get one, or like what the Bears did. We talked about them. The Bears, the Patriots, they just did it this offseason, getting Vera Tucker. The Bears going just to hell with the man. We're gonna make some. It is just wild that they're in this position. And again, I don't even think they got screwed. Like I don't know that I look across the 5 and think, man, that guy got hosed. He should have at least received a vote.
Well, I think it's fascinating, man. On the defensive side of the football, there's a need, go get it. The linebacker position a couple years ago didn't cover as well as you'd like to. You wasn't real sure that what Christian Harris is going to do. You went and got E.J. Speed, right? The safety position, you wasn't real sure who was going to play opposite Kalen Bullock. You went out and got C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That didn't work out. This year there was a void there. Boom, you go get Reed Blankenship. Because
MJ Stewart wasn't good enough.
Yeah. It just seems like there's and maybe it's a hit rate thing. Maybe it's just they're hitting at a higher percentage on the defense because that's D'Amico. I don't know, but it seems like, boy, when there's a need on the defensive side of the football, we go get a surefire fix. Now it's not like Reed Blankenship. He's not an all-pro fit, but he's a Super Bowl winning contributor to a defense type of player.
I hope that have a year that can get themselves on that. Ariante Ursery is the one that comes to mind.
Yeah.
And maybe even Rutledge.
We'll see.
Have a year where they're at least in the receiving votes category. Maybe it's harder for Rutledge next year, but Ursery, can he take that step to be a guy that is receiving votes? Maybe Braden Smith, because Braden Smith in the past has received votes. Maybe he can get back to the level. That's the hope. Well, Clint maybe spoke too soon, as we do have roster news with the Astros.
All right.
The timing is impeccable. Well, sorry, nerd.
That's all right.
Man, it ain't his fault, man. It's the Astros. Step into this at any point. We have some roster news. Yes, somebody who has started a lot of games this year is heading to the IL, but they don't come empty-handed. They don't just give, they take. They're bringing somebody else back onto the roster.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
We'll let you know the latest of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Look, football, baseball, softball, soccer, utility, tennis.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live and sexy here on the drive. By the way, Bryson, he's gonna add good hair to this place. I mean, he's got. I'm not gonna.
He's
lie.
hanging out with the right crew.
He is, and he is bringing like. I feel like I'm about to just take out Ben here for a second, but I'm not meaning to. Like to shout out. By the way, I was listening to the fellas earlier. Ben's last day today on Payne and Pendergast.
Really?
Yeah, I heard.
Where the hell's Ben going?
Well, Ben's going to still hang around. He's going to still do some texting stuff and do some things, but he's taking a step back from Payne and Pendergast. So congratulations to him with a long run there, and they had a nice little send-off for him where he was playing his favorite drops, which were basically just all Seth.
Seth says some wild stuff.
Big Seth fan, huh?
Yeah, that basically just all Seth, and they died laughing. It was funny, Seth, and it was great. Seth just don't even remember half of them that he did. But shout out to Ben, man, greatly missed here for the work that you've done here over the years here.
Big Ben
with the morning show.
He did that post game show with us.
Yeah, he'll be there. You'll get some Ben.
He gonna work them Sunday, man.
But to that. You got to have some championship hair to be here on this show. And even though your days may be numbered like mine were at a time, if you can come back, you can come back. You can be there.
You got to teach him your ways of the comeback.
But yeah, man, that's why I said our guy here, he's going to jump through. He's got the hair that holds and fits here. So I mean, he can run through. I mean, he's
Bryson's got championship hair back.
Yeah, that's what we said. I said Bryson's got.
He got a beard in
hair.
there?
He's got a beard too.
What's that? How's that beard stack up?
Pretty good beard.
Really
solid beard.
I can't see it right now.
Are you asking me of the four of us where I would put Bryson's beard?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't have one, so I know it's not. Obviously, I'm last.
We know it was in first.
I mean, that's the deal. That's where I was going with it. I mean, if I remember, I'm not looking at it right now, but if I remember correctly, he's going to challenge for the number one spot.
Especially if we're out here right now.
He got one of them good Georgia boy, one of them good thick country boy.
If I'm fresh off, I've clearly won every time.
Oh, you think so?
When I'm fresh off. When I'm
don't know. You're starting to get them random grays in there. I don't know.
No, the grays are good. The grays are natural.
I don't know. They're fine.
Natural.
That's fine.
But when I come right from the chair.
Okay.
I mean, we've talked about it.
Well, I mean, it's clean. Don't get me wrong. All of y'all have really good beards.
We've talked about it. Tyler's the only one that's disagreed, but we've talked.
I think your beard's great. It's not number one though.
It generally, when I come right out of the chair, the shape. Well, we're getting shape around we're getting shape everywhere.
I mean, maintenance plays definitely. Is system here, and Tyler, you're not gonna. You haven't. You're probably not gonna.
I'd put the Rook last.
What? Slide over where I can see that.
I put him third.
Slide over where I can see that.
But really second. I'd put him third.
Man, I don't think it's fair. I don't know.
I'll be honest with you. Right now, today, he's winning. He's number one today.
Okay, that makes me feel bad because I know I just sat in that room in there with that beard and I thought, well, that's.
No, he looks like if they were like, hey man, we're going to do a reboot of Magnum PI and we want the younger Magnum. That's. Bryson looks like he could play that.
Well, I feel like
come down a button.
I feel like
come on, come down those two buttons.
Yeah, just like Bob Nightingale.
No, I'm not. Hey, I'm not.
He don't know what you're talking
Bryson,
about. He's a youngster.
Come down those two buttons. Let him go. Yeah, come down.
I bet you Bryson got some good taco meat, too.
Oh, God, yes. Look
gold
at
does he
that.
need a gold chain?
Get to the camera. Yes. Get you a Detroit Tigers hat. Oh, my God. That is Magnum.
Detroit. He's a Georgia boy, ain't you?
No,
Can't wear
but
no
that's
damn
what
Detroit hat.
Magnum P.I. had on he always wears the Tigers hat.
He's going to have to be Magnum P.I. from Atlanta or something.
No, he's not. He's going to wear the Tigers hat. He would look like on Yellowstone, he's Josh Lucas. Josh Lucas plays young Kevin Costner. He would be young.
Is that the guy in the Lowe's commercials?
Well, I mean,
Home Depot?
I think that's disrespectful. He's been some real good movies.
Sweet Home Alabama?
He's the coach from Glory Road. Sweet Home Alabama. I believe he worked.
I'm just going to tell you, boys.
That is Tom Selleck.
Tyler, I think you're third, man, in the beard game.
I mean, I would think all you want. I know the answers.
I mean, yours is in mid growth. I mean, here for all the listeners out there, you've got Ron who clearly goes to a black barber and has his trimmed up, and it's like the mustache.
Thanks for being specific.
That's where I'm going, right? I mean, because I'm going here. With
I go to a Colombian barber.
Like I think, who happens to be a good-looking girl. Does that surprise anybody? And he doesn't miss an appointment.
It just happened. But it just happened.
I introduced him to her. I know what he's working with.
Oh, you did?
Oh yeah, I put him on her.
And he kept going.
Oh, I left and he ain't missed an appointment since.
She provides great conversation every time she cuts my hair.
She's a sweetheart, no doubt about it. But where I was going with that, you're right. When you edge yours up, it is. I mean, you fresh out of the. But it is specifically a black barber beard trim.
Oh yeah, I'm a winner.
Now I look over at B. I look over at B, and he just got out of a true blue white barbershop cleanup.
Where they went and put all kinds of product in his beard.
Well, it's not. They're not. They don't clean it like it's the chin area. Like it's the chin.
That's what the whites.
It's the chin and the line up around the top of the lip. The white barber tends to leave it a little bit fuller.
Yeah.
And the black barber seems to line it up a little bit more.
Up, baby.
And then Tyler just says, "To hell with it. I'll shave it with a razor. I'll do my own deal." That's what I think.
Busy man.
Right. Okay. That's fair. But Tyler's in mid growth phase too. I mean, he's gonna let that chin get. Can I say on radio?
Yes, you can.
Sorry, I didn't know if I could say that.
Might even show the people my nipples later.
Like shoes.
I guess I probably can say it. Consider Tyler puts some dime sizes out there every time we start the show. But that's what we got for the radio folks out there, the ones that can't see on Twitch or YouTube. True. That's what we're dealing with. I mean, you got a good full beard that could go Mountain Man, could go Rip off Yellowstone, could go in B, and then you got
look at that
Ron's. I mean, cleaned up. I mean, it's not right now. Not right now. It's not. But if he does.
Hey man, slow down.
Well,
man.
I'm gonna tell you.
Why don't you go shave?
I need to bad, right? The sprinkled in gray is not natural.
It is.
I mean, it is natural, but
it's absolutely natural.
I mean, the only time the gray beard looks good is if it is like through and through. It is salt and pepper, like salt and pepper.
Cool. I got a little salt in there. I'm not gonna dye it. I'm not dyeing a little bit.
It's like you accidentally put a little salt on your plate. That's it.
No,
like you accidentally on couple sides.
It just sprinkles in a little bit.
Added some flavor, not cholesterol.
It's fine.
I'm just telling you.
Fine. By the way,
the beard competition, I'm just telling you, it's not fine.
Yes, it is.
Well, young Magnum PI back here is about to be steering the draft ship next segment.
Before he starts steering it, I do want to pass along that we've lost Bryce Matthews for some time. Right there as earlier as
y'all had me worried.
As Clint earlier said, man, I believe this team. There's no way they could be more injured.
He somehow got injured over the All-Star
break.
What was he
Bryce
doing?
Matthews on the
he
IL.
went back to Atascocita playing basketball or something
with the left knee
pickup
sprain. A left knee.
There you go.
So
he's up there playing basketball at Kenyon Green.
They've called up Lucas Spence. Because
what's wrong with Jake Myers, man? What's wrong with the center fielder you've been trying to sell us for 4 years?
I guess Jake's still got some things to work on.
What's wrong with the center fielder that you've been trying to sell us for 4 years? Who? Lucas Spence. Who is that? I ain't heard of him.
A what?
I mean, what are we doing?
It is. I mean, we've gotten rock bottom for Jake, man. At one point, he's a center fielder. Lucas is a center fielder. At one point, Jake was was 17-4 at Nebraska. And now Jake can't.
He throwing 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
The pride of Omaha.
Somewhere Chaz is laughing his ass off at Jake right now. Oh, Luke Spence, huh? Hang out in Sugar Land. Keep riding that bust around rock.
Yeah,
what he's saying.
Chaz better be careful. His ass giving hitting lessons somewhere at a high school. He's at a high school training facility.
He's in Iowa.
Don't laugh too hard.
He's in Iowa.
Is he?
Kaiwei Tong. He is back.
What's his name?
Tong. I know it's not Tang. Tong. Kaiwei Tong. He is back.
Shoot, he finna get Javier's spot.
They're gonna pray. He's back with Dana crossing his fingers, hoping he blows up. So there's another one that gets out of the way of Homer Mike.
Bistros ain't loyal.
That's what he's hoping for. That man gonna say, man, we're gonna get him back real soon. Boy, he's gonna be thrown off. Yeah.
Can't wait.
There it is, right there, left knee. As Clint said, they can't get any more injured.
Damn it, Kenyon Green.
No, can't get any more injured. All right, what you got coming up?
Well, everything is better out of a can. It just simply is true. I'll explain, and also the trade values for the most valuable Texans. They've been published. Those values are out there. The Texans are more than likely going to have to move on from somebody, part ways with somebody. They can't sign everybody, and it might be one or more of these guys right here. I'll explain next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Payne and Pendergast.
Non-quarterbacks.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, this ain't gonna be a moment, y'all. This is a little bit of a buzzkill, but it's a conversation that has to be had. Before we get there, though, everything's better in a can, boys. Everything is better in a can. If you're a beer drinker, I mean, I just prefer cans. The crackling cold pop of a top is absolutely beautiful. The green Gatorade, I call it green. The younger generation calls it yellow. The original, the OG. It's better in a can. Tyler, have you had green? Have you any Gatorade? Really, I think it was orange, red, and green, yellow for you youngins. Have y'all had one of those recently?
Not in a can.
Absolutely.
Not recently, but I've tried that.
Unbelievable. Best Gatorade you're ever going to have. If you find it, get me a 12-pack. It's absolutely beautiful.
Cold.
Well, today's Dirties Daily is powered by Liquid Death. Liquid Death mountain water, still drinking water. It's been around for a while. I understand that. I never tried it because I didn't understand it was just still drinking water. I thought there was bubbles to it at the very least.
Fancy.
I'll be honest with you. At first, I thought it was a energy drink or something. I didn't have any interest in it, and then all of a sudden it went to, okay, I know it's water, but it's probably some kind of bubbly water. Not interested in it. And my wife somehow found Liquid Death and had her a can of it and was ranting and raving. Bought some at the house. I went ahead and tried it. I popped the top, and I'm gonna be honest with you, boys. Liquid Death. It's this water is better out of a can than it is out of a bottle.
I've never tried that Liquid Death. I've always seen it around the station with the partnership, with Pendergast and everything.
Oh, is there what it's here? Is there? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Sean does a lot of advertising and such.
Well, there you go, Sean Pendergast and Liquid Death water right there. You are powering Dirties Daily today. We should all drink. Have you guys drank your water today? Tyler, have you hydrated today?
Getting my electrolytes right now.
There's explosive diarrhea running around our country, man. You need to stay hydrated. It'll help you if it hits you.
God,
it'll help it if you hit you. Hey, prepare for the explosion. But big shout out to Liquid Death. That is some really, really good water. All right, the Texans, y'all. The reality is with the Texans, they're going to have to part ways with a big name player, if not multiple big name players, between now and this time next year.
One would think
they're going to have to. There's no way that if they sign C.J. Stroud to what C.J. Stroud is going to command with a decent year, that they're going to be able to afford everybody on this defense. And if they want to afford everybody on this defense and stay younger and stay cheaper and have draft capital and they move C.J. Stroud, then he would be the one. There's just the reality of it is when it comes down to some of the top players for the Houston Texans, they're going to have to move somebody at some point that they don't want to move, Ron. Whether they do it by trade or they do it by letting them play out their contract and letting them hit free agency, which I wouldn't think that would be the way to do it. I would think you'd want to get something back in return for those guys if you know you're not going to keep them, if you know you can't keep them all. And I will this week, we played a little Brady audio, and Brady hit on several different things, but he did hit on the New England way of building a roster, which is Nick Casario's way of building a roster, I would imagine, at least in theory. And his comment was, we didn't typically have big money players on the offense because when somebody played their way into a big contract, we would trade them and get draft capital, and we would keep a good slot receiver because they're cheaper. Tight ends, they were cheaper kind of deal. They would spread the money, which we see the Nick Caserio doing here with the offensive line adjustment. So we do know that philosophy is at least in the building over there with Nick Caserio. And with all that said, Bill Barnwell comes out every year, I believe, with his NFL trade value. It does a little exercise. It puts a value on current superstar players in each organization. And here are the values for the Houston Texans. Will Anderson, 2+ first-rounders. In other words, two first-round draft picks, along with, let's call it a second and a third. I would imagine Will would fetch a haul. I don't remember what Micah Parsons fetched, but I would imagine it would be it would probably surpass that, given that we are a year removed from that particular move. Will Anderson, 2+ first-rounders. C.J. Stroud, 2+ first-rounders. I think some folks going to give a little pushback here with C.J., given how he finished in the playoffs last year. I want to remind folks that you're talking about an early 20s quarterback that has shown the ability to play efficiently over an extended period of time and has had one of the better years in the 3 years in the league, one of the better years that we've ever seen a rookie have, especially a pocket passing rookie that didn't have the dynamic of running with, using his legs as part of his threat. I think there's no doubt right now that if C.J. Stroud were to move today, I'm not saying the Texans are going to do it. I'm just saying where we sit right now, C.J. Stroud would be worth 2+ first-rounders.
Easy. Maybe 3.
Oh, maybe 3. Yeah. I would think definitely 2 1s and then, some high-end 2-3 type stuff. But you think maybe possibly 2 3s. I mean, 2 3 1s. I'm sorry.
I mean, you're looking at teams like Miami and the Jets and the Browns and
the Jets did just pay old buddy $20 million a year over 2 and then cut him after 1.
Yeah, I mean, Arizona. There are a lot of teams that are in need or close. Hell, I think Minnesota. I think there are a lot of teams that are in need for a guy who has had 3 NFL seasons in which he has helped lead his team to the playoffs and playoff wins in all 3, and he has been good to great in all 3 of the seasons.
Well, Miami, because Sloak is down there, just putting that out. That's probably, that marriage probably isn't going to circle
back. Who knows?
Who knows? I mean, I guess if you're Bobby Hill, he played well enough where you'd be like, yeah, I'd sign up for that. Yeah. All right, the trade values for the Texans: Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, both 2+ first-rounder value. All right, 1+ first-rounder value. The only one on the Texans right now is Stingley. Derek Stingley Jr. In other words, you're going to get a first-round pick and maybe a second-round pick. I would imagine Derek Stingley's on the verge of a two first-round type.
Sauce Gardner's the corner. A lot of people have kind of backed off of that. We just saw McDuffie. He went for 4 picks, a first, a third, a fifth, and a sixth. Mm-hmm. I would damn sure believe Stingley goes for more than that, so it could push up to 2. Yeah.
Well, you bring up a good point. After what happened to Sauce, I would imagine he probably hurt the next corner that's going to move.
People probably backed off of that just a tad.
No doubt about it. So Stingley, 1+ first-rounders. All right, there's 3 guys in this next category, which is just simply a first-round pick, okay? Nico Collins, Daniil Hunter, and Kamari Lassiter. We've pondered over this, thought on this, and I don't think there's another Texan out there that would command a first-round pick or above. Boys, here's the question.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Here's the question. If I think one of these guys, and I'm not even talking about Daniil Hunter. I think Daniil Hunter. I think he's going to play out this contract. I don't think they're going to extend him again, and then I think he's gonna move on, and maybe he might be done, even though he's not slow. Anybody on this list of all the guys, Will, CJ, Stingley, Nico, and Kamari Lassiter. I'm taking Hunter off the board. But those 5 guys, would you be willing to move? Now, you don't have a choice to not move anybody. You got who would you be more likely to move if the Texans get in a spot where they just simply can't afford everybody?
I mean, Kamari Lassiter, easy.
Kamari's the one?
Easy. He's the
Will's untouchable, and I think Nico's untouchable.
Yeah, it's got to be Lassiter. It's got to be Lassiter because those other 2 are both damn near untouchable.
Well, I think but here's the deal. One guy that wasn't mentioned was CJ.
Ron disagrees with
the deal with CJ.
I'm just looking through the list. Yeah.
The deal with CJ, guys, is take whether you like him or not is irrelevant at this point, right? It's one of those where if they sign CJ, there's no doubt about it. They got to change direction on the defensive side of the football. And so that the CJ piece is not just about, well, is CJ, do you think he's a franchise quarterback and can he play at that level? It's now about, does this group want to pay a quarterback $60 million a year? Do they think CJ is that guy? Because if they pay a quarterback $55 to $60 million a year, they are not going to be able to keep Kalen Bullock. They are not going to be able to keep Kamari Lassiter. And Ron, I know you are not a believer in the salary cap, but I think even this situation is going to push the envelope.
You have to push a little bit. Yeah.
This is so the CJ piece is interesting. I think when you look at, barring CJ going out there and having an all-pro year, a Pro Bowl year, I think CJ I think CJ is the most likely player to move in this bunch, to not be a Texan moving forward in this bunch.
My thing, well, there's maybe some want to with the others, and I think you also have talked about. But my thing with CJ is if you move on from him, or if you move on from him, or his play dictates that you have to move on from him, then I think you are no longer at that point. I'll say this: it's a long shot that you're still in the conversation of a Super Bowl contender, because it would be hard to find a quarterback that would be to that level moving forward.
Yeah.
Right. Like David, to me, you're not a Super Bowl contender if Davis Mills your quarterback.
Well, you would have to make some major moves. I mean, I think it would be a Sam Darnold type deal. I think I mean, the one that keeps sticking out to me is Baker Mayfield in Tampa. They're not going to come to terms on a contract extension there. He's a Texas kid. I
feel like they probably will.
In Tampa?
I feel like,
Well, reports are, and I think he's been pretty vocal about it, is that they're not even close.
Yeah, they're not close right now. Yeah,
but I'm with you. I mean, I think they should.
But if Baker tanks and it's a similar situation to Stroud, I wonder if you're in the same.
Interesting thing with Baker is I don't know that Baker has the. I mean, I know he has done it. I mean, hell, he's telling the team, "Hey, once training camp starts, I'm done talking." So I mean, I just don't know if he has that ability. I know he will do it, but I don't know if he's the caliber player where Tampa Bay is going to go, oh, okay, we better hurry up and get this thing done because Baker said if we wait till training camp, we're not. I don't know if he's that caliber player.
It's so the Baker and CJ thing is the same. You just understand, like when you roll from them, then what's the next option?
Yeah. Yeah, there's
at that important position
in today's game, man. Especially when you're wired the way the Texans are, I think we would build a team differently than the way they're building it, obviously. But when you're wired the way they are, and the way that the league right now, there's always somebody available. Aaron Rodgers, Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield potentially. There's always somebody available. And right now, the one thing that Nick and D'Amico have done is build. I mean, if you're a quarterback out there. Boy, you would kill to play in this system with this defense. If you're chasing a ring, if you're chasing a ring, you would kill to play in it. So we'll see. I think CJ's probably the more likely one to move in that bunch. As I mentioned, the one that Tyler picked initially, Kamari Lassiter. I got a real feel that he is number two, in he's got a bedroom in D'Amico Ryan's house. I think Azeez Al-Shair's got the whole game room and bedroom. I think Kamari Lassiter staying at the
which,
crib.
In my opinion, is concerning. If I'm a Texans fan, if that is, like if that is you look at this list, and I'm not going to disagree with it. The Texans may look at this list. All right, so Lassiter's untouchable. Will's untouchable.
Yeah,
I think that would be concerning to me because it to me it is clear. Will obviously, CJ, the importance of the quarterback position and what he has shown that he could be at 23 years old. Stingley just does stuff that you can't teach, and he's 25.
Yeah,
whatever he is, he's 1 year older than Lassiter. Nico Collins, you ain't got nobody else over there. And then, Danielle Hunter is a great player. Maybe the 32 is the one where you look at and you say, but that seems to be the hallmark of the defense.
Yeah.
Kamari Lassiter, if Kamari Lassiter is, he's safe. That and you look at that, that's concerning. Like the move, what we should see, the move should be in a year that Kamari Lassiter is traded. And you get big
with 1 year left on his contract, you get a first round pick.
You do what the Chiefs just did with McDuffie.
Yeah,
that should be the move.
You can look at it. The interesting thing about this trade value exercise is that I think there's a case, with the exception of, like you said, probably Will and Stingley. There's really a case for everybody because we didn't even mention Nico Collins. And we heard Tom Brady talk about we didn't have $30 million receivers.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong on that real quick. Wasn't there some whispers, rumors, whatever you point last season or the year before about a Nico trade possibly?
No, that was something coming out before he got his contract.
That's
and then he got his contract. They were pushing that. Gotcha. Jordan Schultz was really pushing from Fox was pushing that.
That's right. I remember
that part of it. Yeah, but
got that new deal though.
And he got a new deal, so he should be good. But like to me, man, just I get what Tom Brady said in New England, but Tom, Like your offensive line wasn't a train wreck every year, and you had an offensive mind in Josh McDaniels most of that time that could adapt. Like there is nothing about Nick Caley in this offense that says take your best threat away, and then we'll be able to function.
Well, it's interesting. All of it is there's good conversation because you wouldn't think that taking a team that was awful in pass protection and trading the best pass protector in the game would be a good idea, but they did it. You know what I mean? Like the roots of the folks that are running this thing would say, you know, again, we're going to spread this money out. We're not going to pay one guy, you know, that kind of money. And the one guy right now that's making that kind of money, I would say, is Nico. We'll see. I mean, we're a year removed from I think any of this even being a reality, but I do think at some point, Ron, it could very likely will be a reality that we got to part ways with a player that we really like.
We're about a halfway through the season with CJ. If he plays a certain way, that jumpstart a lot of this. Yeah. All right, coming up, we'll give you the latest on the roster moves with the Astros and get you ready for their second half. Big Pete gets the ball tonight. We'll continue that right here live on the Drive.
All right, y'all, look, I've had a lot of experience with paint contractors, with rental properties, with flip homes, and obviously in my own house.
destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a couple of roster moves made here as Bryce Matthews has been placed on the 10-day IL with a left knee sprain. Lucas Spence, he'll be wearing number 28, so he's got like a real name.
Number 10 prospect in the Astros organization right now.
There it is. He is on the Major League roster, just riding through Jake Matthews, who is still in AAA Sugarland. And Kaiwei Tong from the 15-day IL, he's back. He is going to be back with the roster.
Surely you meant Jake Myers.
What?
You said Jake Matthews.
Did I say Jake Matthews?
Still in Sugarland. You meant Jake Myers. I'm
Jake together.
You got it mixed up.
So many.
Jake Myers. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't think I would have to be doing injuries based off what you said earlier.
Coming off the All-Star break.
I didn't think coming off the All-Star break. Maybe it's lingering. He did have.
No, I'm telling you, he was hooping up in Atascocita with Kenyon Green, and Kenyon doesn't move on to get physical.
He may have done that. Yeah, Kenyon is a bear in the post.
I mean,
can't block.
Is he with anybody right now?
No, man.
Can't be.
Man.
I mean, it wasn't that bad, was it? I mean, it's been 3 years.
He's got graduate assistant at Texas A&M written all over him right now.
I'm curious now. Let me see.
Oh, he's not. Tell you that right now. I've actually looked it up recently.
You think he's hooping at the athletic club somewhere? Somewhere Bryce would be?
Now, I will say Bryce did have that. I forgot who was pitching, but whoever was pitching said, "We're about to run y'all asses, the center fielders, to death," because he ran into that wall. He had to come out, if you remember. And then Taylor Trammell came in, and he ran and nearly killed himself trying to catch a ball. And then Taylor had on the wrong spikes. And then just slipped on the warning track out there because whoever that lit up. So maybe that had something to do with the injury. But some moves made there. Kaiwei back up. Lucas Spence is up, as Clint said, top 10 prospect for the Astros. And I know it's number 10, but top 10 sounds better. Prospect from the Astros, Lucas Spence in the outfield, while Bryce Matthews on the 10-day IL. I did want to just
to answer real quick. Kenyon Green is not currently with any squad.
He's with the Atascocita squad.
He's with no one.
He's with the Eagles.
Yeah, he's with no one.
Atascocita Eagles.
I thought you
meant Philly.
he was there with them. Yeah, he was there, but now he went back to his roots, the Atascocita.
I just want to say, Tony in Houston, I'm surprised you didn't text me this. Tony in Houston likes to.
Is this the floor, man?
It's the floor.
He's a rat, by the way.
Yeah, shout out to.
You're a rat, Tony.
To Tony, man.
He's a rat. That's aggressive.
What do you do?
Viking flooring. He usually text me and the text line the exact same thing at once.
He got you on a group text with the text line?
Text us. And this time he didn't. But he goes here, Tony in Houston. You trade CJ for 2 or 3 first-round picks. You move up and you grab the best quarterback in the bunch, and you play Davis Mills this year. It's the Texans' best option. CJ is not going to be with what everybody thinks he's going to be. He's definitely not worth $60 million. I would just say, again, if that is what you believe is the best option, then you are starting over from a Super Bowl contending type of place. Unless you're in the next Sam Darnold. And again, that was that is not the norm.
Yeah.
Right? I think Kyler Murray has a chance to really have a good run in Minnesota. By the way, you don't have Clint Kubiak. By the way, you don't have Kevin O'Connell, which is a big help to those guys. But I don't know that he's going to lead them to a Super Bowl. That's not likely. We're not seeing that just happen. Baker's had a great run with Tampa. The furthest they've gone is the same place you've gone.
Yeah,
the divisional round.
I think the only pushback would be that if they go to a Super Bowl now, the quarterback's not leading them to a Super Bowl. The defense is. That would be the only pushback. But you are definitely starting over. You are correct.
Yeah, but the defense was even as great as the defense is, right? You're still going to need a certain level of quarterback play. Right, and again, let's just move up. All right, you get the picks. Yeah, you get the picks. Okay, but you've just drafted I would argue the two best quarterbacks in your franchise history. You have been fortunate enough to draft them back-to-back times,
mm-hmm.
and it hadn't worked with them either.
Yep.
So the likelihood, man, let's just go up there and take the best of the bunch. How long is it going to take for that quarter to become what you need to compete to win a Super Bowl? So I'm just saying, if you want to go that way, that is certainly within your opinion to believe that is the best option. You're just starting this thing on over. And I personally, now maybe they do, I personally don't think you're going to D'Amico or you're going to 2000s Ravens this thing to a Super Bowl, or 2015 Broncos maybe is the closer thing to the Super Bowl, personally.
Drop some deal for dimes, man.
Yeah. Is that what they were calling them then?
No, not then, actually.
The old deal for dimes?
That's been birthed since his playing days.
That's after.
I think it's a social media thing. He played before social media.
Yeah, deal for dimes. There you go. All right. All right, we heard about the roster moves there with the Astros. We'll see what they look like. The lineups are out for the Astros as they take on the Orioles tonight. Pena leading off. Alvarez is the DH. Paredes behind him at third. Walker, Altuve. Wade Jr. Wade Jr. right there, baby. Elmont Wade Jr. And then Cam Smith and Spence comes right in, baby, in center field in the lineup. And interesting, Vasquez is catching tonight for the Astros. So that is the lineup there. And I wonder, I haven't really paid attention to look at that. I wonder if he and Pete are like, is he his personal catcher or something? Is he somebody that's been rolling? Bijani he's been catching the bulk of the games. He's been starting the bulk of the games. But so that is it for the Astros tonight. All right, to you and the people. I'll start with you, Tyler, on this. Do you think the Astros? Because I'll be honest, we heard from Bob Nightingale yesterday. You can go to the podcast page and hear that entire interview. It was the best interview that Bob's ever done on the station.
Factual. Listening there for you.
It was good. It was an easy listen for sure.
Hear that, Bijani? Creighton?
I kid, but it was.
There was some real chemistry now.
But I think it's going to be potentially difficult for the Astros to really add of huge significance. Now, they may be able to find a Kikuchi-like player who was you say Kikuchi-like player who was struggling, whose numbers weren't great, and then turning around. That could happen. But the odds on, in terms of the prospects they have, the resources they have, and the amount of teams that are also looking for the things that they're looking for, it may be difficult for them to add significant pieces. So I wonder, to you and the people, and Tyler, you can start with this. Do you think Jordan, Hunter Brown, Josh Hader playing at the level that we expect them to play at is good enough for this Astros team to make it to the postseason, in which they're currently 3 games out of the West and a game and a half with a couple of teams in front of them out of the wild card?
Mm-hmm. Thank God the AL West sucks. The answer to that is no. With no roster changes, no trades,
no
major changes.
No, or not even major, but impactful changes.
With no major changes from Dana Brown and everybody over there with the Astros, unfortunately, as badass as those 3 guys are, only one of those 3 is a starting arm, and that is why that is not enough to carry you anywhere special.
I know you disagree. Or maybe he convinced you.
No, he did because he's not wrong, but it just for me it's
there was a good point on the starting arm thing.
Yeah. Look, the AL is awful. The division you're playing in is awful, and you have played awful and been unbelievably injured in the first half. I think that all equates to being healthier, guys playing better, and you rising. Climbing the rankings, if you will, and getting in the playoffs in a bad year in the American League.
Yeah,
I think it happens.
Yeah, Hunter's the big one because Josh Hill, you got to get to Josh,
right?
So like that, there's some of that is out of his hands because one, you got to get leads, and you got to get to him, and the other part is. I am really curious to see, and maybe it starts tonight with the Orioles, if teams just start to really become aggressive of avoiding Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah,
like if this comes up a notch where they're just like, yeah, you know what, to hell with this, man. Like I'm not. Yeah. Like I may just put him on, or like wink white walks that are just non-competitive pitches. That we don't. I wonder if that's going to be a change, even more than it was the latter part of the first.
Well,
day.
I mean, the good thing is hitting second behind Pena and in front of either Christian Walker or Paredes. They've swung the bat well enough to make that difficult to do. Now I know I'm with you in late in games. I'm complete. I don't give a damn who's on the base pass, but. I think that the supporting cast has made it difficult at times to do it. Just
you got to have them step.
And they've been good this year. We'll see if they can keep that rolling.
Yeah. All right, coming up, I really want CJ to do this. I hope CJ is doing this. I feel like many Texans fans will disagree with me. I don't know where Clint stands on this. I don't know if I know where Tyler completely stands on this. But, I mean, there is nothing more for the Texans and C.J. Stroud than I would want for this to happen. It's a good tease, Bryson. I'll tell you what that is coming up next. But before we get there, DraftKings, it is live, folks. And, yes, that means here in the great state of Texas. And we've come to the end, fellas. The World Cup final is set, and it happens on Sunday. When we return back here on Monday, we'll know who is the winner of this year's World Cup. And luckily for you, that one champion, that trophy that champion will get, DraftKings has you covered for every single part of it. DraftKings is it's live. The app is
presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Smallwalkie?
Yeah, I see Lance McCullers doing his first interview, introduced, and he's in the dugout. He doesn't look happy in that.
You think he's giving an injury update?
If I know not Bryson. If I know, sorry, Bryson. If I know Lance, he is. I wonder if they run a tight ship though. Maybe a tighter ship over there. You ain't gonna just go over and start just.
Who's the manager out there?
He's a hard ass. Was it Pat Kelly? Something Kelly. Chuck Kelly, Pat Kelly, something like that. What is that man's name?
Pat Murphy.
Murphy. Close. Got one of the names. I threw out four of them. I was really
more than I did.
I was really serious about how about Kelly.
Yeah.
Pat Kelly was I think a different manager. No, that's Tom Kelly with the Twins. Anyway, he doesn't look happy. Just by the visual, he may be.
It's last year's manager.
Yeah, he's done a good job over there. Look, I started watching quarterback last night. I sent it to you, fellas. I think you then got further than I did.
I did. I leaned in.
I think I leaned in. I gave you 12:45 last night. And I think I got through maybe 3 or 4 episodes.
You must have took a break and got through, because the time you texted us till 12:45, you could have got more than 3 episodes.
I don't know. I had some stuff I was doing. I know I was for some reason watching an old Kansas basketball game.
Yes, I think so. You got. You did something that you should remember, because it's like a couple of hours worth.
There, something, but there were some pauses in there. Whatever. But
season will be back soon, man.
I really hope C.J. Stroud is doing this.
Does what right now? Like right now, they're filming.
They're starting. They start now. Like training camp, it looks like is when they start them up.
Absolutely.
This year for next year's season. They do a lot of it in
the off season.
Yeah, for next year's season.
Cut his hair. That'd be a good TV move.
Oh God!
Because I'm sure he donated it. I'm sure he donated
the whole story. I know some people don't want to see this, because the first thing Tyler
leaned up.
What's the first thing you said? You hit it. Oh, I just need him to concentrate.
Oh yeah, I responded to hell no. I need CJ in the zone, concentrating, focusing. Hell no, keep the cameras away. But
I hope to God when we get out there for training camp that I'm going to be eyeing to see if there's an extra.
There ain't no way in hell Nick Casario's letting that happen.
Yeah. All right, but have some give and take. You've already just said, "No, man, we ain't giving you no money." Let him have this.
Letting the guy that you decided to not extend.
Oh, please go to hell.
And they shut down all them podcast hits and everything.
This is different.
Letting him.
This is Peyton Manning.
It's
This is Peyton Manning Productions, man. Come on, man. I just say that because one. Obviously, it would be. I mean, I know what you say, but you would be glued, and every last one of you would be glued every day to watch to get this type of.
Oh, that's true.
Of
exposure
to a CJ Stroud, but in particular with this year, like there is nothing more, fellas, that I want to hear and understand the thought of. What's going on in his mind during all of this? Like, how is he, like, and I wonder how much we'll see, because you've watched it. I mean, I think we've seen over the years some guys are pretty honest about, things like Cam Ward wanted to F up those kids in dodgeball. Joe Flacco seemed to express kind of, and their families express. I feel like CJ's mom would go out there and express herself. Like, I would love to see what he's thinking in his mind when all his teammates have to get the questions that they get. The players around the league drop him from 39 to out of the top 100. People are talking about him as the 20th best quarterback. All the stuff that he's getting off of his playoff game. To hear his thoughts more candidly, Clint, about the playoff games. To see a glimpse of how maybe the Texans handle him. There is nothing more. I'm usually with you, Tyler. I really wouldn't. That doesn't care. I would have loved quarterback to follow Deshaun in that one year where he was coming to practice but not really practicing. That would have been a fun thing to see the behind the scenes of that. But this, like, I so desperately want to see how CJ is handling all of this, and then obviously to see whatever happens that we don't know yet, that the year will happen. That oh God, that would be amazing.
To be clear, my Texans fandom wants no parts of that. That's why I said hell no to. I do not need CJ in this documentary series that Netflix does. I need CJ focusing. But I feel very split, to be very honest, because the radio part of me, my career here, what we do every day, would very much love that. Would love Stroud on the show and all the content that could possibly create for our show.
It's not even just the content for the show. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that's not it either. But I legit, that's the one thing. I know how I would feel if I was in his shoes with everything that has happened and how he's being talked about by everybody, how the organization has decided to handle him. Will getting paid, Nico getting paid, Aziz getting paid, everybody getting paid. I would.
Those are all appealing storylines that could be signs as why they pursued him to be one of the quarterbacks.
And I would think he would try to hide it. You get enough hours on there, I think they're going to dig it out of you.
Yeah,
they can dig something out of you.
And then they'll cut the other stuff and use that, center in on that, no doubt.
Yeah, he's an emotional fella. He'd give you something.
I would love to see, I would love for CJ to be on there for multiple reasons, everything you guys mentioned. But I'm very interested in seeing how he approaches the game in the huddle with his teammates, how they respond to him in real time. I've talked a lot about, the lack of leadership, the lack of that alpha dog. I like to see whether that is that part of it would be, because I don't think you can hide it. I just don't think you can hide that, whether you have it or you don't. It's going to come out one way or another. So I'd like to see that piece. I'd like to see behind the scenes of that piece.
God, I hope he does. God, I hope he does.
I guess it's a win for me no matter what in this situation, but I think I'd prefer him.
He's going to have to go somewhere else for it to ever happen. It's not going to happen here. I mean, I got a feeling that the only way you're going to get it is it's going to be like Baker Mayfield talking about old buddy in Carolina that cut him in Carolina. You hadn't got to that episode yet, have you?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't like Steve Wilkes. I think they've had quarterbacks from organizations that generally don't mind, or have they not? I don't know.
I don't know who all we've had.
I know we've had Kurt
Pat,
twice.
We've had
Kurt
Pat
twice. Yeah, we've had Flacco. Yeah,
Mariota.
We've had Joe Burrow.
Burrow and Flacco now.
Mariota.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Ruined his perspective from all fans in that one.
I could have done without him. Tennessee, I guess, obviously.
Tennessee, Cam Ward?
Cam Ward, yeah, being on there. Yeah, I don't know.
I feel one observation. I've been a big Cam Ward fan. I don't think Cam's a good cusser. He cusses a lot.
He does cuss a lot.
It seems like he seems like a little kid getting away with cussing.
You think he needs to own that a little bit?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I need to see more, but I've been disappointed with. Now I'll tell you who cusses.
His mom looked like she beat the brakes off.
No question. Ass. No question. And his daddy.
I was going to say it too, man.
Baker's a good cusser. I think Joe. I'm less of a fan of Joe. I feel like Joe went at Shedeur Sanders
with the visor thing.
That's uncalled for. Like he was, and then to see the video of it, he wasn't even looking at him. He was definitely talking about him, trying to look too fresh and look too all. He's trying too hard. I'd never let my kid, but he was looking at one of the other quarterbacks. Yeah. Like I felt bad for Shedeur. I felt like if Shedeur would have been longer in the tooth and not a rookie, he'd have been like, "Hey man, shut the hell up! I know you're talking about me with your old ass. Take your old 42-year-old ass home."
I really enjoyed when Shedeur walked over there and told Joe's 20 years.
Keep his head up.
Keep his head up. Keep your head up. 15.
He said, "Yeah.
Yeah, I got this." But this Tony jumping in with this, just another distraction. Do you think, like, honest guy, you've been in this closer than me and Tyler and Bryson, and that I don't even know if we've been on an NFL sideline, but you've been there closer to us. Do you think this would be a negative distraction?
Absolutely.
For CJ?
I've been a part of it. Hard Knocks, Dallas. I was there for it. It's a distraction.
You think it would be a distraction for him?
Yeah, it's a distraction for everybody. It's one of those where they're constantly pulling you aside in the evening to do some kind of interview. Like Chad Hutchinson played the guitar. Here he is competing for a starting job with the Dallas Cowboys, and in the evening during training camp, he's playing the guitar for HBO, right? I mean, and there's cameras constantly around. It's even worse nowadays. It's multiple crews following multiple guys. And so, I would say it's a distraction. I think it's more of a distraction for certain players and certain teams. Like the Cowboys that I played with, 5-11 football teams, probably was not a real focused team anyway. You get cameras around, all of a sudden it turns into a mess. So
he's got to be one of Peyton's number one choices. Especially if you think about guys that have been repeats that they've already.
Well, you look
his story and everything that is happening right now.
Everything you laid out are storylines that would be great.
But look around. You're right. I mean, there's none would be better than C.J. Stroud given what he's going through here. But I mean, Kyler Murray right now would be great. Your boy Mendoza right now as a rookie would be great.
All right. Well, let's do that. The third one, then put Lamar up there. That's the
Lamar would be tremendous at any point in time.
Who'd you say? Mendoza, and who was the one you said before that?
Oh, Kyler Murray.
Let's do it.
What about old cat in the cat out there in Miami that just had a nice little run and all of a sudden got him a contract? Mariota on his way out of the league was a candidate.
As I said, I could have done without Marcus.
I mean, I think Drake May would be boring as hell.
No, we're good. Those four right there. Those four right there. Because I want to see I want to see how Max Crosby really looks at him.
Yeah.
Right now. Then we get a little Kirk as well.
You'd be watching that with a side eye.
You'd be watching. No, I would not. I would go into it in a bad
So
spot.
what four do you want to go with? Mendoza, Kyler Murray?
I like the ones you threw in. Kyler, because you get a little JJ too and you get the competition and get his height problems. And you got CJ and then Lamar.
CJ and Lamar. Yeah, that'd be good. Lamar would be the headliner.
They have like a headliner.
Has Josh done it?
No. Josh would be good too. Right now, just being a father.
Dak done it?
No, but
Dak became a father and then bounced on the wife.
Maybe Dak needs a year. Maybe he needs a personal.
I still want to know what happened to Dak.
Like his mom, I'm waiting on Jay Daniels' mom.
I want to know why Dak got into that fight. I think he may even got jumped at the beach in Mississippi State. I want to caught on video. I want to know what the hell happened. Huh?
I'd assume untied and undone.
Oh, ain't no doubt that's in the middle of it. No question. He was getting too much attention from one that was probably committed to somebody else.
Absolutely. Coming up, 5 o'clock for the Astros as they get post All-Star break started. Peter Lambert gets the ball. We'll give you the latest that you need to know. Bill Belichick feels better about his Carolina Tar Heels. And the U.S. Open, I'm telling you, controversy with multiple players, including one of the biggest names in golf. We'll discuss that coming up next. a game and a half out of the wild card behind the Mariners with the Twins and the Red Sox. And the Red Sox, they've gone off. With the Twins and Red Sox in between them and the wild card. Peter Lambert gets the ball tonight. Numbers-wise, he's been the best pitcher thus far, 8-5 with a 3.14 ERA. We'll get to the lineups here in just a second. The rest of the weekend, Spencer Arrighetti, and then Hunter Brown goes on Sunday here at the Daikin here in Houston. Clint, and your thoughts here, Clint, about Peter Lambert, him setting the tone to start things off, and what you need from him in the second half.
Well, look, what we need is more of the same of what we got the first 90-plus games. I mean, he at the end of the day, he's been the most consistent. The sample size is big enough now for us to believe that he's going to give us a chance to win. What I say yesterday, I think 3 times he's given up more than 3 runs. I think 4 times he's given up more than 2, something like that. I mean, he's been really, really good. And so, yeah, I don't have a problem with him coming out of the gate and with a full week's rest. And down the stretch, he's got to continue to do what he was doing to this point. He was giving us a chance to win. Yeah.
Pete Lambert has been got to be one of the top 5 most important pieces that the Astros have had during the offseason.
Well, yeah,
during this season, excuse me.
Yeah, just look at what he's been up against. I mean, the MI was supposed to not top of the rotation, but a top 3 in the rotation, and that hadn't panned out to be real consistent. Obviously, we've talked about Homer Mike Burrows, who is not even on the team right now because he's injured. I guess is that how they couch that, an injury?
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, it's at a time when you had guys either getting injured or just not pitching well. Peter Lambert, he stood up and took the number 2 spot right behind Hunter Brown, and so. He's definitely been the surprise, but definitely been an X factor in the first half of the season.
Yeah, he has been, and hopefully he can set the tone. Many people were wondering why Hunter Brown didn't start things off. The only thing I don't want to hear Joe's reasoning. The only reason that would kind of makes sense is they're trying to line him up for a certain series, and I think they're trying to line him up for a Rangers series that's coming up soon.
It's got to be it.
Here, it's got to be it, or you would rather set the tone. But this lineup is interesting too. Tyler, the lineup: Pena, Alvarez, Paredes, Walker, Altuve, and then Wade, Lamont Wade Jr., Cam Smith, and the new kid. We'll talk about this here more in just a bit. And that is Spence. He is getting called up. He's a top 10 prospect for the Astros. He's going in center field, and then Vasquez is catching tonight. As much as pitching, Tyler, is a major issue. We talked with Bobby yesterday about this. Bobby Nightingale yesterday about this. Actually, we talked to Bob Nightingale. Bobby Nightingale's a son who covers the Twins. We talked to Bob Nightingale about this yesterday. It's still, boy, when you get past Altuve, it's just like
underwhelming.
It's like, man, they've got that does not look like
that's it.
A major. This is Space Cowboys almost in a backup back there. That's just. I know pitching is something they need, but man, once you get past Altuve. Wade is batting. The drop-off feels just so strong.
Wade's been good, man. Okay. That's Dana's hanging his hat on Wade. Big Cam, man. What are you talking about?
Ron will not respond to that.
I know.
Diaz is on the pine. He's been hot.
Yeah, I know it.
You could have put Jordan on left field and just played Diaz at DH.
I don't know, man.
Jordan's been doing all right with the stick.
It's just still, as Tyler said, underwhelming.
Very.
It's just
and there's multiple names that a lot of Astros fans, I think, probably go who, literally, they just don't know these guys because they're brand new.
Here we go, back half, baby. Wade, Smith, Spence, and Kessie.
You can't even get your
I will say it again.
He can't even get his own nickname right. It's Quezzy. He said it with a K.
Kessie. Kessie joining Spence.
Kessie, baby.
I like it. I like it. That's slick.
Kessie.
The good news with this, though, with
y'all give Wade and Smitty a shot, man.
A shot. I'm not trying
no
to
choice
hate
to
too
give him a
much.
shot.
I mean, y'all are spoiled just because we ain't got 250 plus throughout the lineup, and then that anchor at the bottom with
What are
Baldy.
you doing right now?
I'm just telling you, man. It ain't
Making
that
me
damn
miss
bad.
2019
It ain't-
Astros.
It ain't that damn
It ain't
bad.
that damn bad. Get out
I mean,
of
it
here,
ain't
man.
it ain't what your old spoiled ass been used to, but it ain't that bad. Let old Lamont wait. He had a granny the other day, didn't he?
Okay, all right.
You look back at any given Astros lineup in 2019 and you compare it to now, that'll make you sick.
Yeah.
That
No, I
lineup
know.
was elite.
Man, you held 19, man. Last year before
Yeah,
last.
no,
I mean,
that's
it's
fair.
just Lamont Wade rolling out of Charlotte, the
man.
White Sox organization.
Dana Brown. Give credit where credit's due, man. Dana
He keeps it real.
I hear from people about Lamont Wade once a week because he may come up with a hit. Don't hear about him on other days.
Come on, man. Watch Lamont gonna go off tonight, man.
Okay, all right.
Hey,
I know it, man.
how many outfielders you think Dana? How many outfielders has Dana rolled through this organization last 2 years?
I don't know, man. He's just rolling them back. By the day, rolling some back to
Ain't none of them
Sugar Land,
stick.
Not a one.
No.
Jake will be up here this week. All right, so there it is. We'll get you ready for that as they could get out here and win a series. This would be a good start. Peter Lambert gets the ball tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. Bill Belichick, who was a huge story around this time, seemingly on a daily basis last year, and ACC Media Days this week, and he came out and made it very clear that he believes the Tar Heels are poised to take a step forward, and he said they are, quote, way ahead of schedule from where they were last, different night and day. Overall, as a football team, our culture, our program, our ability to operate as a team is much higher than it was a year ago, he told ESPN, and our talent level is higher. What do you expect from Bill Belichick in North Carolina this year?
Same thing I've expected from Bill Belichick since Tom Brady left the nest. He's been trash.
You got trash. You don't expect.
He's been trash, man. He hired Matt Patricia's offensive coordinator, man. He can't. There's no coming back from that.
One time.
There's no coming back from
Did
that.
he bring his four-wheeler?
There's no coming back from that. No, he did not. But
They were 4-8. They were 4-8 last year. You don't.
4-8. By the way, 4-8 in a conference that was
one of the worst.
That was rough.
Is.
I think Duke played. Didn't Duke play in the championship game?
Yeah. Miami should have. Miami made it to the title game, but they were.
No, I think he's going to do the same thing he's done. All joking aside, since Tom Brady left the nest, I think he's going to underachieve.
I feel better about where they could be, being that this is the first time I've heard anything about Bill Belichick since the season ended.
He still got that gal?
I would assume he still.
If he does,
he still
he ain't
has her.
talking
I'm
as
just saying, right? That, like, there was a Bill Belichick. There was so much drama, and you would say this, Clint, that was so completely the opposite of what he had built and did.
The Hall of Fame stuff too, not being
all of it. There was so much noise around him and his
was
program.
on the sideline.
Yes, it was just. He's on Good Morning America. He's right. There's everything. I haven't heard from him, and to me, I wonder, does that mean he's back to maybe focusing on things? And as you said, Clint, the ACC, man. Dabo is coaching in 2012 still, and I don't know what's happening with Florida State, and SMU might be the second best team.
Virginia Tech's firing that guy. SMU's for real.
Virginia Tech may be with James. Maybe he's there. He may not be able to win the big one, but he can win. He can win games in James Franklin. So I'm not sure how. It's not a great conference. I would not be surprised at all if they're bowl eligible.
Greatest football coach arguably all time. You want bowl eligible? This ain't Silverfield at Arkansas.
I know it's not.
I'll take a bowl game. This is Bill Belichick.
I know it's Bill Belichick, but I'm just saying he's 4-8 last year, and you didn't feel like they had a chance. You remember they scored that opening touchdown against TCU, and then they end up getting blitzed by 40.
It was on fire.
It was. I think they'll be improved. I don't think they're challenging for the conference championship or anything, but I think I feel like they're a 7-8 win team.
You think so?
I feel a lot better right now that it appears this is becoming more about football with him. And I think he has done some really dumb things and some real some real
morally questionable.
Well, no, not morally questionable, but he's tried to. This smartest guy in the room. I'll show you guys this, baby. I'm so good. I can hire Joe Judge and Matt Patricia to run my offense. So I mean, it's some arrogant things. It's the word I was looking for. But when it's about football, if it gets to football and it being so quiet, sounds like it's about football. Like I think he can probably still have a coaching advantage against most of the conference in there.
Boy, you would think so. I mean, I tell you what he did. He didn't have that old blonde-headed gal he dated forever from Little Rock. He didn't have her on the sidelines up in New England.
No, he didn't.
And that young one done turned him out.
And maybe this one might not. Who knows?
She done turned his ass out. She'll be back on that sideline.
She deserved it.
She'll be back on that sideline.
All right, Bill.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. I don't know. Tony has expressed to me that I called it the U.S. Open. I apologize if I did. It is the Open Championship, the British Open. If I did say that, I know the difference between the two. But it is underway, and
that's all. You got plenty of people correcting. You don't need Tony on the text line correcting.
Nah, he did. Tony.
Me and Tyler, where you at?
Tony text me at my personal phone.
Hey, you called it the U.S. Open, dummy.
I didn't even. Nobody else heard it, and that makes me wonder if I did call it that. But anyway, Herbert leads as he is 8 under throughout the tournament, and there's still some names. Bryson DeChambeau he's 3 off the lead, but that is with a 2-stroke penalty. That I can't hear what is being said. I have watched multiple times, Clint, on him just going off with officials over there. But they made him take a 2-stroke penalty there in that second round, and now it dropped him to now 3 back. But he is still within striking distance. Tommy Fleetwood is at 4 under. So is John Rahm, and John Rahm also had some controversy in this as well. He got warned for throwing a club, and he was about to potentially drop a stroke for firing a club out there. So it should be
these damn live guys showing up on PGA Tour and acting a damn fool.
No morality with these guys.
Yeah, man, figure it out, man. You're back on the tier.
I don't know. I know Rory barely made the cut.
Scheffler's right there at 8, man.
Yeah, there is Scheffler. Scheffler is up there. Where is Scheffler?
He's tied for 8.
He's at 4
under,
right
baby. He's 4 back.
So he is. Yeah, he's 4 off the lead, and so it should set up for an interesting weekend. But
who is O.P. Cootie? Who's old Cootie? I bet he plays.
I see him.
You think he plays with Kikuchi in the offseason?
That first name's a nightmare.
I didn't even look at it.
Pearson? Yeah, I didn't know P. Cootie.
It's got to be Pearson.
It's
got to be. You're right. That CE that really
spelling is whack.
Pearson Cootie. I mean, you got to go by Cootie. Hey, Coot.
He's an American
Coot.
spelling
Coming
his
up
name
next.
like a European.
Hey, there's old Goddard up too.
Well,
he can play with Cootie.
What does this season mean for the offense? Is it just C.J. Stroud who could be in trouble, or more? We'll discuss that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Non-quarterbacks. If you could pick one to take the leap conversation at the end of this coming season, who would it be?
This one is very simply and easily David Montgomery, because it's really like a 3-for-1 there. That would mean that Ariante Ursary and Ed Ingram were also playing really, really well. Without an improved offensive line, there's no way in hell David Montgomery is going to be in the top 10 next year.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
Someone had a
Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is back. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here a little bit later on. Took the week off with baseball, taking the week off. But he is back with a full slate. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a bit. And also to the Drive family, Sports Radio 610 family. T-Mills, get a little mic time tomorrow. He will be here with Luke Morrow. They will be doing the Saturday show coming up tomorrow. What is that, from noon to 3?
Yes, sir. Correct? Noon to 3 live. Let's go.
Noon to 3. Tyler Milner, Luke Morrow will have you live and local noon to 3 tomorrow.
Who's on the ones and twos?
Bryson.
Bryson.
Yeah.
I see you.
Yeah, our guy, Bryson.
Yeah, I see you.
Yeah, little Tom. Little Selleck is on the ones and twos.
Me and Selleck will be back mañana.
Yeah, there you go. So Bryson will be there with the fellas.
You have some Saturday wagers?
Oh, I haven't even thought of that, to be honest. I've been kind of steadily starting to build the show with old Luke Morrow, but I hadn't even thought of that.
I'm gonna tell you, Morrow is a deep thinker, man. He does his due diligence. You should probably make your picks and then have him grade them.
Yeah,
he'll crush him. Yeah, he'll do it. Yeah, he'll come negative in some form.
Hating ass Luke.
I like.
Wow,
man.
Hal, I like that. I
feel
it.
Good for you,
T-Mill and Hal.
T-Mill and Hal.
Hating ass Luke.
Like that,
well, Hal, where did that come from? Well, hating ass Luke.
Hating ass Luke. And then I know is Sunday with who is Zach with?
I'm not sure who Zach Gelb's with Sunday, but I know he's got our Sundays right now. I think
he might. Is it Brandon? It may be B. Scott. I heard earlier. Sorry.
I'm just pumped we got weekend programming
on
back,
Sunday
man.
too, yeah. Both days.
Little weekend live and local weekend.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
It's been years.
In fact, I'm correct on that. B. Scott, it is. Brendan Scott and Zach Gilb Sunday 12 to 3, while you and Luke got it on Saturday 12 to 3.
Good stuff. A little skeezy with Gilb.
There it is, right there. So it should be fun. So stay tuned. We're live and local throughout. All right. Clint, we kind of discussed this a bit earlier, and I'm curious, do the people believe this? 713-572-4610. And I want you to think of this from the standpoint of not what the hell you want and what you would do, but what is realistic to what you think could happen and how you got to put yourself in the mindset of the people running things. How bad do you think it would have to get for Nick Caley to be on the hot seat this after this season? How bad with the offense? Do you think it's just simply if this offense doesn't clearly improve, he's potentially on the hot seat?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you got to improve. I mean, you were the worst run teams in the game. You've in recent history, I know it wasn't his fault, but you've been one of the worst teams at protecting your quarterback. The quarterback's wheels have come off under you, and at a time when he's supposed to have more control, the scrimmage communication piece has been a constant talking point. So yeah, look, I think he's got a with the Texans organization right now, they're clearly not afraid to fire an offensive coordinator inside of 2 seasons, two calendar years. They did it with Bobby Slowick, who was D'Amico Ryan's the head coach's hire. Right now that Nick Caserio's running things, I do think that he's going to have a longer leash than D'Amico Ryan's candidate did. And that's why I'm saying I don't think, no matter what happens, I don't think he's canned. I don't think he's out of here. But is his seat hot? Absolutely. And I think they've got to improve in a big way. There's no way in hell that D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio sit there and upgrade the offensive line the way they've upgraded the offensive line, built the defense the way they've built the defense, and bring in David Montgomery. And hey, all we want to do offensively, all we need to do is run the football well, stay ahead of the chains. We're asking you to be efficient. We're not asking you to be explosive. The approach is a little bit different than some of the better teams in the league. If we can't get that accomplished, absolutely, he should be on the hot seat, and I think he will. Even though he is Nick's guy, I think he will.
Tyler, is your expectation that this offense improves the way that Clint is talking? Because it's great to everything you're saying. They've improved its offensive line. They brought in David Montgomery. It's year 2 in the system. Is it your expectation, as somebody who's covered this team and watches them, that their offense? You said it in a big way, I believe. I don't want to put words in.
Got to. Game has to. I mean, people are again. I hear people commenting about the Texans, like having general conversations about the Texans should or shouldn't be a top 10 rush team. You know how much of an upgrade that is from last year.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? I mean, that is a huge upgrade,
and it needs the upgrade. And my hope is to see vast improvements to this offense.
No, the hell
season.
with your hope.
But my expectations, no, I don't really have any of seeing a massive improvement right now because there's too many factors in this thing that are unknowns. Too many young guys, too many rookies. A rookie on the offensive line, you're really going to be depending on to shape up that unit. That was a disaster, not just last season, but for several now. There's too many things up in the air to where I can't say I expect it. But, I mean, Caley damn sure better hope it's that way. And we're not looking at another, 0-3 start for the Texans with a very lackluster offense, or his seat will be very, very hot.
I don't know what they do if this doesn't work. I don't know what direction they go in.
Josh McCown, probably.
Is it who? I don't know. I don't know because it feels like, hey, D'Amico got his turn, and then Nick got his turn. Does it go back to D'Amico? I don't know.
Cal's turn now. Nope.
Cal and Hannah's turn. I just don't know where it goes if it.
Well, it's got the one thing that they haven't tried is to hire an offensive coordinator and let him hire his staff.
Well, yeah. Did Bobby hire his staff? No.
No, he kept everybody that's already here.
Yeah, most people. Yeah, the coach was here. Running backs coach was here.
Everybody was here.
They got a new offensive line coach, but I don't know.
Did he come in with him from San Francisco?
No, I don't think he came in from San Francisco, but he was from somewhere else, yeah. And Cole worked under him. Yeah, it's just like you would look on paper and say it should. Like it should improve. They should run the foot. Like that's the one thing to me is they should run the football better. I think. Like, that's the most positive thing I can see. And CJ should have more comfort in this offense in year 2, which should show some improvement. So it should improve. I don't know about in a major way.
Well,
because in a major way, I still think I still think they have some deficiencies that are beyond the scheme. Like I think they have some deficiencies in talent and in talent from the play caller.
I think Tyler hit the nail on the head. There's just too many. Like when you start talking about, okay, let's say you're a believer that this thing is going to work. What has to happen, right? The communication piece, whether it's CJ or the center, has to work out in a big way. The increased physicality and run game up front has to improve in a major way. David Montgomery has to make a huge difference at the running back position compared to everything else. Everybody across the board has to stay healthy. Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz first and foremost, right? For the tight end position, last year the tight end position got decimated with injuries. And all they're having to work with different personnel, like shifted gears. Now we're running a sixth offensive lineman out there. Blake Fisher has a new role, and we're doing it more than anybody else in the NFL. Like all of those things have to fall in the Texans' favor for this thing to improve to the depth and length of what it needs to. I think Tyler hit the nail on the head. There's just a lot of things that have to go the Texans' way for this thing to improve to the degree that it needs to improve on, for everything to be kosher on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I think the hot seat
By the way, I didn't even mention CJ.
I think the hot seat may come after. Because if this doesn't work out, I think the person falling on the sword is CJ.
Agreed.
And then because I think Nick and Nick are like Nick and Knight. They're connected. Nick and Nick are basically Nick Caserio firing Nick Caley is Nick Caserio admitting that his offense and his ideas were wrong.
They're all fixable, man.
Yeah. They are.
You're right, though.
That's what that would be admitting. I think there's a year before they do that.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's all right, let's get the type of quarterback in here that we need. I think the hot seat part, I think it will be hot seat from everybody around this, but I don't know if it'll be actual hot seat for the people who can make the decisions. I think that would be I think it would be CJ that falls on the sword for that. Yeah. All right, coming up as he will try to make you some money rolling into the weekend, as he does. He was hot last week, for last Friday, but he was hot last week, and let's see if he can make you some money. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up next.
right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths that the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, it is back. It was off for a week, or at least most of this week. But baseball is in full swing, and T-Mill's best bets are back and ready for you. Remember, every single day you can find T-Mill's best bets at Space City Sharp. Space City Sharp, you can find them there. He'll have them posted, and he also has numbers and different things to help you try to figure out how to make this loot. I'm sorry. Figure out how to make this cash. So what you got tonight here is as we return with T-Mill's best bets on Fridays.
That is right. T-Mill's best bets are back just like Major League Baseball as it gets rolling. Second half of the season for the Astros and everyone else getting started tonight. O's over at Daikin. And I guess we can just start right there with the hometown squad. Best bet on a Friday before we get the drive fam out of here to the weekend is Jose Altuve over 1.5 total bases at minus 155 odds. Over 1.5 total bases. Altuve in 20 career at-bats against the O's starting arm tonight over at Daikin. 450 career batting average for Tuve with a 1,200 OPS, including a solo home run. So he sees the ball pretty well off this guy.
Yeah, Dean Kramer, soft tosser.
Yeah, Kramer. Is that what you said? Altuve over 1.5 total bases tonight for your Houston Astros. That's your first bet. Second pick tonight. The next three, really, all unders. Unders on a Friday. Rays at the Red Sox under 9 runs in that one. I have the Twins at the Cubs under 11 runs in that one, a bit of a bigger number. And then the biggest number, because, well, they're in Colorado, the Reds at the Rockies under 12 runs between the Rockies and Reds in that one. So 3 unders, an Altuve prop for you, the Stro Goat, as he's had so much success against Kramer tonight for the Astros. Those are your 4 best bets.
Also, side note, that Rays Red Sox, that is a doubleheader. The first one, 10-0. I don't know what that...
You know my rule.
I don't know if that means for your rule, but 10-0 is what the Red Sox did.
I taught the Drive family that rule, and since then I've bet on 2 doubleheader second game unders. Neither have hit. So maybe fade that one, people.
So 10-0. Just to let you know, the Red Sox won in that first one. So that's T-Mill's best bets again, right there at Space City Sharp here on Twitter. Coming up behind us. It is a weekend, getting near to the weekend, and Friday night action of Texans All Access. Aziz Alshire will be the guest for the fellas tonight on Texans All Access. So take that one in. He was, I think, he came in number 6 on the linebacker list, the off-ball linebacker list. So they'll talk to Aziz, the leader of that defense, coming up next. So if you want to listen to the leader of that defense, hell, he may be the leader of the team, be honest with you. Aziz Alshire, they've got you right there, Texans All Access. In Area 45, I've already seen Sean Bijani back there, Patrick Creighton hold it down, and young Seabass is in the building. He's holding down the 1s and 2s. I see Colin out there doing his thing. He's got his coat on, so that means he means business.
Yeah.
His little North Face jacket.
Rocking that Lego hair, too.
North Face? In July?
Is that North Face? Am I making that
up?
What
the hell are you doing?
I thought I saw that.
Oh, yeah, he's wearing a jacket like a psychopath.
You worried about water weight? You worried about holding a little water weight or
I've
what?
heard it does get a little cool in that room in there.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. That studio's been miserable lately. Very frigid.
I got to be honest. I think that's North Face.
It looks like a Texans logo is on it. Yes, it is North Face.
I wouldn't have thought that's what he would have gone with.
Well, damn sure not in July.
Yeah, but like the brand.
I like if you told me what, like, all right, man.
Oh, he's definitely North Face guy.
Did he?
I wouldn't have guessed that.
I mean, what would y'all guess?
I would have guessed like Cabela's or something.
Well, yeah, they sell North Face.
No, but that, not the North Face version.
Not the partnership ones.
Yeah, not the partnership.
I'd have went with Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, right.
I'd
have went with Gucci.
I would have gone with that signature brand that Academy Sports has. Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Row?
What is that?
The one I'm talking about?
I don't know about Row, but it's the signature. It's I forgot their brand.
Oh,
their brand. I would have gone with that. North Face. There you go. Pleasant surprise. Oh, it says it's a Houston Texans North Face. That might have been a gift.
Yeah, it was a gift for
that
doing
a gift?
something.
That a gift, Colin? Throw the thumbs up.
Was that a family gift or the Texans gave you that for doing a little work?
Yeah, that was a gift.
I would have expected like Burley Bow or something.
That man up there, like he gonna get, like he's about to get a violation in college or something. Like he's about to get a rule. Like he's shaking his hand. Like, oh man,
move on.
Like, hey man, like you good if somebody gave you a gift? That's ain't it? Like he's like his school is about to get hit with some sort of recruiting violation.
I'm actually endorsed by Reebok. Shut up. Go.
Man, somebody doesn't know he's here right now. Somebody.
Oh, well, if somebody don't know if his ass is here right now, man, he's supposed to be at work. What you talking about? Anyway, the fellas got you, Area 45. We are live and local, 11 o'clock. Your thoughts when you hear, we were just talking about Aziz. He made the top six. He was one of, I think, 10 different Texans to make, in some form or fashion, the list or at least honorable mentions or receiving votes in each of the position groups. There were about 10 guys from the Texans who made it. Were you surprised through 44 names of tackles, guards, and centers that the Texans – let me take that from you. You're not surprised that the Texans didn't have anybody in that group. Do you find that concerning? That they didn't have anybody in that group?
No, it's not concerning. It's not surprise. It's exactly what they planned on doing, is to pay guys just outside that honorable mention, best in the league type stuff. Spread it out and get three of them in here. One guy wasn't going to fix the problem. They brought three of them in. I mean, four if you start counting the Evan or what was it, Neil Brown, and then you add the first round draft pick. So multiple guys. Once again, they're rebuilding their entire offensive line. But none of it's a surprise. The reality of it is, though, Ron, is it better work. I mean, you're on, like, I don't know how it's not already happening, but when you look at national, I'm talking about nationally. I mean, locally, I think I think I know why it doesn't happen very often, but nationally, I'm shocked that it's not been like, hey, Nick Caserio. Like on this show, we've talked about it like specifically of, I mean, the O-line misses have been crippling for this team. Period, point blank. There's no way around it. If they go another year, and now we've seen Laramie Tunsil and the veteran, what was the veteran cat at right guard from the New England times, Shaq Mason. And Titus Howard, and we see that that iteration, that approach didn't work, and then all of a sudden it's Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs and all these draft picks that didn't work, and now we're rebuilding it again with veterans that have played. And boy, if it doesn't work, at some point in time, it has to really get loud, because it's going to get loud around CJ.
You got a second round.
It's already loud around CJ.
You got a second round pick that you turned into an extra lineman, a sixth offensive lineman.
I forgot about Fisher. He's getting the pass, right? So it's 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks, and the only one that we are hoping and praying hits ultimately is the one we ain't seen play yet, and that's Keelan Rutledge. Right?
I'm sorry. When you bring that up, you say that Juice was a second-round pick.
Yeah.
Ursery's a second-round pick.
I wasn't even talking about Ursery.
Fisher's a second-round pick. Rutledge is a first-round pick.
Kenyon
Green. That's 5 of them. How many of those guys do you have confidence now will start?
Or the two that we know the least about? Keelan Rutledge and Ursery.
But you don't even have confidence that Keelan Rutledge will start the season.
But I mean the other ones are gone. They're non-factors.
Or not, or we know.
Yeah, yes.
Blake Fisher, we know.
I think I'm going to tell you, man. It just better work, because at some point it's going to get loud around C.J. Stroud, and it's going to get loud around the individual players, and individual draft picks take the whole bus thing and this and that. But at some point in time, boy, this thing's got the tide's got to turn towards Nick Caserio and all the misses. You've tried it multiple ways. Now you've gone with established veterans that should improve the overall offensive line package, and we'll see we'll see if that happens. If it doesn't, boy, it's going to be tough sledding. Because you're not just going to get, they couldn't figure out the offensive problems. It's going to be, boy, in a time over 2 or 3 year span where you could have made a run to a Super Bowl, your offensive line was a problem. It's going to get not just that. It's going to get, man, you had a Pro Bowl Rookie of the Year quarterback who backslid, and a big part of it was you couldn't protect him and you couldn't run the football. Like, the noise is going to get really loud around Nick Caserio and the offensive staff if this iteration of the Texans' offensive line doesn't work and work in a big way.
Because, Clint, as much as CJ gets, a lot of the blame, and he should get a good amount of it from the Steelers and Patriots game, the other part to that was the offensive line also was a part of those issues.